Until the rebellion in the demon cave, tens of thousands of people from the Lingxu sword sect died tragically, and everyone realized that the demons were only afraid of you. At the young age of 18, you had already reached the realm of a god king, turning the gloomy and terrifying demon cave into a garden filled with birdsong and fragrance. However, what you got in return was the disdain of your master, the disgust of your junior sisters, and even being told that you were only good at eating and not working, and that even the dog tied at the door was stronger than you. Now that you have been reborn and returned, you have no hesitation in leaving the sect. Whoever wants to guard this demon cave can guard it. Feel free to leave, but remember, after the Lingxu sword sect judges you, they will expel you and then kick you out. Lu Lingli spoke sternly and made a move at the same time. She is the direct disciple of the Lingxu sword sect master, a well-known and cold fairy in the southern continent. As she made her move, a powerful wave instantly swept in all directions. With a gesture from her, the divine sword behind her intertwined to form a sky full of sword light shooting towards you, aiming directly at your vital points. Seeing this, you were so angry that you laughed back. You really live up to your reputation as a white-eyed wolf. All the things that Laya Lingli knows are what I taught her, right? It's really like showing off one slight skill before an expert. At the moment when the divine sword was about to arrive, your expression suddenly became stern. Do you think you can make me confess just by yourself? Are you even qualified? With a faint mocking voice, you pointed your finger, and a sword aura suddenly appeared and slashed down. The clear sword sound echoed through the sky, and the endless killing and chilling air instantly made everyone's scalp tingle. At the same time, the previously fairy-like Lu Lingli appeared extremely weak in front of the swordlight, and was directly cut down from the void by the swordlight, crashing into the hall. You calmly withdrew your fingers and said lightly, "Not worth a strike." The whole place fell silent for a moment. In the minds of countless disciples in the hall, the figure that once dazzled the entire southern continent and made many peers pale in comparison involuntarily emerged. Mu Gu, you deserve to die. Looking at Lu Lingli, who got up from the ground, gritting her teeth and staring at you, you sneered mockingly, "Lu Lingli, what kind of righteous fairy are you pretending to be in front of me? Your sword, your armor, your treasures were all obtained through me. Even the magical techniques and spells you know were taught by me. Everything you have is because of me." Upon hearing this, Lu Lingli suddenly froze, her face alternating between red and white. You ignored it and continued to speak. "Pay the price. Expel from the sect. Abolish cultivation. Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve to talk big in front of me? Speaking of great betrayal and ingratitude, it seems that you, Lu Lingli, are the one who should be most despised." At this moment, your eyes were like lightning, step by step approaching her, each word sounding like thunder, deeply piercing into Lu Lingli's heart and soul. Feeling your disdainful gaze, Lu Lingli's lips trembled incessantly, subconsciously retreating, while pointing at you for a long time without saying a word, even spitting out a mouthful of blood directly in anger, and stumbling to the ground. Until this moment, a group of people in the main hall woke up as if from a dream. Some hurried to check on Lu Lingli's condition, some filled with righteous indignation glared at you, and chaos ensued in the hall. Seeing Lu Lingli injured, Si Ruyan was instantly furious, her beautiful eyes filled with killing intent staring at you. "Muge, you have a lot of nerve, actually laying hands on Lingli. She is your junior sister. As the eldest senior brother, how can you be so heavy-handed with her? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Si Yan's indiscriminate words made your expression even colder. The next moment, you suddenly raised your head and met Si Yan's gaze without showing any weakness. "Master Si, don't speak so intimately. I can't live up to the title of senior brother, and I don't have any junior sisters either." After speaking, you stood at the entrance of the main hall, scanning the surroundings, looking at those who were once familiar but now glared at you angrily. With a clear and resolute voice echoing in the hall, you declared, "From today on, I, Muge, am no longer a member of the Lingxu sword sect. Our ties are severed, and there will be no more connections between us." With that, you took a step forward and left without looking back. This rebel actually dares to leave the Lingxu sword sect. Is he deliberately trying to provoke me? Just to make him admit his mistake? Just to punish him by sending him to the Black Crime Cliff? He even dares to threaten me with leaving the sect. Does he really think that the Lingxu sword sect cannot function without him? Si Ruyan's face turned pale with anger, her chest heaving violently, causing Zhao Yuansen beside her to stare in shock. Normally, he hadn't paid attention, but now he found Si Ruyan, this voluptuous beauty, surprisingly alluring. His gaze subconsciously shifted to a few senior sisters. As long as he successfully merges with the Lingxu sword sect, these women will all be under his control. At this moment, he watched as you truly left, feeling a burst of joy in his heart. Immediately, he forcibly suppressed his inner excitement and instead put on a face of obedience to comfort Si Ruyan, saying, "Master, please don't be angry. It's not good to get upset. Perhaps senior brother will come back once he has a change of heart. Si Ruyan raised her eyebrows and snorted coldly. Come back? He can forget about it. Does he think Lingxu Sword Sect is a place where he can come and go as he pleases? Lingxu Sword Sect doesn't need his song. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuansen's eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction deep down. He seemed to be gently reminding Si Ruyan, if he doesn't come back, then so be it. Master, you don't need to worry about the future life of the eldest senior brother. Although he has left the sect, the southern continent is vast. Perhaps there is another orthodox sect willing to accept him, and he can find a place to settle down. Upon hearing this, Si Ruyan's gaze suddenly sharpened. You didn't mention it, but I almost forgot. Does he think that leaving my Lingxu Sword Sect will end everything? How naive. I will make sure that there is no place for him to stand in this world. At this moment, Si Ruyan suddenly raised her head, her cold voice echoing throughout the entire hall. Immediately issue the Lingxu Sword Sect's decree. Sealing off Muge. Notify the entire cultivation world of southern continent that from today onwards, Muge is expelled from the sect, and henceforth has no connection with our Lingxu Sword Sect. In addition, any southern continent sects are not allowed to shelter or accept Muge, otherwise they will be considered enemies of our Lingxu Sword Sect. There was a glint of coldness in Si Ruyan's eyes, and the anger in her heart seemed to have subsided a bit. After hearing this command, all the disciples were first stunned, followed by thunderous cheers, one wave after another, as if they couldn't wait for you to die sooner. Si Ruyan snorted coldly, her eyes looking in the direction you were leaving, gritting her silver teeth. I'll be waiting for the day you come back crying and begging me. Soon, the ban from the Lingxu Sword Sect spread throughout the cultivation world of the southern continent, causing a huge uproar. Oh my, am I seeing this correctly? The Lingxu Sword Sect has expelled their senior brother Muggy from the sect? Is the Lingxu Sword Sect out of their minds? That's Muggy, the one who suppressed all the geniuses in the southern continent. This kind of peerless genius is something others can't even beg for. Yet the Lingxu Sword Sect actually drove him out. At the first sight of the announcement, everyone's reaction was surprisingly unanimous, not focusing on the various accusations, but shocked and puzzled. At first, you were riding high above the rest, crushing numerous peers in the southern cultivation world with great force, causing countless geniuses to pale in comparison. It is not an exaggeration to say that you have amazed an entire era. At one point, countless people were mocking the Lingxu Sword Sect. As for the various accusations made against the Lingxu Sword Sect, no one really cared. Over the years, you have dominated the present age, forcefully suppressing the demon caves, leading the Lingxu Sword Sect to countless glories. All these deeds have been witnessed by countless people. How could anyone believe such claims? After realizing it, countless people were suddenly excited. Quick, hurry back and report to the sect. Since Muge is no longer related to the Lingxu Sword Sect, he is now a free agent. If we can invite this kind of genius to join our sect, it would be a great gain. The imperial study of the Great Divine Dynasty. Great. It's truly a blessing. Send orders immediately to find the Shepherd's Song and invite him to join my Great Yen Divine Dynasty. Make sure to express our sincerity. As long as he is willing to come, my Great Yen Divine Dynasty is willing to offer a noble title, the right to establish a fiefdom, high-ranking positions and generous rewards, unlimited cultivation resources, and even willing to marry the princess to him, as long as he is willing to come. Seeing that the emperor seems determined to recruit you, the national teacher, while agreeing, also has some concerns, repeatedly reminding, Your Majesty, the Lingxu Sword Sect's announcement also stated that they intend to exterminate the Shepherd's Song throughout the world. If we accept him, we will inevitably offend the Lingxu Sword Sect and make enemies. Upon hearing this, the emperor sneered and waved his hand, showing no concern at all. The Lingxu Sword Sect is going crazy on their own. Why should everyone else follow suit? If they don't want someone, it's their loss. Whoever gets it, it's their own ability. In the end, the emperor's eyes were deep. Compared to getting Muge, what does it matter to offend the Lingxu Sword Sect? Muge alone is worth 10 Lingxu Sword Sects. On the other side is the Daoi Sword Sect. As a famous sword cultivation sect in the southern cultivation world, the Daoi Sword Sect is also a holy land for sword cultivation in the world. On par with the Lingxu Sword Sect, known as the South Lingxu and North Daoi, the two can be said to be shining at the same time, competing with each other. However, in the past 100 years, the Daoi Sword Sect has clearly been inferior to the Lingxu Sword Sect, being overshadowed in every aspect. The reason for this is because of your existence. At this moment, the entire Daoi Sword Sect is boiling. As their opponents, the Lingxu Sword Sect, they know your terror and monstrousness more than anyone in the world, and their hearts are filled with countless regrets. Although our Daoi Sword Sect has been frustrated everywhere in the past 100 years, it has never been the Lingxu Sword Sect that has suppressed us, but the Shepherd's Song. Without the Shepherd's Song, their Lingxu Sword Sect is nothing. Now, The Lingxu sword sect has actually severed its own arm. It is heaven's help for me. Quickly send someone to invite Muge to join my Dawi sword sect. No, Saintess, you go personally to invite. Remember, you must show our greatest sincerity. After the announcement of the Great Yan Divine Dynasty and the Dawi sword sect, the southern continent boiled once again. Hurry, we can't fall behind. Quickly issue the announcement. What nonsense ban order? Can Lingxu sword sect compare to Muge? Lingxu sword sect is only strong because they have Muge. Now that Muge has left, what is Lingxu sword sect worth? As long as Muge can join our sect, Lingxu sword sect, who is stronger than whom is not certain. For a while, countless forces in the southern cultivation world went crazy for you. The next day, in the main hall of the Lingxu sword sect, Si Ruyan sat high at the head, looking lazy. It's been a day already. How is the ban spreading? Reporting to the sect master, the ban order has spread throughout the entire southern continent, known to all. However, the major forces in the southern continent do not take the ban order seriously at all. Not only do they not exclude or distance themselves from it, but they each issue announcements, offering generous rewards to invite the shepherd to join their own sect, and even openly insult our Lingxu sword sect. Several elders recounted all kinds of news from the southern continent as if they were treasures. Listening to the reports of several elders, Si Ruyan was struck as if by lightning, standing still in place. How is this possible? Not only her, but also Lu Lingli, Yu Xuanger, Zhao Yuansen, and other direct disciples were all stunned. Yu Xuanger even exclaimed, how could this be? What kind of confusion has Muggy brought to the orthodox sects of the southern continent? Muggy is just the trash that the Lingxu sword sect doesn't want, yet it is being snatched up by all the major orthodox sects like this. When Si Ruyan came to his senses, his face quickly turned red, and he roared angrily, why? How dare those orthodox sects do this? I, of the Lingxu sword sect, have already issued a ban, yet they still dare to invite the shepherd. Aren't they afraid of retaliation from my Lingxu sword sect? What do they take my Lingxu sword sect's ban for? Shepherd, you deserve to die. As a key figure causing a stir in the outside world, you are not concerned about the hustle and bustle of the outside world at this moment. Coming back to life, you have already seen through everything. For you, the Lingxu sword sect is more like an abyssal cage that confines you. Now that you have broken free, you only feel refreshed and invigorated. As the Lingxu sword sect becomes more and more distant, your mood becomes more relaxed. You feel as if you have shed thousands of pounds of shackles. Even your internal mana becomes more lively, and its circulation accelerates. The cultivation barrier that has been imprisoned for hundreds of years gradually shows a trace of cracks. This kind of feeling has been gone for 100 years. Guarding the demon cave for 100 years. Too much mental energy has been involved, and there have been fierce battles with the alien races in the demon cave, leaving too many hidden injuries and illnesses. Even if you occasionally leave the demon cave, you still put all your energy into the Lingxu sword sect. 100 years have passed. Originally with your talent, you should have long been like a brilliant sun, advancing to the peak of the great path without hesitation. But for the Lingxu sword sect, you have given everything, to the point that 100 years have been wasted in vain. Your realm has not progressed, leaving only a body full of pain. But what you didn't expect in return was slander, expulsion, and suppression. This is the reward that the Lingxu sword sect has given you. Ridiculous, pitiful, and hateful. Fortunately, you finally left. You subconsciously raised your hand with a complex expression, and with a flash of light, a sparkling and translucent stone appeared in the palm of your hand. This stone was obtained by accident in the magic cave. In the previous life, you only knew the true face of this stone at the end, and you were not sure if this was your extraordinary opportunity. Inside this stone, there is a fishing space where you can obtain treasures from different places in the heavens and myriad worlds through fishing, with 1 chance per day. Afterwards, you communicated with the stone in front of you with your mind. The next moment, you only felt a flash of light in front of you, and you had already appeared in an independent space. The space was not large, but very spacious. In the middle, there was a small pond with clear water and ripples. However, when you looked into the water, you did not see your reflection, but instead your mind was greatly shaken, as if you had seen endless stars sinking and floating. Seeing this, you were not surprised but delighted. The more mysterious the pond, the more it indicated its extraordinary nature. There was a fishing rod made of what seemed to be bamboo by the side of the pond, which you picked up without hesitation, and then sat cross-legged. Let me see what magic you have. After a moment, you feel a sudden force on the fishing rod in your hand, almost causing you to lose your grip unprepared. Seeing this, your eyes light up, and you start to tug with the fish. After a period of tug-of-war, you seize the opportunity and lift suddenly. At the moment when the fishing rod is completely raised, a bright light shines in the fishing space, and 2 extremely dense light clusters appear in the air above the pond. One of the clusters of light presents a colorful hue, with endless rhythms flowing between the light, like the origin of the Great Path. The other black cluster of light is composed of thousands of sword auras, with thousands of sword auras resembling wandering dragons, transforming into thousands of forms, as if forming a realm of swords on its own. The Great Tao Sword Body, divine power of extinction. At this moment, accompanied by a slight sound from within the body, the cultivation barrier that had blocked you for hundreds of years instantly shattered. At the same time, all the hidden illnesses in your body disappeared. Your physical body became flawless and smooth, and after the reconstruction of the meridians in your body, they became even broader and more resilient. After the pleasant surprise, you were extremely satisfied with this harvest. This fishing space is simply incredible. After thoroughly adapting to the power within you, you are ready to leave this place. However, just at this moment, a voice full of surprise comes, causing you to pause. Brother Shepherd. Then I saw a woman carrying a divine sword, with a beautiful face and a heroic posture, coming to you excitedly. When you saw the newcomer, a hint of surprise flashed in your eyes. Su Baiwei, the current saintess of the Daoi Sword Sect. You have clashed with her several times before when you were in the Lingxu Sword Sect. Her swordsmanship is extraordinary, which you also admire. It's just unexpected to meet her here. Sister Su Baiwei, what a coincidence to meet you here. At this moment, you still do not know what is happening outside, thinking it is just a simple coincidence. Little did you know. Su Baiwei smiled brightly and said, Brother Muge, today is not a coincidence. I have been looking for you for 2 days. It was really hard for me to find you. Upon hearing this, you were a little stunned. Why are you looking for me? Seeing this, Su Baiwei was also somewhat surprised. Brother Muge, don't you know what's happening in the outside world? Many major forces have spared no effort and offered various generous benefits to try to recruit you. After Su Baiwei detailed the situation, she immediately invited, to be honest, brother, this time I also came down the mountain at the command of the sect to invite you to join our Daoijian sect and participate in the Great Path together. What do you think, Brother Muge? Upon hearing this, you were slightly moved. In the centuries-long confrontation, although the Daoi Sword Sect has been suppressed by you for a long time, its disciples are straightforward in their actions, willing to gamble and admit defeat. Even when they are enemies, they are open and aboveboard, which suits your taste. Despite being adversaries, you have never harbored any ill feelings towards the Daoi Sword Sect. Instead, you admire them quite a bit. Seeing that you seem to be interested, Su Baiwei's heart was immediately filled with joy, and she quickly seized the opportunity. Brother Muge, your main practice is swordsmanship, and my Daoijian sect is also a sword cultivation sect, with countless swordsmanship classics and opportunities for disciples to exchange and discuss with each other. If brother is willing to join the Daoijian sect, it would be a good thing for both of us. Su Baiwei did not emphasize the strength or treatment of the sect, but just spoke truthfully like this, which ultimately made you determined. Looking at Su Baiwei's nervous look staring at you, you nodded with a smile. I can join the Daoijian sect. Really? Is it true? Su Baiwei's eyes widened instantly, her face full of joy. After confirming multiple times, she finally couldn't contain the excitement in her heart. Like an ordinary little girl, she instantly cheered and jumped for joy. Yes, that's great. Really great. Su Baiwei was both joyful and excited. Although she was the saintess of the Daoi Sword Sect and had outstanding talent, especially in swordsmanship, she understood your strength even more because of this. After so many years of contact, you had already become the person she admired and respected the most, the model and benchmark of swordsmanship. Seeing her like this, you couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl always had a straightforward and heroic demeanor when facing the outside world, but every time she was in front of you, she would become like a young girl who had just entered society, often feeling nervous. It had been over 100 years, and she had never changed. However, for you, agreeing to Su Baiwei's invitation was not a momentary impulse, but a carefully considered decision. Daoi Sword Sect is a sword sect, and it is no less powerful than the Lingxu Sword Sect, a holy land of swordsmanship. You are a sword practitioner yourself, and after obtaining the Great Tao Sword Body, you need a good environment to absorb various swordsmanship knowledge and make connections. Daoi Sword Sect is undoubtedly the best choice. At the same time, you also have a consideration in your heart. Daoi Sword Sect and Lingxu Sword Sect have been arch-enemies for countless years. Thinking of this, you look into the distance, as if piercing through space to see the Lingxu Sword Sect. The faces of those people from before are already deeply engraved in your mind, and you will never forget them. If I lead the rise of Daoi Sword Sect, their expressions should be quite interesting, I presume. Senior brother, let's leave now. It just so happens that these days the Daoi Sword Sect is planning to hold the 10,000 Swords Trial Ceremony to test the cultivation of the disciples under the sect, which is a major event for the Daoi Sword Sect. If we go back now, we might be able to join in the fun. After confirming your willingness to join the Dawi Sword Sect, Su Baiwei was overjoyed and immediately pulled you back to the sect without delay. Upon hearing about the test of the Dawi Sword Sect, you were also quite interested, so you walked side by side with Su Baiwei, chatting as you headed towards the direction of the Dawi Sword Sect. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. When you reached a valley, the heavens and earth suddenly shook violently. Then, complex and intricate patterns appeared out of thin air around you, exuding a mysterious and ominous black aura, forming a net that enveloped you. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became eerie, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling loudly. Su Baiwei's face changed when she saw this formation. It's a method of the demon sect. Cultivators of the demonic path are unpredictable and mysterious in their methods, and they spare no effort to enhance their strength, resorting to blood sacrifices and soul refining as common practices, making them the archenemies of all practitioners. She did not expect to encounter members of the demon sect here this time, and seeing the powerful aura emanating from the formation, Su Baiwei's heart sank immediately, realizing that the strength of the hidden demon head was extremely formidable. Seeing this, you narrowed your eyes, stopped in your tracks, reached out to protect Su Baiwei behind you, then stood firmly in place without any sign of panic. Since the other party had set up the formation to ambush them, they would soon reveal themselves. A sinister chuckle echoed in the darkness. He. Indeed worthy of being the senior brother of the Lingxu Sword Sect. No wonder you can make the younger generation of the cultivation world bow their heads. Just this courage alone makes me admire you. It's just a pity. Your gaze turned towards the direction of the voice and said lightly, pity for what? The next moment, the black mist in front of you rolled, revealing a dozen figures surrounded by a blood-red aura. These people varied in height and build, but they all exuded a strong blood-red color, with countless tortured souls howling in the blood mist, appearing extremely terrifying. As soon as they appeared, a strong bloody smell filled the air, making people nauseous. Too bad you're going to die today, the leader sneered. He was thin, with sparse hair and a sinister expression on his face. The moment he appeared, an immensely powerful pressure erupted, sealing off the surrounding area. Muge, you really made it hard for us to find you, almost letting you escape. Today, you will undoubtedly die. As soon as these words were spoken, you narrowed your eyes. Initially, you thought it was just bad luck to encounter members of the demon sect, but now you understood that they had been planning this all along. As your thoughts raced, the thin middle-aged man turned his cold gaze towards Su Baiwei, the saintess of the Dawi Sword Sect. Quite an unexpected gain. He. I haven't tasted the saintess yet, but this time I can fulfill my wish. His malicious gaze roamed freely over Su Baiwei, sending shivers down her spine and causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. Who are you people? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Dawi Sword Sect? Su Baiwei's voice was stern, her magical power radiating as she summoned a shining divine sword, ready to fight to the death. You don't need to know who we are. You just need to understand that Muge must die today. As for you, the saintess, although an unexpected bonus, you cannot be spared. You may even consider becoming my furnace, helping me reach new heights. Ha. Just then, you suddenly spoke up. Wuji Demon Sect. The moment your voice rang out, the demon cultivators on the opposite side stirred slightly, and the thin middle-aged man's gaze sharpened. You are from the Wuji Demon Sect, and if I'm not mistaken, you should have been sent by someone from the Lingxu Sword Sect to hunt me down. Although phrased as a question, you sounded very certain. To be able to track you down so quickly, mobilize expert demon sect members to surround and kill you. A name immediately came to mind. Zhao Yuansen, who was lurking in the Lingxu Sword Sect, was actually the son of the Wuji Demon Sect. The thin middle-aged man, who had just recovered from his shock, smiled and his gaze darkened. Good lad, indeed sharp. Now that you have discovered the identity of the saint's son, I can't let you live. Zhao Yuansen's infiltration is crucial to the Wuji Demon Sect's plan to absorb the Lingxu Sword Sect, and it must not be leaked. As soon as he finished speaking, the thick scent of blood filled the air, and a chilling murderous intent enveloped you and Su Baiwei. Kid, you are very smart and talented, but you have a fatal weakness, which is that you are ultimately just a young person who has not yet grown up. If I, Gu Changhe, personally take action, you can close your eyes even in death. Upon hearing this name, Su Baiwei's face changed drastically. Seeing this, you were a bit puzzled. Is this person very famous? Due to your long-term guarding of the demon cave, you are not too familiar with those practitioners outside. However, seeing Su Baiwei's unpleasant expression, you also knew that this guy should be a very famous figure. Su Baiwei explained with a heavy expression. Senior brother, you may not know, but Gu Changhe is the great protector of the infinite demon sect, and his cultivation has already reached the peak of the Void Tribulation realm. He is just one step away from the extremely powerful King realm. He is a well-known figure in the southern continent's demonic cultivation world. Countless cultivators have fallen victim to his hands, and even our Daoijian sect and other major righteous sects have pursued and besieged him many times, only for him to escape each time. I never expected to encounter him here. Su Baiwei's expression was extremely grim, although she and you are both young talents of the younger generation. As Gu Changhe said, the time spent cultivating is the biggest drawback. As a young talent of the younger generation, Su Baiwei, the saintess of the Daoijian sect, is now at the level of a divine king. According to Su Baiwei's information, although you have unparalleled talent and strong strength, being burdened by the demon cave for 100 years has kept your realm stuck at the divine king level. Gu Changhe, on the other hand, is a long-established old monster with the strength of the peak of the Void Tribulation realm. With both of your strengths, even escaping would be extremely difficult. While the two were talking, Gu Changhe had already taken action. This ambush was carried out on Zhao Yuansen's orders, with the aim of killing you without leaving any chance of survival. Therefore, Gu Changhe went all out as soon as he made a move. He smiled, and a blood-red mist surged around him, instantly condensing into a surging blood river under his control, rushing towards the two of you with an unstoppable force. At the same time, the 10 or so figures behind him were not idle, shouting loudly one after another, with mana surging, forming an unbreakable blockade with dazzling Dao patterns, completely cutting off the retreat of you and Su Baiwei. Faced with the desperate situation, Su Baiwei's determined face was full of resoluteness. After quickly adjusting her mindset, the sword in her hand emitted a brilliant light, and a sharp and fierce sword intent rose from within her. As the saintess of the Daoijian sect, she would not give up resistance no matter how strong the enemy was, and she would make the opponent pay the price even if it meant death. At this moment, a hint of excitement and fighting spirit flashed in your eyes. Just as you had obtained the great Dao sword body and the divine ability of annihilation, and your cultivation had broken through to the Void Tribulation realm, your strength had greatly increased, and you were eager to test it out. Gu Changhe's arrival couldn't have been more timely. Faced with the terrifying blood river sweeping towards them, you remained calm, even closing your eyes. With your harmonious spirit already in a state of selflessness, the great Dao sword body roared, and the recently acquired Annihilation sword technique was instantly activated. However, in Gu Changhe's eyes, your appearance was intimidated by his blood river, completely giving up resistance. This made Gu Changhe even more pleased. Die for me, Gu Changhe sneered, exerting all his strength, and the blood river gained even more momentum, intending to engulf both you and Su Baiwei directly. However, you, whose spirit had been elevated to its peak state, suddenly made a move. When you left the Lingxu sword sect, you didn't take anything with you, not even your sword, so you reached towards the sky, fingers forming a sword gesture. Annihilation. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted, the sound of swords reverberating in everyone's ears. A terrifying aura as if the end of the world had arrived emanated from within you, soaring straight up into the sky. The next moment, a pitch-black and profound sword aura silently appeared in front of you, sword energy like a forest, killing intent chilling, as if a great terror had descended, making everyone present's scalp tingle. Feeling the terror of that sword intent, Su Baiwei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Shocked and speechless, the smile on Gu Changhe's face froze, his eyes shrinking to the size of a needle in an instant. Not good. As you pointed your sword, the pitch-black sword aura instantly cut through the heavens and earth. The mighty blood river had no resistance in front of that sword energy, instantly dispersing. Gu Changhe's scalp was about to explode. Drenched in cold sweat, his full-force strike couldn't even block that sword light for a moment. After shattering the blood river, the sword light continued unabated, shooting straight towards Gu Changhe. Damn it! Gu Changhe's soul trembled. At the moment when the sword intent bloomed, he was horrified to find himself being deterred by that sense of annihilation. His majestic mana solidified. No matter how frantically he tried to activate it, there was no response. Even before the sword light reached him, his own vitality began to rapidly decline. Gu Changhe was already terrified to the extreme, his eyes wide open like bronze bells, desperately wanting to beg for mercy. But under the terrifying sword light that extinguished all life, he couldn't even open his mouth. The pitch-black and profound sword aura swept past, and Gu Changhe completely fell. A sword killed a half-step king realm, and Su Baiwei, who witnessed this scene, was full of shock. Gu Changhe had roamed the southern continent for many years, killing countless creatures, but in front of you, he was so fragile that he couldn't withstand a single blow. Too weak. A hint of disappointment flashed in your eyes. Originally, he wanted to use Gu Changhe, this half-step king realm, to test the power of the great Dao sword body and annihilation, but he didn't expect that just as annihilation was being unleashed, before it could fully erupt, The previously arrogant Gu Changhe was killed in seconds. Simply pitifully weak. The remaining dozen or so members of the Endless Demon Sect all had pale faces, full of incredulity. Before they came, they were all full of confidence. But now they were horrified to find that they were wrong. The silence lasted for a moment before being broken by an angry shout. The sun has ordered. Muge must die. Anyone who dares to retreat will be punished according to the sect rules. Kill them. Although they were frightened by you, the members of the Endless Demon Sect did not retreat. As a demonic sect, the Endless Demon Sect was extremely cruel. Not only externally, but also internally. The order for your death had been issued. And if they couldn't complete the mission, even if they escaped this time, what awaited them next would be a punishment more terrifying than death. A mantis trying to stop a chariot, overestimating one's abilities. As you moved your finger, the annihilating intent once again bloomed. The sound of wailing echoed deep in the mountains. Wherever the Annihilation sword light passed, the Endless Demon Sect cultivators, who had exhausted all their strength, still had no resistance, easily being wiped out of all life by the sword light. Wasn't he supposed to be hindered by the demon's lair, and his cultivation hadn't broken through for 100 years? How could he be so strong? Having personally experienced the terror of the Annihilation swordlight, the members of the Endless Demon Sect were all shocked. They finally understood why the powerful Gu Changhe had been crushed so easily. That terrifying sword intent that annihilated everything was enough to freeze their minds, completely extinguishing all life in the world, like a punishment from the great Tao. On the side, Su Baiwei was already shocked beyond measure, her beautiful eyes wide open, her small mouth unconsciously forming an O shape. Senior brother is too terrifying. It has always been rumored that senior brother is exceptionally talented and powerful, but now it seems that the world has seriously underestimated senior brother's terror. He is 1,000 times more terrifying than the rumors. Watching the figure in the field effortlessly harvesting lives, Su Baiwei was shocked and absent-minded. Then she seemed to realize something and murmured, "I really don't know what Lingxu sword sect was thinking, wanting to drive away senior brother. Fortunately, senior brother is now one of us in the Dao sword sect." On the other side, you stood in place, your clothes unstained with blood. Zhao Yuansen, you really disappoint me a bit. After all, you are the son of the Endless Demon Sect, but the ones sent out are just these people. Really stingy. I'm sorry, but it seems like you forgot to provide the source text for translation. Could you please provide the text you would like me to translate into English? Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Li Che inwardly laughed coldly. When he saw these cultivators from the Wuji Demon Sect, it was already clear to him that the junior brother who had gone through so much trouble to infiltrate the Lingxu sword sect was finally going to be impatient to launch his operation, disintegrate the Lingxu sword sect from within and replace it, devouring the resources of the Devil's Cave and growing the infinite Devil Sect. All of Zhao Yuansen's scheming was aimed at these two goals. Now that he had begun to strike, it was proof that the layout of his plan was about to come to a successful conclusion, and it was about to be time to reap the rewards. And that would also mean the arrival of the end of the Lingxu sword sect. Li Che knew this all too well in his heart. He wouldn't stop it, though. What did the destruction of the Lingxu sword sect have to do with himself? Even Li Che was still hoping that this junior apprentice brother of his would be a bit more powerful and move a bit faster, so that he could watch a good show with pain. As for the revenge of being hunted down today, when the good show was over, there was no need for Zhou Wansen to exist. Senior, seeing that all the enemies had been exterminated, Su Baiwei finally came back to her senses and couldn't wait to rush over. Looking up at Li Che, Su Baiwei's pretty face that was full of vigor became red from excitement, and her heart was still pounding until now. The gazes that looked at Li Che were filled with shock and admiration. Li Che was dumbfounded as he looked at Su Baiwei's little fangirl-like appearance. Couldn't help but flirt. Senior sister Baiwei, you're a well-known high-cooled female sword immortal in the southern continent, and now with this appearance, if the people outside see it, there's no telling how many people are going to have their eyes fall out of their heads. Su Baiwei, however, didn't care. To her, this change of heart just now was really called a big ups and downs. To be honest, when she first learned of the identities of these devilish cultivators, she was already prepared to die in battle. All he thought was that he could pull a few more people from the other side to make them pay before he died. Even then she had a slight regret in her heart. It was not easy to successfully invite senior brother Li Che to join the Daoi sword sect, and in the future, there would be an opportunity to participate in the Supreme Sword Dao with senior brother Li Che, whom he had always worshipped and admired. Unfortunately, can't wait for that time. As a result, in the twinkling of an eye, Li Che brought her a heavenly shock. Under the intense shock, various thoughts kept surfacing in Su Baiwei's mind. Shocked by Li Che's power, sobered by the timeliness of his invitation, and delighted by Li Che's joining. Of course, there was also mockery and contempt for the Lingxu sword sect. Senior brother Li Che, let's hurry up and go. I can't wait to see now how Master and the others will react when they find out about this. Su Baiwei returned to her heart. Li Che smiled and nodded. Then together they rushed in the direction of Daoi's sword sect. Chapter 14, The Devil Sect's Planned Ambition. Zhao Yuansen spits blood. Lingxu sword sect. Qingxian Peak. With beautiful scenery and sufficient spiritual qi, it was a rare piece of treasure in the mountain gate of the Lingxu sword sect. The owner of this place is called Zhou Wansen. As the youngest disciple of Patriarch Si Ruyan, Zhao Yuansen was not only favored by Si Ruyan, but Lu Lingli as well as several of the Patriarch's personal disciples, such as Yu Shuanger, also pampered this young disciple. A mountain peak was even set aside specifically for Zhao Yuansen as his exclusive cave residence. Only what Si Ruyan and the others didn't know was, hidden within Zhao Yuansen's cave was a secret room that was hidden to the extreme. Don't worry, father. Everything is under my control. Now that I've completely gained the trust of that woman Si Ruyan, I've fooled her around, including those few disciples of hers, who are all extremely submissive to my demands. According to how this situation develops, it won't take long for me to secretly master the Lingxu sword sect and manipulate the various decisions of the sect. In the secret room, Zhao Yuansen's cruel and gloomy voice rang out. On his finger, he wore a black ring with an ancient shape. At this moment, a curtain of light was projected from the ring, vaguely revealing the outline of a silhouette sitting on a high platform. Ha ha, very good, Jensen. You did well. The figure in the light screen nodded in satisfaction. Although it is just a figure with an unclear face, it is full of cold and overbearing meaning, and between its hands and feet, there is a strong and incomparable breath that penetrates the projection and pervades the entire chamber. This person was none other than the sect leader of the Peerless Devil Sect, Zhao Xianting. At the same time, he is also Zhao Wansen's father. I plotted for hundreds of years before allowing you to successfully infiltrate their interior, just to take control of the Lingxu sword sect, and in conjunction with the Wuji demon sect, unbeknownst to the gods and devils, to take over the magpie's nest and devour it completely. As long as the plan is complete, by devouring the Lingxu sword sect, coupled with the incomparably rich resources of the Devil's Cave, our Wuji devil sect will rise completely, and there will be no more rivals in the southern continent. At that time, I will turn the entire southern continent into a 10,000-mile demonic domain. Zhao Xianting's voice was thick, and his eyes erupted with intense ambition. The sound of a wild and unrestrained laughter echoed in the chamber, causing Zhao Yuansen's face to be filled with a frenzied color, and his two eyes irrepressibly erupted with the light of ambition. There was a complete lack of the well-behaved appearance in front of Si Ruyan and the others. Ridiculous Lingxu sword sect's group of silly women. All of them have high eyes and arrogance. All day long they look like the old man is the best in the world. I've long since looked at them unfavorably. It's just right to use them as a stepping stone for the rise of my infinite demon sect. This time, I'm going to eat them up for all eternity. Zhao Yuansen's demeanor was wild. Do you really think he's some kind of good boy? All this time, pretending to be a well-behaved and harmless disciple all day long in the Lingxu sword sect, carefully hiding his identity, was it easy for himself? When the plan succeeded, the Peerless Devil Sect became the undisputed hegemon of the southern continent. Be sure to let out all the pent-up frustration you've been suffering all this time. But just then, it was like he thought of something. The images he saw in the Great Hall that day involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he subconsciously gulped, and the expression on his face became lascivious. A few days ago, just as Si Ruyan was being exasperated by Li Che's reddened face, her chest trembling violently, and her two rounds undulating up and down, he suddenly realized that this high and mighty patriarch was actually so charming, and a strong desire for greed rose uncontrollably in his heart. I wonder, what exactly is the flavor of the high and mighty Si Ruyan when she plays? Si Ruyan, old me is about to suffocate to death by pretending to be a retard like to make you happy every day. You have to pay some price, right? When the plan succeeds, Apprentice will definitely press you down and torture and ravage you fiercely to repay you as master. At the thought of the towering, dignified and noble Si Ruyan, kneeling in front of him like a dog, being viciously tortured and ravaged, Zhao Yuansen suddenly breathed heavily. There were also a few elder sisters that one could be merciful and bother to pamper. Zhao Yuansen was on fire inside and couldn't help but laugh. His heart filled with anticipation. Zhao Xuanting's voice filled with playfulness also sounded. It's still a fun thing for the high and mighty Grand Sovereign C to become my son's slave cauldron. I'm sure she'll have a funny look on her face then. Ha 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 ha. For a while, the smug laughter of the father and son duo resounded in the chamber. But just the next moment, Zhao Yuansen, who was letting out a loud laugh, suddenly turned white, followed by a large mouthful of blood being violently sprayed out. What? The soul seed I planted in Gu Chenghe's body was destroyed? How did this happen? Zhao Yuansen's face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. Gu Chenghe is his direct line of men. in order to facilitate the control. He also in the body of Gu Changhe in the middle of the planted soul seed, will be its life and death are manipulated in their own hands. But now, the soul seed that he had left in Gu Changhe's body was destroyed, and even involved him in suffering a backlash. There's only one explanation for this. That means Valley Changhe is dead. And before that, Gu Changhe had received his order to bring people forward to hunt down Li Che. Could it be that Li Che killed Gu Changhe? How is this possible? Gu Changhe's strength, even in the Wuji demon sect, was still considered a strong person. And with the assistance of more than a dozen Wuji demon sect elites, it should logically be enough to easily decapitate Li Che. But now, Gu Changhe is dead. Unless Li Che has been hiding his true strength before, only this is the most reasonable explanation. Thinking about this, Zhao Yuansen was instantly furious, his face grimacing as he roared in anger. Asterisk. Li Che, why are you so wronged? Why don't you just die? Why don't you just die? Li Che had always been known as the #1 heavenly pride of the southern continent, and this time, because of a sealing order, he was even coaxed by countless sects and Dao systems in the southern continent. Zhao Yuansen had long ago twisted his face in jealousy, coupled with the fear that Li Che was affecting his plans. He had always hated to get rid of him, but now not only did the assassination fail, but even one of his own generals was killed by Li Che. Zhao Yuansen was so angry that he jumped up and down in a rage, gnashing his teeth and cursing at Li Che with hatred. Gu Changhe was actually killed? What's the situation? The figure in the light curtain's eyes saw this, and also frowned, anger appearing in his eyes. After all, he was the protector of the no-limit demon sect, and was considered a major battle force of the sect. As a result, it's now said to be dead. Zhao Yuansen's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent as he recounted the situation, then snapped. Father, that Li Che used to be the Lingxu sword sect's eldest senior brother. If we don't get rid of him, my child is worried that he will affect our plans. At this time, Zhao Xianting had already regained his composure. The grim voice came out. Just a young disciple in the district. Even if one's talent is strong, so what? After all, it's too young and can't turn over any big waves. As he said that, his gaze fell on Zhao Yuansen with a grim expression. Now that the plan has reached a critical stage, all of your energies must be focused on our layout. Ensuring that the plan is foolproof is the first priority. That Li Che, don't worry about him for now. Everything, wait until after taking down the Lingxu sword sect. Thinking about the grand plan of the infinite devil sect, Zhao Yuansen could only take a deep breath and suppress his anger, nodding his head in agreement. However, there was still a fierce glint in his eyes, mentally resolved. When the Wuji demon sect dominates the southern continent, one must seize Li Che and torture and concoct him properly. Chapter 15, Without Li Che, the days don't seem too good? Southern continent, Quanyang mountain range. Everybody listen. My Lingxu sword sect disciples are here to practice. Other unrelated people, leave immediately. The entrance to the mountains. Junior sister Yu Shuang'er brought her sect disciples to the Quanyang mountain range to practice, and just after arriving at their destination, they began to drive away the other cultivators without saying a word. The Quanyang mountain range was a famous mountain range in the southern continent. There are many demonic beasts, but most of them are not too strong, and there are various kinds of spiritual flowers and exotic plants in the mountain range, which is often used by many sects as a training place for low-level disciples. While honing the disciples, they could also harvest a considerable amount of spiritual materials. So it was a hit. Yu Shuang'er looked at the entrance of the mountain range with many incoming and outgoing cultivators, and immediately, with her chin raised and her face full of condescension, she was about to let the other cultivators leave without saying a word. She'd done this sort of thing more than once. As Patriarch Si Ruyan's personal disciple, she often led the clan's disciples here for training. Every time is very smooth, and other cultivators see them, will immediately avoid, simply do not dare to scramble wantonly. But this time, there was an accident. Shucks. How come your Lingxu sword sect is so powerful? The Quanyang mountain range is originally an unowned land. Cultivators from all over the world can come and do whatever they want. Why should we have to get out of the way as soon as you come? Who the hell are you? Hearing Yu Shuang'er drive people away, the many cultivators who in the past would immediately leave in disgrace, not daring to clash with them, were not doing so this time. Not only did they not intend to leave, but one of them even went tit for tat and opened their mouths to sneer. Yu Shuang'er burst into a rage. The other disciples following her were also filled with righteous indignation. They had long since gotten used to the sight of everyone retreating from every place they went, so how could they possibly stand it? Unbridled. Dare to disrespect us? We'll teach you a good lesson today. At that moment, a disciple roared angrily and charged straight up. The opposite side also did not show any weakness, and they all let out a cold laugh and directly struck out without saying a word. Seeing that there were many people on the opposite side, the disciples who rushed up began to suffer losses. The other Lingxu sword sect disciples let out a loud cry and joined the battle. Until finally, even Yu Shuang'er was caught up in it. One time, at the entrance of the Quanyang mountain range, shouts and killings shook the sky, and the light of various colors of magic treasures and aptitudes shone brightly. Lingxu sword sect, after all, the power of a single thin, at once offended the entrance of so many people. At this time really fight, is not a rival, immediately was ruthlessly suppressed. Many disciples began to be injured. Even Yu Shuang'er was draped in red and extremely wretched. Asshole! We are from the Lingxu sword sect. How dare you strike against us? Aren't you afraid of my Lingxu sword sect's retaliation? Yu Shuang'er's eyes reddened with anger and threatened viciously. In the Lingxu sword sect, she was like a little princess, and had never been so wronged. The other disciples were also filled with rage and anger. They were all star-studded and scenic when they walked outside, and this was the first time they had been treated like this. In response to Yu Shuang'er's threat, the many cultivators were not accustomed to it in the slightest. Each one of them looked sarcastic and shouted angrily, "What kind of are you to threaten us? What's wrong with the Lingxu sword sect? Can the Lingxu sword sect drive others away with impunity and monopolize the mountain range? Threatening us with the Lingxu sword sect? The Lingxu sword sect is nothing. What, eh? Still want to threaten us? Believe it or not, I'll let you all stay here today." Countless people unceremoniously sneered and angrily rebuked. Infuriated Yu Shuang'er, her body could not stop trembling. There was a look of incredulity in his eyes. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Are they off their meds? Obviously in the past, as long as they saw their Lingxu sword sect's disciples appear, they were more respectful and careful than one another, afraid of being offended. Why were they suddenly so abnormal today? Like he saw her confusion and disbelief. In the opposite crowd, a cultivator with sneering eyes said to Yu Shuang'er, Had, it seems that the many fellow travelers were too polite to you before, so much so that it made you forget what your last name is." There was a pause, and the corner of his mouth turned away in disdain. "Do you really think we are polite because of the Lingxu sword sect? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Previously, we were only treating you with polite indulgence because we respected your eldest senior brother Li Che and for his sake. If it weren't for Li Che, what the hell are you? Lingxu sword sect?" When this was said, others chimed in. "That's right. We respect senior brother Li Che and are unwilling to offend him, which is why we are giving you face. As for you guys? Nothing but trash." Others scoffed. "I really don't know if your Lingxu sword sect's brain has been kicked by a donkey, to expel senior brother Li Che from the sect. Hey, who cares about you guys when senior brother Li Che is in the Lingxu sword sect? You group, you still dare to show off in front of us. You are simply impatient to live." The matter of Li Che being expelled from the Lingxu sword sect had long since spread throughout the southern continent. These people naturally know all about it. In their opinion, what made the Lingxu sword sect without Li Che make them willingly retreat? Want to fart eat it? The ridicule and anger of the crowd was like a sledgehammer that hit Yu Shuang'er's heart hard. It made her pale as paper, angry and stifled. She hadn't realized it until now. Previously, these people were courteous to them, but surprisingly, they were all doing so because of Li Che's face. How is that possible? Li Che, he is a greedy and selfish villain who brutalizes his fellow disciples. How can this kind of person make others respect him so much? Yu Shuang'er was angry and suffocated. Have a mind to argue. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw a large group of cultivators with cold smiles on their faces and sharpened swords across the street with unkind eyes. She immediately wimped out. "Let's go." In the end, Yu Shuang'er could only stifle her grievances and leave in disgrace with the sect disciples. In the meantime, Lingxu sword sect, Hall of Transmission. Third senior sister Lu Lingli sat cross-legged at the top, her face unsightly. In the sect, it had always been her, the third disciple of the patriarch, who was responsible for imparting cultivation experience as well as sword skills to the disciples within the sect. He will also explain the doubts of some of his disciples along with the sermon. Therefore, he has always been respected and loved by the disciples of the sect. Today's lecture, however, was a slight mishap. Just a moment ago, one of the disciples had encountered some doubts in his swordplay and asked her for guidance, but it turned out to be, after hearing that disciple's query, she couldn't solve the reason for it either. So naturally she couldn't solve it for anyone else. Seeing that she froze in place and did not say a word in the face of the disciples who asked for advice, the many disciples below who were sitting on their knees, waiting for Lu Lingli to explain, were all of a sudden murmuring. Chapter 16, Lu Lingli. Yu Shuang'er exploded with anger. Li Che messed up? What's going on? Is senior sister Lu even unable to point? Shouldn't I? Previously, every time we were taught sword arts, senior sister Lu's narrations were all esoteric and could be easily understood by us, and no matter what difficulties we encountered, they could be easily solved. What's the situation this time? It looks as if senior sister Lu doesn't understand either. There was gradually some commotion in the originally quiet transmission hall. The whispers fell into Lu Lingli's ears, causing her face to gradually turn ugly, with embarrassment in her eyes. Actually, previously, every time she gave a sermon, it was Li Che who had helped her make all sorts of arrangements and strategies in advance, and even including the sword techniques to be taught, as well as the problems that might be encountered. All of them were narrated to her by Li Che in advance, to make sure that she understood them completely, and then after that, she would be the one to pass them on to the many disciples. But now Li Che is gone. Lu Lingli thought that even without Li Che's help, with her own natural ability and understanding of the way of the sword, it would be easy for her to instruct these disciples. But I didn't expect it. In the first sermon preaching after Li Che left, she encountered this embarrassment. Not only was the sermon not as in-depth and subtle as before, it was even difficult to answer the doubts that ordinary disciples encountered. I blame that villain Li Che. He must have done it on purpose before. First you offer to give me a hand to get used to being prepared for everything, then you purposely don't help me and make a fool out of me in front of so many people. What a scheming villain. First time, Lu Lingli's reaction was not how to improve herself, but to blame Li Che. In his heart, he was more and more furious under his annoyance. This issue. Seeing that the disciple who asked the question was still waiting for his answer, Lu Lingli could only grit her teeth, her mind desperately turning, recalling what she had learned before, in the vain hope of answering the other party's doubts with her own perception of the sword Dao. But after a few attempts, it simply doesn't work. Previously, she had always thought that she was also a sword Dao genius, cultivating all kinds of sword art smoothly, never encountering any obstacles or unanswered questions, and had been complacent about her natural talent, and never considered it. That was all because Li Che had carefully broken up and rubbed everything about sword arts and handed it over to her, in order to make it so smooth for her. Lu Lingli tried several times unwillingly, but was ultimately unable to do anything. Damn it! That villain Li Che set me up and designed me, and even all of you guys are deliberately looking at me for a joke. What a wolf's heart. Under the impotent rage, Lu Lingli even relocated her anger to those ordinary disciples. After all, if they didn't ask themselves questions, wouldn't nothing happen? Irritated in her heart, Lu Lingli's face was also icy cold. If it wasn't for the fact that she was concerned about her image as a clear and cool fairy, she would have wanted to break into a rage, listening to the louder and louder murmurs in her ears. Lu Lingli even felt that the gazes these disciples were looking at themselves had changed. It's all mockery and ridicule. She couldn't stay any longer and said coldly, "All right, I'm not in good shape today, so that's it for today's sermon." After saying that, regardless of the others' reactions, he left at a fast pace, and as soon as she left, the many disciples below no longer had any scruples, and murmurs instantly filled the transmission hall. Hey, what's the point of being unwell? If you can't do it, you can't do it. What's the excuse? That's just it. A swollen face. I thought how powerful she was, but it turns out she's nothing more than that. That's not true. All day long her nostrils are turned upwards. She looks like a cool fairy, looking down on us ordinary disciples. Who is she pretending to be? Many disciples were disdainful and their words were full of contempt. What's going on with senior sister? How come it's completely different from how she acted before? I've heard before that senior sister has deep insights and attainments in the way of the sword. Ha! There were also disciples who had not been initiated for long who were not sure of the situation. Hearing his question, a disciple in the know immediately mocked. Get over it. You really think it's senior sister Lu who knows everything? Seeing many of the freshly initiated disciples with confused faces and perked up their ears to listen to the lecture, he suddenly looked smug. First, he carefully glanced at the doorway, then he said in a mysterious way, "I'll tell you what. Before every time senior sister Lu gave a sermon, it was always senior Li Che. Li Che who helped her do all sorts of homework in advance and opened up a small stove. Or do you think she can really give us lessons?" Those disciples who hadn't been initiated for long were shocked. However, many of the disciples who had been initiated for a longer period of time didn't have the slightest look of surprise, obviously knowing the inside story already. This whole thing was supposed to be a well-known secret. It's just that before, although senior sister Lu was borrowing the flowers and just giving us another lecture on what senior brother Li Che handed over to her, at least everyone could sort of learn something, and they all held her up as well. But now once Li Che is gone, what can she do with just her? Just a clown. In the hall of transmission, many disciples were talking, not hiding their contempt for Lu Lingli. I don't know. All of this was heard clearly by Lu Lingli outside the door. Bunch of ungrateful assholes. And Li Che, you deserve to die even more. If it wasn't for you, how would I have made such a big fool of myself? Listening to the murmurs inside, Lu Lingli was furious. Her silver teeth clenched, but there was nothing she could do about it, because those disciples were telling the truth. Leaving Li Che, the original star-studded her was immediately knocked back to her original form. Ever since Li Che was expelled from the Lingxu sword sect, Lu Lingli as well as Yu Shuanger and the others, coincidentally, all encountered a variety of problems. Before they had taken it for granted and never cared about things, all of them changed in a different way, so much so that they encountered walls in many places. This continued after 3 days. Lu Lingli, Yu Shuanger and the others finally couldn't take it anymore, and the senior siblings gathered together and poured out their bitterness. You guys are unaware that the last time I took my clan disciples to the Quanyang mountain range to practice, the result was that each and every one of those cultivators were incredibly assholes, shady, and didn't have the slightest bit of respect for our Lingxu sword sect. I don't even know that it's like they've eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts that they dare to make a move against us. More abominable. They even went so far as to say something about how it was only because they respected Li Che before that they were respectful to my Lingxu sword sect and took the initiative to avoid it. It's just nonsense. Yu Shuanger was filled with anger. Yu Shuanger didn't believe in those cultivators' claims at all. She was more willing to believe that it was those guys who didn't know what kind of crazy they were smoking that they dared to challenge the authority of the Lingxu sword sect. At this time, the senior sisters and brothers were all there, so she couldn't help but start complaining. When she talked about how things had not gone well in the last few days and how she had run into walls everywhere, a small face was full of grievances. Lu Lingli also blushed. Yu Shuanger is not the only one who was having trouble with everything. Leaving Li Che's coordinated planning, the entire clan was now in a state of chaos. Cultivation as well as all kinds of tasks were in a mess, and it had seriously affected the clan's operation. Lu Lingli had anger in her heart and said icily, Li Che is really something. We were all fooled by him before. He's a complete villain. Chapter 17. All looking at the sword sect's jokes? Then mind the devil's cave. That's right. Yu Shuanger also immediately nodded her head, her eyes filled with anger. Several people gathered together and poured out their grievances, blaming Li Che for all the grievances they had suffered in the past few days. And after learning that 3 days had passed and Li Che had not yet returned, a few people were instantly enraged. This damn Li Che. What's wrong with him? It's been 3 days now, and he doesn't hurry up and run back crying and begging us to forgive him, but he still has the nerve to fool around outside? Does he still have the Lingxu sword sect in his eyes? Thanks to my being hoodwinked by him in the past, I thought he was a dutiful big brother, following him around all day. What a thing! Yu Shuanger was furious and opened her mouth in anger. Lu Lingli's eyes were ice cold as she sniffed coldly. I think he did it on purpose. Only now do I see that he dutifully taught me sword arts before, explaining everything in detail, just to wait for this day and deliberately watch me laugh. What a mind he has. Hearing the two senior sisters mention Li Che, deep killing intent once again surfaced in the heart of Zhao Yuansen at the side. He had lost track of Li Che since the last time the person he sent out was killed by Li Che in turn. If Li Che really dared to come back, he would definitely make the other party look good. On the surface, however, he put on a good-natured face and asked with a puzzled expression, Senior sister, it's been 3 days now. Could it be that eldest brother isn't planning to come back? Maybe he's even joined another clan already. How dare he? Yu Shuanger's willow eyebrows rose and she let out a sharp cry. Exasperated, he drew himself to his feet, agitated. He was born a member of the Lingxu sword sect and died a ghost of the Lingxu sword sect. He grew up here since he was a child. It was his master who raised him and taught him cultivation. If he really dares to join another sect, he is deceiving his master. Yu Shuanger was furious and incomparably agitated. She had just suffered a big loss outside, and was still waiting for Li Che to come back and drag him to give her a strong voice and teach the group of cultivators who dared not give her face a good lesson. How can Li Che not come back? Lu Lingli was also startled, but quickly said coldly, Forgive Li Che for not daring to come back. If he really dares to leave, then don't blame us for never forgiving him and letting him fall into self-blame and regret for the rest of his life. Lu Lingli's heart was filled with anger. At the same time, there was a hint of panic she didn't want to admit to herself. If Li Che really doesn't come back, then how could he teach other disciples sword arts afterward? How would the other disciples talk about themselves behind their backs? Li Che must come back. Afterwards, the few people talked about all the chaos in the sect in the past few days. They're not the only ones who are having trouble, including the other disciples of the Lingxu sword sect. They also more or less felt the changes before and after. Previously, when Li Che was around, everything was orderly and step by step. The sect's affairs were in order, and the overall strength was steadily increasing. But now that Lu Lingli and the others were in charge of the day-to-day management of the sect, each of them had their hands and heads full. It was like a machine that had fallen into disrepair, chaotic and incomparable. Obviously not as smooth and cordial as it had been when Li Che was there before. It had only been a few days and the sect was already in disarray. I blame Li Che. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have suffered so much and had to bother managing the clan. He's doing this on purpose, wanting us to understand that the Lingxu sword sect can't leave him, so that we can forgive him. Never. When he comes back, we must let Master punish him severely. Several people were furious with anger. Just then, Si Ruyan suddenly sent someone to summon them. Several people rushed over immediately. Master. In the sect's main hall, Si Ruyan was sitting high on the main seat. Her heart was annoyed and her face was a bit unsightly. The Lingxu sword sect had issued a sealing order, but it was ignored by countless da's. It had fallen into the eyes of countless people in the entire southern continent as a laughingstock. This gave Si Ruyan an immense headache. Seeing a few disciples come in, he immediately inquired, "Has the adversary returned?" Lu Lingli and the others knew that Master was asking about Li Che, so they shook their heads. Back to Master. Li Che hasn't returned yet. Boom dash. Su Ruyan slammed the table, her face full of anger, her expression completely sunk. Angrily, is he purposely trying to piss me off? Because of him alone, it's already made a big mess, and the entire southern continent cultivation world is looking at my Lingxu sword sect as a joke. Now 3 days have passed and he has the audacity not to come back. This is a sincere attempt to make a fool of us in front of the world. It's Master. Yu Shuanger immediately picked up, gritting her teeth. I think he's doing it on purpose, wanting to use the opportunity to retaliate against us and the Lingxu sword sect. It's really detestable. Saying that, she immediately added to her experience in the Quanyang mountain range. Lu Lingli also followed suit and opened her mouth, describing the various grievances she had suffered in the past few days. Under the various additions, it made Su Ruyan more and more angry. However, seeing the several disciples bumping into walls everywhere and having everything go wrong, she couldn't help but angrily rebuke them. Ridiculous. Could it be that you guys can't do anything after leaving Li Che? He's only been gone for a few days? Look at what you've already made of the sect. It's a messy mess. What a shame. My huge Lingxu sword sect, could it be that I can't live without a Li Che? A few people were rendered speechless. Si Ruyan was furious, and Lu Lingli and the others didn't dare to retort. He just resented Li Che more and more in his heart, and in his mind, he cursed him from beginning to end. After venting, seeing that several disciples had lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak, Si Ruyan also finally calmed down and let out a cold snort. If he doesn't come back, he'll have time to regret it later. My Lingxu sword sect is not short of him. Li Che. Saying that, Si Ruyan's eyes sunk slightly as he looked towards a few disciples and said in a deep voice, "You guys get ready. Notify my Lingxu sword sect's strongest members to get ready, and prepare to enter the Devil's Cave in a few days to mine the resources therein." Right now, because of Li Che's matter, the entire southern continent was looking at the Lingxu sword sect's jokes. In just a few short days, the reputation of the Lingxu sword sect had fallen to the ground and was under tremendous pressure. It was even rumored in the outside world that it was because the Lingxu sword sect had eyes without a pearl and did not have the capacity to tolerate others that they tried to do everything they could to force Li Che away and cut off their own arms. The various charges against Li Che are also slanderous. To this, Si Ruyan in no way agreed. She did the right thing. However, she had seen the current state of the Lingxu sword sect nowadays. Therefore, after thinking about it, he decided to concentrate the entire Lingxu sword sect's power in a few days to exploit the resources of the Devil's Cave, successfully obtaining a large amount of resources when the time comes. For one thing, it could prove that Li Che was indeed deceiving the sect and writing his name. At the same time, they could also use those resources to enhance the strength of the clan and alleviate the various pressures of late. Great! Upon hearing Si Ruyan's decision, the crowd's eyes instantly lit up and immediately nodded their heads in response. One was even more overjoyed. As for the vast amount of resources in the Devil's Cave, they had long been eager for a long time. Now it's finally time. Zhao Yuansen, in particular, had a brilliant light blooming in his eyes. He was lurking in the Lingxu sword sect in order to obtain the huge resources in that Devil's Cave and grow the peerless Devil sect. Now mining the Devil's Cave is elevated on the agenda. His annexation plan is also officially in the harvest stage. Li Che, the time when the Wuji demon sect dominates the southern continent will be the time of your death. Killing intent boiled in Zhao Yuansen's eyes. Si Ruyan did not notice the killing intent in the eyes of the always well-behaved little disciple. Seeing the crowd's delighted appearance, a hint of triumph flashed in her eyes. Every one of those guys in the southern continent is looking at me funny. This time, I'm going to slap all of them in the face with practical actions. As long as the resources of the magic cave are successfully mined, it would prove that Li Che was indeed a villain who cheated the clan and was selfish. When the time came, it would be interesting to see who else would say she had done wrong. Chapter 18, That crazy man Li Che is gone? The Devil's Cave broke down in tears. A hidden place. The distant mountains are covered with green grass. The creek meandered and flowed, and various colors of spiritual flowers and exotic plants bloomed. The air was filled with the scent of grass and trees. If you just look at this environment, everyone would think that this is a paradise with an unbelievably beautiful environment. But in reality, this is the Devil's Cave where countless demons and foreigners lurk. Li Che. It was here that he had held down the fort for 100 years. 100 years ago, during that great foreign invasion catastrophe, countless foreign demons descended from the Devil's Cave and crazily ravaged the land above the southern continent. In the end, under the combined efforts of countless clans in the southern continent, they finally succeeded in repelling and suppressing the rebellious foreigners. However, the entire southern continent cultivation sector was also greatly injured as a result, with countless experts falling. For the foreign demons' main camp, the one Devil's Cave scattered on the earth, wanting to counterattack but somewhat powerless. In the end, it can only be sealed and guarded strictly by all the great sects. It's been 100 years. Many sects in the southern continent each displayed their own means and researched many ways to suppress and seal the Devil's Caves that they each guarded. The Lingxu sword sect was unable to suppress and guard the Devil's Cave because too many of its experts had fallen. In the end, it was Li Che, who was only 20 years old, who volunteered. I came here to sit alone. So far, it's been 100 years. At this moment, in the Devil's Cave, the breeze was blowing and the flowers and plants were swaying. After Li Che's figure disappeared, the entire Devil's Cave suddenly fell into an eerie silence. I don't know how long it lasted. A huge scarlet eye suddenly appeared above the cloudless sky. Those eyes were blood red in color, and the countless blood filaments lingering on them were like a scar in the sky, emitting a bizarre and unsettling aura. The moment it surfaced, it immediately glanced around for a while. It seemed to be looking for something, at the same time as careful to converge their own breath, through a sense of caution and weakness. But as it swept its gaze through all the space in the Devil's Cave, it did not find the figure that made it fearful, and then it froze, seemingly in disbelief. Then, not caring about hiding his breath, the light in his eyes blazed out and he searched with all his might. The detailed and incomparable searched through the Devil's Cave and still found nothing. It wasn't until then that the scarlet eyes finally believed their discovery. A color of excited ecstasy that couldn't always be seen emerged in his eyes. Li Che is really gone. Ha ha, not anymore. Li Che, that god of murder, has really left the Devil's Cave. I can't believe he's actually gone. The wild laughter of excitement that was hard to understand echoed in the depths of the Devil's Cave, instantly causing a violent reaction. Boom dash, just the moment the voice fell. Just now there was a clear sky, birds and flowers in the Devil's Grotto, instantly violent winds. The majestic and vast demonic chi erupted, obscuring the entire space. Countless crazy and tyrannical auras rose up to the sky between the raging winds. Accompanied by this, there was even a pale voice echoing that shook heaven and earth. 100 years, a full 100 years. Li Che, the god of killing, has finally left. I've waited so hard for this day. Now, we are finally free. A demon whistled wildly, his voice full of unrestrained joy. The foreign race demons that made the entire southern continent turn pale with fear. But at this time, mentioning Li Che revealed an incomparable heartache, because Li Che was just too scary. After the Devil's Cave was subdued, those powerful among the foreign race demons were also forced to fall into slumber, leaving only some relatively weak demons active. It was said to be weaker, but there was no shortage of Divine King Realm or even Void Tribulation Realm existences among them. And it is in this context. At the beginning, Li Che, who was only 20 years old, in order to repay the clan for the kindness of his upbringing, resolutely took the initiative to enter the demon cave to block the demonic scourge. Initially, the alien demons are not willing to fail, and those that have not fallen into slumber are no longer frantically impacting the entrance to the Devil's Cave at all times, fantasizing about coming back to Earth. And in this case, Li Che single-handedly used his sword, not taking half a step back, and engaged in a desperate fight with the endless tide of demons. Battle after battle, countless times dying of serious injuries. This young man of 20 years of age, surprisingly, with his cultivation at the Divine King Realm, he had rigidly suppressed countless demons for hundreds of years. There was no telling how many existences at the God King Realm or even the Voidjack Realm had been beheaded by him. Li Che merely relied on a sword in his hand, killing thousands of miles of blood, countless demon souls flying away, forcibly suppressing countless demonic impacts, and breaking the demon's guts with a raw scare. So much so that countless demons talked about Li Che. The name God of Slaying resounded in the demon cave. Even in the subsequent 50 years, those powerful demons could only act like a rat, secretly hiding and not daring to show their heads for fear of being discovered by him. Even if, with the passage of time, the demons that were sleeping in the beginning had gradually revived, stronger people also began to grow. However, the terror of the God of Slayers had long been deeply engraved in the depths of the hearts and minds of all demons. In front of that figure, no demon dared to be provoked. But now, the terrifying sword that had suppressed the heads of all the demons left. Ha ha, With Li Che out of the picture, our chance has finally come. I've long since had enough of being trapped in this devil's cave. I'm going to go out and descend on top of that southern continent Earth, letting the rivers of blood descend, the shadowy souls wail harshly, and letting death sprinkle all over the heavens and earth. These years of holding back will be filled with endless lives. Terrifyingly harsh whistles echoed in the depths of the devil's cave. The gloomy wind was miserable, and the sound of ghosts crying and whistling was unceasing. Countless demons laughed hideously, their voices full of yearning and desire for the blood of the outside world. Southern Continent, Dawi Sword Sect. Today, it was the day that the Dawi Sword Sect's once every decade trials opened. 10,000 Swords Purgatory. Above the large square, heads were gathered as countless Dao One Sword Sect disciples converged, each with a look of excitement and nervousness on their faces. This 10,000 Swords Purgatory was the most important trial in the minds of all the disciples of the Dawi Sword Sect. The trial wasn't complicated, but it could fully detect each disciple's cultivation over the years, including natural talent, enlightenment, root bones, perception and understanding of the sword path, and so on. The results of its test not only allowed the sect to fully grasp the cultivation progress of its disciples. At the same time, it was the treatment and status that each disciple could receive that was determined. Therefore many disciples were tense with anticipation. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. I and other sword cultivators, but also would rather take to the straight, not to the curved. The avenue cultivation is the need to have a kind of sacrifice, the courage to climb the peak of the indomitable spirit. All that effort, it will not be in vain. I hope that this 10,000 Swords Purgatory trial will give me a satisfactory performance. Over the square, Gu Qingtang, the patriarch of the Dawi Sword Sect, ascended into the thunder, striking the hearts and minds of every disciple. Below, countless Dao One Sword Sect disciples nodded their heads vigorously. We, for one, will go all out. Looking at the many disciples in good spirits, Gu Qingtang nodded in satisfaction. There was no more delay, and with a wave of his hand, he directly announced the beginning of the ceremony. Chapter 19. Saintus really abducted Li Che back? 10,000 Swords Purgatory. The rules are really simple. In the center of the square with a huge area, there was a towering stone monument. Its name is 10,000 Swords Monument. The 10,000 Swords Monument showed an ancient and simple black color, permeated with a thick and pale atmosphere, and after special sacrifices, it could detect the cultivator's natural potential, particularly peculiar. On the dark body of the 10,000 Swords Monument, there were countless sword-shaped patterns engraved on the monument, each in a different style, densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. These, all of them, were the sword intent shadows left by successive generations of Dawi Sword Sect disciples. Countless sword intent brands all had their own unique sword Dao intent, or as the clear wind and rain, or as the thunder and fire, or as the blazing sun, and more earthly sorrows and joys, red dust and 10,000 feet. Countless types of sword intent lingered on the 10,000 Swords Monument, agitating and intertwining with each other, eventually internalizing it. As for the 10,000 Swords Purgatory, it allowed the disciples of the Dawi Sword Sect to go up and communicate with the 10,000 Swords Monument. It is used to test talent as well as a sense of aptitude for the way of the sword. The brighter the light, the more sword intent it awakens, which means the stronger its natural talent, the deeper its understanding of the sword way, and at the same time, the greater its future potential. Patriarch, what do you feel will happen to the results of this trial? After Gu Qingtang took his seat, the great elder sitting beside him with a white beard came over and softly inquired. At those words, Gu Qingtang couldn't help but let out a sigh. Alas, the spirit of these disciples can be good, and their hearts are also good. All of them have a resolute nature and would rather bend than bend, but it is a pity. It's just a pity that the natural talent is really poor. The grand elder took up what he hadn't finished. As the top sect in the southern continent, the Dawi Sword Sect was naturally not weak. There are many experts within the gate, but they have a fatal problem. The disciples under the door are green and yellow. Although the older generation was powerful, there was no existence amongst the younger generation that was so gifted that they could uniquely take the lead. This was also the heartache of all the top brass of the Dawi Sword Sect. There was only one holy maiden, Su Baiwei, who had outstanding natural talent and was also known as the top group in the entire young generation of the southern continent, which finally gave them some comfort. However, it was difficult to lead the entire Dawi Sword Sect to the next level with just one Su Baiwei. How wonderful it would be if our Dawi Sword Sect could also have a young man who was like Li Che. I also wonder if the Holy Maiden will actually succeed in inviting Li Che this time down the mountain? The Grand Elder's pale face was filled with envy and emotion. As the Dawi Sword Sect's Grand Elder, God knows how many times he had dreamed of having an existence like Li Che under his door. That was why Gu Qingtang had the Holy Maiden personally invite Li Che in the first place. He was holding his hands up. Gu Qingtang shook her head inside. Difficult. 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 Right now, countless pairs of eyes in the entire southern continent are staring at Li Che. And it's even unknown how many Taoist sects have put down blood money to invite him. Under the coaxing of many clans, want to succeed. It's hard. Gu Qingtang really didn't have much confidence. And when he let the Holy Maiden go down the mountain that day, he just wanted to try and gamble. It's not that he's presumptuous. Rather, he was more aware of Li Che's appeal and value. Under the countless Taoist systems cajoling, no one knew what Li Che would choose. The Grand Elder also just casually asked, and likewise didn't hold much hope in his heart. He just couldn't help but sigh again. The test has begun. I don't know who said something, but Gu Qingtang and the two Grand Elders stopped talking about this matter and turned their attention to the trial on the square. However, it was better not to look at it, but when he did, he was so angry that Gu Qingtang's blood pressure started to rise. As the trial began, one after another Dawi Sword Sect disciple took the field. The final results of the quizzes, however, were not as good as they could have been. By and large, it still didn't meet his expectations. The many elders on the side, including the Grand Elder, were all pulling long faces and were furious. We'll have to clean up these little brats when we get back. I think it's still that we're too lenient with them on weekdays. There's no pressure. One of them is so pulling the crotch. It's obvious that they're not even practicing with any effort. What an underachiever. Most of the people from the Sword Sect were direct in nature and hot-tempered. At this time, some elders were disappointed and angry when they saw the poor performance of their disciples. Can't help but curse. You were pretty loud when you answered me just now, but you're a wimp when it's time to get in the ring. These disciples are truly the worst class I've ever brought up. Gu Qingtang was filled with disappointment. Exasperated. He could hardly maintain his demeanor and cursed along with those elders. Exasperated. He exchanged glances with the Grand Elder, both seeing the deep color of worry in the other's eyes. The younger generation was not performing as well as they had hoped. How could this reassure them about the future of the sect? For a while, the two of them were in an extremely heavy mood. Just then, the Holy Maiden Su Baiwei appeared above the square, and seeing that the trial was still in progress, she let out a sigh of relief and joyfully greeted Li Che behind her. Senior brother Li Che, this is the 10,000 swords trial I told you about. See? Hilarious. Ha! Seeing Su Baiwei's look of offering a treasure, Li Che was dumbfounded. Eyes followed the direction of her finger. Upon seeing that crowded scene in the square, where countless sword cultivators were gathered, he was also quite surprised. In the Lingxu sword sect, he really didn't have such a scene. He spent most of his time in the demon cave to subdue the demons. Only occasionally, during the very few times when the devil's cave was calmer, would he take the opportunity to return to the Lingxu sword sect for a trip, but every time, the line was in a hurry. The extremely small amount of time was also used by him to teach the senior sisters, as well as planning the development of the sect above. It had been 100 years since he had experienced such a lively scene. Very nice. Hearing Li Che's praise, Su Baiwei was delighted. And then as soon as she pulled Li Che, she winded up saying, let's go. I'll take you to see Master. If he knew that I managed to bring you back, senior brother Li Che, he might even jump up and down in excitement. He. At the end of the sentence, Su Baiwei's eyes narrowed like a small fox and she hid her mouth and snickered. Li Che shook his head and did not resist, allowing her to pull herself. She walked quickly towards the viewing gallery of those high-level powerhouses. Master dash. Still far away. Su Baiwei let out a yell. Gu Qingtang on the podium heard Su Baiwei's voice and immediately turned his head to look over. When he saw the smiling disciple who was full of excitement waving at him, a smile subconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth and he nodded his head towards Su Baiwei. Baiwei is back. The Grand Elder on the side also subconsciously turned his head to look over, his tone doting. Back? This girl has always loved a good time, but she can pick a good time. Just in time for the 10,000 swords trial. Just as he was speaking, his gaze suddenly saw a young man following behind Su Baiwei. And upon seeing the man's face, he drew himself up from his seat. The entire group was dumbfounded. That face, he had long since become too familiar with it. Li Chiol? The Grand Elder excitedly reached out and pointed in the direction of Su Baiwei. Two people, his beard straight shivering, wanting to speak, but the voice to the edge of the mouth, froze and could not say a word. Only two eyes were glazed over. Then look at Gu Qingtang. The same has long been dumbfounded, full of disbelief. Excited body is trembling. For a time, the two men's eyes were as wide as bronze bells, and they were actually both stunned in place. That was until Su Baiwei pulled Li Che and bounced in front of the two. Cheerfully, he reached out and waved his hand in front of the two men's eyes. Master, Grand Elder, I've brought senior brother Li Che here for you. Chapter 20. The Sect Master is shocked. The Lingxu Sword Sect has released a demon. Master, Grand Elder, look guys, I've brought senior brother Li Che over to you. Su Baiwei pulled Li Che and walked quickly to Master. Seeing that Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder were still frozen in place with shocked faces, she couldn't help but chirp. Oops, Master. Elder brother Li Che has come over. Don't just stare. It was only then that Gu Qingtang and the two Grand Elders finally woke up as if from a dream. Next moment, the Grand Elder swished and rushed in front of Su Baiwei, forcibly holding back the excitement in his heart as he inquired, "Girl, is Li Che here for this time?" Perhaps because of his nervousness, the Grand Elder's mouth trembled and his voice was a little dry. Su Baiwei raised her white chin and smiled triumphantly. "Hey, is there anything I can't handle myself? Senior brother Li Che has already agreed to join our Dawi Sword Sect." Upon receiving Su Baiwei's confirmation, the two of them, Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder, were instantly overjoyed. Li Che smiled faintly and took the initiative to salute. "Late generation Li Che. Meet Patriarch, Grand Elder. No need to be rude. No need to be rude. On behalf of the Dao One Sword Sect, we welcome you to join." Confirming that Li Che was willing to join the Dawi Sword Sect, the two of them, Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder, were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths, their eyes glowing as they looked at Li Che, hurriedly stepping forward to prop up Li Che. Just then, the commotion over here also attracted the attention of the other elder powerhouses around, subconsciously turning their heads to look over. As the top echelons of the Dawi Sword Sect, they were naturally extremely familiar with Li Che, the Lingxu Sword Sect's eldest senior brother. After learning that Li Che was about to join the Dawi Sword Sect, it immediately boiled over. "In that case, this brat, Li Che, will be our Dawi Sword Sect's person from now on? Kid, don't worry, if you follow us in the future, we'll make sure you're as happy as you want to be. Don't worry about the bull ***** blocking order. We'll cover you. Ha 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 ha. Truly the heavens have blessed my Dawi Sword Sect. He. When I first heard about the sealing order, I was skeptical about the authenticity. But now it seems that the rumors from the outside world are indeed true, and the Lingxu Sword Sect is truly blind." All of these Dawi Sword Sect powerhouses were excited beyond measure. After all, the Dawi Sword Sect had dealt with the Lingxu Sword Sect quite a bit, and they were even more extremely knowledgeable about Li Che. No one knew Li Che's value and potential better than them. A group of elders surrounded Li Che in the center, staring as if they were sizing up a rare treasure, not forgetting all sorts of talk in their mouths. Of course, for the important person who succeeded in inviting Li Che to join, Su Baiwei was also praised by the elders when she heard it, and her eyes narrowed as she listened, with a smug look on her face that was clearly very flattered. But just then, she suddenly thought of the interception she had encountered earlier and spoke. "Master, elders, let me tell you, it wasn't easy for me to invite senior brother Li Che to join our Dawi Sword Sect this time. Even ran into someone from the Wuji Demon Sect in the middle and almost couldn't make it back. The Infinite Devil Sect? And it almost kept Su Baiwei and Li Che from coming back?" Su Baiwei's words just fell. The previously noisy and boisterous scene was suddenly silent for a split second. Next moment, a shocking killing intent rose to the sky. The many powerful people who had been smiling and excitedly elated just now instantly changed their faces. An intense killing intent erupted from their eyes. Su Baiwei and Li Che were the treasures of their Dawi Sword Sect, and for the Wuji Demon Sect to dare to strike against them was pouting the roots of the Dawi Sword Sect. "Girl, detail the situation," Gu Qingtang said in a deep voice. The other elders also had a cold light flashing in their eyes. Su Baiwei immediately recounted the encounter between the two of them with the Demon Sect. Gu Changhe? When they heard that the person at the head of the Devil Sect was Gu Changhe, Gu Qingtang and the others had their hearts tightened. Gu Changhe was, after all, a long-established old devil, and although his strength could not be called top-notch, he was still extremely powerful for a young generation like Su Baiwei. Not to mention that there were also many formations made up of the Wuji Demon Sect's elites. How did they escape? Could it be that someone had stepped in and saved them? Gu Qingtang and the others' thoughts spun as various speculations surged in their hearts. But next, when they heard Su Baiwei say that it was Li Che who had been so powerful that he had killed Gu Changhe, a half-step king realm, with a single sword strike, and then decimated all of the people of the Wuji Demon Sect, everyone was stunned. Gu Changhe, but he was a half-step king realm devil, and yet, he was unable to take a single blow in front of this young man, Li Che, and was killed by a single sword? Cultivation realms are divided into Qi training, foundation building, spirit sea, 10,000 elephants, divine king, void robbery, king's realm, emperor's realm, saint's realm, venerable realm, immortal palace. There is a huge gap between each realm, especially from the divine king realm. Each realm was divided into 9 heavens. There was a huge gap between each heavens. Su Baiwei was already one of the most outstanding existences amongst the younger generation of the southern continent. but today she was only at the 7th level of the Divine King realm. In front of the half-step King realm's Gu Changhe, there was not much resistance at all. But now listen to Su Baiwei. Not only did Li Che decapitate Gu Changhe, he didn't even put in much effort at all. Wouldn't that suggest Li Che's strength and talent was even more powerful than they had previously imagined? After reacting, Gu Qingtang and the others looked at each other, all overjoyed. Previously, they had already paid extreme attention to Li Che, and had always had an extremely high recognition of his talent. But now, Li Che still gave them a heavenly surprise. Well. It's worthy of being the Li Che who was pushed across the southern continent and is unrivaled in his generation. Gu Qingtang said 3 good words in a row, which showed how excited he was. The elders were also filled with surprise as they stared at Li Che with increasing satisfaction. This kind of genius disciple, put aside in which Taoist system is a treasure, really can't figure out Lingxu sword sect what kind of madness, even will take the initiative to drive it out. However, this genius was now of the Dawi sword sect. For the interception of the people of the demon sect, they only thought that it was the Wuji demon sect that wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to wipe out Li Che, a genius, in the cradle, and did not think much about it. Seeing this, Li Che did not explain. He didn't intend to reveal Zhao Wunsen's identity for the time being. It's quite good to let him continue to lurk and make a mess in the Lingxu sword sect. Li Che, don't worry. After joining the Dawi sword sect, you are my Dawi sword sect's person, and no matter who tries to disadvantage you, my Dawi sword sect will be your most solid backing, including that group of women from the Lingxu sword sect. After everyone's emotions had calmed down a bit, Gu Qingtang spoke in a deep voice. A look of disdain appeared in his eyes and he said disdainfully, that group of guys from the Lingxu sword sect, each and every one of them are arrogant and cocky. Not only do they not defend their own disciples, but instead they issue some bull **** blocking order, slapping on all kinds of charges, spreading rumors, and wanting to drive their disciples to extinction. Simply a bunch of assholes. With us here, you don't have to worry about anything, just cultivate at ease. If that woman Si Rian dares to find trouble with you, Dawi sword sect, will definitely make her look good. Gu Qingtang gave his promise without hesitation. The surrounding elders also nodded their heads when they heard his words. Yes, just as it should be. Don't worry Li Che. In the future, the Dawi sword sect is your home. No one can bully you. Hey, isn't the Lingxu sword sect arrogant? Now that Li Che is our sect's disciple, if they dare to find trouble again in the future, they will first ask if the sword in my hand agrees. Li Che, in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, just open your mouth and we'll do you justice. Su Baiwei on the side also clenched her fists and firmly said, don't worry, senior brother, you have us in the future. Listening to the crowd's chatter in his ears, a warm current surfaced in Li Che's heart. He could feel the sincerity in the crowd's words, burying the touching deep within his heart. Li Che wore a smile on his face as he gave a serious salute to the crowd. Disciple understands. Chapter 21 Status and Position? Li Che participates in the 10,000 Swords Purgatory. It's a done deal. Although it was only a slight change in the name, the people present were all old and sophisticated. How could they not hear the recognition in Li Che's words? And they were all overjoyed. This disciple, steady. Well, don't all gather around. Li Che joining my Dawi sword sect is a great joyous event. It is only right to inform the sect and announce this matter. Gu Qingtang was filled with joy. Because of the 10,000 Swords Purgatory trial, the disciples of the Dawi sword sect had all converged above the square, and it was a good opportunity to announce the news. At that moment, he personally led Li Che to the high viewing platform located at the very top. The elders were located on both sides, like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding Li Che in the center position. After opening the mouth to pause the trial, Gu Qingtang took a deep breath. His tongue blossomed, and his thunderous voice resounded through the entire room. Guys, this seat has an announcement to make today. Hearing Gu Qingtang's words, the many disciples of the Dawi sword sect were stunned, their faces showing puzzlement. Just what was so important that it could make the patriarch announce it now even at the expense of suspending the 10,000 Swords Purgatory trial? Seeing the gazes of all the disciples gazing over, Gu Qingtang smiled faintly and took a step to the side with his feet, revealing Li Che, who was blocked behind him. The many Dawi sword sect disciples were stunned and subconsciously gazed over. The moment they saw Li Che's face clearly, everyone froze. I'm bleary-eyed. Someone rubbed their eyes subconsciously as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing, and muttered under their breath, could it be that I'm too nervous? Or else how could I have seen Li Che? This is our Dawi sword sect. With that, he finished rubbing his eyes and once again looked towards the figure, but as far as the eye could see, it was still the same face. Li Che. Next moment. Wow. The entire square was like a pot of cold water being thrown into hot oil, boiling instantly. Asterisk 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 isn't that senior brother Li Che? I saw it too. But this is our Dawi sword sect. Why is senior brother Li Che here? It's really senior brother Li Che. The many disciples were dumbstruck, completely unable to believe their eyes. Li Che was the Grand Master of the Lingxu sword sect. And even more so, he had suppressed their Dawi sword sect for hundreds of years. The many Dawi sword sect disciples had mixed emotions towards him. He was annoyed that he suppressed his own clan, but at the same time, he admired his cultivation as well as what he did even more. In the end, all that was left was envy and jealousy of the Lingxu sword sect's damn good fortune. He envied the Lingxu sword sect for being able to have such outstanding disciples. Jealous that those disciples of the Lingxu sword sect had an elder brother like Li Che. But now, Li Che's sudden appearance at Dawi's own sect was indeed something that the crowd couldn't figure out. Right at this moment, a disciple with a stirring mind suddenly thought of all the rumors in the outside world, and like a blessing to the heart, a thought suddenly sprang up and whispered, "You guys say, senior brother Li Che suddenly appeared here. Could it be, to join our Dawi sword sect?" The moment he said this, everyone around him was shocked. "I don't think. What? Senior brother Li Che has joined our Dawi sword sect?" They had naturally all been informed about the blocking order incident that had been making a lot of noise in the outside world in the past few days. It was also known that Li Che had been expelled from the Lingxu sword sect. However, at this time, countless Taoist forces in the outside world were coaxing Li Che, and there was even no lack of existences that were not weaker than the Dawi sword sect, and each one of them was even more bloodthirsty, offering a generous price. In this situation, no one knew what choice Li Che would make. Is it really possible to join the Dawi sword sect? Although it felt like this guess was a bit unsupportable, the thought came together and could no longer be suppressed. Many disciples stared upwards without blinking, unable to resist the color of anticipation in their eyes. The eyes saw countless people's gazes looking over. Gu Qingtang's face was filled with excitement, subconsciously tilting his head and clearing his throat, his voice shaking with thunder. "I'm sure you all recognize the person next to me. That's right, it's none other than Li Che." Seeing that the crowd below was beginning to stir, he didn't pause for a moment, and his loud and delighted voice reached everyone's ears. "The Lingxu sword sect is inappropriate, making rumors and slanders against their own disciples and driving them to extinction. You should all know about this matter as well. I'll say this, from today onwards, Li Che is a disciple of my Dawi sword sect, whether it's any person or force, and then to him someone unfavorable. That is my Dawi sword sect's enemy. Raise the sect to attack it." Wow dash. The moment he heard that Li Che really wanted to join the Dao One sword sect, everyone is boiling. The huge square instantly boiled back to life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Senior brother Li Che is really going to join our Dawi sword sect? I'm not dreaming, am I? Great. From now on, we'll be senior brother Li Che's senior siblings. Ha ha, I've been looking forward to this day for far too long. That's right. Before, I've always envied those bastards of Lingxu sword sect for having such a good senior brother as senior brother Li Che. But as a result, now that they've been kicked in the head by a donkey and don't know how to cherish it, as a result, they let us get the benefit of the doubt. But we can't scold the group of Lingxu sword sect, but we also have to thank them for giving us a chance. Senior brother Li Che is mighty. The overwhelming clamor was literally breaking through the heavens and the earth. Countless Dawi sword sect disciples were shocked, excited, thrilled, and their eyes were glowing as they looked at Li Che. Li Che's natural talent and cultivation naturally made them admire him. But the more crucial thing was that he had previously zen for the Lingxu sword sect, pampering his disciples one by one, perfectly assuming the responsibility and bearing of a big brother. And that was what made the Dawi sword sect's disciples even more excited. He is strong in himself and does his best when the clan is in trouble. To the disciples of the younger brothers and sisters and caring care, pointing out cultivation, give support. Who wouldn't want a big brother like that? Before, I always envied the group of Lingxu sword sect. And now this heavenly riches is also the turn of our Dawi sword sect. Countless disciples were surprised. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingtang and the elders glanced at each other and were relieved. Previously, he was worried that Li Che, who after all originated from the Lingxu sword sect, might possibly cause a backlash from the disciples of the Dawi sword sect. Now it seems to be completely overstated. Immediately, Gu Qingtang reached out with an imaginary pressure, stopping the clamor in the square, and then said in a loud voice, "After Li Che joins my Dawi sword sect, he is my Dawi sword sect's." Taking advantage of the fact that the disciples were all present, Gu Qingtang was prepared to directly establish Li Che's identity first, so that the matter could be completely characterized. But before the words were out of his mouth, he was suddenly in trouble, and his face became a little hesitant. The truth was that he hadn't been sure that he could really invite Li Che to join the Dao One Sword Sect before, and thus hadn't considered the position regarding Li Che's identity in advance. It's a bit of a hairy moment. In terms of Li Che's reputation as well as his natural cultivation, it was naturally impossible to just casually dismiss him as an ordinary disciple. Doing so would definitely cause Li Che's heart to be dissatisfied, and it would also cause the outside world to feel that the Daoi Sword Sect did not value Li Che. But if the status given is too high, the many disciples below will inevitably be a little unconvinced. After all, although Li Che's name was known throughout the world, but after all, he had just joined the Daoi Sword Sect and was directly in front of countless disciples. So in the future, there would definitely be few disciples who would be disobedient and provocative. It's a headache. Why didn't you think about it before? Gu Qingtang cursed herself in her heart. Sovereign, today is our clan's 10,000 swords purgatory trial, isn't it? Right at this moment, Li Che saw Gu Qingtang's hesitation and suddenly opened his mouth. Yeah, right. Gu Qingtang was stunned and replied subconsciously. Then it was as if he reacted and thought of something, and a trace of alienation appeared on his face. Could it be that Li Che is trying to? Without waiting for his thoughts to finish, he saw Li Che gently smile, his face full of confidence. Since I want to join the sect, I am willing to join the 10,000 swords purgatory trial to obtain the status and position I deserve based on my own talent and strength. Chapter 22 9th Grade Absolute Talent. Daoi Sword Sect Boiling. You're going to participate in the 10,000 Swords Purgatory Trial? Receiving Li Che's confirmation, Gu Qingtang was overjoyed. If Li Che could participate in the 10,000 Swords Purgatory Trial as a way to confirm his identity after joining the sect, it would naturally be the best thing. After reacting, Gu Qingtang immediately explained the rules of the 10,000 Swords Purgatory to Li Che. The so-called 10,000 Swords Purgatory Trial is mainly about two things. The first one, after placing your palm on it, the 10,000 Swords Monument will automatically test the cultivator's natural talent and enlightenment, from low to high being divided into 9 classes. The brighter the light, the stronger the natural talent potential. The highest of these, the 9th class, is in turn made into a Jedi talent. Secondly, it is to perceive the various sword meanings branded on the 10,000 Swords tablet, and to invoke the sword meanings, causing them to blossom and manifest. The greater the number of sword intent induced, it also proves that the more enlightened it is in the way of the sword, the more attuned it is to the way of the sword. The 10,000 Swords tablet has branded no less than 10,000 types of sword intent so far. Invoke 1 to 10 channels and you can be an outer disciple. 11 to 100 paths for inner disciples. 100 to 1,000 Dao. For pro-disciples, above the 5,000 paths, one may be ordained as a holy son or daughter. Gu Qingtang said in a deep voice. The rules aren't hard, but it's tough to get good results. The 10,000 Swords tablet tested a person's cultivation, natural ability, enlightenment, attunement to the way of the sword, and so on superimposed on each other, testing the overall level of a cultivator. It's a no-brainer for everyone who participates in the trials. Gu Qingtang looked at Li Che and said in a deep voice, I don't know if you're confident? He was also curious about what kind of performance this talented young man whose name was all over the southern continent would have. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Li Che nodded his head, without the slightest hesitation in his clear voice. Looking at the ancient stone monument towering over the square, a hint of wariness rose in his eyes. The whole thing was a bit of a leap of faith as well. To be honest, ever since obtaining the great Dao sword body, his entire being had surfaced a sea change. He was also curious as to what his talent potential was today. Thinking about the great Dao sword body, it shouldn't let itself down, right? At this time the conversation between the two also fell into the ears of the others. Have come to the spirit. Eyes are full of curiosity and anticipation. The disciples, in particular, were excited. They knew better than anyone else about the difficulties of the 10,000 Swords Purgatory. At this time, it was also natural to be curious about what kind of results Li Che could actually achieve. Go senior brother Li Che. Su Baiwei clenched her small fists, full of excitement as she cheered on Li Che. Under the public's attention, Li Che pointed his toes and rose up in the air, his slender and upright body landing directly in front of the 10,000 Swords Monument. One moment, the gazes of countless people in the room fell on him. It's on, it's on. Countless disciples in the square were energized. The many sect executives on the viewing platform were similarly nervously concerned. The Grand Elder's gaze looked at Li Che, who was standing in front of the 10,000 Swords Monument, and a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes as he murmured. Back then, Bai Wei invoked a full 700 sword intent, shocking Daoi, and was immediately established as the holy maiden of my Daoi sword sect. Li Che's natural potential is by no means weaker than Bai Wei. I just don't know. Can he create a miracle? Or even reproduce the legendary 10,000 swords in unison? 10,000 swords roared in unison. Hearing these words, Gu Qingtang and the other elders were shocked. I didn't expect that the Grand Elder would have such a high opinion and expectation of Li Che. No, the 10,000 swords were in unison, but it was the highest level in the 10,000 swords purgatory trial. All the 10,000 sword intentions on the 10,000 sword tablet were awakened by it and manifested in the world. And the 10,000 sword intentions stirred heaven and earth. 10,000 swords roared in unison, and sword chi rushed into the sky. It was only that the 10,000 swords together was just a legend in deduction and had never appeared. So much so that when Gu Qingtang recounted the rules just now, he hadn't even taken them into account. Hard. Gu Qingtang shook her head and couldn't help but let out a sigh. By the way, with Li Che's natural talent, his grades are bound to be no worse, but he had, after all, wasted 100 years in the Lingxu Sword Sect's demon cave. It is not yet known exactly what will happen today. The others sighed as they thought about it. A supreme genius had been wasted for hundreds of years for nothing, and the thought of this added one more point to their distaste for the Lingxu Sword Sect. On the contrary, Su Baiwei, who was on the side, was very confident in Li Che. I believe that senior brother Li Che will definitely be able to give us all a surprise. Just wait and see. The low voices in the square did not affect Li Che, who raised his head to look at the towering stone monument in front of him, collected his mind, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Since we're testing, let's use our full strength, Li Che thought clearly in his heart. 2 lifetimes of experience had long ago made him see everything. Hiding your clumsiness will only make others think that you really can't do it, and all you will get in return is ridicule and disdain. What's more, there were also all the slanderous rumors that the Lingxu Sword Sect was making against him nowadays, which also made Li Che's heart very unhappy. Now that he had joined the 10,000 swords purgatory trial, he would go all out. Prove yourself with real action. Just as well, he was curious as to what he could do with himself today. 10,000 swords of purgatory. Taking a deep breath, Li Che's gaze was fixed. Then he gently placed his palm on the stone tablet as he took care of what Qingtang had said. Close your eyes and collect your thoughts, to stimulate one's own talent root and bone enlightenment, as much as possible. Next moment. Buzz dash. In an instant, the ancient and towering 10,000 swords monument shook with a great radiance. The instant Li Che's palm touched the 10,000 swords monument, the countless Tao patterns inscribed on top of that towering stone monument were suddenly lit up and blossomed with glittering light. The dense golden line started from the base and spread crazily towards the top at an astonishing speed. Its speed was so fast that it was as if there was no bottleneck. Hiss dash. Asterisk. Is this too much? Is this the strength of senior brother Li Che? It's too powerful. Awesome. The square was instantly in an uproar. Countless disciples couldn't help but stir. And even the many powerful people on the viewing platform couldn't help but stand up, their faces filled with excitement. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the Tao patterns on the monument were rapidly lit up, and the dense golden light continued to spread upwards. 4 pints, 5 pints, 6 pints. The blinding golden color flew towards the top. The dark and ancient 10,000 swords monument was gradually rendered into a golden color by the rich and incomparable golden light, and a sacred and volatile aura gradually spread out. Of all the current sect disciples, when it comes to Baiwei's talent, when the test was first taken, it reached a staggering 8th grade, ranking among the top talents, and was known as the strongest holy maiden in the millennium. But looking at the current momentum, I'm afraid Li Che's talent will definitely not be weaker than Baiwei's. Could it be that Li Che's natural talent can reach the level of a 9th grade absolute? The many elders were stunned by the crazy spreading momentum of the golden light. In their impression, even Su Baiwei, who had shocked the entire clan back then, was not as loud as this time. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, golden light rose to the sky, spreading wildly across the pitch-black monument. 7 pints, 8 pints. In the blink of an eye, the dense golden light spread strongly over the entire 10,000 swords monument with an irresistible posture, lighting it up completely. Under the golden light, the original black and simple 10,000 swords monument shone brightly with golden light, as if it was poured with gold all over the body, emitting a divine atmosphere. In the end, the dense golden light converged at the top, forming a pillar of golden light that broke through the clouds in the sky and rocketed upwards. 9 pins. Absolute talent. Chapter 23, 10,000 swords sounding together? No. It drew the entire southern continent. Golden light rose up to the sky, illuminating the heavens and earth in a golden color. The entire square was suddenly silent. Immediately afterward, it boiled over instantly. 9 products. Legendary and overwhelming talent. My God. I've never seen such a shocking scene since I grew up. I can't even imagine it even in my dreams. If I remember correctly, the Holy Maiden is only an 8th grade talent, right? That's right. Even with an 8th grade talent, it's already the topmost heavenly pride in the southern continent. not weaker than any of the same generation. Absolute talent. This is going against the heavens. Countless people looked shocked, tilting their heads up to look at the divine golden color that passed through the sky completely, their mouths opening wide without realizing it. The golden light shone brightly, enveloping Lingxu below, and the divine and lofty aura continued to spread. It made him look as if he was an immortal god on earth, transcendent. At this moment, countless disciples suddenly had the feeling of witnessing a miracle. The many Dawi sword sect powerhouses on the high platform were no better than those ordinary disciples. The moment that pillar of golden light that was so bright that it rose up into the sky, these powerful men who were renowned in the southern continent were already trembling and excited with old tears. Absolute talent. God bless my Dawi sword sect. From the history of my Dawi sword sect, there has never been a ninth grade of supreme talent. Absolute talent. Immortal God's posture. The Grand Elder looked up to the sky at the huge pillar of light and was already agitated with old tears. Although Gu Qingtang tried his best to remain calm, his constantly trembling palms betrayed his heart. What an absolute gift. Once it grows up, it will be enough to suppress the world and preserve the splendor of Dawi Jian sect for 1,000 years. Senior brother Lingxu is too powerful. Su Baiwei's small mouth was slightly open. Surprise and excitement mixed in her beautiful eyes. She wasn't really surprised by the outcome. After all, Lingxu has always been the most outstanding existence in her heart. Isn't it normal to have this kind of performance? Absolute talent? Lingxu was also slightly surprised by this result, but it wasn't too much of a concern, simply because his biggest killer weapon hasn't been shown yet, the Great Dao sword body. This was his true bottom card, and the thing he was most proud of as a sword cultivator. The clamor of the crowd in the square did not affect him. After testing his qualification enlightenment, he didn't pause for a moment. Looking at the deep sword mark after deep sword mark on the 10,000 swords monument, a hint of battle intent flashed in Lingxu's eyes as he took a deep breath. Start trying to invoke those sword intentions. Boom! Shasta! Lingxu's mind trembled violently as one sword intent after another surfaced in the depths of his mind. Or clear and lonely, or benevolent and calm. Each different, but all containing incomparable sharpness and coldness, instantly enveloping Lingxu. Are these the sword intentions left behind by the successive generations of predecessors of the Dawi sword sect? Lingxu is happy to see the hunt. Under the shroud of endless killing, he didn't retreat. Instead, it was as if he wanted to compete with that countless sword intent, and the sword intent condensed by 100 years of bitter cultivation likewise rose up to the sky. Many sensory experiences about the way of the sword instantly surfaced in his mind. Great Dao sword body talent. Bloom. It was as if the heavens and the earth were suddenly silent for a moment. Next moment, accompanied by a terrifying and incomparable sword intent rushed up from within Lingxu's body. The 10,000 swords monument shook violently, and the countless sword marks branded on the monument body seemed to have suddenly come to life, transforming into a path of morose sword chi that manifested in the world. 10 ways, 100 ways, 1,000 ways. Mando, in the blink of an eye, the sword intent inscribed on the 10,000 swords monument all revived and manifested, and then tightly surrounded Lingxu's body, as if subjects were clustering around their monarch. Majestic and incomparable vastness of sword intent stirred between heaven and earth, even evolving a morose sword domain. Between the storm of sword chi sweeping through, the sound of sword roars resounded through the heavens and earth. 10,000 million swords in unison. The Grand Elder lost his voice and exclaimed. Gu Qingtang as well as the elders were completely out of sorts, their hearts and minds trembling. It really is the legendary 10,000 swords. Gu Qingtang looked shocked. That's not all. Not waiting for the crowd to make a move. Buzz. Just at the moment when the sight of 10,000 swords resonating in unison surfaced, the vastness of the sword chi seemed to have formed a marvelous connection with the other sword weapons. A sudden buzzing echoed in everyone's ears, before the crowd could identify the source of the sound. Then and to their horror, they realized that the swords on their bodies were trembling violently as if they were attracted by something. A strong force came from the sword, and between its desperate struggles, it seemed to want to rise up into the sky. What's going on? All the disciples were greatly shocked, even including some elders, who also realized that their swords, which their lives had been intertwined with and sacrificed for countless years, even had a hidden tendency to be out of their control. There was a commotion. It's sword intent. It's Lingxu's sword intent that's triggering it, to the point that all sorts of sword weapons have been summoned. Gu Qingtang was worthy of being a top-tier powerhouse, reacting at the first opportunity and ordering immediately. All of you, do not resist and relinquish your hold on the saber. What? Hearing Gu Qingtang's loud shout, everyone was horrified. This terrifying and incomparable sight was actually induced by Lingxu. However, upon hearing Gu Qingtang's order, he subconsciously released the restraints on his sword. Clang dash. In a flash, another 10,000 swords came out. In the entire Dawi sword sect, all the long swords, in unison, emitted a clanging sound, and a sword intent rose up to the sky. Sword chi was like a forest, crossing heaven and earth. More and more swords were automatically sheathed, emitting an amazing sword aura. After hovering in mid-air, it shot towards Li Che as if it was a bird throwing itself into the forest. Just for a few moments, right above Li Che, there were already endless flying swords converging, covering the sky. Next moment, in the midst of everyone's shocked gazes, between the endless longsword clanging and vibrating, they all bowed down towards Li Che in unison. 10,000 swords. Pilgrimage. Gu Qingtang had been shocked beyond words. The sound of 10,000 swords in unison was already a legendary vision, representing a flawless fit between the cultivator and the Tao of the sword, a natural billet for a sword immortal. But at this moment, the pilgrimage of 10,000 swords was more than enough to startle the heavens and move the earth. This existence is not a fit between the relationship with the way of the sword. He, the embodiment of the sword Tao, the sword weapon monarch of the world. At this moment, Li Che was unaware of the shock triggered by the outside world. His eyes were tightly closed and he was completely immersed in the ocean of swords, only feeling that his heart and mind were free to the extreme. The great Tao sword body was even more completely revived under the stimulation of the endless sword intent. Li Che was like a monarch among swords, in the middle of a sea of countless divine swords. The sword chi lingering around his body was so thick that it was as if it was about to turn into substance. The great Tao sword body blossomed. The silent sword intent was stimulated and also rose up to the sky. And around it, was countless sword chi surrounding it. Countless long swords stirred and clanked, spewing out endless sword chi that stirred and intertwined with each other. In the end, this terrifying sword intent that penetrated the heavens and the earth gradually coalesced into the appearance of a divine sword that traversed the heavens. The divine sword crossed the sky, and the sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth. The vast and majestic terrifying sword intent started from the Taoist sword sect and spread in all directions. In a moment, it enveloped the entire southern continent. Chapter 24, Sword Intent Rushes to the Sky. South Continent Shakes. What Big Brother? Great Diffusion God Dynasty. Imperial Palace. Several days have passed, and there's still no news of Li Che? On top of the court, human Emperor Jiang Huaiji sat high in the dragon chair and opened his mouth to inquire. Ever since learning about the news of the Lingxu sword sect sealing order, Jiang Huaiji's reaction could not be described as fast, and the first thing he did was to have someone release a solicitation announcement inviting Li Che. And with unparalleled vigor, he directly promised a generous treatment. But I didn't expect that I had everything ready. But it turned out that I couldn't find Li Che's people. It's not a joke. Back to your majesty. I have sent countless men to search in all directions, and only found traces of a suspected Li Che's strike in a mountain range. But other than that, there is no more to be gained. Below, a minister was full of bitter smiles. After Li Che left from the Lingxu sword sect, it was as if he had disappeared. Countless forces in the entire southern continent searched everywhere, and surprisingly, no trace of him was found, which was also really strange. Continue to. Jiang Huaiji frowned, still not intending to give up. Immediately, he was about to order the search to continue, but just then, clang dash, an earth-shattering sword sound suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. At the same time, there was even a majestic and vast terrifying sword intent that seemed to be dropping down from the 9 heavens, spreading out from the sky and enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The moroseness and severity contained within it instantly caused the many officials of the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty to feel a great terror descending upon them. Before the sword intent even drooped down, it caused the crowd to fall into an ice cave, filled with horror. Who is so bold? Human Emperor Jiang Huaiji's face changed drastically as he felt the terrifying Tao rhythm in that sword intent, a hint of shock flashing in the depths of his eyes. The sword intent clanked and spread out as it hung down from the 9 heavens. Seeing that it was about to envelop the imperial palace of the Great Diffusion God Dynasty, a trace of anger flashed across Jiang Huaiji's face. A cold grunt. Jin dash. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. From within Jiang Huaiji's body, there was suddenly a strong and incomparable human emperor's pressure that rose up into the sky, meeting the terrifying sword intent that spread out towards him. The winds and clouds are changing, and the winds are raging. The two collided, instantly inducing a huge tremor in heaven and earth. The cloudless sky was shrouded by heavy black clouds. A trail of terrifying thunder tore through the sky, and the blinding light of thunder shone on the faces of all the officials of the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty, illuminating them in a ghastly white color. The human emperor's mighty pressure erupted, firmly resisting the sword intent and eventually causing it to dissipate. Are you okay, Your Majesty? Forbidden army. Where are the forbidden troops? Come and escort the emperor. Who the hell is that sword intent from? In the palace, many ministers were pale, with a look of fear in their eyes. Seeing that the sword intent faded, they voiced their questions. A sword dropping down from the 9 heavens. Just the unintentional spreading of the aftershocks can envelop the 9 heavens and 10 earths. and pressurized the four extremes. This is too much. Who on earth did this to be so powerful? Without the effort to heed the inquiries of the ministers, Jiang Huaiji raised his head to the sky and lost his voice in shock. He had sensed it. That sword intent was not a deliberate attack by someone. Merely the unintentional escape of fallout. A sword light chills the 19 states. Turns out, it's not just talk. Find, by whatever means, this person must be found. After reacting, Jiang Huaiji immediately gave the order as he looked grave and said in a deep voice, such a great power, whose terror far exceeds the world's imagination, must not be offended, and if its identity is found out, it must be treated with the utmost respect. If I can bring him into my great diffusion divine dynasty, I will heavily reward him. After his order was given, the ministers in the great hall led the way. Jiang Huaiji sat on top of the dragon chair, his heart still shaken beyond belief. That sword just now, in his senses, was as if the heavenly Tao had descended, an irresistible terror that caused him, a supreme emperor of the divine dynasty, to feel a shock and powerlessness that he had not felt for a long time. When did such a terrifyingly strong person appear in the southern continent? The storm is coming. Southern continent, I'm afraid it's going to be unsettled again. With a sigh, Jiang Huaiji could not help but think of Li Che again in his heart. If they could obtain a supreme talent like Li Che, after he grew up, he would definitely be a supreme powerhouse. And then even if the southern continent really did become turbulent, the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty could still have enough backbone to deal with it. It was a pity that after the notice had been sent out for so long, there was still no response from Li Che, and I wonder if he didn't see it. Or if he wasn't going to accept the invitation? How does that work? After the storm just now, a sense of urgency steeply rose in Jiang Huaiji's heart, and he immediately ordered again, pass the word, keep searching for Li Che, we must find him. At the same time, continue to increase the bargaining chips and spare no expense. Make sure to recruit Li Che to join my Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty. Lingxu Sword Sect. In the Sect Hall, Su Ruyan sat at the top. Below, several elders responsible for various specific things in the sect were reporting to her about the sect's situation during this period of time. During this recent period of time, the various stores under the clan's umbrella, the doors are full of people. Many cultivators are unwilling to come to our stores to buy things, even if the prices are lowered. The clan's income has decreased by at least 50%. Greetings, Sovereign. Recently our disciples have been out practicing and have had many clashes with other cultivators. Many disciples have been injured, and a few have even had their Tao bases broken, with no hope of advancing to the next level. Patriarch, during this period of time, many disciples have responded that there is no one to instruct them in their cultivation, resulting in slow progress in their cultivation. Patriarch, the disciples stationed at the various spirit vein mines have been attacked frequently, causing the mining progress to slow down, and the clan's income from spirit stones has been reduced by 70%. Patriarch, one elder came forward to report, but none of them brought bad news. Slap. Listening to that piece of bad news, Si Ruyan's face became more and more ugly. Slamming the table, he spoke angrily. Are you all losers? One by one, as elders, with high positions of power, the clan provides for you, and as a result, this is how you do things? Everything was fine before. Why is it suddenly not working now? How useless. Si Ruyan's expression was icy cold, and her gaze toward the several elders was filled with anger. The several elders below were originally also being anxious and irritable over these matters and, at this time, when they heard Si Ruyan blaming everything on herself and the others, they were immediately stifled for a while. Right away, an elder couldn't help but say, Patriarch, originally, the Lingxu Sword Sect was developing smoothly and orderly. Its overall strength was steadily increasing, and everything was going well. But since the sealing order spread throughout the southern continent and Li Che was expelled, our Lingxu Sword Sect's reputation has been in tatters. And not only those large sects and Taoist forces, but even the wilderness casual cultivators, all speak of our Lingxu Sword Sect with a look of disdain and all sorts of mocking disdain. Not only is there chaos within the sect, but the various industries under the sect are also full of accidents. Whether it's income, influence among cultivators, and the various resources of the sect and so on, all of them are rapidly declining. And I don't know how many people are looking at the joke. In this situation, even if we want to save it, there's nothing we can do. The several elders were suffocating in their hearts. Obviously it's all caused by the sex of you, the Grand Master, and it's none of our business. Why should it all be on us? Chapter 25, Lingxu is also alarmed. This can't be Li Che, right? Nonsense. Unexpectedly, it was fine for that elder not to explain, but once he did, he instead provoked Si Ruyan's anger even more. There was a burst of anger without explanation. I expelled Li Che and issued the sealing order purely to uphold the majesty of the sect and acted according to the sect's laws. What's wrong with that? On the contrary, you are the ones who manage poorly and perform your duties without saying anything. To only pass the buck when it comes to problems is nothing more than an excuse for your own incompetence. Could it be that without Li Che, you guys can't do anything? The various problems of the sect nowadays are, to put it bluntly, your incompetence. How useless. Si Ruyan didn't feel that these things happening in the sect had anything to do with herself at all. If you really want to blame it, you can only blame Li Che and blame these elders for being useless. Patriarch Yu. Si Ruyan's words of nonsense, straight to the several elders angry half dead, but Si Ruyan is the patriarch, directly press them to death, unable to refute. In the moment, he could only bite his teeth and sulk. Si Ruyan, however, didn't care what their reactions were, and just became more and more angry the more she spoke, spreading all the anger in his heart on Li Che. And Li Che, this rebellious disciple, is deliberately trying to infuriate me, knowing full well that all sorts of chaos would occur in the clan after he left. He intentionally didn't come back for such a long time just to see me laugh and make me think that I couldn't stay away from him. What a reversal. The more Si Ruyan thought about it, the more angry she became. Of course she wouldn't admit that she had done wrong, but looking at the messy appearance of the sect, she also had some headaches. Before all these things were Li Che's responsibility. She only needed to sit on the position of the sect leader and enjoy the respect and compliments of the people. Now that she really had to manage it herself, how would she know what to do? You're not going to come back, are you? Fine. Then I'll take matters into my own hands and get you back. Do you really think you can use a clean slate just by walking away? You're kidding. The clan's various problems were endless. Even if Si Ruyan could no longer turn a blind eye to them, but if she wanted to smooth it all out, she couldn't do it herself. What can we do? Of course it's to capture Li Che back and continue to be a cow. He was the senior brother of the Lingxu sword sect. Wasn't all of this his due? As for punishment, of course, there's no shortage of it. And having disgraced himself so much this time, the punishment should not only not be less, but also doubled to make it right. Make sure he realizes his mistake. Okay, you guys go back to. Si Ruyan got up and waved his hand, ready to let the crowd retreat first, and personally strike out to capture Li Che back. But just then, boom dash, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from the sky. A heaven-defying awe-inspiring sword intent came from afar, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the sky and spread above the entire sky dome, enveloping the entire Lingxu sword sect. The sword chi was like a heavenly punishment descending with a supreme and far-reaching supreme aura, blasting down. The entire Lingxu sword sect shook violently under that sword intent. Not good. When she saw the terrifying sword intent that spread out, Si Ruyan's eyes suddenly shrunk and her face was filled with horror. Good thing she reacted quickly. Seeing that the Lingxu sword sect was trembling under that terrifying sword intent, she didn't dare to hesitate. Her body blossomed with a strong and incomparable aura, and she instantly flew out of the great hall. It was at this point that she realized that sword intent spread out from an infinite distance, actually enveloping the entire southern continent. How can it be so horrible? Si Ruyan's face was filled with shock. Seeing that the sword intent had already attacked, she didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. Her strong cultivation that had already reached the Saint realm instantly blossomed, and collided with that sword intent with a loud bang. In a flash, the wind swept in and a thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Under the raging aftermath of the collision between the two sides, the fairyland-like Lingxu sword sect looked like it had been hit by a gale, with rocks rolling down and palaces collapsing. It's a mess. Not caring about the heartache of his own clan, Si Ruyan's eyes flashed with a color of gravity as he said in a loud voice, "I don't know which high person is coming. Please show yourself." Her voice traveled out and received no response. Seeing this, divine light blossomed in Si Ruyan's eyes as she looked towards the direction where the sword intent came from. Then her face immediately changed. In her line of sight, that terrifying sword intent spread across the sky and swept across the world, enveloping all of that vast and boundless territory of the southern continent. Even vaguely, she seemed to see a supreme divine sword that penetrated the heavens and the earth. It was like the incarnation of the great Tao, covering the supreme principle of the sword path. Supreme! Supreme! Just a single glance made Si Ruyan feel her eyes sting and she didn't dare to look again. What kind of existence is this? Si Ruyan looked appalled. That divine sword that passed through the heavens was the only existence she had ever seen in her life. Right at this moment, the others in the sect also reacted and rushed up to the sky, surrounding them. "Master, what exactly was that sword intent just now?" "Right, Master. Just who was it that struck? How could it be so terrifying? Just now I felt as if the heavens and earth were about to topple over. It was too scary." Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger were filled with shock as they pursued the question. Zhao Yuansen's face was also a little pale as he looked in the direction where the sword intent had just come from, and in his eyes was an uncontrollable look of scorn. There's such a terrifying powerhouse lurking in the southern continent? I've never heard that there are even sword cultivators with such terrifying cultivation in the southern continent. Zhao Yuansen's mind was racing with thoughts, but he still couldn't figure it out. I only hope that it won't affect my Wuji Demon Sect's grand plan. As his thoughts turned, he heard Si Ruyan's shocked voice ring out. I don't know who it is, but on that sword intent just now, I felt a great terror. This person must be a heaven-shattering, peerless sword cultivator. It's as if it's the monarch of the sword. Si Ruyan's expression was incomparably grave, with a deep scorn in her eyes. In the brief exchange just now, although she managed to block that sword intent, she felt a sense of suppression on that sword intent. As a fellow sword cultivator, she was extremely sensitive to this. In front of that sword intent, it was as if she had encountered the monarch of swords, born to be dominated and suppressed. This discovery caused Si Ruyan to be extremely shocked, and her heart was even more scandalized to the extreme. She looked at the several disciples around her and explained in a deep voice. Remember, it is necessary to keep a low profile during this timeline of business, so as not to bring great misfortune to my Lingxu sword sect in case I provoke this unknown powerhouse. Seeing the grave look on her face, Lu Lingli's several people were suddenly in awe and nodded their heads in response. I wonder what kind of person this great power is. One sword across the sky, and the world is overwhelmed. Simply the most perfect image of a sword fairy in my mind. Lu Lingli muttered. His eyes stared blankly at the direction where the sword intent came from just now, and his face was filled with longing. Yu Shuanger also narrowed her eyes and smiled playfully. That's right. I really can't imagine what kind of elegance this kind of character has, and I wonder if we have the chance to get to know him? I'm sure it should be a young man of great poise. Because of their low strength, the two sisters were not clear about the horror of the sword intent just now, and after the shock, they began to laugh and discuss again. Their words were full of curiosity about the identity of that mysterious person. Hearing the words of the two, Zhao Yuansen had a face of innocence and deliberately looked exaggerated. I remember, isn't eldest senior brother amazingly talented? Maybe that sword intent just now was the work of eldest senior brother. He deliberately used this to taunt Li Che. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, the crowd first froze, then roared with laughter. Chapter 26, It Can't Be Li Che? Becoming a Dao 1 sequence Saint's son. Are you kidding me? Just that villain Li Che. Can he be this strong? That's right. Just now that sword intent was grand and atmospheric, spreading out the 9 heavens and 10 earths, swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. It's a first-rate supreme master in the world. What makes Li Che compare with others? And he deserves it? Humph. If Li Che wants to reach this kind of level, he'll do so in his next life. Zhao Yuansen's sentence caused the crowd to sneer at Li Che with all sorts of disdain. In their eyes, that sword intent just now was definitely an exiled immortal manlike figure. How could the district Li Che be compared? It doesn't associate towards together at all. Oh, so, it's good that it's not. Otherwise, if it's really eldest senior brother, in case he holds a grudge against the Lingxu sword sect, it might lead to big trouble for us. Zhao Yuansen had a silly smile on his face. This comment drew some more contemptuous disdain from the others. However, as soon as Li Che was mentioned, Lu Lingli, Yu Shuanger and the others had a burst of anger in their hearts. Li Che is already causing us enough trouble right now. Now it's only been a few days? Problems are going on everywhere up and down the clan, all brought about by him. If it weren't for him, would our Lingxu sword sect have been mocked by so many people in the southern continent? He's a complete and utter. Thanks to the fact that I used to have good feelings for him, I was blinded by his superficial hypocrisy. Yu Shuanger and the others got angrier and angrier. During this recent period of time, they were not doing well, and their hearts had long been filled with a belly full of anger, all of which were spread on Li Che at this time. Si Ruyan also had a cold face and gritted her teeth. That rebellious disciple is simply going against the grain, causing such a great loss to my Lingxu sword sect. I'll have to settle the score with him sooner or later. Leaving for such a long time without coming back. Do you really think he can run away? She gazed towards the sky, feeling the grandiose fluctuations that remained from the sword intent just now, and said with a hateful voice, Originally, I was already prepared to personally make a move to capture him back, but now that a mysterious powerhouse has suddenly appeared, the southern continent is bound to be shaken. So for the time being, I still need to sit in the sect. I'll let him go this time, but afterward, I must settle the score with Li Che. Same time, countless Taoist forces throughout the southern continent had detected the terrifying sword intent that traversed the sky and was incomparably strong. For a time, the southern continent was in an uproar, and countless Tao lineages were shaken. How could there be such a terrifying sword intent? Just who did this? When did the southern continent produce such a supreme powerhouse? I felt a heavenly mighty oppression on that sword intent. Sword intent in the air, domineering and overwhelming. The great Tao sword body is truly powerful. Under the 10,000 swords monument, Li Che felt the scene just now where 10,000 swords were worshipping, and the sword energy was so thick that it was as if it was about to turn into substance, and there were some colors of surprise in his eyes. Honestly, beforehand, he hadn't expected the results to be so good, and this time, the boiling of 10,000 swords and the countless sword intent enveloping him also made him gain a lot more insights in his heart, which was not a small gain. At this point the test was over and he did not continue. With a heartbeat, he began to collect his breath, and the majestic sword intent that had risen to the sky gradually dissipated. That should be fine for the test. Li Che smiled faintly, then looked around with his gaze. The entire group was then stunned, only to see his gaze sweep over. The square that was filled with people just a moment ago was actually silent at this moment. Everyone stared at themselves with their mouths open, dumbfounded. Li Che couldn't help but be a bit stunned. After reacting, he turned his head to Gu Qingtang on the side and inquired, "Patriarch, I wonder how I did in this test." As his voice came out, the square in stagnation instantly exploded as if it had been instantly activated. Countless disciples were excited and shocked, their eyes filled with marvelous colors, and the murmurs boiled back to the sky, practically breaking through the sky. Gu Qingtang also came back from her shock. The excitement in her heart was beyond words, and she crossed her station at Li Che one by one. "What are the grades? Is that even a question? Great, really great. Teenage heavenly pride, a demon of the world, worthy of the young generation of the southern continent's ruling leader. Before, I was worried that you being dragged down by the demon cave for 100 years would affect your root potential, but now it seems that I really overthought it. The so-called born sword immortal, the immortal god's posture, is worthy of being as such." Gu Qingtang was surprised and delighted, and didn't mince her words of praise. To be honest, he was truly surprised by Li Che's performance, and a heart was still pounding until now. He knows, "You've really picked up a treasure yourself. The Lingxu sword sects really are blind. Such a powerful character would let them quit with their own hands. Really. Fortunately, I was decisive at the time and immediately sent by way forward to invite a search when I got the news." Gu Qingtang's heart cursed the Lingxu sword sect for having eyes without a pearl while being incomparably grateful. If it wasn't for his own decisive reaction, how could a supreme figure like Li Che be taken under the banner of the Dawi sword sect? This is really going to be rich. Gu Qingtang was shocked and excited, an old face reddened with excitement. "Li Che, you can have whatever identity you want, even if it's my position as the patriarch. I can give it to you directly. With you leading us, our Dawi sword sect will definitely be incomparably brilliant." Gu Qingtang had not been polite. He really thought so. After the scene just now, everyone could see it. With the terrifying natural talent and sword Dao talent that Li Che had displayed, it wouldn't take long for him to grow into a terrifying giant powerhouse that could pass through the heavens. With a figure like this in attendance, the Dawi sword sect would definitely soar. When he said this, the crowd was shocked. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Che was first stunned, and then hurriedly spoke out to politely refuse. Patriarch's generous love disciple's heart, but disciple is still too young. I'm afraid it's difficult to convince the public. The position of patriarch is never dared to accept. It was only then that Gu Qingtang realized that she was a bit out of line. It was also true that no matter how heavenly talented Li Che was, he was still too young after all, and it was indeed somewhat improper to directly assume the position of sovereign. Also, I was a little too excited and impatient. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, "In that case, then from today onwards, you are the first of my Dawi sword sect sequential saints, and no one shall have any objections, or else the sect's rules will be dealt with." Sequential sonship chief. Those who are gifted can be called holy sons and daughters, and for the various top clans in the southern continent, many of the holy sons and daughters had more than one, but the sequence saint son chief, however, was completely different from the other saint sons and saints, which meant that this person would be the next successor of that Taoist power, placed in the Dawi sword sect. It was the next sect leader's successor. Its identity was so thick and honorable that it even surpassed most of the streams of elders. Is this appropriate? Li Che was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect Gu Qingtang to directly give himself such a high status. After all, he had just joined the Dawi sword sect, and directly became the next sect leader's successor. When the time came, it was inevitable that there would be many elder disciples and others who would be disgruntled. Appropriate. Of course it fits. For this sequence saint son chief, there is no one more suitable than you, Li Che. Gu Qingtang nodded heavily, answering without the slightest hesitation. Just kidding. If even a performance like Li Che's wasn't worthy of being a sequential saint son chief, then who else was worthy? Chapter 27, Rumors fly around. Lingxu sword sect can't take it anymore. Chief sequential sons. This identity. Li Che thought he could afford it. But the problem is that he is, after all, a first-timer, directly become the next heir to the patriarch. Say not some, Seeing that he seemed to be somewhat hesitant, Gu Qingtang's expression moved, and he immediately turned to look at the other elders and many disciples around him, and said in a loud voice, "From today onwards, Li Che is the chief saint son of my Dawi sword sect. I wonder if the elders and disciples have any comments?" The chief saintly son. Hearing this identity, everyone was slightly shocked, but then came the earth-shattering cheers. No comment. Of course every comment. Senior brother Li Che deserves to be the chief saint's son, and we are naturally convinced. The chief saint's son should be someone like senior brother Li Che. I'll be the first to disobey anyone who dares to have a problem with senior brother Li Che. Countless disciples cheered excitedly. Having just witnessed the horrifying sight of 10,000 swords worshipping and one sword crossing the sky, the crowd had long been completely convinced of Li Che and naturally would not have any opinions, including the elders. They all nodded their heads vigorously in full support. Li Che, you don't have to feel any pressure. Chief Saint's son is not only an honor and status, but also a responsibility. We all believe in you and are perfectly capable of taking this position. The Grand Elder patted Li Che on the shoulder, his gaze filled with encouragement. He was bent on seeing the Dawi sword sect rise up and change the current situation where the youth was not enough and was gradually declining. And at this moment, Li Che's appearance allowed him to finally see hope. Naturally, no effort was spared to support him. Su Baiwei on the side also excitedly clenched her small fists in excitement. Senior brother Li Che, it's a popular choice for you to be the chief saint's son. Looking at the gazes that were filled with joy and looked at him with an expectant face, Li Che also smiled. He nodded and spoke aloud. Yes, since everyone trusts me, then I naturally won't let everyone down. Hearing him finally agree, Gu Qingtang breathed a sigh of relief and was filled with smiles, and the countless disciples in the square were instantly cheering and boiling. Joy filled the entire square. New beginnings. Looking around at the heartfelt smiles of delight, the corners of Li Che's mouth also lifted up in an arc as he muttered, "Starting today, this is my freshman year." As for the Lingxu sword sect, a trace of coldness flashed in Li Che's eyes and his voice was low. "I look forward to witnessing the day when you wail with regret and go up in smoke." 7 days later, Southern Continent, in the Lingxu sword sect's Grand Hall, Patriarch, now that all sorts of rumors about our Lingxu sword sect are flying around in the outside world, our reputation has fallen to pieces. Because of Li Che's matter, the entire Southern Continent has no good feelings towards our Lingxu sword sect, and disciples who dare to go out will receive all sorts of despicable insults. What with backstabbing and treachery, enmity, small-mindedness, greed and selfishness, and whatever else is said, whether it's a top-tier power like the Dawi sword sect's Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty or a small power like the Flying Star sect's Cold Maple Valley, all of them have all sorts of contempt for the Lingxu sword sect, with no respect at all, and have already left us out of their sight. If we don't find a way, I'm afraid that our disciples of the Lingxu sword sect won't even be able to leave the mountain gate. In the Great Hall, the elders' faces were ugly and anxious. Some time has passed since the blocking order was issued. However, the various rumors and taunts about the Lingxu sword sect did not decrease, but instead had a tendency to get worse and worse. By now, the disciples of the sect went out and encountered nothing but abusive taunts. In the event of a conflict, the movement will lead to a mass brawl. In this situation, the various incomes under the entire Lingxu sword sect also fell off a cliff, and the entire sect was in chaos. How can these elders not be in a hurry? These ING guys. Listening to the reports from the various elders, Si Ruyan was trembling with anger and her face turned white, with icy killing intent lingering all over his body. He growled with hatred. My Lingxu sword sect's expulsion of rebellious disciples is our family matter. What does it have to do with those guys of theirs? To be so disrespectful to my Lingxu sword sect, could it be that they are looking for death? It's obvious that Li Che is the one who eats from the inside and is selfish, and that's why my Lingxu sword sect expelled him. And how do these eyeless things from the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty and the Flying Star sect know what's going on in there? Asterisk. Si Ruyan's roar resounded through the Great Hall, but she was left with nothing more than impotent rage. A single Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty alone was not the least bit weaker than the Lingxu sword sect, plus the entire Southern Continent was now mocking and despising them in every way. Even if the Lingxu sword sect was more powerful, it wouldn't dare to make an enemy of the entire Southern Continent at the same time. Si Ruyan cursed in a stern and angry voice, and could only vent all her anger on Li Che. All of it was caused by that guy Li Che. Wouldn't there be none of this now if he had honestly accepted his punishment at that time? And what a mouthful that it's for the Lingxu sword sect's end. Bull Si Ruyan's chest rose and fell violently as she clenched her teeth in death, her eyes almost about to spit fire. When Li Che was mentioned at this time, he immediately asked in a stern voice, "Where's Li Che? No word from him yet?" Hearing the inquiry, the eyes of the elders below flashed with a difficult color, but seeing Si Ruyan's face become more and more ugly, One of the elders had no choice but to walk out and whispered, "Enlightened Patriarch, Li Che he. What's wrong with him? Come on." A cold light flashed in Si Ruyan's eyes. "Patriarch, Li Che he has now joined the Dawi Sword Sect and has become a Dawi Saint's son." Boom! When this news came out, it directly caused the Great Hall to instantly explode. Many of these Lingxu Sword Sect disciples were somewhat shocked and stirred. The ones who reacted the most were Si Ruyan and a few of her personal disciples. What? Li Che he actually joined the Dao One Sword Sect? Lu Lingli's face changed drastically. Her cool temperament disappeared. Her two eyes widened, her face full of disbelief, and she viciously said, "To dare to join our nemesis, the Dawi Sword Sect. This is clearly betrayal. How dare he?" Yu Xuanger, also stunned by the news, growled, "What gives him the right? Joining the Dawi Sword Sect? Isn't this deliberately going against us? He's looking for death. Master, we must kill Li Che. Otherwise where is the majesty of our sect?" Li Che had unexpectedly become the Dawi Sword Sect's saint's son? Zhao Yuansen froze directly in place, and after reacting, his eyes reddened with jealousy. How did this Li Che guy get so lucky? Did he get lucky? Why didn't he himself have this treatment? And even had to carefully hide himself in order to lurk in the Lingxu Sword Sect, currying favor with Si Ruyan and the others in all sorts of ways. Where's Li Che? Just how long had he been away? And he had become the Dawi Sword Sect's saint's son. Why don't you get that treatment yourself? Chapter 28, Si Ruyan's madness and decision to mine the magic cave. Si Ruyan was on the verge of going crazy. To be honest, although Li Che had never come back to admit his mistake and cry to beg for forgiveness before, she did not take it to heart and only thought that the big deal was that she would just catch him back with her own hands. But I didn't expect it. Li Che had unexpectedly joined the Dawi Sword Sect. This is clearly a deliberate slap in the face. Join the Dawi Sword Sect. He actually dares to do this. He betrayed me. Damn. Originally I wanted to leave him alive, but he had to seek death himself. I must kill him myself. Si Ruyan was almost mad with anger. The outside world was already full of all sorts of rumors, trampling the majesty of the Lingxu Sword Sect underfoot, its reputation in tatters, and countless people ridiculing it. Now there was Li Che joining the Dawi Sword Sect, a deadly rival sect. Si Ruyan could already think of that. What would the world think of her next? The master who had personally forced away Li Che. I'm afraid that by then, all sorts of rumors and insults and contempt will come like a tidal wave, drowning her. But this was all clearly Li Che's fault. Why should he blame himself? Hearing her hateful desire to go berserk, she was filled with murderous intent towards Li Che. Lu Lingli and Yu Xuanger, Zhao Yuansen and the others spoke out in agreement, wanting to get rid of Li Che. However, right at this moment, Si Ruyan also gradually calmed down. Only her face was still cold and terrifying. Li Che naturally deserves to die, but he can't be killed now. The moment her words came out, Lu Lingli and the others were stunned. Si Ruyan let out a cold laugh, her face filled with the color of hatred as she said with a hateful voice, "Aren't all those Dao forces in the southern continent mocking me for being blind, forcing away outstanding disciples by force, saying that I listen to slander and have no tolerance for others, saying that my Lingxu Sword Sect's head was caught in a door, abandoning such an outstanding genius? Aren't they all looking at my Lingxu Sword Sect as a joke? Yeah, this time, I have to punch everyone in the whole world in the face. I'm going to prove with practical actions that Li Che is a thoroughly selfish, insidious and cunning villain." Saying that, Si Ruyan's gaze suddenly looked at the elders below and coldly said, "Pass the word down. Make all disciples ready." The elders below were dumbfounded. Getting ready? Ready for what? Si Ruyan sneered and said in a deep voice, "I've secretly explored the outer regions of the Demon Cave before, and I didn't find any threats at all. Li Che so-called guarding the Demon Cave for hundreds of years is simply cheating the clan and trying to monopolize the rich resources inside." What? The moment she said this, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. Si Ruyan had actually already explored the Devil's Cave? Moreover, there wasn't even any demon fae in the Demon Cave? Then this way, without waiting for the crowd to continue pondering, they heard Si Ruyan categorically say, "I've decided to officially mine the resources of the Magic Cave, and immediately make an announcement to spread the word to all the Taoist sects in the world, widely distribute invitations, and invite all the major forces to come to my Lingxu Sword Sect to witness the Demon Cave mining extravaganza. I will prove Li Che's selfishness and hypocrisy in front of everyone in the world. Officially mining the Devil's Den?" Upon hearing this decision, the Great Hall immediately exploded. Master is wise. If we can really obtain the many resources of the Devil's Cave, the Lingxu Sword Sect will definitely be able to rise to a higher level. And Master will also become a great contributor to our Lingxu Sword Sect. Zhao Yuansen was overjoyed. While voicing out compliments, he was mentally calculating various plans. He had lurked until now, carefully hiding his identity, pleasing Si Ruyan and the others. Wasn't it for this day? Now it's finally time to get started. The Wuji demon sect's steps to dominate the southern continent were about to begin. Of course, there was also the opportunity to place Si Ruyan's master and disciples in the palm of his hand, wantonly tormenting them for fun, which was also close at hand. Zhao Yuansen was ecstatic. The two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, were also pleasantly surprised. As the sovereign's personal disciples, the vast amount of resources mined from the Devil's Cave afterward were still not at their disposal to pick and use. By then, with a large amount of resources, it would be enough for their strength to increase rapidly. At that moment, the two immediately spoke out in support. Master is right. Only by truly mining the Devil's Cave can we plug up the world's many mouths while exposing Li Chei's true colors to the public. Before, Li Chei scared us with some demon and deceived the clan for 100 years. Now let's see what else he has to say. The two were spirited, but just as the crowd was getting excited, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Patriarch, this matter is not proper. Upon hearing Si Ruyan's decision, an elder immediately came out to oppose it. Si Ruyan did not have a wrinkle and looked at that elder with a face full of displeasure and dissatisfaction. Elder Chen, what do you mean? Elder Chen's face was full of anxiety, and his voice was filled with panic and worry as he tried his best to dissuade him. Patriarch, the ones suppressed in that Devil's Cave are the ferocious demonic foreign races that ran rampant across the southern continent 100 years ago, setting off countless bloody storms, and even though 100 years have passed, no one knows if they're secretly stirring up, wanting to descend on the land of the southern continent once again to cause havoc. If we rashly intrude into the demon cave at this time to develop it, once the demons are released, my Lingxu sword sect will become the sinner of the entire southern continent world. And please, Patriarch, you must think twice. Elder Chen's eyes were anxious, and when he heard that Si Ruyan wanted to mine the Devil's Cave, his face turned white with fear. The original demonic alien rebellion caused the southern continent blood flow thousands of miles, ambushed millions of corpses, the living souls in a miserable situation. There were even countless sects and Taoist traditions that became extinct as a result. It has irreparably traumatized Namchao. I didn't expect that only 100 years had passed, but Si Ruyan had started to hit the magic caves idea. In case it really triggers turmoil in the Devil's Cave and the demons descend again. Elder Chen couldn't help but blanch at the thought of that consequence. Whereas, in response to his concern, Si Ruyan only let out a cold snort, her expression sneering. Elder Chen, I see that not only have you gotten older, but even your guts have become like rats. She snarled. I personally probed before. Could I still be wrong? There's no danger at all in the current Devil's Cave. Instead, there are spiritual flowers and herbs everywhere, divine springs and spiritual stones, and numerous resources. At this point I've made up my mind. Say no more. Si Ruyan was confident. Although she had only explored the periphery of the Devil's Cave before, she could already determine that Li Chei was just lying just by what she saw with her naked eyes. In order to stop the Lingxu sword sect from exploiting the Devil's Cave, this time, she was going to expose it all once and for all. When the Lingxu sword sect obtained a huge amount of resources in the Devil's Cave, not only would it ease the pressure on the sect's resources, but at the same time, all the rumors in the outside world would not be broken. Li Chei's selfish and greedy face would naturally be presented to everyone. She didn't just want to kill Li Chei, and then before that, it's even more important to stink him up so that there's no place for him anymore. Chapter 29, Southern Continent Shaking. Lingxu sword sect's crazy invitation. Immediately issue a clan order to notify all the major forces in the world. Just say that on the day my Lingxu sword sect mines the Devil's Cave extravaganza, and invite them to attend and watch. Strongly suppressing the voices of opposition, Si Ruyan began to make various arrangements. Her gaze turned to Lu Lingli and the others and she commanded, when the major forces arrive tomorrow, you senior siblings, a few of you, will lead 10 elders within the sect and 10,000 sect disciples into the Devil's Cave to formally mine the resources. For his part, the master will press you outside the Devil's Cave while taking a good look at how those forces that are looking at us as a joke will react. Hearing that they and the others were allowed to be the first to go in, Lu Lingli's few people were instantly energized and filled with joy. The vast amount of resources in the Devil's Cave had been nurtured for hundreds of years, and there would certainly be many cherished treasures in it, and the first batch of them to go in would naturally be able to come out on top, pocketing all sorts of goodies first. Don't worry, Master, disciples and the others will certainly live up to the expectations. At that moment, several people were filled with joy and responded with excitement. Thick anticipation also began to emerge in his eyes. Si Ruyan nodded with satisfaction, her heart equally looking forward to it. A cold smile flashed across her face as she muttered, don't all those Taoist forces in the southern continent say that I'm wrongly accusing Li Chei and waiting to see me laugh? When the massive resources in the Devil's Cave are mined out, all the previous rumors will surely fall apart. This time, I'm going to hit them hard in the face, especially the Dawi Sword Sect. Thinking of this, Si Ruyan's anger rose again. The Dawi Sword Sect was originally a mortal enemy of the Lingxu Sword Sect, and the two sides did not see eye to eye with each other. Now that she even dared to not take the blocking order seriously and taken Li Che openly, it was undoubtedly an in-your-face slap in the face, causing icy killing intent to flood her heart. Dawi Sword Sect, you guys wait for me, at the expense of you guys still being complacent, thinking that recruiting Li Che is picking up a treasure. I'll be damned. This time, I'm going to make Li Che lose his reputation and make your Dawi Sword Sect regret it. The other side. Si Ruyan is determined to mine the Devil's Cave. Chen Elder desperately trying to dissuade. Is still no help. The Patriarch ordered down. His district and Elder can only be implemented. At that moment, he could only leave with a sigh and a heavy heart. Soon, the announcement that the Lingxu Sword Sect was going to formally organize its disciples to mine the Devil's Cave tomorrow and invite the forces of all the great Dao unification to attend the ceremony spread throughout the southern continent, instantly triggering a shocking upheaval. The impact of its storm is so great that it even goes far beyond the last time. After all, this is the Devil's Den. The world was in an uproar at the news. Is the Lingxu Sword Sect crazy? That's the Devil's Cave. Countless Daoist forces are guarding it tightly for fear of giving the demonic and foreign races a chance to take advantage of it, allowing them to smear the living beings once again. And as a result, the Lingxu Sword Sect even wants to take the initiative to open it up? This is risking universal condemnation. The Devil's Cave can be filled with ferocious, bloodthirsty and terrifying demons. Has the Lingxu Sword Sect forgotten the tragic situation 100 years ago? Countless cultivators were shocked and furious. That is, he was shocked at the boldness of the Lingxu Sword Sect, and worried that it would really cause the demons to rush out of the Devil's Grotto, leading to a repeat of the foreign scourge of 100 years ago. But then again, are there actually any demons left in the Demon Cave? After all, in the recent decades, the Demon Cave does seem to be extremely quiet, and there's almost no news of any demonic rebellion that we've heard of. That's true. Maybe all those demons died long ago in the 100 years of suppression. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. There were also cultivators who were equally skeptical, and it just so happened that the Lingxu Sword Sect was willing to be the first year, so they were happy to see it happen. Similarly, there were cultivators who understood the reason why the Lingxu Sword Sect was suddenly so aggressive. Previously, the Lingxu Sword Sect claimed that Li Che was guarding the Demon Cave in order to hijack the resources in it and expelled him from the sect, leading to the world's mockery. So I'm afraid that this time around, he's trying to prove himself. Where is this the mining Demon Cave? It's clearly a life and death game between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che. That's right, either the Lingxu Sword Sect collapses, or Li Che is not allowed in the world. There must be an end to both. Many people watched with interest. The Great Diffusion God Dynasty. The Lingxu Sword Sect is seeking death themselves. After Jiang Huaiji got the news, he remained calm and unperturbed. For what the Lingxu Sword Sect had said in their mouths, the vast amount of resources in the Devil's Cave was of no concern. What a bull ***** resource. I think they are simply blinded by those so-called resources, and are flying into a flame of their own. Jiang Huaiji's tone was mocking. He had long understood the recent dispute between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che. The real situation regarding the Devil's Cave is a top priority. The two sides have each kept their words, so much so that many people in the world inevitably have some doubts in their minds. But he's different. He trusted Li Che unreservedly from beginning to end, although he had never subdued a demon cave, nor had he ever gone inside one to see the situation for himself. He understood one thing. Li Che was such a heavenly pride. If he had practiced normally, with his heaven-defying qualifications, now that 100 years had passed, he would have long since achieved a supreme powerhouse, sitting and watching the world go by. This kind of character, if there wasn't really a great terror in the Devil's Cave, how could one be willing to waste 100 years of his life just for something out of body? The so-called resources in the Devil's Cave. As long as Li Che's cultivation was high enough, what resources couldn't he get his hands on? And he would still covet the little things in the Devil's Cave? This is totally unreasonable. Funny. Since the Lingxu Sword Sect has issued an invitation, then we can't brush off their good intentions. We have to be there tomorrow as well. It's not bad to see the Lingxu Sword Sect become the laughingstock of the world with your own eyes. A hint of playfulness flashed in Jiang Huaiji's eyes. Ziyang's Sacred Sect. As a renowned top power in the southern continent, the Purple Sun Sacred Sect was not the least bit weaker than such existences as Lingxu, Dawi, and Daxian, and the experts within the sect were as powerful as the clouds. However, at this moment, the Ziyang Sacred Sect master looked at the invitation in his hand, his face a little cloudy. The heart is also full of hesitation and struggle. The Lingxu Sword Sect is really going to open the Demon Cave to mine resources. Could it be that there are really no more demons in the Demon Cave? the Ziyang Sacred Sect sectmaster's face was torn. His Purple Sun Sacred Sect had likewise suppressed a Devil's Grotto, only to set up a huge array and utilize huge resources to support it, which had kept it firmly sealed. The amount of resources it consumed was such that even the Violet Sun Sacred Sect felt a meaty pain, and all these years, the Demon Cave had been calm and quiet, and even he had long wondered if the Demon Cave had long been devoid of demonic presence. If there were really no demons in the Devil's Cave, then these resources could naturally be saved. Even, it was said that one could follow the example of the Lingxu Sword Sect. It was also a windfall to take the opportunity to open the Devil's Cave and mine the many resources in it. However, the Devil's Cave was a matter of great importance, and he did not dare to make a decision to try it without authorization, so he had been indecisive. The Lingxu Sword Sect is exploiting the Demon Cave in a big way, so it's just the right time to find out the truth. A moment later, the sect head of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect decided to go forward to observe the ceremony. He wanted to witness for himself what was going on in the Devil's Cave. Chapter 30, Li Chei's amazing talent. Someone is going to be unlucky tomorrow. Dao One Sword Sect. Above a certain mountain peak with beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual qi, sword qi spread out and light shone in all directions. A sword qi bloomed with biting cold light, and when it cut through the sky, it was as if the beginning of heaven and earth had opened up with the beginning of the world's intent spreading continuously, causing Gu Qingtang on the side to open her mouth wide in shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Li Chei, did you ever come into contact with the Taichu Sword Codex before? Gu Qingtang looked toward Li Chei, who stood with his sword closed before him, and could not hide the shock in his heart. What Li Chei had performed just now was the Daoi Sword Sect's Jinshan Mountain technique, the Taichu Sword Code. To be able to become the most important technique of the Daoi Sword Sect, the Taichu Sword Canon was naturally not simple. It encompassed everything, with all sorts of sword Dao aptitudes and axioms that were complicated beyond compare. When many ordinary disciples practiced, it would take at least a year just to get started. Even the strongly talented Su Baiwei, when she had just practiced the Taichu Sword Code, it had taken a month and a half. But now what? Today, he had originally thought that since Li Chei had officially joined the Daoi Sword Sect, it naturally wouldn't work if the core technique that represented the Daoi Sword Sect, the Taichu Sword Dictionary, wouldn't. Therefore, he is here specifically to teach him this gong method. But what he didn't expect was this. He imparted the gong method to Li Chei before just explaining it briefly. Then Li Chei got started. No, it wasn't just an introduction, but as if it had been practiced for many years. Regardless of any gungfu stance in the Taichu Sword Canon, Li Chei immediately learned it after just a glance, executing it with sword qi that was as round as it could be. That's even so. The key was that when the same moves arrived at Li Chei's strength, their power was unexpectedly more powerful and terrifying than the others. This was what made Gu Qingtang unable to resist losing her temper and even asking a stupid question. No, I hadn't come into contact with the Taichu Sword Code before. I just naturally comprehended its mysteries. Li Chei shook his head and said. Gu Qingtang also realized that she was too excited and her mind was confused. Also, the Taichu Sword Code was the Daoi Sword Sect's Jinshan Mountain technique. How could it be circulated in the outside world? And there was no way that Li Chei would have been able to come into contact with it before. Then there is only one explanation for all this. That was that Li Chei's terrifying talent was far beyond what one could imagine. Any feat, learned in one breath, it can even be transformed into a miracle, surpassing its original limits. This is more than horrible. It's just unbelievable. The Saint's Son is worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride capable of triggering a pilgrimage of 10,000 swords. This sword Dao talent is simply shocking to the world. I've lived for so many years, and I think I've seen a lot, but it's really the first time I've seen such a powerful comprehension of the sword Dao like you. For my Daoi Sword Sect to be able to have this Saint's Son, it is truly the mercy of heaven. Gu Qingtang's face was full of marvel and she didn't mince her words of praise. The way of the sword is vast, and we cultivators are merely climbing step by step. Now that I'm new to the clan, I've already witnessed 1,000 sword paths, and there's still a lot to learn. In the face of praise, Li Chei remained indifferent and did not have any pride. Ever since obtaining the great Dao sword body, his originally extremely exaggerated talent became more and more terrifying. And nowadays, any sword art didn't have the slightest bottleneck in front of him, and the resulting performance was considered normal. His humility also made Gu Qingtang more satisfied. The more grateful he was for this chief saint's decision, the more grateful he was. With this holy son leading the Daoi Sword Sect, why worry about not prospering? Master, brother. Just then, Saintess Su Baiwei appeared in front of the two with a smile on her face. Baiwei, what brings you here? Gu Qingtang opened his mouth, and Li Chei also smiled faintly. Su Baiwei walked over quickly with a strange look on her face and opened her mouth. I just heard a piece of news about the Lingxu Sword Sect, and I've specially come to let you know. Lingxu Sword Sect? At those words, Gu Qingtang was stunned, and Li Chei's gaze flashed with a hint of coldness. Su Baiwei was then heard to say, "Just now I got the news that the Lingxu sword sect, not knowing what to think, has suddenly decided to enter the Devil's Cave in a big way tomorrow to exploit the resources therein, and has sent out invitations widely, inviting all the major clans and forces in the southern continent to go and watch the ceremony." Now that the news has spread throughout the southern continent, many clans have learned of this, Su Baiwei said. The Dawi sword sect, as the nemesis of the Lingxu sword sect, naturally didn't receive an invitation, but now that the news had spread throughout the world, the Dawi sword sect had naturally heard the news. What? Mining the Devil's Den? Upon hearing this news, Gu Qingtong's face instantly changed. The Lingxu sword sect is really bold. The Demon Cave suppresses countless demonic and alien races. It's incredibly dangerous. They even dared to strike the attention of the Demon Cave. They're really impatient with life. He then remembered the conflict between Li Chei and the Lingxu sword sect, and with a flash of his gaze, he turned his head towards Li Chei and opened his mouth. "Ha ha, holy son, this is going to be a good show, if my guess is correct. I'm afraid that the reason why the Lingxu sword sect is in such a hurry to mine the Demon Cave, and even unexpectedly invited the many clans in the southern continent to observe the ceremony, is mainly because they're rushing towards you. They are trying to prove in front of countless fellow travelers in the world that you are that so-called selfish and greedy villain, so that you can cut yourself off from the world and have no place in the southern continent." Saying that, Gu Qingtang laughed out loud, the corners of his mouth hooked into a sneer. "It's just a pity that tomorrow is not destined to be what they want. The so-called selfishness and greed is just an excuse for their slander. Not only will it not affect you, I'm afraid that it will instead cause the Lingxu sword sect to suffer horrific consequences that it can't bear." Gu Qingtong's words, however, did not even consider the possibility that it was Li Chei who was lying. Li Chei was stunned and subconsciously asked, "Sovereign, trust me that much?" Gu Qingtang nodded without hesitation. "That's for sure. Before, the Dawi sword sect was considered hostile to you, but because of this, the Dawi sword sect knows better than anyone else what kind of person you really are." After a pause, he continued, "What's more, the Dawi sword sect also suppresses a Devil's Cave, and I have personally gone down there to check it out, and know the terror of it. It's also the Lingxu sword sect's group of contraptions that are blinded by greed and fantasize about such stupid things." Su Baiwei, who was on the side, nodded her head vigorously, her clear gaze looking straight at Li Chei as she firmly said, "Senior brother Li Chei, all the disciples of the Dawi sword sect believe that you were defamed by the Lingxu sword sect. This time it's just the right time to clear your grievances and teach the Lingxu sword sect a lesson." The two men's gazes were sincere, their eyes full of unreserved trust and support. Li Chei couldn't help but cross a warm current in his heart. He had only just joined the Dawi sword sect, but whether it was status or trust and respect, the Dawi sword sect had never been less, compared to the Lingxu sword sect, which he had previously paid all of his heart and soul to but had bitten back at himself. The two were simply one heaven and one earth. In that case, let's wait and see what happens tomorrow and wait to see the jokes of the Lingxu sword sect. Ha ha, Gu Qingtang laughed out loud, his face full of gloating. Li Chei also smiled and nodded slowly. He's looking forward to it, too. To be honest, after holding down the Demon Cave for hundreds of years, he really did miss that place. In the beginning, countless desperate conquests. In the finally suppressed the roaming demons, so that they do not dare to rebel. Now without himself, I'm afraid those bloodthirsty demons, too, couldn't wait long ago. Thinking of the scene that would happen tomorrow, Li Chei couldn't help but hang a bad smile at the corner of his mouth. "Elder brother, what are you thinking about?" Su Baiwei was curious. "I'm thinking, someone's going to be out of luck tomorrow." Chapter 31, the Lingxu sword sect is ready and bent. This day, the entire southern continent was in an uproar. The world was in an uproar, and countless cultivators were talking about it, as the invitation from the Lingxu sword sect spread throughout the world. For a while, all sorts of speculations and discussions were rampant, and it also made countless people incomparably look forward to tomorrow's Devil's Cave mining extravaganza. Are there still demons in the Devil's Cave? Is it true that there are all kinds of treasured resources everywhere? And Li Chei and the Lingxu sword sect, who was lying? All sorts of doubts. It will all be officially revealed at tomorrow's magic cave mining extravaganza. For a time, the southern continent trembled and the clouds of the 8 directions moved. Countless sects and Taoist systems had strong auras rising to the sky. The terrifying figures that were rare to see on weekdays all appeared, and between the blooming of the monstrous divine might, they transformed into a stream of light, swept across the sky, and sped towards where the Lingxu sword sect's demonic cave was located. There were even many loose cultivators who, even without an invitation, still headed towards where the Devil's Cave was located. It was about the Devil's Cave, not just the Lingxu sword sect's family. Rather, It is closely related to all cultivators in the southern continent. The storm clouds are gathering, just waiting for tomorrow. Early the next morning, Lingxu Sword Sect, Great Hall. Si Ruyan was sitting high at the top. Lu Lingli and other pro-transmitters were listed below. Many elders were on both sides, and countless disciples were in the square outside the main hall, waiting for their turn. Everyone's eyes exuded an uncontrollable look of joy and anticipation. When he looked at Si Ruyan, who was sitting high on the patriarch's seat, he couldn't stop the excitement on his face. Mining the Devil's Cave. This day had been long awaited by all the disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Ever since they had learned that the reason why Li Che had stayed in the demon cave for hundreds of years was not to suppress the demons, but rather to monopolize that massive treasure of resources, all of the disciples had gritted their teeth in hatred. In their minds, that vast amount of resources belonged to the Lingxu Sword Sect. If it could be successfully mined, it would certainly allow the many disciples to grow their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds, and their strength would increase greatly. Li Che wanted to take it all for himself and was undoubtedly in their way. Good thing. Now that Li Che had been expelled in the mining of the Devil's Cave, it was finally going to begin. On the large square, the tens of thousands of elite disciples who had been selected to be the first to enter the Devil's Cave were already impatient. Only a closer look reveals a strange thing. As a sword cultivation clan, and still about to step into the extremely dangerous Devil's Cave, these disciples unexpectedly did not prepare too many magic treasures or elixirs. Instead, one of them carried a good number of storage bags. Hey, you're stupid. The clan has said that there are no more demons in the demon cave, so why are you still carrying your sword? Sect notification but said, the Devil's Grotto is all over the resources. All kinds of flowers and herbs and even the Divine Spring Spirit Stone countless. More with some storage space, more only good to load resources. A disciple, seeing that his best friend beside him was actually heavily armed and vaguely nervous, let out a snort, and in the process imparted his experience to the other party. This time, the clan has said that individuals can keep 10% of the supplies found inside. Won't we be rich if we pack more then? That heavily armed disciple was obviously moved. But after a moment of entanglement, there was a shake of the head and a small voice. I am relatively timid. As soon as I heard of entering the Devil's Cave, I was a little nervous and scared. It is better to bring all the magic treasure spirit swords to be more at ease, he said, blushing a little. A remark that also drew ridicule from many disciples. Like that disciple who was fully armed was ultimately a minority. Most disciples had emptied their storage bags in advance, and didn't even bring spirit stones and elixirs to replenish their mana or anything like that. After all, the clan has said, this time into the Devil's Cave, completely is to take the sack to pick up resources. Bring those things what? With that space, wouldn't it smell good with more spiritual flowers and herbs? With this thought, the many disciples could not wait. In the Great Hall, Si Ruyan inquired as she swept her gaze across the bottom. Today is the day to mine the resources of the Demon Cave. How are all the disciples prepared? Below, Lu Lingli returned with an excited expression. Master, 10,000 disciples, led by 10 elders, are ready to enter the Devil's Cave at any time. Si Ruyan nodded in satisfaction. Rising from her seat, she swept her gaze around and raised her voice. Today, my Lingxu Sword Sect mines the Devil's Cave, and I will press for you and wait for you to return with a full load. At the same time, an icy color erupted from her eyes as she coldly said, take practical actions to right my Lingxu Sword Sect's name, break all the rumors that have been circulating, and expose Li Che's sinister and selfish true colors in front of everyone in the world, letting everyone know that Li Che is the liar, and letting those clans that have mocked my Lingxu Sword Sect, especially the Dawi Sword Sect, feel regret. As soon as her words fell, Lu Lingli and the other pro-disciples immediately spoke out in agreement. We must expose Li Che's true colors and slap the faces of those clans that dare to mock us. That's right, especially the Dawi Sword Sect. Even a villain like Li Che is going to be recruited. Let's see how they can handle themselves when the time comes. After successfully mining the Devil's Cave, Li Che will definitely cut himself off from the world. Zhao Yuansen was even more excited and shouted, Master is wise. This move will not only allow my Lingxu Sword Sect to reap vast amounts of resources, but it will also serve to write its own name, and it will also decimate Li Che. It's really brilliant. Listening to the compliments echoed by the several disciples, Si Ruyan's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously very flattered. However, just at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out in the Great Hall. Please think twice, Patriarch. That demon cave is a matter of great importance. Once there is a mistake that leads to countless demons appearing in the world, my Lingxu Sword Sect will be the world's sinner. The uneasiness in Elder Chen's heart had reached its peak, and he couldn't help but raise his voice to dissuade him. He had experienced the demonic rebellion 100 years ago, the scenes of bloodshed, the destruction of living beings, and the destruction of countless sects at the hands of demons are still vivid in his mind today. Countless demons had been suppressed in that devil's cave, and it was hard to seal it. How can you turn it back on? Knowing that it would cause Si Ruyan to be disgusted, he still couldn't help but open his mouth to try to dissuade him. Shut up! The smile on Si Ruyan's face tightened, and anger flashed in her eyes as she stared at Elder Chen. Elder Chen, you're getting old. As a sword cultivator, your guts are no longer what they were back then. I don't blame you. You don't have to go this time. Honestly, stay at the clan. Her eyes were stern as she swept her gaze over the elders and warned, my mind is made up. The mining of the Devil's Cave is imperative. No one shall be dissuaded, or else they will be expelled from the clan and be punished by condemnation. Seeing that she was tough as nails, she didn't take the dissuasion to heart at all. Some of the elders who were somewhat dissuasive had a stagnant moment, not daring to touch her again, and Elder Chen could only be filled with bitterness as he stumbled towards the outside. Open the Devil's Cave. How dare you? Does the mere fact of some outside things make you lose your mind? In case it triggered demonic turmoil, the lightest case would be that the Lingxu sword sect would suffer heavy casualties, and in case the worst case scenario occurred, allowing those ferocious demons to descend on the southern continent once again, causing havoc in the heavens and the earth. Not only you, Si Ruyan, but even the entire Lingxu sword sect, will become the world's sinner. Elder Chen was filled with grief and anger, but he was unable to do anything in the face of this situation. One could only watch, as the Devil's Cave was about to be opened. Chapter 32. All forces have arrived. This is a life and death situation. Just as the Lingxu sword sect's countless disciples converged, in a cave located deep within the sect, a silhouette slowly opened its eyes. She was dressed in white clothes that won the snow. Her face was pretty. Her long black hair hung over her shoulders, smooth as a waterfall. And at this time, she was sitting cross-legged, her breath rising and falling. It was Si Ruyan's second disciple, Lu Lingxu. She had now reached the peak of the fourth sky of the Divine King realm, and in order to break through her cultivation, she had closed herself off in her cave for a long time without coming out. Now that tens of thousands of disciples had gathered, the sword intent stirred, suddenly waking her up. Strange, why does the sect feel so chaotic today? Feeling the constant intertwining of the mutually agitated sword intent within the Lingxu sword sect, Lu Lingxu's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt as she frowned slightly. She had been in seclusion. There was no knowledge of what was happening during this time. Naturally, he was not clear about the matter of the sect expelling Li Che while preparing to mine the Devil's Cave. The matter of seclusion is most feared to be disturbed. She was awakened at this point, and she was instantly a little upset. These disciples of the sect are really getting more and more unruly. With a cold snort, Lu Lingxu, however, did not intend to come out of the gate. At this time, she had already reached a critical juncture in her cultivation, and at any moment, she might break through to the fifth sky of God King. So naturally, she was unwilling to lose her efforts. Speaking of which, the resources that senior brother Li Che has been giving me lately have become less and less, making my breakthroughs all that much slower. Really, I'm his own senior sister. It's been a long time since I've come to see me. When I get out of the gate, I must talk about him. Lu Lingxu let out a petulant hum. Her mouth said complaining, but she didn't really get angry. Instead, she brought up Li Che, and a hint of a smile appeared faintly at the corner of her mouth. As a disciple who had been initiated after Li Che, she could be considered to have grown up with Li Che. There has always been a good relationship between the two. Li Che had also always taken extreme care of him, including this time, when he learned that she was planning to make a breakthrough in seclusion. Li Che even made a special trip back to the sect from the demon cave in the first place, sending her many treasures that would help her cultivation, and giving her full protection for her breakthrough in seclusion. Now that Li Che had left the Lingxu sword sect, she naturally had much less spirit stones, pills, and other items. Could it be that the Devil's Cave is restless again, causing elder brother to be entangled and not have time to return? If that's really the case, I can go and see him after I'm out of the gate, and maybe I can help in some way as well. Humph. When elder brother sees how much my strength has increased, he'll definitely be shocked. With this thought in her heart, Lu Lingxu once again closed her eyes and entered a state of seclusion. In the meantime, in the great hall of the sect, seeing Elder Chen walk out with a face full of bitterness and sighs, Si Ruyan's good mood was also disturbed quite a bit. Just an old codger, still trying to teach the seat to work. Her face sank slightly, and after a cold snort, she got up and led the people to the top of the square. Now that the invitations had been sent out, and the news that the Lingxu sword sect was going to mine the Devil's Cave had long been spread all over the world. With the arrow on the string, how could it be stopped just like that? Now, everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. We're just waiting for people from all the great powers in the southern continent to come and watch the ceremony. Si Ruyan looked up at the sky, a bitter cold light blooming in her eyes. Li Che, this time, I'm going to make you lose your reputation in front of everyone in the whole world." Just as she murmured, the sky above the Lingxu sword sect shook with a roar. A majestic and strong aura spread out steeply in the sky, and a stream of light of various colors pierced through the sky, rushing towards the direction of the Lingxu sword sect. In the meantime, a chant rang out. "The human emperor of the great diffusion god dynasty has arrived. The Violet Sun Sacred Sect's patriarch has led his disciples to observe the ceremony. Cold Maple Valley is invited to come. The Flying Star Sect master has come to observe the ceremony." It was accompanied by a chant. The disciples of the Sect Lingxu Sword Sect who had long been prepared immediately fell into the protector formation, and the curtain of light gradually faded away, followed by an incessant sound of breaking air. Ha ha! The Lingxu Sword Sect mining the Devil's Cave is a great event in the southern continent. I'll have to see it. In the middle of the mellow laughter, a domineering figure dressed in a golden nine dragon's robe, exuding an earth-shattering aura, surfaced in the sky. In a flash, the dragon's roar resounded, and a domineering aura like that of a juggernaut stirred in all directions. Human Emperor of the Great Diffusion God Dynasty, Jiang Huaiji. As soon as his words fell, another light laugh rang out. The voice was not loud, like a breeze, but it fell clearly into everyone's ears. "The existence of the Devil's Cave has plagued my southern continent for hundreds of years, and now that I have the honor of witnessing a scene of its opening, I'm really quite curious." Accompanied by a voice, the sky suddenly changed. The clouds swept across the sky. There was a vast purple gas for 30,000 miles, and the blazing sun shone high in the sky and the earth. An old Taoist in Bagua purple ribbony mortal clothes had a smile on his lips as he led his disciples to descend. Ziyang Sacred Sect leader, Yuan Mingzi. It's like a start. With the descent of these two great figures, the existences of other forces that had come to observe the ceremony also made their appearances, their strong auras falling one after another into the Lingxu Sword Sect's great hall. 100 years have passed. How is the current state of the Devil's Cave? It's really curious. Ha ha, mining the Devil's Cave. The Lingxu Sword Sect really dares to be the first in the world. The Flying Star Sect admires it. For such an event, I, Cold Maple Valley, have come to join in the fun. Accompanied by a figure that was like a god and a devil floating in the sky. The wind and clouds in the sky changed. All kinds of visions were present, and powerful auras spread across the sky. Obviously, when it came to the matter of the Devil's Cave, all parties in the southern continent attached great importance to it, and those who came to participate in the event were the top figures of various sects and Dao lineages. There was no lack of people at the helm of each family or patriarchal elders. Even giants like the human emperor of the Great Diffusion God Dynasty as well as the sect leader of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect were personally present. The magnitude of the spectacle is enough to astound. An abysmal figure that emitted a strong aura fell. In a moment's time, it had actually almost gathered most of the southern continent's sects and Taoists. Even outside of the Lingxu Sword Sect's mountain gate, there was a sea of people at this time, and those small clans or loose cultivators who had not received invitations had rushed over in order to watch this event, gathering outside of the Lingxu Sword Sect's mountain gate, their eyes gleaming. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many big shots converge. Mining the Devil's Cave. I wonder what it's really going to be like. What bull ***** mining Demon Cave. The Lingxu Sword Sect has made such a big scene this time. This is clearly a life and death game with Li Che. What exactly is like inside the Devil's Cave will be known soon enough. There was a clamor in the outside world, and Si Ruyan just looked at it and retracted her gaze. To her, this time it was to make Li Che lose his reputation in front of the whole world, and at the same time slap the faces of all the great sects. So naturally the more onlookers the better. At that moment, no one was allowed to drive away those small clans and loose cultivators, and they were allowed to gather around. Chapter 33, Li Che is a traitor. And Dao Yi is also a shameless man? Although it was necessary to slap the faces of the great sects, superficial efforts still had to be done. As time passed, seeing that the various sects and Taoist systems in the southern continent that had received invitations had all arrived, Si Ruyan had a smile on her face as she stepped in and said aloud, "First of all, I would like to thank you all for accepting my Lingxu Sword Sect's invitation to come to the Demon Cave mining extravaganza on your busy schedules. On behalf of the Lingxu Sword Sect, I welcome you all. The Lingxu Sword Sect has prepared seats and spirit fruits for everyone, so please take your seats first." Guided by the many disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect, the major powerhouses who had come to participate in the event had taken their seats. Si Ruyan nodded and smiled with a satisfied smile on her face. Everyone gathered at Lingxu today to witness the true situation in the Demon Cave. I, Lingxu Sword Sect, will definitely not let everyone down. Disappointed? It certainly won't disappoint you. Before, weren't you all arrogant and uncontrollable? Not putting my Lingxu Sword Sect in your eyes, and making a lot of mockery and insults? This time I'm going to make you lose face in front of everyone. personally swallow back what you said again. Si Ruyan was wearing a smile on the surface, but there was a flash of mockery in the depths of her eyes. Do these guys really think they want them to come and watch? What a joke. One has prepared a big show with great care. The stage is set. How can one do without this audience? Previously, the rumors in the southern continent were all over the place, mostly abusive and mocking of Si Ruyan. And along with that, the Lingxu sword sect was also in a state of internal chaos and suffered a considerable blow. So much so that many of the disciples and elders were quite vocal about it. Si Ruyan was enraged by this, and had long held a belly full of anger inside. This time, mining the Devil's Cave, deliberately widely invited all the major sects and Taoist systems, especially those who had once insulted and mocked her forces. She was not one to pull, for that matter, today's punch in the face. The humiliation and sarcasm she had received during this period of time, she was going to return it without fail. At this point in time, nearly all of the large and small named Taoist forces in the southern continent were present, and Si Ruyan was finally satisfied. Later on, the Lingxu sword sect will successfully mine the demon cave and expose Li Che's true colors on the spot. I'd like to see that. Those of you who have been clamoring that my Lingxu sword sect is blind and small-minded enough to not tolerate geniuses a few days ago, what exactly will be your expressions? If I don't get out of my heart today, I won't be Si Ruyan. Thinking of the fact that she was about to face the great sects in the world later on, Si Ruyan only felt refreshed. The smile on his face grew stronger, and he couldn't wait. She had personally traveled to the middle of the Devil's Cave before to explore the situation, and even though she had only turned around in the periphery, she had clearly seen the scene of green grass and a fresh breeze. This kind of place is like the blessed land of the immortals, and you tell me that there are countless demons, and they even fought for their lives to keep it down? Little cutie. Only then will I believe it. Therefore Si Ruyan was confident. When air opens the entrance to the Devil's Cave and the many disciples of the Lingxu sword sect really enter it and show the true side of the Devil's Cave in front of their eyes, let's see what those guys can still say. Let you all believe in Li Che one by one without any reason and make all kinds of rumors about yourselves. Deserve to be punched in the face. But just as Si Ruyan's mind was floating and flowing freely, an ill-timed voice suddenly rang out. Ha! The Dawi sword sect didn't even come? It was only after the great diffusion god dynasty's human emperor Jiang Huaiji swept his gaze over the people present. As if he had discovered something, he let out a startled eep. He didn't deliberately curb his voice so much that the many guests heard him. Then there was a lot of talk, and inexplicable looks appeared on their faces. Dao Yi and Lingxu both looked at each other differently, and now Li Che, who had been expelled from the Lingxu sword sect, had joined the Dawi sword sect, and was even rumored to have become the chief saint's son. What's more, it was hard for the people present to avoid all kinds of thoughts. When she heard Jiang Huaiji's words, Si Ruyan's face stiffened. However, she reacted extremely quickly, and immediately let out a cold laugh and said bluntly, "Humph, the Dawi sword sect is shameless to the extreme, digging in and robbing disciples to my Lingxu sword sect's head. And how could my Lingxu sword sect invite such a shameless sect?" Her face was filled with contempt, not hiding her disgust and disdain. However, as soon as her words fell, she saw Jiang Huaiji laugh out loud and snicker with a gloating face. "Oh, Dawi robbed your Lingxu sword sect's disciple? That's not what I know, is it?" Jiang Huaiji snorted with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. Nowadays, the world knows that Li Che, the supreme heavenly pride and the Lingxu sword sect's eldest senior brother, was voluntarily expelled by his own division, causing the world to cajole for it, and as a result, the Dawi sword sect had the good fortune of admitting him into their sect, and even gave the honorary position of chief saint. How did it come to your grand patriarch's mouth that it became a hard robbery by someone else's Dawi? Jiang Huaiji's tone was conspiratorial, not caring at all about Si Ruyan's increasingly unsightly face, and he was simply playing up his cynicism to the extreme as he talked to himself, a remark that immediately drew snickers from many forces. You, being exposed in public by Jiang Huaiji in such an unforgiving manner. Si Ruyan instantly burst into a rage. However, the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty was likewise the top power in the southern continent and was not afraid of the Lingxu sword sect at all, and in the face of Si Ruyan's cross-eyed glare, Jiang Huaiji continued to sip his own tea with a sense of contentment. This kind of behavior made Si Ruyan gnash her teeth even more. Asshole. Asshole. Damn Jiang Huaiji. Damn the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty. How dare you make a fool out of me in front of so many people? I'm going to make you pay sooner or later. You wait for me. Si Ruyan was infuriated and roared madly inwardly. He couldn't wait to step in and dismantle Jiang Huaiji. However, no matter how angry Si Ruyan was, he could only forcefully suppress it in front of the many Taoist forces in the world. Just be smug. I'd like to see if you can still laugh later. Letting out a deep breath, Si Ruyan's face was icy cold. Seeing the many forces snickering and secretly pointing, she was angry and embarrassed. so she simply stopped hiding it and directly nodded her head. That's right. The situation is indeed like what human Emperor Jiang said. However, there is a reason why my Lingxu sword sect expelled Li Che. At its root, it is because of the Devil's Cave. When they heard about the Devil's Cave, all of them had a pang and came to their senses. Jiang Huaiji also stopped drinking tea, but straightened up slightly and focused his attention, wanting to hear what Si Ruyan was going to say. Seeing that the gazes of the crowd were looking over, Si Ruyan opened her mouth in a stern voice. As we all know, the Devil's Cave is not only a trouble for my Lingxu sword sect, but at the same time, it is an existence for which countless sects and Dao lineages in the entire southern continent have headaches and difficulties. Hearing this, the crowd did not refute it, because she's telling the truth. The Devil's Cave is the heart of the entire southern continent, the sharp sword that is always chosen over the head. But then again, it was precisely because of this that everyone was so admiring and supportive of Li Che, who had willingly entered the Devil's Cave and had held down the fort for 100 years all by his lonesome. But now, listening to Si Ruyan's meaning, in which it was likely not so simple. Chapter 34, 10,000 Attention. Lingxu sword sect's madness. The strongest of the strong converge and the crowds gather around. Si Ruyan's voice reached everyone's ears. The Devil's Cave is a matter of great importance, and all the major forces in the southern continent regard it as a great danger to their hearts and guard it closely. And my Lingxu sword sect is no exception. When Li Che, as the eldest senior brother of the Lingxu sword sect, took the initiative to ask for help in suppressing the Devil's Cave, I, as the patriarch, and also his master, was naturally pleased and touched in my heart, believing that I had cultivated a disciple with a sense of responsibility and commitment. But time changes hearts. Speaking here, Si Ruyan's voice was steeply high and her face became heavy. She looked around and saw that everyone was looking at her, getting more and more energized, and a look of hatred and anger appeared in her eyes. 100 years passed and he began to become selfish, greedy and brutal. The so-called subduing the Devil's Cave is actually deceiving everyone in the clan. Even I, the master, was kept in the dark by him, and thought that he really gave everything for the sake of the Devil's Cave. But the truth is, there are no more demons present in the Demon Cave. Li Che is only trying to hijack the resources in the Demon Cave. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to deceive the clan for hundreds of years, and even saw the possibility of things being exposed, and went so far as to mutilate the lives of hundreds of his fellow disciples. It's just unconscionable. What? Many are hearing the inside story in detail for the first time. At this moment, seeing Si Ruyan's hateful appearance, there was a slight commotion. Even when they heard Si Ruyan's words that there were no more demons in the Devil's Cave, many of them changed their faces. A low murmur instantly rang out. Seeing this, Si Ruyan's heart was finally much smoother. Full of pain, his voice rolled. Even if Li Che makes a heavenly mistake, as his master, I still want to give him a chance, just to make him take the initiative to admit his mistake and return to his rightful place in time. But who would have thought? With all the evidence, Li Che is still unrepentant, even going so far as to sentence him out of the clan. What I didn't expect even more. After he left the sect, he would even throw himself into the Dao One Sword sect, a shameless sect that hides dirt and grime. And the two sides are working together to become traitors to Lingxu. How can such a heartless and shameless person be worthy of being my Lingxu sword sect's senior brother? Si Ruyan said some words in a stern voice, said in a righteous manner. Not only did he angrily denounce Li Che's shamelessness, but he also denigrated the Daoi sword sect in passing. By the way, it also shows its own tolerance and helplessness. The anger overflowed with such depth and emotion that many were stunned. So that's what the truth turns out to be? Could it be that Li Che really coveted the resources in the Devil's Cave and even went so far as to brutalize the clan? If that's really the case, there doesn't seem to be any problem with the Lingxu sword sect's handling of the situation. Why am I a little unconvinced by what Si Ruyan said? Everyone should have a good idea of what kind of person Li Che is. Instead, it's the Lingxu sword sect that feels even more less reliable, right? For a while, numerous low murmurs rang out. More people, however, were not concerned about the feud between Li Che and the Lingxu sword sect, but instead focused their attention on another place, the Devil's Cave. When they heard Si Ruyan say that there were no more demons in the Devil's Cave, many people had begun to stir until now, when they finally couldn't hold back their voices to ask, Patriarch Si, the Demon Cave is really safe now? It's a matter of great importance. Patriarch Si can't be credulous and mislead us. The Violet Sun Sacred Sect Master Profound Mingzi forced down the excitement in his eyes and inquired in a deep voice. His clan had also been having headaches over the Demon Cave. If there were truly no demons present in the Lingxu sword sect's Demon Cave, perhaps their own sect, too, could try to open it up. But with so much at stake, he didn't dare to believe it so easily. As he voiced his inquiry, many forces looked towards Si Ruyan with burning eyes. It's safe to say, if the state of the Devil's Cave could really be confirmed, It would have a great impact on the entire southern continent, and there was no way for them not to be concerned. Of course, facing the gazes of the crowd, Si Ruyan was full of confidence and nodded her head without hesitation. She lifted her chin slightly with a hint of arrogance. More talk is better than seeing it with your own eyes. Nowadays, the world is spreading rumors that my Lingxu sword sect slandered Li Che and forced him away. I invited you all here today so that the world can witness my Lingxu sword sect mining the Devil's Cave and writing my Lingxu sword sect's name. The Lingxu sword sect was playing for real. It wasn't until now that all of them finally confirmed that the Lingxu sword sect was really trying to mine the Devil's Cave. After all, the Devil's Cave was a great terror in general in everyone's heart. Therefore, many people thought that the Lingxu sword sect was merely bluffing and showing off with their mouths. But they didn't expect that Si Ruyan would now make his words in front of the world, and that he was going to make a real move. For a while, everyone was in high spirits and excited. After 100 years, the Devil's Cave was finally going to open again. Its true colors, too, will see the light of day again and be revealed to all. This was a big enough event to affect the entire southern continent. At that moment, no matter what power they thought of the Lingxu sword sect, they were all very much looking forward to witnessing the opening of the Devil's Cave. Heck, a cowardly one. For the resources of the Devil's Cave, let me, Lingxu sword sect, take the lead first. We'll see if you guys are jealous when the time comes. Si Ruyan was satisfied with the reaction of the major powers, and her heart was even more unrestrained. An icy and painful smile surfaced in her eyes. Li Che, after today, you'll be completely discredited, whether you admit it or not. The reputation of deceiving the clan and maiming your fellow disciples, the reputation of a traitor, will be with you forever. There is no more place for you in the greatness of the southern continent. There's also the Dawi sword sect. When you found out that Li Che, who was treated as a treasure by yourselves, is actually a selfish, greedy and brutal villain, and a traitor who is disliked by all the people in the world. Let's see if you guys can still be proud of yourselves. Si Ruyan's heart was getting smoother and smoother, and a look of anticipation appeared in her eyes. At that moment, there was no ink, and he got up from his seat and flew to the square, his gaze sweeping over the tens of thousands of disciples, his voice rolling. But already, below, tens of thousands of disciples, led by Lu Lingli and other pro-disciples with wildly ecstatic eyes, opened their mouths loudly. Back to the patriarch. Everything is ready. Good. Si Ruyan nodded his head in satisfaction, a divine light blossoming in his eyes, and then he waved his big hand. Let's go. Mine the Devil's Cave. With her command, tens of thousands of disciples, as well as many elders, led by a few of Lu Lingli's personal disciples, flew up, vastly, and in a few moments arrived at the forbidden area of the Devil's Cave in the back of the mountain. In the southern continent, many Taoist systems had suppressed the existence of Devil's Caves. One by one, they utilized a variety of different means to seal the Devil's Cave to death. It was either sealed by formations, suppressed by secret treasures, or guarded by powerful people. And before the Lingxu sword sect, because of the Great War under the heavy damage, coupled with the Sword Clan, is not good at the way of formation, the inability to seal the magic cave, thus leading to the entrance of the magic cave is so directly exposed. The periphery does not have any array of secret treasures and other sealing. It was also under these circumstances that Li Che entered the demon cave with his body, personally blocking the thousands of demons and preventing them from rushing out of the demon cave. At this point, the entrance to the desolate and dead silent Devil's Cave was ushering in the most noisy and lively moment in the last 100 years. Tens of thousands of disciples came in great numbers. Then without the slightest hesitation, he directly rushed into the Devil's Cave. Chapter 35. The whole place was shocked at the abundance of resources in the magic cave. Gasp! It really went in. Damn! Should I say that the Lingxu sword sect is bold or emboldened? Surprisingly, it really just barged in headfirst. There isn't even a decent seal at the entrance of the demon cave. If this wasn't guarded by Li Che, I'm afraid that the demons in it would have already broken out of the demon cave and wreaked mad havoc in the southern continent. Right? The answer to the question of what the current state of the Devil's Cave is really like is soon to come. That's right. There will be an outcome soon as to who exactly Li Che and the Lingxu sword sect are lying about. Watching the tens of thousands of disciples of the Lingxu sword sect barge straight into the Devil's Cave like a head of iron waves, all the forces that came to observe the ceremony were shocked. Many people's eyelids jumped and they subconsciously stood up. Want them to face the Devil's Cave, which is not a time of caution, all kinds of suppression and sealing, for fear of causing the Devil's Cave riot. This Lingxu sword sect was good and broken head first. Look at that look. Not like entering the extremely dangerous Devil's Grotto, to seem to have found some kind of treasure land, scrambling to take the sack to fill the money like. But the thing that made the crowd was amazed by it. The Lingxu sword sect was full of tens of thousands of people, charging into the Devil's Cave so vociferously. However, it did not cause any half reaction. There was not the slightest leakage of demonic aura, and there was not even half a bit of battle fluctuation that appeared. The whole process was just as smooth as can be. Now, everyone was a little shocked. Could it be that there really aren't any demons in the demon cave anymore? Even Jiang Huizhi, who had always been convinced of Li Che, had a puzzled look in his eyes at this moment. No, Jiang Huizhi had never believed in the Lingxu sword sect's words, and had always firmly believed that there was definitely a great terror existing in the Devil's Cave, or else with Li Che's natural talent, how could he have willingly wasted 100 years in it? Something must be wrong. After glancing at the spirited Si Ruyan, Jiang Huizhi then sat down once again in a four-legged manner, sipping his tea in an old-fashioned manner and waiting for the next development. He had a hunch. Things that would never be so simple. Si Ruyan didn't think so. Seeing the many disciples smoothly stepping into the Devil's Cave, causing countless forces to riot and be shocked, Si Ruyan's eyes surfaced with complacency and laughed freely. All of you are still invited to take your seats and be at ease. After a few moments, everything will be revealed. After that, she sat down in the main seat, lifted her tea and sipped it lightly, waiting for the next moment to punch her in the face. That emboldened look was even more alarming to the crowd. Could it be that the Devil's Cave was really like what Si Ruyan had said? Wow, that was beautiful. Really, eh? I never thought that there would be such a beautiful scenery in the Devil's Cave that people talk about. What kind of Devil's Cave is this? It's basically an immortal spirit-blessed land. The other side. After leading the many disciples to step into the Devil's Cave, Lu Lingli and the others were immediately stunned by the sight they saw before their eyes. The distant mountains are covered with green grass. There are also sacred springs and waterfalls, and streams meandering. Under the abundant spiritual chi, numerous exotic flowers and plants were bred, gently swaying in the breeze. With a light breath, you can smell the freshness and fragrance in the air. Even if one's eyes casually swept around, one could find many low-grade spirit herbs and exotic fruits reflected in the surroundings. This is the spirit-containing grass. Wow, isn't that the ink snake flower? A whole lot of it. Holy, this is Xianyang ginseng? What a treasure. That's actually the frost fruit? I've been looking for it for ages. Just after stepping into the Devil's Cave, before setting off forward, there were numerous spiritual flowers and exotic herbs appearing in front of them, instantly making Lu Lingli and the others overjoyed. And those numerous ordinary disciples were even more astonished. For a while, the crowd was energized, though most of what they saw now were just some low-grade spirit herbs. But this can only be the outermost part of the magic cave. How many more resources should there be to pick from if you keep moving inwards? I'm afraid it will be astronomical. Li Che is so shameless. The Devil Cave is clearly like a cave of heaven, filled with treasures, and he even told us that it's extremely dangerous. It's really abominable. Yu Xuan'er looked at the many spirit grasses around that area and instantly became angry. In this peaceful place with exotic flowers and plants, you're telling me there are demons everywhere? It's not treating people like cuties, is it? Lu Lingli was also filled with disgust and said angrily, to deceive the sect for hundreds of years for one's own self-interest, even going so far as to mutilate hundreds of fellow sect members. Li Che's heart is too vicious. Even after we found out about it, he didn't admit his guilt. It's just shameless. It's so cheap of Master to banish him. Listening to the two leading the rage, the many other disciples also nodded their heads, hated Li Che with a gnashing of teeth. That's right, Li Che is truly detestable. Thanks to my previous thought that he was a serious and responsible eldest brother, it turns out that he's all lying to us. What the big brother? Can't you explain the situation now? Damn Li Che. These resources are clearly everyone's, and he's trying to hijack them. I'll be damned. If you ask me, I shouldn't have let Li Che go in the first place. He must have smuggled in a lot of goodies after being here for so many years, so we should just make him spit them all out before we say anything. That's right. Countless disciples shouted and cursed, their hatred for Li Che undisguised. Upon seeing so many resources, these disciples' eyes glowed red and were on the verge of going crazy, unable to stop the greedy look on their faces. With so many resources, why should Li Che be allowed to hog them? It belongs to everyone. Cho Wanson, who was on the sidelines, didn't have the effort to pay attention to the concurrence. At this moment, he looked at the vast amount of resources in the Devil's Cave. His body trembled slightly with excitement, and his eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy. The resources in the Devil's Cave were simply too bountiful, even more than he had predicted before, and more terrifying. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of terrifying level of strength the Wuji demon sect would raise to if they could pocket all of this massive amount of resources and digest them thoroughly. But at least, what forces like the Lingxu sword sect Great Diffusion God Dynasty are all bull ********. All of them will be trampled under the feet of the Wuji demon sect. Mine. It's all mine. You damn guys, how dare you collect the resources that belong to me? You simply don't know how to die. Zhao Yuansen was so excited inside that his eyes were glowing. However, Right at this moment, when he saw that the other Lingxu sword sect disciples around him had already begun to disperse and gather resources around, his eyes suddenly blossomed with astonishing killing intent. These wastes are worthy of mining resources? Everything is yours and no one else deserves to touch it. These people deserve to die. Zhao Yuansen gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. When we get back, we must immediately contact the demon sect side to speed up the speed of the demon sect's incursion into the Lingxu sword sect. These treasures, they can only be mine. Whoever dares to rob, must die. Chapter 36, Ridders come in? Then kill them all. Great. I found a 9-sun spirit vine. Come. There's a large area of ice and fire arcane stones here. This is rich. Hiss. The legendary advanced soul containment wood. Simply too powerful. In the Devil's Cave, along with constantly moving forward, all kinds of treasures were found, triggering a cry of surprise, and also more and more stimulating to the nerves of the crowd. One by one, excited face, two eyes shining, constantly searching, for fear of lagging behind. Even Lu Lingli and the others, who were supposed to be in control of the entire scene and responsible for everyone's safety and security, had also joined the search and scramble. The crowd was energized. Don't be careless, everyone. After all, this is the Devil's Cave. Who knows what exactly is lurking in the shadows? We must not let our guard down. We all need to be more careful. Seeing that all the disciples were frantically focusing on searching for resources without the slightest sense of preparedness, the several elders following the team were vaguely uneasy in their hearts. This is the Devil's Den after all. Being so silky and unguarded, in case an accident does occur, it is bound to result in heavy losses. Under their old age, several elders issued a warning to Lu Lingli and the others, but I didn't expect it. What they got in return for their kindness was the disdain and mockery of Lu Lingli's few people. Several elders, were you scared out of your wits by Li Che before? Where's the danger in this? It's simply a lie that Li Che deliberately fabricated earlier to keep us from discovering it. Lu Lingli had all kinds of resources in her eyes, and she didn't take the counsel of the several elders to heart at all. Yu Shuanger spoke more directly. Humph. A few elders being so timid as rats. It's really a disgrace to our Lingxu sword sect. Just like you guys, you still have the nerve to be elders. If you're scared, get out of here and don't delay us from gathering resources. If you delay the great events of the clan, beware that master will take you to task. The other disciples also turned a deaf ear to the exhortations, and even swept their gazes over, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain for the several elders. You guys? Several elders were almost spitting blood at Lu Lingli's anger. Their faces flushed green and white. Eventually, he simply waved his sleeve and never cared again. In case an accident did occur, it would be Lu Lingli and the others who would suffer. Lu Lingli and the others, however, simply did not care about the thoughts of the several elders. At this time, their entire minds were focused on the ubiquitous resources, each one scrambling forward and backward, their silhouettes shuttling everywhere, frantically collecting all sorts of treasures. From time to time, a shout filled with surprise also rang out from the Devil's Cave. The Dragon Soul Tree. It's the legendary Dragon Soul Tree. Isn't this the moon-hiding spirit bamboo? Surprisingly, so many of them appeared at once. A whole bamboo forest. 1,000-year-old ginseng king. I've found 1,000-year ginseng king. Along with the discovery of one treasured treasure after another, the cries of astonishment rang out while constantly stimulating the others, causing everyone's breathing to become more and more ragged and their eyes to turn red. This place is, simply, the supreme treasure land that cultivators dream of. At that moment, many disciples couldn't help but regret why they no longer brought more storage magic treasures when they came. For a moment, everyone went crazy. All minds were fully immersed in the revelry. In the meantime, the depths of the Devil's Cave. What's going on? I sensed that the Devil's Cave even had people coming in again. It can't be that god of kill coming back, can it? It's not like that. Look, I wasn't even shaking just now. Could it be that our plans to break out of the demon cave have been discovered? The moment the countless disciples of the Lingxu sword sect rushed in, the demons in the depths of the demon cave also instantly sensed something strange. The first reaction was to be scared and shrink their necks, thinking that Li Che, the god of murder, had returned. But then it didn't feel like it. For a while, the many demons were talking, all of them on guard. What's the use of talking about it here? Don't you know it by probing? A powerful demon let out a cold snort, and then cast a divine ability. In an instant, a pair of scarlet eyes that emitted a terrifyingly unsettling aura surfaced high in the sky of the demon cave. And for that, those Lingxu sword sect disciples knew nothing, still roaming the mountains looking for treasures everywhere. I can't believe a bunch of bugs ran in. After the results of the probe were transmitted back to the ears of the many demons, they were instantly enraged. Damn bastards. So it's just a bunch of mole crickets running in. thanks to which I was scared out of my wits, to come to our territory and act as if they were traveling to the mountains. They're looking for death. Tear them apart. It's been hundreds of years since I've devoured blood and flesh. These mole crickets have come just in time. Instantly, the demons rioted and countless cruel and tyrannical auras stirred. Previously, when they were suppressed by Li Che for 100 years, they endured it. But now a group of things like ants also dared to act recklessly in their own territory, instantly making each of them grimace, a strong bloodthirsty impulse welling up in their hearts. In the past, there was Li Che, that god of killers who was just as crazy as a madman, and we just recognized it. Now a bunch of contraptions that I could crush with my hand would dare to disregard us. I'm going to eat them alive. The demons were furious and roared with hideous fury. A demon that exuded a terrifying aura immediately ordered, "All the demons are out." Lurking around the periphery of the demon cave. After you have surrounded those mole crickets, kill them all. Not one of them, kill them all. After being suppressed for 100 years, this time, we're going to enjoy this feast of blood and flesh. In the cold and tyrannical voice, all the demons laughed hideously at once. In the midst of his bloodshot eyes, a crazy tyrannical aura rose up to the sky. With that, a huge and terrifying figure instantly disappeared in place, heading towards the periphery of the Devil's Cave. The disciples of the Lingxu sword sect who still knew nothing about it. At this time, the periphery of the Devil's Cave, Lu Lingli and the others were in such a horrible forbidden place as the Devil's Cave, but they didn't have the slightest bit of defense or worry. Instead, they were all full of smiles as they wandered around, and the middle of the room was filled with the playful sounds of a few people giggling and laughing. "Senior sister, look at this 5-colored spirit flower. It's really too beautiful. This place is really too beautiful. I've never thought that there could be such a nice-looking place. When the mining is over, I must report to my master and build the cave here. This is not a devil's cave. It's clearly a cave of bliss, alright. I don't even want to go back." A few people traveled the mountains while gathering various resources. The two girls, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, lingered over the beauty of the surroundings, their beautiful eyes rippling with light and their mouths letting out exclamations from time to time. Zhao Yuansen's eyes were also glowing. "Two senior sisters, this is simply a treasure land given to us by the heavens. So many resources. When placed in the outside world, it's enough to cause many great powers to fight head to head, but now it's just quietly staying there, waiting for us to pick it. This feeling is just too good." Yu Shuanger nodded her head vigorously as well, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "Those southern continent Taoists are really stupid too. The Devil's Grotto is safe and secure, and there is a huge amount of resources to be taken at will, but it is ridiculous that they are afraid of it as if it were a flood and fierce beasts, and they are strictly guarded, and they simply don't dare to get close to it. Now it's still us, the Lingxu sword sect, who are the first to get the benefits. Speaking of which, though," she was furious again, and then he remembered Li Che, the culprit. Chapter 37, See Ruin Rampant. Li Che's body failed? I blame that villain Li Che. If it wasn't for him, we would have been able to exploit the resources here 100 years ago, and perhaps by now, the Lingxu sword sect would have dominated the southern continent and become the most powerful sect. Yu Shuanger gritted her teeth. Lu Lingli's face was also filled with coldness as she angrily said, "This person, Li Che, has an evil mind, and has held up my Lingxu sword sect for hundreds of years, let alone banishing him. Even killing him 1,000 times wouldn't relieve his hatred." The same sinister color flashed in Zhao Yuansen's eyes. He had long been salivating over the resources in the Devil's Cave, which was why he had used the opportunity to enter the Devil's Cave last time to brutally kill hundreds of Lingxu sword sect's disciples, framing Li Che for the crime. Although he didn't manage to kill Li Che, it was good that he was expelled and successfully mined the Devil's Cave. As long as we contact the Wuji demon sect afterward, we'll be able to work together inside and outside. All of these resources will now be your own. Thinking of this, Zhao Yuansen became more and more agitated inwardly, and as he gazed at the many disciples around him who were constantly gathering resources, a sinister and vicious color flashed under his eyes. "Find it! Hurry up and find it! All these resources you find now will fall into my hands later. Desperately collecting and searching for it now is nothing more than a graft for me." All around, cries of surprise continued to ring out. Tens of thousands of disciples, like locusts crossing the border, scattered in the periphery of the Devil's Cave. Wherever they passed, no matter all kinds of flowers and herbs or divine springs all were swept away by them. The harvest is rich to the extreme. Seeing this, Lu Lingli's expression moved and she suddenly proposed. "Although I knew that there are numerous resources in the Devil's Cave, I didn't expect that it would be so bountiful to such an extent that only a moment's effort has already yielded so much. This is a great opportunity to punish Li Che. Right now, Master and the people from all the major sects and Dao systems under the southern continent are waiting outside. Why don't we let some disciples bring some of the resources out now and show them to everyone? Lu Lingli's gaze turned to the two of them, Yu Shuanger and Zhao Yuansen, with a hint of smugness on her face as she continued. While everyone in the southern continent is watching, when the resources of the Devil's Cave really appear in front of the entire world, it will definitely give my Lingxu Sword Sect a proper name and truly expose Li Chei's true colors. Let Li Chei's selfish greed be completely exposed for all to see. This proposal of hers immediately caused Yu Shuanger, Zhao Yuansen and the two of them to light up, nodding their heads in support. Great! Let some of the disciples bring their resources to the master and show them in public. With the facts in front of us, it's sure to hit Li Chei hard in the face and make him spurned and despised by everyone. A few people came to their senses. Immediately, he arranged for a few disciples to organize their harvest, then left the Devil's Cave and sped towards the direction of the sect's main hall. Outside, Si Ruyan and the powerhouses of the Great Tao Unification of the Southern Continent were all eagerly waiting for the results in the Devil's Cave. The crowd had different expressions. Zhang Huaiji was old and calm, with a face waiting for a good show. Profound Mingzi of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect's gaze kept looking in the direction of the Demon Cave, his mind pondering. Although Si Ruyan was calm on the surface, she was inevitably a little nervous inside. Few people spoke at the large event. Everyone was waiting for news from the Devil's Cave. Coming! It's coming out! Someone's coming out! Right at this moment, I don't know who shouted out, and everyone in the venue was energized, instantly turning their heads towards the direction of the Devil's Cave. He then saw several Lingxu Sword Sect children with faces full of joy and excitement as they flew over. Enlightened Patriarch, disciples and the others were fortunate enough to find many resources in the Devil's Cave. Saying that, he opened his storage bag and poured all the many spiritual flowers and herbs he had collected in it on top of the square. The dense aura spread, and various colors of light lingered above the square. This instantly triggered a considerable commotion in the square, and countless people's spirits were shaken as their gazes were immediately drawn over. One could only see the spiritual flowers and exotic herbs piled up in great numbers. Even many of these spirit materials still had moist dirt and dew on top of them, obviously having just been picked. Seeing this, many people changed their faces. Well. Ha 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 ha. Not bad. You guys did great. Si Ruyan was overjoyed. The big stone in her heart instantly fell to the ground. Quite a bit of raised eyebrows. Seeing that the crowd looked different and the shock in their eyes could not be suppressed, Si Ruyan inwardly laughed coldly and deliberately inquired in public. How is it? Is there any danger in the Devil's Cave? That disciple immediately shook his head and said with a face full of joy, Patriarch, the Devil's Cave is incomparably safe. There are no traces of any demons, and there are an endless number of various kinds of spiritual flowers and exotic herbs that are at our disposal. Now that it's only at the periphery of the Demon Cave, we have already reaped countless harvests. Ha 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 ha. Si Ruyan could no longer suppress the excitement within her heart and instantly stood up from her seat, her face full of pleasure as she let out a loud laugh. Her gaze swept over the crowd of people with varying expressions, and her eyes took on the color of sneering mockery. Did you all see that? See? There aren't any demons present in the Devil's Cave. Not only is it incredibly safe, there's even a vast amount of bountiful resources to be harvested. This is enough to prove that Li Chei was lying before. He deceived my Lingxu Sword Sect in order to monopolize the resources of the Devil's Cave, and even went so far as to brutally murder hundreds of his fellow disciples in order for the news not to be revealed. What is wrong with me banishing such a greedy and brutal person? And that Daoi Sword Sect. It's ridiculous that it claims to be the holy land of the Sword Tao and is upright, but in reality, it's all about stealing chickens and dogs. The Lingxu Sword Sect's outcast, Li Chei and other greedy and brutal people. The Daoi Sword Sect not only doesn't respect and stay away from them, but instead, they work in tandem with them and worship them as if they were the most precious. It's a travesty. My division Ruyan did not do anything wrong at all. The one who is wrong is Li Chei. It's that Daoi Sword Sect. Sentence after sentence. The sound and color of his voice reached everyone's ears. At this moment, Si Ruyan was so happy that she only felt like raising her eyebrows. The breath that had been held in his heart because of the world's group mockery ever since Li Chei left could finally be released in pain. This time, she was going to slap the faces of all the sects in the world. Anyone who has insulted himself before, not a single one, one by one will have to return the favor. Thinking of this, Si Ruyan put a cold smile on her face as she swept her gaze over the many Taoists present, her expression sneering. Wasn't there many people here before who were secretly abusing my Lingxu Sword Sect, swearing that Li Chei was wrongly accused by me, saying that my Lingxu Sword Sect was blind and had no tolerance for people, forcing geniuses away by force? Now that the facts are in front of us, I'd like to see who else is going to mouth off again. Blind? Now it seems that my division, Ruyan, is not blind, and the Lingxu Sword Sect is not blind. On the contrary, it's many fellow travelers who are blind. Si Ruyan's gaze was stern as she swept over the people in the meeting hall. In particular, they focused on the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty as well as the Cold Maple Valley and the Flying Star Sect. These, all of them, were the forces that had insulted and taunted her before, especially the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty. It is even more openly and squarely against the Lingxu Sword Sect, all sorts of ridicule without hiding, clearly waiting to see Lingxu Sword Sect joke. It was simply rubbing her Si Ruyan and the Lingxu Sword Sect's face on the ground. Chapter 38, Demon Outbreak. The Devil's Cave became an inferno on earth. Si Ruyan's laughter echoed, full of unrestrained joy. The people present, however, had mixed reactions. I didn't expect that so many resources could really be harvested in the Devil's Cave. Regardless of the outcome, the Lingxu Sword Sect can at least be considered to have reaped a good harvest this time. Rather, congratulations to Patriarch C. There were some slightly smaller clans that looked at the pile of spirit materials on the ground with envious faces. A compliment was voiced to Si Ruyan. At those words, Si Ruyan was even more pleased, subconsciously raising his head. His gaze skimmed over the Great Diffusion God Dynasty's human emperor Jiang Huaiji. Ha! Jiang Huaiji looked up and met Si Ruyan's gaze, but he just grinned, not caring. The old man sipped his cup of tea without a hitch. Grand Patriarch C, it's only just begun, so don't be too anxious, or how bad it would be if you got in your face later. Anger flickered on Si Ruyan's face. Then he took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and said with a leathery smile, Human Emperor Jiang is really composed. Well, then let's wait and see who will end up getting punched in the face. The two men went toe-to-toe, making the atmosphere in the venue even more depressing by a few points. When the Violet Sun Sacred Sect's profound Mingzi saw this scene, all sorts of thoughts swirled in his mind, but he didn't make a sound. Only his eyes kept glancing at the pair of spirit materials, his face changing color. These things were many, but he did not care for them. What he's really concerned about, could it be that there were really no more demons in the demon cave? With different minds, the venue seemed quiet despite the large number of people, and the crowd was patient, waiting to see what would happen next. After all, it's like what Jiang Huaiji said, this is just the beginning. Senior brothers, before I came in I really didn't expect that there would be so many resources in this Devil's Cave. It's almost like my eyes were dazzled. In the Devil's Cave, several ordinary disciples were traveling in pairs and were searching for spiritual flowers and herbs all over the periphery. One of the disciples already had many harvests in his storage bag in his hands, and was smiling from ear to ear. That's right, this is not a Devil's Cave. It's simply a supreme treasure land. The other disciple was also in awe. It's all because of that damned villain Li Che. If he hadn't deceived the clan for so long, we would have been able to obtain this massive amount of resources earlier, and perhaps with the help of the many spirit materials, our strength would have skyrocketed long ago. A disciple grunted angrily, gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Li Che. These words immediately resonated with several other disciples. That's right, Li Che is a white-eyed wolf. Thanks to the sect treating him so well before, I thought that he was really sacrificing himself by guarding the Devil's Cave, but it turns out that he was worried about being discovered by us in this treasure land. Damn it! The crowd murmured, looking at the many spirit grasses that roamed the mountains, and their hearts grew more and more hateful towards Li Che. The mouth said, but the hands did not slow down at all. Several people were in charge of an area, constantly searching for various treasures as far as the eye could see. One was overjoyed. However, just at that moment, several people suddenly felt a darkness before their eyes. At the same time, the sounds in his ears seemed to disappear instantly, and the world became silent. What's going on here? A few people subconsciously got a little flustered. In the next moment, the shadowy surroundings suddenly became fishy, and a tyrannical and crazy aura suddenly surfaced, enveloping all of the several people. In the midst of the horrified gazes of the crowd, a terrifying existence with a height of tens of feet, covered in black scales and armor, and with an appearance as if it was a gorilla slowly walked out of the darkness. It had a hideous face and exuded a tyrannical and incomparable aura. As soon as he appeared, his blood-red-colored eyes immediately locked onto a few people, and the murderous intent in his eyes steeped up. Demon! Demon! In an instant, several disciples were horrified, their voices trembling. That terrifying aura swept over them, making them feel like falling into an ice cave, especially when they saw that pair of blood-red gazes looking at them. Even their hearts almost stopped beating. Demon! It really was the terrifying demon that had once ravaged the southern continent, causing the lives of the people to be in abundance, although 100 years had passed since that great calamity. However, the terror of demons was still firmly engraved in the hearts of countless cultivators in the southern continent. I thought there were no more demons? A disciple roared in frantic anger. He reacted quite quickly, and under the life and death situation, he immediately flowed his mana and tried to call out his spirit sword to respond to the enemy. But in the next moment, his face abruptly stiffened. This time, when he stepped into the Devil's Cave, he had left all of his magic treasures and pills at the Sect in order to bring a few extra storage bags. Sword Cultivator. Lost the life of the Spirit of the Sword. All the strength of the 10 to 78. Several others were in the same situation. For a while, several people's faces turned pale and their hearts were filled with despair. Blood food. Delicious blood food. Roar. Not waiting for them to react any other way. The gorilla-like demon looked like it had been suppressed for countless years. And after spotting a few people, the greedy tyrannical light in its eyes flickered as it rushed up with a loud bang. Boom, boom, boom. A few muffled sounds came out, and then everything fell silent once again. Only a few puddles of blood and broken bones were left in the spot. Those few disciples of the Lingxu sword sect had only struggled for a few moments before they had all been devoured by the demon. In the meantime, the same scene happened one after another in various places. Blood flowers kept blooming, beneath the appearance of calmness, one after another. The disciples of Lingxu sword sect were silently enveloped by darkness, and were then eaten and devoured by the demons that had been suppressed for 100 years and swarmed up to eat them, and even their screams could not be heard. It was as if there was a large invisible net in the shadows that gradually surrounded everyone. The secret killings are in full swing. Lu Lingli and the others didn't notice the slightest abnormality at all. Several people traveled in pairs, as if they were touring the mountains, wandering around the periphery of the Devil's Cave in various places, while fantasizing about the outside world. Third senior sister, how do you think the others will react after that disciple goes out with the resources? Yu Shuanger had a look of excitement on her face, as she watched several disciples bring numerous spiritual flowers and herbs in search of her master. She was inwardly overwhelmed with anticipation. What other reaction could there be? Lu Lingli laughed coldly, full of gloating color, and mocked. So many spiritual flowers and exotic herbs have been brought back. The Devil's Cave has been confirmed to have a huge amount of resources, and there aren't any demonic figures. So the result still needs to be said? Li Che must have already lost his reputation and been spurned by everyone in the world. Zhao Yuansen nodded in pain. That's what you should do to such greedy and ruthless villains. Now that the facts are in front of us, no one has anything to say. It's enough to bring Li Che to his doom. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuanger became more and more excited and clapped her hands. Ha ha, this is great. In this way, Li Che will be like a street rat that everyone shouts at, and there will be no place for him in the southern continent. And if he wants to change all this, he can only come back crying and begging on his knees for our forgiveness. When the time comes, I'm going to teach a lesson. She hadn't finished her sentence. Roar dash! An earth-shattering roar suddenly resounded, shaking a few people out of their minds, before they could react. Next moment, crazy tyrannical breath rose up to the sky, instantly enveloping all of their space, and a strong and incomparable fishy odor drilled into their nostrils, making people want to vomit. What's going on? Several people were shocked, feeling the aura that made their hearts and minds tremble as it pressed in. All of them were creeped out. Immediately after, one pair of scarlet eyes that flashed with greedy and murderous intent lit up one after another. In the shocked gazes of a few people, a multitude of horrifying giants with huge bodies and strange shapes rushed out and surrounded a few people in the blink of an eye. Demons? Lu Lingli and the others were instantly shaken to their core. Chapter 39, Heavy Damage. Spitting blood. The Devil's Cave was in chaos. There are even demons here? Yu Shuanger's delicate little face instantly turned white, and her wide eyes were filled with horror. Looking at the various forms of demons that emanated a bloodthirsty aura, his mind was a bit spinning. What's going on? Didn't Master already scouted before and said that there are no more demons in the demon cave? Now where in the world did these guys come from? The Lu Lingli beside her as well as Zhao Yuansen were similarly shocked beyond measure. And for a moment, they actually froze in place. I smell flesh and blood. Such sweet flesh and blood. That pure aura is truly mesmerizing. Great. It's been hundreds of years since I've tasted blood and flesh. I'm going to have a good time this time. A harsh roar that made one's scalp go numb resounded. A few demons were filled with greed, having been repressed in the demon cave for hundreds of years, and after discovering the fresh blood and flesh, they scrambled to rush over. In a flash, the fishy stench was great, and the crazy and tyrannical demonic aura surged wildly from all over the sky. The demons that appeared were a full 5 in number, a giant ape-like shape, covered in pitch-black scale armor, with explosive muscles bulging high, and a mountainous and robust body that seemed like a mountain range was enough to shatter the earth. At that moment, the ground shook as he took a big step and rushed in. Fresh flesh and blood. What a mesmerizing scent. Behind the giant ape, a body length of nearly 100 meters, python-like existence, emitting a cold breath, was enveloped by a thick black fog, eerie and evil. In addition to these two, the two beasts with majestic bodies and blood-red eyes in the shape of wild boars, their tusks flashing with cold light, and their hooves fluttering, carrying unparalleled impact, rumbled and ran wildly. And at the very end, a giant tiger that was 3 or 4 feet tall and haunted with a blood-colored luster blossomed with a bloodthirsty light in its eyes and pounced down. These demons have been suppressed for 100 years, and at this time, all of their ferociousness has been released. In an instant, the mountains shook and the earth moved, and the rolling ferocious and hostile aura shot up into the sky. On the other hand, Lulingly's few people who were surrounded by the 5-headed demons had their faces changed drastically. Damn demons! Don't be afraid. Maybe it's just a few leaky fish in the devil's cave. Go all out and kill them first. Seeing that the demon was killing, a few people didn't dare to hesitate and immediately struck out. In a flash, divine light blossomed on several people, and a spirit sword that shone with dazzling light whistled out. Lulingly had a cold smile on her face. Several of them could be Si Ruyan's personal disciples, the heavenly pride of their age. When Li Che was able to suppress these demons, there was no reason why he and the others couldn't do it. I'd like to see just how strong the demons are. As she spoke, she maneuvered her spirit sword and shot out. Between the sword light streaks, the biting and sharp intent instantly chopped down towards the foremost giant ape-like demon. Clank! The incomparably sharp spirit sword chopped on top of the giant ape's pitch-black scales, instantly ringing out a sound of gold and iron clashing. A few sparks flashed by, but they actually only left a few white marks on the scales. What? Lulingly was shocked. One's own full-force strike hadn't even caused the slightest damage to it? How is that possible? Yu Shuang'er and the others also didn't believe in evil in general, and they all shot out, but without exception, they were unable to harm the terrifying giant ape. How? Yu Shuang'er and the others' eyes suddenly shrunk, their faces filled with shock. How dare you resist? Be a good boy and become our blood meal. Just as they froze, the attacked giant ape let out a sardonic laugh, and between the blossoming of his tyrannical aura, he slammed his fist down. Boom! The huge fist set off a biting storm, as if a godly mountain was pressing down. In a flash, the ground shook. Whether it was the incoming sharp sword light or the spiritual light blooming divine abilities, under those fists, they did not have the slightest resistance and exploded into countless fragments in the blink of an eye. What? Lulingly and the others' eyes suddenly shrunk, their expressions appalled. The body of the giant python shrouded in black mist twisted, its huge body ghostly emerged, not waiting for a few people to react. The house-sized snake head instantly attacked. Not good. The snake's head had not yet approached, and the intense wind pressure it had set off was already making it difficult for several people to breathe. You could even smell the fishy, unmistakable odor. In the midst of shock, several people let out a furious cry, and between the blooming of spiritual light all over their bodies, they fully activated their protective artifacts, gritting their teeth and resisting. A curtain of orally flickering light instantly enveloped the several people. The next moment, the snake's head slammed into it. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded, and a terrifying shockwave suddenly spread in all directions, destroying everything within a radius of several hundred feet. Lulingly and the others trembled violently as they flew out backwards and smashed hard on the ground. How could there be such a powerful demon in this demon cave? Lulingly's clothes shattered and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. She was cloaked in hair, her face was white, and she looked wretched. Not the slightest bit of the once cool fairy appearance. Raising his head, he looked at the huge demon that was speedily approaching, and his eyes were filled with horror. Yu Shuang'er's head was gray and numb. Feeling that greedy and bloodthirsty gaze fall on his body, a cool air rushed from his heels straight to his head. Zhao Yuansen was even more miserable. He had lurked in the Lingxu sword sect and utilized a special means to seal his demon sect cultivation, and at this time, he was able to utilize only the peak of the Wanxiang realm. Under the giant ape's punch, he was instantly seriously injured. At this moment, the aura in the body was like it was out of control, rushing left and right in the body, bringing about heartbreaking pain. That's not all. Immediately following the giant ape and the giant python, two boar-like demons had also come running. The fangs flashed with cold light like the sharp blades of the open sky, and the earth trembled as it blasted towards several people. Flesh and blood. I'm going to eat you all. Greedy and ferocious roars rang out as the two boars charged across the room, trying to smash a few people into mush. Let Lulingly and the others resist with all their might. The boar just doesn't care about the madness of running. For hooves trampling, directly all the obstacles will be reduced to pieces, followed by a boom. The violent impact caused Yu Shuang'er and the others to have a huge shock to their bodies, and were once again thrown out, and amidst the wild spraying of blood, their breath plummeted. Damn it, these demons are too strong too. Several people were appalled in their hearts, and fear flashed in their eyes. Previously, Li Che had subdued the demons for 100 years, giving them the confidence to think that they could do the same. I didn't realize that now that they had really encountered the demons, they were vulnerable and unbeatable. To add insult to injury, at that moment, that bloodscale tiger had also come swooping in, A strong pressure enveloped the area, causing boundless fear to rise within several people. Quickly strike with all your might, or we'll all die here. Several people's eyes shrunk, and with horror in their hearts, not caring about the serious injuries in their bodies, they immediately gritted their teeth and climbed up, desperately mobilizing all their mana. Boom! 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 A thunderous roar resounded. The demon's stern whistles intertwined with the angry shouts of Lu Lingli and the others, and the killing intent rose to the sky. In front of those ferocious and tyrannical terrifying figures, even though Lu Lingli and the others went all out, and even cast out their crushing treasures, they were still no match for those demons. It was like a weak mole cricket. At this time, the several people were all disheveled, cloaked, their faces as pale as paper, their breaths were low, and they were surrounded by a group of demons, left and right, in a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, he was cornered. Elder help! Seeing the demon kill again. At the moment of life and death, a few people no longer care about what bull face, hissing loudly to call for help. If no one came to their rescue, I'm afraid that the few of them would have to be buried in the mouth of the demon today. Not good. It's Lu Lingli and the others. Could it be that something has changed? The heartrending cry for help traveled far and wide, instantly startling the elders who were pressing the formation on the periphery. After sensing the direction from which the battle fluctuations were coming from, the several elders didn't dare to hesitate and immediately sped over. Surprisingly, it's a demon? When they saw the object that was fighting with Lu Lingli and the others, the several elders were all shocked and stunned. In the Devil's Cave, there really is a demon. Seeing that Lu Lingli's few people were about to be buried in the hands of the demons, there was no time to ask more questions, and the several elders immediately took action. Sinful animal, don't be crazy. Die for me. Boom dash. These elders were all powerful individuals from the Lingxu sword sect, and there was no shortage of existences at the peak of the Divine King realm or even the Void Tribulation realm. At this moment, the moment of striking out was instantly astonishingly loud and powerful. The long sword swept across the sky, and between the awe-inspiring sword light streaking across the sky, it instantly forced a few demons back. Chapter 40, Run. The Devil's Cave was filled with demons. Roar. Between the sword light, the monstrous ferocious flames of several demons were instantly suppressed. Under the successive strikes of several elders, the impenetrable scales also ruptured and blood blossomed. The scarlet eyes of the giant ape as well as the blood-scaled tiger and the other demons shrunk as they gave the several elders a scornful look, and without the slightest hesitation, they turned around and immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, the crazy, tyrannical aura disappeared. Phew! The demon retreated. Seeing this, Lu Lingli and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves finally easing down. What's going on? Are you guys okay? As the demons retreated, the several elders didn't chase after them, but immediately went up to check the injuries of Lu Lingli's several people. After all, it was the sovereign's personal disciple, and in case something did happen, they wouldn't be able to explain it. Demon! Why would a demon appear here? Why? Ignoring the concern of the several elders, Yu Xuanger, who had escaped death, hissed and roared, as if she wanted to vent out all the fear in her heart. At that moment just now, she truly thought she was going to die. Until now, her body was still trembling slightly from fear. Lu Lingli and Zhao Yuansen were similarly cloaked, their faces pale, with blood vaguely remaining at the corners of their mouths, and their breath fluctuating all over their bodies, obviously terrified. Something's not right in the Devil's Cave. Prepare to evacuate immediately. There was no effort to pay attention to the wretched appearance of Lu Lingli's several people. Some elders gazed at the direction where the demons were retreating with a grave expression. As a matter of fact, from the moment they stepped into the Devil's Cave, their hearts had been pounding, and a strong uneasiness had been lingering within them. But Si Ruyan forcefully suppressed all the opposition, and even the elders were unable to stop it. The calmness of the previous winds and waves. They watched, always slightly relieved, and in their hearts, they kept consoling themselves that perhaps there were really no more demons in the Devil's Cave. But the scene at hand completely shattered their illusions. Demons, they really do exist. Moreover, the several elders clearly saw the ferocity and brutality in the eyes of those few demons when they left just now. Everyone's heart was tightening. The Devil's Cave is by no means as calm as it appears. Retreat? Hearing the words of the several elders, Lu Lingli was first stunned, and then her face was filled with resignation. But witnessing the existence of demons, and even almost dying with it, Lu Lingli, Yu Xuanger and the others were in a sorry state at this time. Their faces were also white. Their temper was finally not as arrogant as before. Their lips mumbled a few times, and they did not choose to go against the several elders after all. Okay, then let's pull out and report back to Master. Maybe it's just a few sporadic demons. When we mobilize strong men to kill them, The resources in the demon cave can still continue to be mined, Lu Lingli said. Yu Schwinger Zhaoyuansen also immediately nodded his head. A few sporadic heads? Continuing to mine the devil's cave? Seeing that several people were still coveting those resources until now, several elders let out a cold snort in their hearts, not bothering to say much in the moment. Alright, since it's been decided, let's gather the disciples immediately and prepare. This side has just made a decision. The other side. The devil's cave was already in a state of sudden change. Aha! Demon! Demon! Help dash! In the middle of the devil's cave, which was calm just a moment ago, it suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, countless crazy and tyrannical auras rushed up to the sky. Ha ha! After 100 years of repression, we can finally come out. Flesh and blood. I smell sweet flesh and blood. Kill! 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 This time out. I'm going to kill a river of blood in corpses. A bunch of mole crickets dare to disregard the demon cave. I want you all to die. A shrill whistling sound that sounded like it was coming from hell resounded through the heavens and the earth. Between the wind and cloud color change, monstrous black fog such as heavy dark clouds, instantly diffuse in the entire magic cave. Dim lightless magic cave. Countless Tao horror breath filled the world. In the darkness, the moment pair after pair of bears' scarlet and terrifying eyes surfaced, they immediately blossomed with crazy killing intent, pouncing towards the Lingxu sword sect's disciples who were continuously picking various resources. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams resounded through the heavens and earth. Killing blossomed to the fullest in the devil's cave, shrouded in a crazy tyrannical aura, accompanied by screams of misery. One after another, the disciples of the Lingxu sword sect disappeared into the darkness, becoming blood food for that terrifying demon. The hair-raising sound of chewing kept echoing. The outskirts of the devil's cave, which had been calm just moments ago, was reduced to an inferno of flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. Demons? How can there be so many demons? How is this possible? Oh God! Someone help me! Didn't you say there were no more demons? The clan deceived us. A voice containing endless panic and fear rang out. Before the many disciples of the Lingxu sword sect could react, there were countless people buried in the mouths of the demons, and the burst of chewing sounds that came into their ears even made their hearts tremble, and they couldn't stop trembling. Run! Run! I don't know who shouted, but the many disciples who had already been stunned finally reacted. One by one, they ran frantically, desperately rushing towards the location of the exit of the devil's cave as if they were desperate. Exit! Exit! There are demons here too! The exit is blocked! Desperate cries rang out. After finally escaping to where the exit is, these disciples despairingly found that at this time, the exit of the devil's cave, even has already converged on countless huge demonic figures, as if it had long been waiting for their arrival. Ha ha! Come and don't go! Still want to escape? We've been repressing for 100 years. So let's use you guys to celebrate today's emergence. What a delicious flesh and blood. I'm going to have a good meal today. At the exit, the eyes of a huge, differently shaped demon blossomed with a bloodthirsty smile, and between the sardonic smiles, they struck without hesitation. Boom! 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 A crazy tyrannical aura rose up to the sky, crushing down hard towards the fleeing crowd. The strength of each of these demons was incomparably terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the crowd and went on a killing spree, with blood erupting wherever they passed, and limbs and broken arms constantly being thrown out. The incessant clicking sound of bones being chewed on was a constant stimulus to the taut nerves of the disciples of the Lingxu sword sect. It's over. It's all over. What Senior Brother Li Che said is true. It turns out that there really are many demons in the demon cave. The clan has deceived us. Demons? The demons that Senior Brother Li Che said really exist. We all misunderstood Senior Brother Li Che before. Trembling voices full of remorse and fear rang out, and many faces turned pale. It was only at this point that these disciples of the Lingxu sword sect realized with a jolt. It turned out that what Li Che said was true. He didn't deceive the clan. It turns out that in the devil's cave, there are really countless demons. After thinking about this point, countless disciples' faces turned pale and incomparable, their hearts regretting it. Why didn't you listen to Senior Brother Li Che's advice before? Why don't you trust Senior Li Che yourself? Even when Senior Brother Li Che was expelled from the sect, not only did he not stop himself, he was clapping his hands. Regret. At this moment, all hearts were filled with boundless remorse. But it's too late to say anything now. At the entrance, a sea of demons converged, and a crazy and tyrannical aura rose up to the sky, while at the same time, the eyes that were filled with greed and bloodlust had long since stared at the crowd. Scream after scream, a life faded away. The demons that had been suppressed for 100 years had long been impatient and rushed into the crowd, crazily devouring the fresh flesh and blood that they had longed for. Chapter 41, Thorough Chaos, Heavy Deaths and Injuries, and a Broken Heart. Don't run. Everyone go all out and kill the demons. If we don't repel the demons, everyone won't be able to get out. We must kill them. Kill. Thousand Sword Luonet. Stunning sword. The ferocious and terrifying demons covered the sky, and countless disciples of the Lingxu sword sect were pushed to the brink of extinction, gritting their teeth and striking out to resist. For a while, various colors of spiritual light danced about, and a flying sword weaved through. There were even countless divine aptitudes and Tao techniques that blossomed amongst the group of demons. But it can't be blocked. It can't be blocked at all. Those demons are not only powerful, the number is more than countless. In the darkness shrouded, like a monstrous wave general surging, easily suppress the crowd resistance, and then it is caricatured to start the crazy killing. Although the many disciples of the Lingxu sword sect were quite large in number, in front of the ferocious demons that covered the sky, it was as if they were a group of weak sheep that could only wail in pain and powerlessness. What's more, before, many people simply didn't even carry their own magic treasure spirit swords in order to carry more storage space for storing spiritual flowers and plants. At this time, facing the demon, there was even less power to fight back. I'm so scared. Someone help me. I hate it so much. Why didn't I listen to Senior Brother Li Che's advice before? Why didn't I trust him? Help! I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. These demons are too terrifying. Was Senior Brother Li Che the one who had suppressed the demon cave for 100 years before, fighting them all the time? Didn't the clan swear that there are no more demons? We've all been lied to. Killings are blooming. Lives are fading. The cries of despair and the mournful screams before death mixed in with the hissing of the demons seemed so insignificant. As many disciples were dying, they finally woke up to the fact that they had misunderstood Li Che. Inside, he was filled with endless remorse. If Senior Brother Li Che was here, I'm sure none of this would have happened, right? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. The demons are on a rampage and the carnage is on. Blood flowed and limbs were broken. As far as the eye could see, there were only endless demons, and the desperate unwillingness before they died. The other side. Lu Lingli's few people were equally stunned by this scene. The moment they saw that the sky-covering demons swept over the entire demon cave like monstrous waves, their eyes instantly stared at the maximum, and their entire body froze in place. Demon! Demon! How can there be so many demons? Yu Shuang'er lost her voice and exclaimed in shock, her face full of disbelief. When she sensed the terrifying aura that rose up to the sky, as if filling the entire heaven and earth, she was even more fearful, and her already pale face was even more devoid of a trace of blood color. Isn't everything alright? Why is it suddenly like this? Where the hell did these demons come from? Yu Shuang'er's heart set off shocking waves and roared madly. So what Li Che said before was true. Lu Lingli only felt a roar in her brain, as if she had been hit hard on the top of her head with a sledgehammer. And her mind was in chaos. Even if she had encountered a few demons before, she hadn't cared too much. After all, in the land of the Devil's Cave, it wasn't incomprehensible that there were occasionally a few demons lurking about, but it was just a leaky net. No harm done. But until now, it was only when that overwhelming, countless figures emanating a monstrous and ferocious aura literally rolled in that she realized with a jolt. Li Che really didn't deceive them. He really didn't hold down the Devil's Cave for 100 years just to covet the so-called resources. Rather, it was to suppress the overwhelmingly terrifying demons. I've always thought that it was Li Che who was selfish and greedy and wanted to hijack the resources of the demon cave. So that's why this has been preventing other people from stepping foot in it. But only now do we realize that he didn't deceive us. We misunderstood him. It turns out that he was really fighting countless terrifying demons when he suppressed them in the demon cave for 100 years. But not only did we not give thanks, instead we ruthlessly expelled him, and even issued a sealing order, wanting to make it impossible for him to ever turn over a new leaf. So it was us who hurt Li Che. Lu Lingli was frozen on the spot, staring at the countless demons that were crazily wreaking havoc. Her mind was in a state of chaos, with all kinds of thoughts coming to her. Without realizing it, he was already incredibly pale and his body was constantly trembling. Could it be that he had really misunderstood Li Che all along? Lu Lingli's heart was filled with panic, unable to accept this reality for a moment. Damn! How did this happen? This can't be possible. The demons in the Devil's Cave aren't even extinct? This is not at all what I expected before. When he saw the tide of demons that surged wildly like a wave, Zhao Yuansen's face turned ashen and his expression was horrified. The demon's crazy tyrannical and terrifying aura pressed down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe, and his body was trembling from fear. Inside, he was even more frantic and furious. He was not willing. He had infiltrated the Lingxu sword sect and vomited all sorts of schemes just for the massive resources in the Lingxu sword sect's demon cave. He even went so far as to set up a plot to force Li Che away for this reason. But now, the situation was completely different from what he had expected. Mining had only just begun, and surprisingly, He had encountered countless terrifying demons. A lot of hard work down the drain. No! I have to hurry. I'm the holy son of the peerless devil sect. How can I die here? Hurry up and escape. Although he was extremely unwilling, in an instant, Zhao Yuansen had already made his decision, and at the same time, the several elders around them were also greatly alarmed. Hiss dash! This number of demons is too exaggerated. Even though several elders had already expected this in their hearts, when they saw the overwhelming group of demons with their own eyes, their eyes still shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, and they couldn't help but suck in cold air. In particular, several elders swept their gazes across. Instantly, he noticed that there were several distinctly different figures in the sky above the rolling and sweeping tide of demons. The monstrous ferocious flame emanating from its body was practically going to break through the sky. Just by taking a look, that terrifyingly ferocious aura made their hearts go cold. This was definitely a king-level existence among demons. Make a move. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid the disciples will be killed by the demons. When they saw many disciples being swept away by the tide of demons, one by one their souls were scattered, and they even fell into the rations of demons. Several elders were so enraged that they let out a stern whistle, and their long swords broke through the air, haunting the boundless killing aura as they rushed towards the tide of demons. When they saw that Lu Lingli's few people were still frozen in place, the several elders were suddenly furious. Usually they are as proud as a princess and prince, but when it comes to the matter, they will be abashed. Don't all freeze. Demon revival riots. How long will you stand? Quickly rush out and report the shocking changes in the Devil's Cave to the Patriarch, so that she can hurriedly send people over to provide support. Otherwise, if you're late, all the disciples will die here. Chapter 42. Using ordinary disciples as a shield? The elders spat out blood. Punch out? After being angrily rebuked by a few elders, Lu Lingli's few people finally came back to their senses from the shock and hurriedly nodded their heads. But just as their bodies moved, a few people stopped where they were. At this moment the Devil's Grotto has been completely occupied by demons. Everywhere black fog heaving, I have a crazy tyrannical breath rises up to the sky, the darkness of countless pairs of blood-red eyes like a big lantern, bursting with regal light. As far as the eye could see, endless waves of demons and devils were frantically killing in the crowd. Shrieks and screams were mixed together, making people's hearts flutter and their bodies unable to stop trembling. The hellish scene came into view, causing several people to be filled with fear. Elder, if we just rush over like this, I'm afraid that before we reach the exit of the demon cave, we will be torn to pieces by those demons. I am scared. Yu Shuanger desperately shook her head, her voice trembling, and not only did she not move forward, she even kept backing up. The sound of demons hissing kept drilling into her ears, making her face turn paler and paler as she subconsciously tried to find a place to burrow up. Lu Lingli also lost her cool fairy demeanor. She looked dejected and her lips mumbled. No way. With so many terrifying demons, the few of us are no match at all. Why don't we just find a place to hide first? Zhao Yuansen, who was at the side, hurriedly nodded his head. That's right. Why don't we find a place to hide first, and wait until the demons have retreated, then find a way to leave? His face was ashen and he looked terrified. The entire person was frightened at the thought of having to fight those terrifying demons. He was the holy son of the peerless devil sect. How could he fight those ferocious demons? This performance of a few people immediately made a few elders spit out blood in anger. Not caring about a few people's pro-transmission or not, they couldn't help but roar angrily. What time is it? The demons are on a killing spree and you guys are still here scared? Does fear work? These demons obviously want to leave all of us here and slaughter us all. You guys are still a dead man if you stay here. One of the elders roared in a stern voice. It's come to this. If you want to survive, take up your swords and go fight the demons. Only by killing off the demons can we break out of the demon cave. If we don't make a move, I'm afraid that it won't take long for all those ordinary disciples to be killed by the demons. Several elders were disappointed in their hearts at the performance of Lu Lingli and the others. At least, he was also the sovereign's personal disciple, and had been enjoying the clan's topmost resources in treatment, a strength that was not weak among the disciples. But at this time, when they encountered the demon, they were completely scared out of their wits. Make a move. Kill up with us and protect the ordinary disciples to escape. Just in this moment of time, the demons had already launched a mass killing spree. Boundless demonic chi rolled around as one after another Lingxu sword sect disciple screamed miserably as they were parted by the demons, their cries of despair resounding through the heavens and earth. A few elders were enraged, no longer caring about the hesitant and immobile few, and between a roar, their long swords crossed heaven and earth, instantly killing up towards the demon. At this time, the tide of demons swept. Those ordinary disciples are like a lonely boat in the angry waves of the sea, drowned one after another. If there is no one to resist, I'm afraid that the whole army will be wiped out sooner or later. Demons don't be ferocious. seek death. Everyone, don't panic. Fight against the demons with all your might and impact towards the exit position. The roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. This time, there were a total of 10 elders who had followed into the devil's cave. And at this time, all of them were out. For a time, the sword light in the sky and earth. Endless light flashed. Huge momentum bloomed between. Finally the endless demons that ferocious momentum blocked for a moment, giving many disciples a chance to catch their breath. With these elders leading the way, those ordinary disciples also finally began to organize a counterattack. Although they were still no match for the demons, they were able to keep moving a little closer towards the exit. There is hope of getting out after all. But also these elders a shot, but also instantly attracted the target of the strong and the demon. Harsh whistles have rushed to the sky. Huge breath bloomed. The great war instantly erupted. For a while, the demons became even more frantic. The overwhelming demons surrounded the elder disciples, and their harsh whistles resounded through the heavens and the earth. Lu Lingli's few people were still hesitating. Senior sister, are we really going to rush over? It might die. Yu Shuang'er looked at this scene. Her body chilled, and her voice took on a sobbing tone. She was already scared out of her wits. It's come to this. We have no choice but to rush. Staying here will surely lead to death. Rushing out may have a hope of escape. Lu Lingli's face was similarly pale as she watched as one after another of her fellow disciples were surrounded by demons and devoured to death, her heart and mind constantly trembling. But she also knew that the elders were right. Staying here will only lead to death. After some discussion, several people finally gritted their teeth and decided to rush out. They don't want to die. Let's find a way to rush out. But definitely not with the elders. Seeing that the elders were surrounded by countless demons, the situation was critical. But a few people had other thoughts. Now that all the demons' attention is on those elder disciples, let's find a way to escape from the place with fewer demons and have a better chance of survival. Never mind the others. Let's sneak away. A few people conferred quickly and immediately made a decision. Seeing that the countless demonic main forces were attracted by the elder disciples, a few hopes arose in the eyes of several people instead. To put it bluntly, it was to let the elder disciples attract demonic fire and become a shield, so as to give a few of his own people a chance to escape. As for those elder disciples, dead is dead. What does it matter to you? That's right. Let them fight the demons. Who told them to follow them to the devil's cave? It's natural to pay a price if you want to obtain resources. We are the sovereign's personal disciples. Why should we go and fight with the demons? It's only right that they protect us. It's just some elder disciples. They can be replenished back later anyway. In a few moments, a few people finally discussed their countermeasures. Then, without any further hesitation, he immediately urged his transportation technique with all his might and rushed towards the edge of the place with the least number of demons, occasionally encountering a single demon. Those that could be killed were quickly killed, and those that couldn't were found a way to dodge, all the way towards the exit location and sped away. The shouts and killings in the devil's cave shook the sky, and the battle was incomparable. The powerful elders struck out, and although they barely managed to protect some of the disciples, they also attracted powerful demons to surround them, and one by one, they were in danger of dying, and the ordinary disciples continued to perish. And in this case, a few recluse lights, however, sneaked around the edges, stalking towards the exit position. Even on the way, even if they encountered a sect disciple asking for help, they turned a blind eye, without a single stop in their footsteps. Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er, Zhao Yuansen, how could you do this? Quickly make a move. These disciples are your fellow disciples. How can you ignore them? They're going to die. Some elders saw the movements of a few people. However, after seeing the scene of a disciple encountering a demon chasing him, his breath dying as he begged for help towards a few people, who turned a blind eye to him, he was instantly enraged and rebuked in a stern and angry voice. The heart was even more chilled beyond measure. They were here fighting desperately with the demons, but these few sovereigns' personal disciples were only thinking of escaping on their own, even going so far as to use so many of their fellow disciples as a shield to attract the demons' outcasts. How ridiculous! How sad! For a while, the eyes of several elders were red. Chapter 43 Lingxu disciples dead and injured. See, Ruyan is still complacent? Don't worry about him, just run. In the face of the elders' angry rebuke, Lu Lingli's few people acted as if they didn't hear it, and continued to just flee on their own. Looking up at the fierce battle in the sky, several people's faces did not change in the slightest, and even ran faster on their feet. What a bull ***** fellowship. It won't take us long to re-recruit again if we want to. Wanting us to protect the disciples. What a joke. We are the sovereign's personal disciples. How can others be worthy of comparing to us? You guys, how could you guys do this? Above the firmament, the elders who were fighting the demons saw this scene, and their hearts grew colder and colder. The sovereign's own disciple. It was said that when the sect suffered a crisis, one should be the first to take the lead and give all the sect disciples an existence as a benchmark example. But now, and they have the look of peace of mind to abandon everyone just to save themselves, seeing one disciple after another screaming miserably and dying in battle amidst the demonic siege. The elder's heart was filled with boundless remorse. He hates it so much. He thought of Li Che again, the conscientious, hard-working senior brother Li Che at the beginning, in order to subdue the demon cave and create a comforting environment for the clan. At the young age of 20, he did not hesitate to step into the demon cave alone, suppressing thousands of demons and fighting with them for hundreds of years. It is also because of Li Che. Only then could the Lingxu sword sect have 100 years of peace and stability without having to worry about demonic distress. But now, Li Che is no more. He was actively expelled from the Lingxu sword sect and would never return. At this moment, this elder's heart was filled with boundless remorse. If Li Che was still around, none of this would have happened. And so many disciples wouldn't have fallen into demonic blood food in despair. It's all retribution. The elder let out a roar, his voice full of heartache and despair. When Li Che was first expelled, countless people throughout the entire clan cheered in support. And when Li Che was wrongly accused, not even a single person stood up to speak for him. And now the evil is finally upon us. Geez, that's gross too. It's staining my clothes. There are so many people out there. If they see me all dirty, how bad would it look? Senior brother, you quickly kill the demon. Don't let it disgust me. On the way to escape, he kept encountering sporadic demons to stop him. Yu Shuanger's mouth pouted in disgust as she looked at the demon blood splattered on her clothes. There were many demons in the devil's cave, and even though they were already trying their best to find a weak spot, they still couldn't avoid encountering some scattered demons. After a few battles, she was cloaked, her clothes were covered in dirt, and she looked grimy, not the slightest bit as refined as before, which made Yu Shuanger very dissatisfied. After the next encounter with the demon, he was also able to avoid it and was not willing to make a move at all. Lu Lingli also had an ugly face. She was made a clear and cold fairy by the outside world, and was always clothed and holy at all times, and she was most disgusted with all this filth. At this time, he was covered in blood and only felt unbearable. They are careful when fighting demons for fear of being splattered with dirt. This was a bitter experience for Zhao Yuansen. He didn't dare to reveal his true cultivation in order to hide his identity. So on the surface, he was only at the peak of the Wanxiang realm. All the way to escape is already dangerous to the extreme. Yu Shuanger, two people in all kinds of dislike, do not want to fight. A time instead he became the main force against the demons. At this moment, he was fighting a demon covered in sticky liquid with a strange aura. It was already being forced by the demon to the left and right, and was in a sorry state. Hearing Yu Shuanger complain again, Zhao Yuansen burst into a rage. No longer caring about his persona as a well-behaved and obedient little senior brother, he couldn't help but swear at Yu Shuanger. I said, are you? What time is it? I'm about to be killed by a demon and you're still there caring about your image? We are running away. Why don't you quickly step in and kill this demon? Zhou Wansen was about to go crazy. These two women are fleeing for their lives and still have a stand there, watching from the sidelines when you're on the verge of getting killed by a demon yourself. On the grounds that you're afraid of getting your clothes dirty and tarnishing your image? I'm rolling your ass. When I overthrow the Lingxu sword sect, I will definitely torture you to death in 100 ways. Zhao Yuansen was so angry that he was practically spitting blood. If it wasn't for his heart's unwillingness to expose his identity to the resources of the Devil's Cave, he would have wanted to turn around and hack these two women to death. How do you talk to me, senior brother? You, being scolded by Zhao Yuansen, who had always been well-behaved and had never dared to contradict himself. Yu Shuanger first looked incredulous and then burst into a rage. She opened her mouth to rebuke angrily, but when she met Zhao Yuansen's blood-red eyes, she suddenly had a jolt, and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, so she couldn't speak her next words. Don't make a move yet. Zhao Yuansen's angry roar sounded once again. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger saw that Zhao Yuansen was really on the verge of going crazy, and only then did they reluctantly step in. A few moments later, the demon was successfully decimated. Zhao Yuansen was panting. His gloomy gaze swept a glance at Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, and without any effort to say more, he turned around and wanted to continue rushing towards the exit. On the contrary, it was Yu Shuanger who had a nagging feeling in her heart about Zhao Yuansen scolding her, and with a cold snort, she stopped Zhao Yuansen, her face full of displeasure. Senior brother, I'm your senior sister, how dare you scold me just now? You must apologize to me. Zhao Yuansen's face stagnated, and his gaze towards Yu Shuanger carried a hint of incredulity. This woman is a lunatic, isn't she? This is running for your life, big sister. Do not seize the time to run away. You still have time to here to break with me. What bull, sister not sister? He's all pissed off. What time is it now? Do you still care about this? Demons are Any time. He hadn't finished his sentence. Roar dash. A shocking and wild roar suddenly rang out not far away. At the same time, a demon with a terrifying aura emanating from its body seemed to have discovered their trail and darted towards the few people. Run! A few people's faces changed greatly, and they could no longer say more, spreading their feet and running wildly with their lives. A line of people. Wretched to the core. In the meantime, outside, Lingxu Sword Sect's Grand Hall, Ruyan and the others were sitting at the site of the demon cave mining extravaganza, with all sorts of exotic fruits in front of them, chatting while waiting for the subsequent news from within the demon cave. The first reason for inviting you all here today is to witness the opening of the demon cave in full bloom. Second, it is for you all to make a proof regarding all the recent events between the Lingxu Sword Sect and Li Che. Make it clear in front of everyone in the world. Ruyan sat on the main seat, her face glowing. She looked proud, her gaze sweeping over the many forces seated, her chin slightly raised, and a loud, smug laugh spread throughout the venue. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was spirited. From the moment the resources in the demon cave were sent out just now and laid out in front of everyone, she was incomparably happy. It was especially painful to notice the crowd stirring and many faces changing. Today, the lid is on. It was bound to nail Li Che to the pillar of shame in one fell swoop. Chapter 44, Blow Up. The Devil's Cave shook and fled back in a sorry state. As it turns out, it's my division. Ruyan, who is the wise one? Earlier, rumors were swirling in the southern continent, and countless people were abusing my division, Ruyan, and mocking my Lingxu Sword Sect. But you all saw what happened just now. There aren't any traces of demons in the Devil's Cave. It's calm and peaceful, and it's even more resourceful. The facts are in front of us. Ruyan swept her gaze across the room, her expression lingering with pride as she snapped. Li Che is a liar, deceiving the clan for hundreds of years for his own selfish interests, monopolizing the resources of the demon cave, and even going so far as to kill hundreds of his fellow disciples. How can such people be worthy of my Lingxu Sword Sect? There's also the Daoi Sword Sect, but despicable and shameless people, colluding with this person, Li Che, are just working together. After today, the truth comes out. I hope that all the great sect forces in my southern continent will polish their eyes and not be fooled by villains like Li Che. Her words caused the faces of everyone present to look a little unnatural, especially when he saw Ruyan's arrogant and complacent look. He was even more stifled in his heart. This pussy is so close to having her tail up her ass. It's a real pain in the ass. Zhang Huaizhi raised his eyes and skimmed over the complacent Ruyan, even wanting to give her a slap on the face to save her from being an eyesore here. But besides him, there were some people around who were really moved by Ruyan's words. Ha ha, no words are as powerful as facts. This time, when Patriarch mined the demon cave, not only was there nothing going on, but instead, he reaped a bountiful harvest, and we all watched. So maybe there really is something inside that we didn't figure out before. The Lingxu Sword Sect has succeeded in mining the Devil's Cave this time around, and they also dared to be the first. That's right, we are waiting for Patriarch to be able to impart some experience to us. Some people from small and medium-sized forces had voiced their compliments. There was a vague sense of ingratiation in his words. Although they still had some misgivings about the feud between Li Che and the Lingxu Sword Sect, they were more concerned about the situation in the demon cave. Although those resources on the square were not in the eyes of top powers like the Great Diffusion God Dynasty, the attraction for small clans like them was really not small. Some have even begun to dish it out. When they went back, could their own clan follow their example and try to mine the Devil's Cave as well? After all, the Lingxu Sword Sect had proved, the Devil's Cave seemed to be truly devoid of demonic presence anymore. The gazes of a few small forces at the helm flickered. Hearing a few compliments, Ruyan was even more pleased and couldn't help but laugh freely, promising on the spot. Well, this time, my Lingxu Sword Sect is mining the demon cave, and it's also considered to be more or less a contribution to the southern continent by eliminating risks and accumulating experience for all of my fellow disciples. When the many disciple gathering operations are over, it is possible to teach you all. Ruyan was spirited, but not at all reserved. But she was talking. Boom dash! From the direction of the Forbidden Land in the back of the mountain, violent sounds suddenly erupted. In an instant, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and the terrifying and incomparable aura fluctuations spread through the 9 heavens, even causing the real Lingxu Sword Sect to shake violently. For a while, mountains crumbled and boulders rolled down. The entire Lingxu Sword Sect was in chaos. What's going on? The commotion seems to be coming from the direction of the Magic Cave? The Lingxu Sword Sect's main hall was similarly chaotic. However, the people present were all powerful bigwigs from various forces, so naturally they wouldn't panic like ordinary disciples. When the change appeared at the first time, they all got up, and between their faces, A stern gaze instantly looked toward where the devil's cave was. Could it be that there was an accident in the magic cave? At the thought of this, everyone's gazes subconsciously looked toward Si Ruyan. Jiang Huaiji's eyes stared, and then a hint of a look of watching a good show appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew the devil's cave wouldn't be so simple. Now the unexpected did come. Si Ruyan also looked shocked and swished up from her position, looking towards where the devil's cave was. Upon noticing that the devil's cave, which had been stable for 100 years, was actually trembling violently, subconsciously his face tightened, and a sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. In the devil's cave, could it be that something has changed? Wasn't it all fine just now? Noticing that everyone was looking at them, especially Jiang Huaiji's undisguised gloating, Si Ruyan still forcibly suppressed the uneasiness in her heart, let out a cold snort, and hardened her mouth. There is no hurry, gentlemen, but it is only a small matter. Just wait for me to go and check it out. Please be patient here. After that she was ready to head to the demon cave to check out the situation, but not before she set off. Master, help! Master, come and save me! The mournful screams that were about to tear through their throats rang out, and then the crowd saw the entrance to the devil's cave suddenly clashing with several figures, madly rushing towards the direction of the main hall. Its body is covered with dirt and bloodstains. Its body shape is in a sorry state. Its face is full of panic and fear. It seems to be scared by something to break the guts, while frantically running away while hissing loudly to call for help. It was Lu Lingli and the others who had left behind many of their fellow disciples and finally escaped from the demon cave. What's going on? What the hell is going on in the devil's cave? The moment he recognized Lu Lingli's several people, Si Ruyan's eyes were condensed, and when he saw that several people were cloaked in hair, and their breath was shriveled and in a sorry state, his face changed, and the uneasiness in his heart spread wildly in the blink of an eye. The others also looked grave and got up and gathered around. Without waiting for Si Ruyan to ask a question, they spoke sternly one after the other. These were all true Big Brother-level existences in the southern continent, each with terrifying strength and a great majestic aura contained in their voices. At this moment, his eyes were glaring, forcing his way in. It immediately made the Lu Lingli several people who had managed to escape with great difficulty all have their hearts tightened and it was difficult to breathe. Demon! Demon! The demon is out! The sky covering, endless, terrifying demons. The Lu Lingli several people who escaped from the devil's cave were disheveled. Their faces were full of dirt. They looked grimy, and their bodies were even stained with blood, and their fishy breath made people frown. When he said demon cave demon, there was still an extreme look of horror remaining in his eyes, and his expression was a bit dull. They fled all the way though. However, the bloody scenes in the devil's cave were all in the eyes and clear to see. Under the endless siege of terrifying demons, it was like a black wave engulfing everyone in it. Tens of thousands of disciples died tragically one after another. Even the powerful elders had several of them fall, being swarmed by the demons and divided into pieces. That kind of bloody and cruel scene had already scared a few people to the core, leaving a deep shadow. Demon? Surprisingly, we really encountered a demon? Hearing this answer, many of the bigwigs present also changed their faces. Lu Lingli and the others, as Si Ruyan's protégés, had quite a high status, and were considered to be little known in the southern continent, and many bigwigs knew the two, especially Lu Lingli, who was called the clear cold fairy by many young people, had always been lonely and flawless, but at this time she was like a frightened rabbit. Her face was pale and frightened, no different from a fleeing beggar. If a critical situation hadn't occurred, how would it have come to this? What the hell is going on in there? Wasn't it fine just now? How could we suddenly encounter a demon? Thinking about this, the hearts of the many powerful people also immediately sank, with countless doubts in their hearts. Obviously, when the disciple just now came out with all kinds of spiritual materials, he still had a joyful face and said that the winds and waves in the devil's cave were calm and there was no danger whatsoever. How did this shocking change happen in the blink of an eye? Chapter 45, Tens of thousands dead or wounded? The whole army was wiped out? Quickly! What's going on in the devil's cave? The many bigwigs were being anxious and incomparable, and when they saw that Lu Lingli and the others were still there with a stupefied look on their faces, they immediately raised their voices and shouted angrily. Powerful and terrifying breath pressed down. Immediately let Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuans and several people trembled. Subconsciously bamboo tube poor beans like, the shocking changes in the devil's cave tray out. Just now we were picking resources. Originally everything was going well. Many disciples were harvesting abundantly, and the winds and waves in the devil's cave were calm and peaceful. But I didn't realize that all of a sudden, Yu Shuang'er's body trembled, as if she thought of the horrifying scene of the demon rampage again. A strong color of fear surfaced in her eyes and she trembled, but I didn't realize that all of a sudden it was dark. Then there were countless demons suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun. The number is endless in general, one by one. The body is huge. The breath is terrifying. Just the blood-red eyes are like red lanterns. One by one. Appalling. Several people were in shock, and they couldn't help their bodies trembling at the thought of that horrifying scene. Upon hearing this news, the crowd in the room was shocked. So there really are demons in the demon cave. Demons that are like monstrous waves? How terrifying should that number be? Demons really aren't extinct. The gazes of the powerhouses of the various forces flickered, and all of them looked grave as they sucked in a breath of cool air. Si Ruyan's face even changed greatly. Her heart and mind were trembling, seeing that only a few people came out of Lu Lingli, while the other elder disciples were nowhere to be seen. She immediately became anxious. Why are you the only ones out? Where are the others? Where are those elders and disciples? Si Ruyan looked anxious and rushed forward to question towards a few people. Lu Lingli, who was recounting the situation in the Devil's Cave, immediately stalled, and Yu Shuang'er and Zhao Yuansen also had dodging eyes and a distraught face, not daring to meet Si Ruyan's eyes. Those elders and disciples? As soon as the wave of demons began, the many disciples were surrounded, dying one by one. The elders were also targeted by the demons and were surrounded by many powerful demons. As several people were about to rush out, the rebels died one after another, and the sound of the battle was already diminishing. By now, I'm afraid they've all gone into the demon's stomach. Seeing that the several people did not answer, Si Ruyan immediately changed her face. A bad premonition surfaced in her heart, and she pursued the question with a stern voice. Say it. Answer me quickly. How are the others doing now? The words just fell. The entrance of the Devil's Cave exploded steeply, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Only a few elders led a couple hundred disciples who had escaped from the demon cave and were frantically rushing towards the direction of the Grand Hall. Only at this time, this group of people were all full of panic. Their clothes were torn, their bodies were drenched in blood, and they were heavily injured, as if they might gulp their breath at any time. Especially for the first few elders, the long sword of the life-transferring cultivation was broken. All the magic treasures were damaged. Their breath was weak, they were bruised and battered, their claws were torn and teeth were bitten, and all kinds of horrifying injuries were shocking to watch. A group of people were in a sorry state, and at this time, after rushing out from the Devil's Cave, they frantically called for help. Sovereign, make a move. Demon revival. Wreaking havoc in the Devil's Cave in a frenzy. The disciples have suffered heavy deaths and injuries. If not suppressed, I'm afraid that they will break out of the Devil's Cave and wreak havoc on the earth. After an elder saw Si Ruyan, he immediately shouted out in a stern voice. The voice was like a sob, interspersed with cries, making the crowd blush. Demons have really fully recovered? Si Ruyan's face completely changed. Her brain was like being hit hard with a heavy hammer. A burst of dizziness. Her body was slightly shaken. After reacting, her eyes turned red as she looked at the elder disciples who only had a couple hundred people left. Where are the others? How come there are only a few of you left? Where are all the other disciples? A horrible speculation rose in Si Ruyan's heart, and her voice trembled. This time mining the Devil's Cave. But a full 10,000 Lingxu Sword Sect disciples. All are carefully selected elite. I can't believe there's only so much left now. By now the fleeing crowd had also rushed to where the Great Hall was. Upon hearing Si Ruyan's question, a strong sadness surged on the face of the head elder as he cried out. Sovereign, dead. They're all dead. Most of the tens of thousands of disciples of my Lingxu Sword Sect have been buried in the mouths of demons, and now we're the only ones left. Demons are too ferocious. They are incomparably powerful. Even if we fight to the death, we are still no match for them. And it was only under the desperate onslaught that these people were finally left to escape with their lives. Although she had already guessed inwardly, when she heard this answer, Si Ruyan still paled, staggered and pushed backwards. Her body swayed and nearly fell. Tens of thousands of disciples. It's only been a short time and it's all gone. Right at this moment, that elder also noticed Lu Lingli's several people not far away, and a deep color of indignation immediately surfaced in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and snapped. Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er, Zhao Yuansen, you guys have the nerve to come back? Demons are reviving. As the sovereign's personal disciples, not only do you not guard the ordinary disciples and lead the resistance, but instead you use the others as a shield, abandoning all of them and only focusing on escaping with your own lives. Can you stand up to the disciples who died in the demon cave? They are all your senior brothers and sisters. How can you be cruel? Tens of thousands of people, all buried in the mouths of demons. At the end of his words, that elder's voice was already like a sob. The loss of this one is just too much. Not only that elder, all the disciples who escaped were glaring at Lu Lingli's several people with incomparably indignant gazes at this moment, itching to pounce on them and tear them to pieces. Just now everyone was desperately trying to resist the demons, but he didn't expect that the Lu Lingli few people who usually enjoyed the top treatment of the sect would leave everyone behind and escape alone. This is a naked betrayal. How do they still have the face to stay in the house? Being exposed by the crowd for their behavior in front of everyone, Lu Lingli's few people immediately changed their faces, seeing that the many bigwigs of the surrounding sects and forces were sizing up the area with a strange gaze. The faces of several people became more and more ugly. Abandoning fellow disciples to run away alone and doing it secretly behind their back is even better. As long as no one knew about it, in the future, they would still be the same respected pro-disciples, the clear and cold fairies. But now being exposed in public is like stripping them naked and parading them in public. Asshole! How dare you leave all your fellow disciples behind and escape alone? How could I teach something like you? Hearing the cries and accusations of the crowd, Si Ruyan's face was similarly unsightly, and boundless anger filled her chest, causing her to gnash her teeth, itching to personally execute these few death-hungry bastards. They escaped instead. But what about the rest of the disciples? What about the nearly 10,000 Lingxu sword sect elites? They, however, were literally killed by a demon. Seeing Si Ruyan's eyes spitting fire and gnashing her teeth as she stared at herself angrily, Lu Lingli and the others' faces quickly reddened and panicked, especially the gazes from the surrounding forces. Disdain mixed with contempt were like sharp arrows, leaving them with no place to hide, and all their darkness completely exposed in the sun. This time, before Li Che was nailed to the pillar of shame, a few of them were going to be spurned by 10,000 people and despised by the world first. For a while, a few people couldn't help but curse these escaped elder disciples in their hearts. ING assholes. Why didn't you guys die in the devil's den? Why did you guys escape? As long as all of you die at the hands of the demons, no one will know about our sneaky escape, and we will be respected pro-disciples as usual. Why don't you guys go to hell? In the face of the crowd's accusations and anger, Lu Lingli's few people not only didn't feel guilty, but instead, they were incomparably indignant. Chapter 46, The demon rushed up to the sky, seemingly as shocking as smoke. Several of his own personal disciples had left tens of thousands of fellow disciples behind to escape alone when they were in danger. Upon hearing this news, Si Ruyan gritted her teeth in anger. Lu Lingli's several people were not weak. If they could go all out to protect their fellow disciples, perhaps the tens of thousands of disciples would not have lost so much. You guys? Si Ruyan gritted her teeth, but didn't wait for her to get angry. Boom dash! The Devil's Cave located in the forbidden area in the back of the mountain once again erupted into violent trembling, and sounds like muffled thunder rolled through the sky. This time, the sound was monstrous, more violent than the previous times. With this loud noise, the entrance to the Devil's Cave suddenly had an endless demonic aura rising to the sky. As the crowd watched with numbness in their scalps, at the entrance of the Devil's Cave, a demonic figure with a huge figure and scarlet eyes emerged into the world. These demons were of different forms, with high and low strength. The only thing that was strikingly identical was the boundless sinister bloodthirsty gaze that lingered on his body. Ha ha, finally out. The taste of freedom, suppressed for hundreds of years, must be quelled by endless blood and white bones to quell my anger. I've seen countless fresh flesh and blood. Is this the sect of that god-killer Li Che? Since he's not here, let's slaughter this place to avenge 100 years of suppression. Crazy tyrannical harsh whistling sound resounded through the sky. Heavy black clouds spread out from the entrance of the Devil's Cave, sweeping crazily in all directions, and the sinister atmosphere in the sky and the earth suddenly made a great deal of noise. In the blink of an eye, black clouds cover the sky and the sky is dim. The Lingxu sword sect, which had seemed like a heavenly realm on earth just a moment ago, had been transformed into a demonic purgatory. Endless demonic auras rose and fell, and roars of fury resounded one after another. The entire Lingxu sword sect was instantly in chaos. At the same time, when the sky-covering demons came into view, not only the sons and daughters of the Lingxu sword sect, but also those countless casual cultivators who were spectating outside the Lingxu sword sect's mountain gates were also in an uproar. Demons! There really are demons! Isn't the Lingxu sword sect doing harm to people with this? Gathering a bull resource and ending up releasing the demonic flies. It's finished. With so many demons, in case it spreads to the entire southern continent, it may be that there will be a repeat of the catastrophe from 100 years ago. As 100 years passed, there was less and less news about the Devil's Cave. Many had wondered if the demons in the Devil's Cave had completely disappeared and were no longer a threat. Therefore the Lingxu sword sect's magic cave mining extravaganza this time will cause such a big commotion, attracting the opportunity to the entire southern continent gaze. The fundamental reason is that everyone wants to see what really happens in the Devil's Cave. And now, the demon really showed up. Countless loose cultivators looked horrified and were scared less. The Great Hall. Si Ruyan's eyes shrunk to the size of pinpoints as she stared blankly at the overwhelming tide of demons, her entire body frozen. Surprisingly, there really are demons? Everything was exactly as Li Che said. There really were endless demons in the demon cave. Is your own really wrong? thinking back to when he was above the Great Hall, facing the insults and spit of everyone in the entire Lingxu sword sect, but Li Che still stood firm and refused to admit his guilt in the slightest. Si Ruyan's heart was trembling violently. Himself really misunderstood him. As Li Che's master, he himself had not only failed to give him full trust, but had instead expelled him from the sect and, today, caused the tragic deaths of nearly 10,000 of the sect's elites. Si Ruyan was lost in thought for a moment, but reality didn't leave her much time to think. Seeing that the overwhelming tide of demons and devils immediately howling and pouncing towards the Lingxu sword sect after the emergence of the world, Si Ruyan's face suddenly changed. With so many demons, if they were really allowed to charge into the mountain gate, the entire Lingxu sword sect would definitely suffer heavy casualties, with countless disciples falling into the hands of the demons. You seek death. A terrifying and incomparable aura exploded from Si Ruyan. She turned her head openly. Her eyes flashed with anxiety as she looked at the surrounding powerhouses of the major forces and said in an urgent voice, "Gentlemen, demons are now in the world. Please join me and kill the demons." Unfortunately, when her voice fell, the crowd didn't move as if they hadn't heard her. Joking aside, this demon was released by the Lingxu sword sect. Why should they ask themselves and others to contribute? Idle? Figure out how to set things right on your own. Especially since just now Si Ruyan had a smug look on her face, thinking that all the dust had settled, pretty much mocking the many forces present. Now that the crowd had caught the opportunity, they naturally doubled back. Demons? Where are the demons? Why don't I see them? Didn't Grand Sovereign Si tell us that there weren't any demons and asked us to come to the mining extravaganza? Jiang Huaiyi had a puzzled look on his face, as if he really didn't see the roiling demons. The demon cave has long been devoid of demons. Why is Patriarch Si so nervous? Why don't you come sit down and rest while we chat about the previous rumors? Don't worry, Patriarch Si, if anyone slanders you in the Lingxu sword sect, we will definitely seek justice. Being sneered at by Si Ruyan, the Flying Star sect master, who had long been holding his breath, grimaced. Previously, they were still thinking of recruiting Li Che even though the Lingxu sword sect had already issued a blocking order, and even though they didn't succeed, they were still remembered by Si Ruyan, who had continuously mocked them just now, leaving the Flying Star sect master in a state of bitterness. Now take the opportunity to taunt like crazy. Other than the two of them, various other forces were also sneering. Those words and phrases were like loud slaps on the face of Si Ruyan, making her entire body about to explode with anger. Si Ruyan's face quickly turned red, her lips shivered, and her body was trembling slightly. These assholes. Not only was each one unhelpful, but each one had a mouth so venomous that it made her want to spit blood. However, the demons that were spreading out were now pouncing towards the countless ordinary disciples of the Lingxu sword sect, and if they weren't blocked, there was even a danger of the sect's annihilation today. The situation was critical, and she didn't dare to stay even though she was furious. Well, I've memorized it all. We'll see, but a mere demon, Lingxu sword sect, have never put it in my eyes. Without you guys, I can still suppress the demons. Putting down a few harsh words, Si Ruyan's face was filled with violent anger as she rushed up into the sky and killed straight towards the wave of demons that were swooping in. Boom dash! As Si Ruyan shot out with anger, the sky suddenly changed in color. Countless incomparably terrifying sword lights instantly filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths, forming a heavenly sword net that covered the incoming wave of demons. The sword clanked, cold and bitter. In the blink of an eye, countless demons were chopped into countless pieces, screaming miserably as they fell from the air. Dismembered limbs and blood rained down. The tide of demons that swept in like a monstrous wave also stalled. Human, you seek death. Kill her. Go, I'm going to rip her to shreds. There were also strong people among the demons, and when they encountered Si Ruyan intercepting them, they immediately roared angrily and surrounded them. In an instant, a great battle erupted in the firmament. It was white-hot from the start. Chapter 47 Lingxu Sword Sect, completely becoming the laughingstock of the southern continent. Above the sky, the great battle was in full swing, accompanied by Si Ruyan rushing up to the sky and striking out with anger. For a time, sword light streaked across the field, and a fierce killing machine enveloped the entire field, as a head of demon screamed miserably and fell down, and the broken limbs and arms were continuously thrown out, transforming all the surroundings into a hellish scene. It was not known whether it was because of the appearance of the demon or because of the mockery of the crowd just now. It was clearly evident that at this moment, Si Ruyan had a lot of anger. Out of the killing full, the means of the powerful incomparable, biting sword light vertical and horizontal, countless demons rubbed on the injury, touch on the death. Was that ubiquitous sword light strangled into fragments? Blood rain rustling down, to the sky and the earth are covered with a layer of blood color. Below, in the great hall, Powerful people from various forces in the southern continent watched the fierce battle in the sky with interest. The crowd was not worried even though they looked grave. At least Si Ruyan was also the Lingxu Sword Sect leader, a top powerhouse who had already stepped into the Saint realm. Not to say how the character is, but at least this strength is not a problem. Those present were all top figures in the southern continent. Naturally they could tell that although the wave of demons at this moment was huge, it was definitely not a match for Si Ruyan, and each one of them was old and calm. However, the impact of the overwhelming demons that kept on impacting like a tidal wave was also causing scorn to flash through the eyes of the crowd. The Devil's Cave is truly terrifying. I remember when the Demon Cave was first sealed and subdued. The powerful demons were forced to fall into slumber, and only some low-ranking demons were able to move around. But now that the demons are coming out, it seems that even Voidjack and even stronger existences have begun to revive. Some people stared at the endless demons, their faces grave. Initially, the demons had suffered heavy losses under the joint stranglehold of all the great unions in the southern continent, and after being forced into the Demon Cave, only a small portion of them were still able to move around, and their relative strengths were constantly too strong. This was also the fundamental reason why Li Che was able to hold down the town for hundreds of years in the first place with his Divine King realm. But now, 100 years have passed, demons have been slowly reviving. The powerful people who had fallen asleep due to serious injuries or various reasons had gradually awakened and become more and more active. In this way, the pressure and danger of the Devil's Cave naturally became more and more frightening. That's right, when we go back, we must hold down the fort. If we let a certain demon cave fail and cause countless demons to descend again, we will all be sinners of the southern continent. Profound Mingzi of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect immediately spoke in a deep voice as he looked at the roiling tide of demons. He came here this time because he wanted to see if there were still demons in the Devil's Cave, and even thought before that if the Lingxu Sword Sect succeeded in opening the Sub-Devil's Cave, his own family might be able to follow suit. In hindsight, emulate the hell out of it. It's only right to go back and honestly strengthen the seal. The Flying Star Sect Master looked at the figure of Tsungdom Si Ruyan fighting his way through the tide of demons. His face flashed with a gloating color as he said in a conspiratorial manner, the Lingxu Sword Sect is really a great person, sacrificing tens of thousands of disciples, even going so far as to have the Patriarch personally go into battle, showing the southern continent the horror of the Devil's Cave. It's almost like sacrificing yourself for the good of all. Watching Si Ruyan get punched in the face with his own eyes was just too pleasurable for him. Jiang Huaiji also regained his composure and sat down in his seat, lightly sipping a mouthful of wine as he said in an old-fashioned manner, "If I remember correctly, the Lingxu Sword Sect's intention in organizing this Demon Cave mining conference was to make Li Che's selfish and greedy crime a reality so that they could clear their name, right? As a result, I didn't expect that I would now eat a big loss in front of the whole world, and publicly confirm that I was indeed blind. Isn't this a naked slap in the face? Ha ha, funny, just funny." At this statement, everyone's face was strange, and then associated with just Si Ruyan's complacent appearance, a comparison of the two phases, suddenly could not help but laugh. Ha ha, the Lingxu Sword Sect is now completely going to become the laughingstock of the southern continent. This is still the right name, before people say they are blind and so on, maybe still empty words. Now this is so, directly to do the truth. Alas, in that case, it seems that Li Che was right to leave the Lingxu Sword Sect. That's not true. Following such a clan, even the best talent will be wasted. The fierce battle in the sky didn't last too long. Although the demon tide this time broke out unexpectedly, Si Ruyan's strength was strong, coupled with a heart full of stifled anger and rage. She killed Red-Eyed in the demon tide and struck out without mercy. It didn't take long to kill the demon and directly drive it into the demon cave again. Shun, seeing that the demons were all forced into the devil's den, Si Ruyan didn't dare to take it lightly. With a furious shout, the long sword in his hand instantly bloomed with a terrifying aura, and between the flashes of thousands of sword shadows, he directly laid a layer of seals at the entrance of the demon cave, suppressing the demon once again. It's not that easy to seal us, just you wait, the district seal won't last long, we will descend into the world again. Damn Lingxu Sword Sect, when we descend next time, we will surely decimate all of your disciples and overthrow your entire Dao lineage. Even though a seal had been set up, violet vibrations continued to come from the entrance of the Devil's Cave. At the same time, there were even more sounds of demonic madness roaring continuously coming in from the inside, causing Si Ruyan's face to turn more and more ferocious. As his eyes swept over the devastated scene of the Lingxu Sword Sect, he was angry and suffocated, a heart dripping with blood. It's over. Let's go. Although the demon was successfully suppressed, but by its influence, at this time the entire Lingxu Sword Sect was in chaos. The so-called Demon Cave Mining Conference naturally could not go on. Seeing that the dust had settled and there was no more action to watch, The other powerful people from various forces who had come to participate in the event immediately patted their asses and got up, ready to leave. Many thanks to the Lingxu Sword Sect for inviting us today and letting us know that the Devil's Cave is terrifying. 10,000 thanks. That's right. After we go back, we have to strengthen the seal, or else in case the demons rush out, we might lose as much as the Lingxu Sword Sect. Alas, Patriarch C sacrificed me for the benefit of the entire southern continent. What a great man. Indeed, I was the one who misunderstood Patriarch C before. I must go back and publicize it properly. A voice that was superficially complimentary but actually mocking fell, and these southern continent bigwigs laughed and stepped into the air to leave amidst Si Ruyan's increasingly unsightly face. Zhang Huaiji was about to leave. As if he remembered something again, he suddenly tapped his head and showed his teeth towards Si Ruyan. Patriarch C, I suddenly feel that Li Che being expelled from the sect by you is actually a good thing. After all, so many demons, in which the town for 100 years, replaced by others may not necessarily be able to do. Which is even more do not know how much suffering. He shook his head, a strange smile appearing on his face. Now that I think about it, you must have not been able to bear the thought of letting Li Che continue to suffer in the demon cave, which is why you took the initiative to expel him. I am impressed by its good intentions. Ha 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 ha, leaving behind a burst of painfully loud laughter. Zhang Huaiji turned around and left. Si Ruyan's expression was ice cold, and she didn't respond in any way the entire time, because she knew that things had come to this point. No matter how she responded, it would only be more humiliating, just despite her best efforts to endure. But her face still in the crowd that sentence after sentence of sneers, become more and more pale. Unknowingly, a pair of silver teeth has been bitten creaking. This so-called magic cave mining extravaganza. Not only did he fail to expose Li Che's true colors of selfishness and greed and write his name, but instead, he lost a lot of money and staged a heavenly farce in front of everyone in the world. She could already imagine it. After today, the Lingxu Sword Sect will be completely reduced to the laughingstock of the southern continent. Chapter 48, Heavy Losses Before Realizing Misunderstanding Li Che? Patriarch, the losses have been tallied. After all the forces that came to observe the ceremony left, Si Ruyan and the others returned to the sect. It didn't take long for summaries to start coming in about the various casualty losses. In the main hall, the top management of Lingxu Sword Sect gathered. Lu Lingli and other personal disciples and many elders were all solemn and silent. And a deathly silence spread continuously. Elder Chen's face was sad as he reported to Si Ruyan. The Devil's Cave erupted and the clan suffered extremely heavy losses, participating in the Demon Cave mining operation. Of the 10 elders and 10,000 disciples, a total of 9,865 people died, including 6 elders. At the same time, because of the demonic aura agitation, it caused many closed disciples within the sect to suffer damage to their minds. 93 of them died. 127 were seriously injured and went off the deep end, and 320 were lightly injured. Clan buildings, about 30 damaged. This includes important places such as the Merit Pavilion, the Hall of Transmission, and the Spirit Planting Ground. Due to the rampant infestation of demonic chi, 1 middle-order spirit vein was contaminated and 3 low-order spirit veins were destroyed, causing the concentration of the clan's spirit chi to drop drastically. Elder Chen's face was sad and his voice almost sounded like he was crying. His heart is dripping blood. It was only because the losses of the Lingxu Sword Sect in this demon cave upheaval were simply too heavy. The numbers reported out were even more alarming. That great battle in the Devil's Cave was even too much. Nearly 10,000 disciples died. A large number of disciples have gone astray and cut off the path of cultivation. Important buildings were destroyed. The concentration of the mountain gates aura dropped dramatically. Even the spiritual veins that were the foundation of a clan's power had been polluted and destroyed. Each and every one of these were damages that were enough to shake the foundation of a clan. But at this time, a series of them happened at the same time to the Lingxu Sword Sect. For a time, the Great Hall was silent, and everyone's hearts and minds trembled in shock at that series of numbers. Only Si Ruyan's nearly frantic roar resounded wildly. Damn. Why is that? My Lingxu Sword Sect has been developing for so many years. It's not easy to have the current scale of strength. Why would I suddenly suffer this change? We clearly want to mine the resources of the Demon Cave to grow the clan. Boundless anger filled Si Ruyan's chest. That one piece of news reported out by Elder Chen was like a huge mountain deadening her chest, making it difficult for her to breathe and her entire being almost suffocated. The large Lingxu Sword Sect had suffered an unprecedented heavy blow in a single day. Si Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot, suffocating and angry, and her body couldn't stop trembling. It's clearly to write my Lingxu Sword Sect's name in front of the world. But now not only did they not write their name, they even suffered heavy losses, making a fool of themselves in front of everyone in the whole world, and falling into the laughingstock of southern continent. Why on earth? Why is this happening? Si Ruyan was about to go crazy with anger. The loss of the clan and being taunted by many powerful people from the southern continent one after another filled her heart with boundless anger, pressuring her to want to open a killing ring and give vent to her madness regardless of everything. But raising her eyes, she didn't even know who to blame. All she knows is, this time, the operation of mining the Devil's Grotto. There is no harvest not to mention, but instead, there are also heavy losses. Losing a lady and losing a soldier. It is simply a loss to the grandmother's house. The Lingxu sword sect's reputation also completely stunk. And after that, it was bound to be pointed at by everyone. And mocking and despising were all predictable results. What on earth is the reason for all this? On the side, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger were also in a trance, with confusion in their eyes. Seeing with their own eyes the sight of the demons covering the sky, they had long since lost their previous lofty, arrogant heart. At this moment, he looked at his master's near madness and listened to the clan's tragic and extreme loss. Both hearts and minds were trembling. Subconsciously, the figure that was unwilling to admit the charge of overrunning the demon cave even though he was fighting against the entire clan seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. Even that one admonition from the beginning seemed to be echoing in his ears. Senior sister, there are many demons in the Devil's Cave. It's extremely dangerous. You must not set foot in it. Don't worry, with elder brother in charge, we will definitely not let the demons plague the world. Bitter? What's so hard about it? Senior brother, suppressing the demon cave is the only way to allow the countless disciples of the sect to cultivate at ease and not have to have a headache over the demons. Your task is to cultivate well. And as for the Devil's Cave, everything is with senior brother. The voice continuously echoed in their ears. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger's faces grew paler and paler as they stood frozen in place, their minds in turmoil. So, we really misunderstood Li Che? Now when the facts are in front of us, everyone understands this. It also finally believed Li Che's previous repeated admonitions. Unfortunately, it was too late. By the time they figured that out, it had cost them dearly and dearly. The Devil's Cave. Demon. A roar containing boundless anger echoed through the great hall. Next moment. But Si Ruyan was so furious that she violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, rolled her eyes, and fell to the ground. A top powerhouse who had stepped into the Saint Realm was directly infuriated. Master, how are you? Don't scare me, Master. Are you alright, Sovereign? The great hall was in a flurry. Everyone rushed forward to check the situation. The worry on their faces couldn't even be hidden. The situation of the Devil's Cave mining extravaganza was like a storm that quickly swept through the southern continent. For a time, the southern continent shook and countless cultivators were dumbstruck. Beforehand, the Lingxu sword sect was too high profile, so much so that it attracted the attention of everyone in the entire world. Not only the forces of the southern continent's great Dao unification, but even numerous loose cultivators who had witnessed all the processes. This also caused at time countless personal experience of the people present. A variety of colorful, spitting speech. Will be the day the situation presented in front of everyone. The Lingxu sword sect's demon cave erupted, and endless demons covered the sky. Heavy casualties, nearly 10,000 elite disciples lost. Will the Lingxu sword sect be able to survive this? The so-called rightful name has resulted in being reduced to a laughingstock of the world. And then discussing Lingxu, demons are incomparably terrifying. The many Taoist systems must be careful and cautious. Don't want to learn from that Lingxu sword sect, and narrowly fall into the southern continent world sinners, exclusively dominating the Devil's Cave? On Li Che's grudge against the Lingxu sword sect. In the first hour, countless news spread rapidly across the southern continent as if they had grown wings. There were people everywhere talking about it, especially for the many scattered cultivators. One by one, the spittle flying, will be about the Lingxu sword sect seen and heard about the details to the extreme. About Li Che and Lingxu sword sect's grudge is also colorful, which mixed with all sorts of reversal, so that the world cultivators shouted in pain. And, of course, it drew a world of ridicule. Ha 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 ha. The Lingxu sword sect is a real clown. That's right. I want to put a selfish and greedy charge on Li Che, so that he can never turn over. But now the purpose has not been achieved, and he himself has suffered a heavy loss. He has simply been stripped of his pants, and he has completely become the laughingstock of southern continent. Ha ha ha. These ennui things really deserve it. People Li Che for their Lingxu sword sect, alone to defend the sect for 100 years. As a result, they are not thankful even if it is not enough, but also bit back. Wide-eyed wolves, really not something. Lifting a rock and stoning your own feet is no different. Chapter 49, Obtaining the 9 Robbers' Sword, and the Dao 1 Devil Cave has exploded? Dao 1 Sword Sect. Li Che, holding a fishing rod, sat quietly on the edge of the pond, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the water with a serious expression. At this moment, he was in the middle of the angling space. The angling space connected the heavens and the worlds, and there was an opportunity to fish once a day. So naturally, he wouldn't miss it, and for some time now, he had been entering the angling space every day. The fishing has been varied during that time. Legendary holy pills, powerful techniques and aptitudes, or some rare and strange inheritance. Although there was no heavenly Tao sword body like the first fishing as well as the divine ability to silence, but they are also extremely precious things, was collected by him, turned into their own reserves of food. I wonder what we'll catch today. 2. Looking at the rippling and jagged water, Li Che was slightly expectant. Just then, the rod suddenly sank, and a struggling vigor came through it, causing his eyes to light up. There! A flicker of joy flashed across his face, and he immediately began pulling with the big fish on the other end of the rod. The struggles coming from the other end grew weaker and weaker as he pulled with extreme patience. Hey, come on out. Noticing that the big fish was exhausted, Li Che reached out and violently lifted it, and the big fish immediately broke through the water. It was like a blazing sun rising from the water. The light shines brightly in the angling space. A long sword emitting endless light floated in the sky above the pond, and it seemed that even space was fluctuating vaguely as the Tao sword chi streaked across it. You've successfully fished out the exotic treasure. The 9 Robbers' Sword. 9 Robbers' Sword? What a strong sword intent fluctuation. Looking at the long sword that seemed to contain endless might, Li Che's eyes lit up with a vague excitement. As a sword cultivator, there was nothing like a good long sword. The light dispersed and the fluctuations in the angling space slowly subsided. The 9 Tribulation swords suspended on the pond seemed to have sensed Li Che's presence and suddenly transformed into a stream of light, appearing in front of Li Che. The sword's body was shaped in an ancient manner, inscribed with an inexplicable pattern, and surrounded by a lingering aura of calamity, like a polymerization of various calamities, causing one's heart and mind to tremble just by feeling it. Li Che subconsciously reached out and took it into his hands. Instantly, the sound of endless sword roars resounded in his mind, and a terrifying scene of the 9 Tribulation swords sword light streaking across the world and the world collapsing in its wake seemed to float before his eyes. This 9 Robber sword is truly terrifying. After a long time, Li Che let out a long breath and finally pulled his mind from the 9 Robber sword. He didn't know the origin of this sword. He didn't know the grade, but he could feel the terrifying power of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. More to the point, this sword was extremely compatible with his divine ability. Silence. The Avatar's silence was the ultimate destruction, destroying the world. Nothing could stop it, and this 9 Tribulation sword was like the aggregation of endless tribulations, enough to collapse the world. If the 9 Tribulation sword is used to catalyze the silence, I'm afraid that it would truly be like a great catastrophe of the heavens and the earth, terrifying and boundless. Looking at the long sword in his hand, Li Che's gaze was fiery and he simply loved it. He was already strong, and now with this sword in his hand, he was even more like a tiger with wings, and even he wasn't sure just how strong he could explode nowadays. At this time, his figure had also come out of the angling space. With nothing else to do, he sat down in the cave and continued to comprehend the 9 Robber sword. Shifu, elder brother. Right at this moment, Su Baiwei's voice that contained excitement and agitation suddenly came from outside the cave. With a flip of his wrist, Li Che put away the 9 Robbers' sword and walked out of the cave. Then they saw the holy maiden Su Baiwei and Patriarch Gu Qingtang both walking over quickly, both of them looking extremely agitated with excitement flashing in their eyes. Murphy, Li Che's heart fluttered as some conjectures surfaced. Today is the day of the Lingxu sword sect that the so-called magic cave mining event. Now the two are so excited to find themselves. Is it? Senior brother. The Lingxu sword sect's demon cave has erupted. I heard that at that time, before the disciples of their demon mining cave had even gone in for a long time, there was suddenly an overwhelming riot of terrifying demons that swept madly like monstrous waves. The tens of thousands of disciples that entered the Lingxu sword sect were nearly wiped out. Before Li Che could turn his thoughts, Su Baiwei's incomparably excited voice had already sounded in his ears. Sure enough, Li Che's gaze froze, but he did not look surprised. Having guarded the demon cave for 100 years, no one knew those demons better than him. At this time, when he heard the news, he remained bland. On the contrary, Su Baiwei's little face was red with excitement. Although the Dawi sword sect didn't participate in the demon cave mining extravaganza, they had been paying attention, so naturally, they were the first to get the news. At this moment, after being shocked, he couldn't wait to come and share with Li Che. Elder brother, you are unaware. I heard that the scene at that time was extremely tragic. Countless disciples of the Lingxu sword sect were madly slaughtered by the demon as if they were mowing the grass. The loss was extremely heavy, and in the end it was Si Ruyan who personally stepped in and barely managed to subdue the demon again. But even so, the Lingxu sword sect has suffered incomparably heavy losses. Numerous disciples have been killed and injured. The important buildings of the sect have been destroyed, and the concentration of aura has dropped drastically. It's simply miserable. Su Baiwei's mouth said miserable, but her face was full of gloating. In her opinion, the Lingxu sword sect simply deserved it. Gu Qingtang was also mocking at the corners of his mouth. Extremely unrestrained, Li Che, this Lingxu sword sect originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to splash dirty water on your head, so that you would never be able to turn the corner. But in the end, I didn't expect that I would make myself the laughingstock of the world, when it really is the cycle of karma and retribution. The demon cave didn't get mined, but instead suffered heavy losses. The Lingxu sword sect has simply lost money this time around. He also looked relieved. Ever since Li Che joined the Daoi sword sect, the Lingxu sword sect was even more like a mad dog, proclaiming everywhere that the Daoi sword sect had taken advantage of the fire and was working in tandem with Li Che, crazily smearing the Daoi sword sect. Now that everything was out in the open, how complacent the Lingxu sword sect had been before. How miserable they were now. Gu Qingtang's heart was both gloating and at the same time incredibly grateful. Fortunately, he had made a prompt decision, and after learning that Li Che had been expelled from the Lingxu sword sect, he had immediately recruited and pulled such a strong heavenly pride into his sect. To be able to roam around for 100 years in a demonic cave infested with countless demons, this kind of absolute heavenly pride was simply earning a great deal of money. What a great insight for yourself. Gu Qingtang was overwhelmed with triumph. Sovereign, it's not good, sovereign. Just as a few people were talking, an elder, full of panic, suddenly barged over and said in an urgent voice, Patriarch, just now there was a sudden movement coming from the direction of the forbidden demon cave. The disciple in charge of testing has sent out the news. I don't know if it's led to the implication of the outbreak of the Lingxu sword sect's demon cave, but the demon cave that we are suppressing has also begun to have a demonic aura surging. What? Gu Qingtang immediately blushed. Su Baiwei also shrugged and subconsciously tensed up. The horrifying consequences caused by the outbreak of the Lingxu sword sect's devil's cave are well known, and I didn't expect to be implicated by this. But the Daoi sword sect's devil's cave even appeared to be different? Immediately gather strong men to go there. We mustn't let any accidents happen in the demon cave. In case the demon breaks out of the demon cave, the consequences will be unimaginable. Without time to think, Gu Qingtang immediately prepared to rush to the devil's cave to hold down the fort. Those demons are restless again? A cold light flashed in Li Che's eyes as he suddenly opened his mouth. Patriarch, I'll go with you. I'm more experienced in suppressing demonic caves. I should be able to help. This, Gu Qingtang was stunned, but thinking that Li Che had suppressed the devil's cave for 100 years, he didn't refuse. At that moment, several people hurried towards the devil's cave. Chapter 50, Li Che's terrifying. Lingxu sword sect repents. Daoi sword sect, where the devil's cave is located. A huge curtain of light that covered the sky enveloped the entire entrance, exuding a vast and majestic fluctuation as the light changed. Outside the light curtain, countless disciples, led by the elders, all had their long swords in their hands and were standing by, listening to the terrifying sounds that kept coming out of the devil's cave. Everyone was tense, and the palms of their hands holding their long swords were slightly sweating. Ever since the patriarch as well as the chief saint's son and the others entered the devil's cave just now to explore the situation, from time to time, earth-shaking hissing sounds came out from the devil's cave, and there was also a strong and incomparable demonic aura that spread out through the light curtain. Even after the seal was weakened and there were only wisps of it, it still caused countless disciples to turn pale. After all, it was a demon, the rich demonic pollution power contained in the devil's cave. If the cultivator was in it for a long time, not to mention fighting with the demons, he himself would first suffer from the demonic breath pollution. His foundation would be damaged, and he would even go off the deep end. Time passed slowly. A few hours later, in the midst of the countless disciples waiting in anticipation, the curtain of light enveloping the entrance to the devil's cave suddenly fluctuated. Several figures then stepped out from it. Patriarch, Holy Son, the many elder disciples waiting on the periphery immediately had their spirits lifted and subconsciously asked, Patriarch, I wonder how things are going in the devil's cave. Gu Qingtang, who had come out at this moment, still had a trace of shock remaining in his eyes, and at those words, he couldn't help but turn his head once again to look at Li Che, who was beside him, his eyes sighing. The demon cave demons showed signs of rioting and have been suppressed by the Holy Sun. Suppressed by the Holy Sun? The many elder disciples were first stunned, then subconsciously looked at the calm-faced Li Che, and their hearts were flooded with shocking waves. The Holy Sun Now that everyone had heard about the tragic consequences caused by the Lingxu sword sect's demon cave riot, just one impact caused nearly 10,000 disciples to be killed or injured. Now that the Daoi sword sect's demon cave had also appeared to have a strange movement, I thought it would not be simple. And could it be suppressed by a single saint's son alone? Many people had a puzzled look in their eyes. You guys are unaware of just how terrifying senior brother Li Che is. Seeing that many people didn't seem to believe it, Su Baiwei murmured as if she was waking up from a big dream. After we went in, we realized that endless demons were converging, preparing to build up their strength and break through the entrance of the demon cave in one fell swoop, descending into the southern continent. As a result, her voice murmured and her eyes were filled with an unrealistic light dreamy color, instantly arousing the curiosity of the other disciples. And then what? Su Baiwei raised her head to look at Li Che, whose expression was as usual, and her voice trembled slightly. Then senior brother Li Che, alone with his sword, charged straight into the roiling tide of demons, killing them all. It's just too terrifying. Senior brother Li Che is just like a god of killing, fighting madly with endless demons, countless demons in the sky howling miserably, broken arms and limbs falling down like rain, hardening the endless demons and killing them, losing big. He single-handedly killed endless demons with his sword and couldn't raise his head. With heavy losses, they can only scatter and flee. What? After listening to Su Baiwei's detailed account of what happened in the Devil's Cave, all the disciples were stunned. The gaze towards Li Che was as if he was looking at a monster. A single person with a single sword, killing endless demons howling miserably and fleeing desperately? That's who was a demon. While the crowd was shocked, Su Baiwei looked in Li Che's direction, but the color of heartache flashed in her eyes. Elder brother, your injuries. That's when the crowd noticed. Although Li Che's face was calm and his body did not see any external injuries, his face was vaguely pale at this time, his breath was wilted quite a bit, and if he looked closely, he seemed to be able to see a trace of blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. The crowd was in awe. Think about it. With an existence as ferocious and terrifying as a demon, how could one not pay the slightest price for wanting to suppress it hard? In the face of Su Baiwei's relationship, Li Che was unimpressed, his voice still smooth. No harm done. Got used to it a long time ago. These words came out, but they instantly caused Gu Qingtang Su Baiwei a heartache. Obviously, it is the age to rise up and continuously cultivate under the care of the clan, but early on, he was alone to guard the Devil's Cave, and one guard was for hundreds of years, fighting with countless demons. How many injuries and sufferings should he have suffered? Li Che, don't worry, here you only need to cultivate at ease. The demon cave will not let you subdue it, Gu Qingtang said in a deep voice. With your talent, it's a complete waste to guard the demon cave, the district demon cave. With us old guys around, there's no need for you youngsters to fight for your lives. Cultivate well, there is a wider world for you to see and explore. Saying that, Gu Qingtang couldn't help but let out another angry grunt. It's just the Lingxu sword sect's kind of garbage. A handful of years old are living in the dog's stomach. So many people's clan, even let a young man to go to guard the Devil's Cave alone. Simply don't know the shame. At these words, the others nodded their heads. The eyes were filled with disdain and contempt for the Lingxu sword sect. On the other hand, the Lingxu sword sect, all of the senior members of the sect were gathered in the main hall, but the atmosphere was silent and terrifyingly quiet. Si Ruyan's face was unsightly as she sat on the main seat, not saying a word. An icy aura lingered all over his body. Below, an elder's trembling voice rang out. At this time, the demon cave mining extravaganza. My Lingxu sword sect has caused the deaths of more than 10,000 disciples, most of which are elite disciples, in addition to the 6 elders who were killed in action, and the damage to many buildings. The concentration of spiritual qi has dropped drastically, leading to slow progress in the cultivation of the disciples. At the same time, all sorts of news from the outside world about this event has spread throughout the entire southern continent. Now everyone is laughing at my Lingxu sword sect for being greedy and deserving of the backlash. And about the matter of Li Che, nowadays the world is almost one-sided in solidarity with Li Che, and have been crusading against my Lingxu sword sect. In addition, my Lingxu sword sect's reputation is in tatters, and now it's spurned by everyone. The various industries under the sect have been dealt a severe blow, and are on the verge of being unable to operate. With revenues plummeting, the air pressure in the hall was frighteningly low, and only the elder's voice echoed. Everyone's faces were unsightly, especially when they felt that icy coldness emanating from Si Ruyan's body. They subconsciously shrunk their necks, not daring to make the slightest sound. Cackle, accompanied by the elder's continuous reports. Si Ruyan's face became more and more ugly, her teeth clenched and creaked, almost wanting to spit out blood in sadness. A magic cave mining event, so that the Lingxu sword sect not only suffered heavy losses, but also by the world group ridicule. The good hard to accumulate a little bit of prestige ruined. Prestige is all gone. Even the foundation of the clan was shaken. At this time, her breath was low and her face was pale, and she no longer had the spiritedness she had before. Where's the news about Li Che and the Dawi sword sect? For a long time, Si Ruyan closed her eyes and took a heavy deep breath, finally stopping the stirring emotions in her heart, closing her eyes and softly inquiring. I'm sure that, at this time, Li Che and the Dawi Sword Sect are already celebrating in a state of jubilation and madly mocking me and the Lingxu Sword Sect, right? Si Ruyan was a bit tired, but the next moment, the elder's unexpected words suddenly made her perk up. Back to the patriarch. I just learned the news. Not long after our demon cave was suppressed down. Perhaps it was pulled by the demonic aura to the point that the demons were in turmoil. Dawi Sword Sect. The Devil's Cave has suddenly erupted as well. Chapter 51 Recognizing Reality and the Need to Bring Li Che Back. The Dao One Sword Sect Devil's Cave also erupted? With these words, the entire hall was immediately in an uproar, and the crowd clamored, their gazes instantly looking at that elder. The Dawi Sword Sect and the Lingxu Sword Sect had always been arch-rivals, not to mention the fact that there was also the matter of Li Che involved, and the two sides had long looked at each other with disdain. At this time, although their own losses are heavy, but if we can see the old enemy also planted a big head, but more or less can have some comfort. How did it turn out? How serious are the losses of the Dawi Sword Sect? Si Ruyan's spirit lifted, and a joyful color flashed in her eyes. If the Dawi Sword Sect also suffered a big loss, then at least the Lingxu Sword Sect would be considered to have company. No, this was probably what Si Ruyan had in mind. Unfortunately, back to the patriarch. The Dawi Sword Sect has not suffered any losses. The elder's words instantly caused Si Ruyan to be stunned, and the smile in her eyes froze. The others in the Great Hall froze. No damage? How is this possible? The horror of the Devil Cave's outbreak they all saw with their own eyes. That boundless tide of terrifying demons swept through the heavens and earth. The strong might until now still makes many people have palpitations in their hearts. So you're telling me that the One Sword Sect hasn't suffered any losses at all? We're all sword sectors. What gives him the right? In the early stages of the outbreak of the Demon Cave, the Dawi Sword Sect immediately reacted and traveled to suppress it. There could have been quite a few casualties, but the elder looked up at Si Ruyan's unsightly face and his lips mumbled. But Li Che also followed him in at that time, and he had suppressed the Demon Cave for hundreds of years, knew the demons like the back of his hand, and was so powerful that he directly rushed into the tide of demons to kill them madly, and directly crumbled the endless demons, and suppressed them once again. In the end, the Dawi Sword Sect's Demon Cave didn't cause too much commotion before it was resuppressed. As the words fell, the hall fell silent. The faces of the people present were a shade of green and white, unsightly to the extreme. The Dawi Sword Sect was likely to face a great disaster and would probably suffer major losses, but it turned out to be easily resolved by someone's hand. More to the point, this person was still the one that their Lingxu Sword Sect had taken the initiative to push over. How ironic when you compare the two phases. Some people can't even help thinking about it already. If the Lingxu Sword Sect hadn't expelled Li Che in the first place, and had him sitting on the sidelines, perhaps this time, the Lingxu Sword Sect wouldn't have suffered such a tragic loss. Asshole. Si Ruyan was even more furious and wanted to spit out blood. Her face was suffocated white. The heart is really bitter. The depths of the Devil's Cave slumbered with many powerful people among the demons, and if a cultivator whose realm was too high entered, once he struck out, he would most likely awaken them from their slumber, causing unimaginable consequences. Top powerhouses like Si Ruyan or Gu Qingtang wouldn't even dare to make a move in the Devil's Cave. Otherwise the demonic riots would get more and more terrifying until a full-scale war broke out. In this case, the existence of a supreme talent like Li Che, who far surpassed his peers, was especially important, and was even enough to save the day when the Demon Cave rioted. The Lingxu Sword Sect should not have been in such a sorry state. If there hadn't been the previous expulsion of Li Che, we wouldn't have had to be under so much pressure in the face of the Demon Cave riot. For a while, Si Ruyan had mixed feelings within her heart, and that emotion called regret began to grow once again. Sighing slightly, Si Ruyan finally calmed down. His eyes looked towards Elder Chen, who he had reprimanded for blocking the mining of the Devil's Cave earlier, and his face revealed an apology. Elder Chen, it was me who was too aggressive and inconsiderate before, so much so that I got emotional and misunderstood you more or less. I'm sorry for that. Under the successive blows, Si Ruyan finally lowered her lofty head. Elder Chen forced a smile and waved his hand. The patriarch is also doing this for the sake of the clan's development. I can understand that. Sighing, Elder Chen continued. The immediate priority right now is to bring Li Che back as soon as possible. After all, it was us who misunderstood him in the first place, so much so that he was forced to leave the sect. Elder Chen's words caused the crowd present to stir once again. However, after a few moments passed, there was still no one speaking out. A silence, and many of them had a guilty look on their faces. Now that the facts are before us, right and wrong are clear. Li Che, it was true that he had been subduing the demons in the Demon Cave and fighting them for 100 years. It was also because of Li Che's existence that the Lingxu Sword Sect was able to not have to worry about the Demon Cave riots and gain 100 years of peace and quiet time to dive in and raise their strength. And it was such a big senior brother who had spared his heart and soul for the sake of the clan, and had not hesitated to guard the Devil's Cave for 100 years alone. But at the beginning, he had been insulted and mocked by everyone in the entire clan, and was accused of monopolizing the resources of the Devil's Cave, and had even killed hundreds of his fellow disciples. When he was vilified and had to leave the sect, not only did no one come forward to say a word of justice for him, but instead, every one of them cheered and bounced their heads. How heartbroken and disappointed should Li Che be? After all, it was the Lingxu sword sect that was ashamed of Li Che. As for the culprit who caused all this, Si Ruiyan's stern gaze looked towards his several personal disciples, his eyes filled with anger. Sternly questioned, "Why did you guys lie in the first place? Why did you wrongly accuse Li Che? Now that the facts are in front of you, even causing the clan to suffer heavy damage, don't you have a trace of guilt in your hearts?" Anger churned in Si Ruiyan's heart. In the beginning, if it wasn't for his several good disciples who swore to themselves that the demon cave no longer had any demons, and that Li Che Xinguan didn't want to leave because he wanted to hijack the resources in it, how could he have expelled him from the sect? There was also the matter of the hundreds of disciples who were killed, which was quite strange when one thought about it. Zhao Yuansen claimed to have witnessed Li Che brutalizing hundreds of his fellow disciples. However, with his strength, he was extremely different from Li Che. If Li Che really wanted to kill and silence him, how could Zhao Yuansen have escaped? Under Si Ruiyan's sharp gaze, Zhao Yuansen's heart suddenly flinched. Thoughts rushed through his mind and he hurriedly changed into a look of innocence to clear his suspicions. "Master, I've been practicing properly according to your teachings, and I haven't been paying much attention to things like the Devil's Cave, so I'm not clear about it at all. I also don't know why the news that there are no demons in the Demon Cave has been spread, and it's not clear who exactly said the thing about senior brother Li Che wanting to hijack the resources of the Demon Cave. He took it upon himself to admit his mistake, but now that I think about it, those brothers and sisters who died in the Devil's Cave at that time, it's possible that they were killed by demons, and it's possible that I was so nervous that I misread them. Master, it's my fault. You punish me." He looked like he didn't know that he was not clear about getting it wrong, and took the initiative to admit his mistake, which made Si Ruiyan's gaze soften a few points. At that moment, he let out a cold snort, and his gaze went back to the two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger. Yu Shuanger looked aggrieved, still unimpressed, and pouted her lips. Then maybe people are mistaken. That guy Li Che stayed in the demon cave for hundreds of years at a time. Normal people would have let the demons tear them to pieces long ago, and that's why he thought that there were no more demons in the demon cave for a long time. With that, she skimmed her lips and straightened up. Moreover, isn't it just a mistake? He should have just said it directly at that time. Who knows, he didn't even say anything, and dared to confront the clan and use leaving as a blackmail. He's clearly trying to use this to threaten the clan. Chapter 52, that's it? Enchanting Li Che's return. And you have the nerve to say that? Si Ruiyan gritted her teeth at Yu Shuanger's words. If you hadn't sworn to assure me that there were no demons in the demon cave in the first place, and that Li Che was trying to hijack the resources and even brutally kill his fellow disciples, how could I have punished him by forcibly expelling him from the sect? And to be clear, did he say it any less often in the first place? He said it over and over again. But did any of us give him credit? Without even a detailed investigation, he was directly convicted. How do you expect him to make it clear? Looking at Yu Shuanger's justified appearance until now, Si Ruiyan was furious. Got it wrong? Just because Yu Shuanger made a mistake, she directly forced Li Che away. All sorts of changes down the line had already caused the Lingxu sword sect to suffer a tragic and incomparable price, and she looked unimpressed? He's your eldest senior brother. He takes care of you on a regular basis, and it's not even if you're not thankful. You're still making rumors and slanders against him? Are you happy now? Do you have any idea how much of a loss the clan will suffer if Li Che leaves? Towards the end, Si Ruiyan was already full of frost and his voice was harsh. Yu Shuanger's body trembled in fear and subconsciously lowered her head, not daring to meet Si Ruiyan's eyes. But even so, she was still pouting her lips with a defiant look on her face, clearly not realizing her mistake. Seeing this, Lu Lingli, who was on the side, opened her mouth with an unimpressed face. Master, things have happened, and there's no point in looking for reasons. Anyway, now that the misunderstanding has been solved, then just let Li Che come back again. No big deal. We don't blame him anymore. What? Elder Chen on the side looked at Lu Lingli's justified appearance and was filled with question marks. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of brain circuitry Lu Lingli had, and how on earth he was able to say those words. You guys first slandered Li Che with all sorts of rumors, causing him to be spurned by everyone within the sect, and even expelled from the sect, becoming an outcast and almost never being able to turn over a new leaf. Now that you have a problem, you know you're wrong, and a flippant message to come back is all it takes for him to come back, and said something about not blaming him anymore. Listen to this talk about a human being? Li Che is now the holy son of the Dawi sword sect. You don't try to make amends and beg for forgiveness. Also, God doesn't blame him anymore? A comment about not blaming him anymore and you want him to cry and come back voluntarily? It's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Elder Chen barely suppressed his inner agitation and waited for Lu Lingli to follow, but after waiting for half a day, he didn't hear her make another sound, so he couldn't resist asking anymore. That's it? Let's not talk about whether you still blame him or not. Li Che suffered a great injustice and was expelled from the clan. If you want to invite him back again, you should at least find a way to show your sincerity, obtain his forgiveness, and give him compensation, right? That's it. Facing Elder Chen's bitter smile, Lu Lingli had a puzzled look on her face and asked back with a straight face. It's just a small misunderstanding. Is Li Che that careful? Does he still want Master to go and beg him to come back? What a joke. Now that so many of us are here for him to meet and discuss alone, it's already a great honor for him. If he knew that, he should have been ecstatic to come back on his own initiative by now. She acted as if she deserved it, speaking as if Li Che was crying out that he couldn't leave the Lingxu sword sect, without the slightest bit of consideration for whether or not Li Che was willing to come back. That's right. We already don't blame him and are willing to let him come back. Does he still want us to bow down and apologize to him? If he doesn't come back, I'll never forgive him for the rest of my life. Yu Schwinger's face was full of approval and she kept nodding her head. Zhao Yuansen, who was on the side, didn't say anything. He bowed his head so that the crowd could not see the gloom in his eyes, while listening to the crowd discussing letting Li Che return to the clan again. In his heart, he was already gnashing his teeth in hatred and roaring madly. It was so hard for him to design for Li Che to be forced out so that he could secretly control the Lingxu sword sect. I didn't realize that this turn of events was about to be a lost cause. You guys this? Hearing Lu Lingli Yu Schwinger's shameless words, Elder Chen didn't know how to evaluate in his heart, and with a sigh he still wanted to persuade again, but he didn't expect that before he could speak. Si Ruyan was the first to speak with a face of recognition. Lingli and Frosty are right too. Elder Chen froze. Just now he looked at Si Ruyan with a look of remorse, and thought that she had fully realized her mistake and would find a way to make up for it. But now this. Si Ruyan continued to speak. Although it's true that we misunderstood Li Che before, he's ultimately a disciple while I'm the master. Not to mention that I'm also the sect leader of the Lingxu sword sect, representing the entire sect. He's a young disciple, and it's inappropriate for me, the patriarch plus master, to personally apologize to him and apologize for his mistake? As for begging him to come back, it's even more outrageous. How could my Lingxu sword sect, as the holy land of sword cultivation in the southern continent, bow down for a disciple? It won't let the world's fellow disciples be laughed at if it's spread out. Si Ruyan made his decision with a wave of his hand. Although there are misunderstandings about Li Che, it is a fact that he contradicted me, his master, to my face and disrespected the decisions of the sect. So be it. Now that it's over, I won't pursue him for his disrespect. Inform down. Starting today, revoke Li Che's punishment, then write Li Che's name and agree to him rejoining the Lingxu sword sect. That would be kind. Si Ruyan took it for granted, with an air of generosity. In her opinion, as the patriarch herself, as an elder, being able to forgive him for his disrespect and personally order the reversal of the previous decision while allowing the expelled disciple to rejoin the sect again was already extraordinarily gracious. I'm sure Li Che will come back in high spirits until after this incident. Elder Chen was dumbfounded plus stunned. After hearing Si Ruyan's decision, he suddenly felt, it didn't seem like it was something that couldn't be understood that a few people, Lu Lingli, would say the kind of things they just said. After all, the masters are all one and the same. A myriad of thoughts were rattling around in his mind, but he was hard-pressed to know what to say. Si Ruyan didn't care what he thought. After making the decision, he immediately waved his hand and handed the matter over to Lu Lingli and Yu Schwinger. Go, leave the matter of getting Li Che to rejoin the clan to you two. Leave it to us? The two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Schwinger, stuttered when they heard this and immediately became anxious, shaking their heads like rattlesnakes as they refused. Master, I don't want to meet Li Che. I hate him to death. That's right, master. If we go over to him, maybe he'll think we're bowing down to him, and he might be so pleased with himself. I'm not going. The two were going to refuse without even thinking about it. Having the two of them go to Li Che, or having him rejoin the Lingxu sword sect, in the eyes of the two of them, Lu Lingli, it was equivalent to bowing their heads and apologizing to Li Che wasn't much different. It was simply a disgrace. Si Ruyan's eyes glared as she angrily rebuked. You have to go even if you don't want to. It was your nonsense that caused such a big misunderstanding in the first place, allowing Li Che to be driven away, and causing the clan to suffer such a big loss. Who will go if you don't? Remember, go get Li Che to come back and continue to be his big brother. The Devil's Cave town guard still needs him. After saying that, Si Ruyan directly got up and left, not giving the two the chance to refuse again. Chapter 53, Second Senior Sister Lu Lingxu emerges. The sky is falling. Senior Sister, what should we do? Master even asked the two of us to go find Li Che and have him rejoin the sect. Isn't this the equivalent of asking us to confess our mistakes to Li Che? I really don't want to go. After Si Ruyan left, Yu Shuang'er burst out. Her brow was furrowed, resistance written all over her face, and her eyes were on the verge of flaming. If this really goes to Li Che, or if we let him rejoin the sect again, where are we going to put our faces? Yu Shuang'er was in a hurry. Lu Lingli was also frowning with a reluctant expression. Humph, don't have to think about it. If Li Che sees the two of us personally going to Jean back to the clan, he might be more than pleased. It makes me sick to think of his face. It wasn't just Yu Shuang'er, she was also 100% unhappy. Unfortunately, letting the two of them vent their dissatisfaction here, Si Ruyan's order had already been given, and they had to accept it even if they were unwilling. Zhao Yuansen, who was on the side, had a twinkle in his eye and comforted him in a seemingly innocent manner. Two senior sisters, since Master let you go, she must have her reasons. Senior brother Li Che is after all aggrieved well. At that time may just be posing in front of you guys, even if he knows that you guys are going to make amends and apologize to him. But on the surface, he may not say anything about it. After all, there's still the big brother gesture to maintain. It was fine if he didn't say this, but the moment he said it, he irritated Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er even more. The two men became more and more dissatisfied, as if they had blown up, and snapped angrily. Just kidding. Who said that we are making amends and apologizing to him? We're clearly giving him a handout to rejoin the clan. Still wanting to pose as a big senior brother in front of us. Does he deserve it? Saying that, the two of them left the grand hall in a huff, ready to go forward to look for Li Che. Meanwhile the mind was already made up. After this meeting, he must make things difficult for Li Che and give him some color, so that he doesn't get it too easily and really think he's begging him to come back. The other side. After Si Ruyan returned to her palace, she couldn't help but frown in contemplation. While thinking, his face kept changing. The mind is even more complicated. The various events over this period of time had caused her to suffer tremendous pressure, and had also led to the Lingxu sword sect paying a tragic and incomparable price. And even its reputation had fallen to pieces. From being feared by everyone before to being mocked by the whole world nowadays. Literally falling from the sky into the dirt. And that, just in a short period of time, is all that happened. Precisely. It happened from after Li Che left. Could it be that I really did the wrong thing by expelling Li Che in the first place? Si Ruyan's heart was in turmoil, especially when she thought of her previous statement that the Lingxu sword sect was not inferior to Li Che. She was even more stifled in her heart. Was Li Che really that important to the Lingxu sword sect? Until then, she had never realized it. In her opinion, Li Che, as the Lingxu sword sect's eldest senior brother, should have done whatever he did, even if it's to subdue the Devil's Cave. After all, he is the eldest senior brother. Not let him go to the township. Is it possible to let several of his senior sisters and brothers to go to the township? Or let himself as a master to go to the township himself? Of course she had that power. But how would she go about it? Locking yourself up in a demon cave for hundreds of years, losing your freedom, as well as fighting demons all day long. She can't think straight before she agrees. This, too, was the main reason why she agreed to Li Che's return. If Li Che didn't come back, it would be difficult for the others to take on the big job, so she would have to guard the demon cave by herself. Of course she doesn't. Now it seems that the Lingxu sword sect really can't do without Li Che. Just thinking about this, Si Ruyan's heart was stifled. I don't know why, just very uncomfortable and unsatisfying. It was clear that the Lingxu sword sect, the one who was most inseparable from it, should be himself, the patriarch, master. Just as she was frowning in thought, a figure suddenly breezed in. Si Ruyan wanted to rebuke, but after seeing the arrival, he was stunned, and then his face was flooded with joy. Ling Shui, you're out of the gate? How is it? Did you succeed in breaking through in your cultivation? The visitor was none other than Si Ruyan's second disciple, Lu Lingxu. Hearing Si Ruyan ask the question, Lu Lingxu's complexion darkened slightly and she shook her head. No, I failed my breakthrough. Disappointment flashed in Si Ruyan's eyes, and she was about to comfort, but she heard Lu Lingxu continue. I was on the verge of succeeding, but at the critical moment, the lack of cultivation resources caused the breakthrough to fail. Si Ruyan's face suddenly stiffened. It was said that disciple Lu Lingxu's seclusion, whether it was the resources needed or the protection of the law and so on, naturally she needed to be the master to make arrangements. But the truth was, she had forgotten all about it, left it completely behind. It was okay before, At least Li Che had been replenishing Lu Lingxue with the various things she needed, but since Li Che had been expelled, Lu Lingxue's resources had naturally dropped drastically, leading to her current breakthrough failure. Knowing that it was her own reasons that caused her disciples' breakthrough to fail, Si Ruyan was a little short of reason and didn't open her mouth for a moment. It was a good thing that Lu Lingxue didn't dwell on this issue and instead questioned. Master, I just got out of the gate and heard that you expelled eldest brother from the sect? What are you asking to do that? Lu Lingxue looked agitated and expressed her dissatisfaction without hiding it. All these years you've been high up as your own great patriarch, and the specific things of the clan are all taken care of by the eldest senior brother, including the cultivation of the clan's disciples, and the homework of us senior siblings, all of which are tutored and imparted to us by the eldest senior brother. He still has to guard the demon cave and fight countless demons. Do you have any idea how hard eldest senior brother really works, and how much he has put in for the sake of the clan? As a result, you even expelled him from the sect just because of a few words of hearsay. How could you do that? Her unconcerned flurry of dissatisfaction instantly caused Si Ruyan to blow up. The twinge of guilt that had been in his heart instantly disappeared. Lingxu, watch how you talk to your master. I'm the sect leader of the Lingxu sword sect. There's no need for you to question me on what I want to do. Besides, I've now asked your two senior sisters to go and call Li Che back, and I won't even pursue the disrespectful offense of him bumping into me before. What more do you want? Lu Lingxue became even more anxious and couldn't help but distinguish. How can these, eldest senior brother? He worked his heart out for the clan, only to turn around and be slandered and taunted by the clan. It's not too much to say that it's a case of enmity and revenge, and he was even expelled from the clan with a sealing order. Eldest brother, he must have broken his heart. Lu Lingxue's gaze looked towards Si Ruyan, and a pleading color had surfaced on her face. Master, since you've done wrong you have to admit your mistake. You are eldest brother's master. He has always respected you the most. Now only if you personally go to eldest brother, sincerely admit your faults to him, show your sincerity, and invite him in person, will he be able to come back? After Lu Lingxue came out of the gate and learned of the recent events, she immediately came to look for Si Ruyan with great urgency. She was well aware of just how excessive the Lingxu sword sect's crowd had gone. How hard would it be to get Li Che back? After all, a heart that has long been soaked in cold, want to warm up again, do not know how much effort. She came here this time because she wanted to try to make amends and persuade Si Ruyan. It's just a shame. Her thoughts were doomed. Chapter 54. Si Ruyan personally invited him back? He is also worthy? Go apologize and ask for Li Che's return yourself? Hearing Lu Lingxue's words, Si Ruyan instantly exploded as if she had been poked in the sore spot. Her face was grim, and the fire in her heart rubbed up as she angrily rebuked. Lingxu, are you kidding me? Li Che is no more than a disciple of the Lingxu sword sect, whereas I, the patriarch, am his master. How in heaven's name can a master go and apologize to his disciple? Is he worthy? In fact, Si Ruyan had already realized her mistake in her heart, and also knew that all the accusations and charges on Li Che before were all false things. Not only was Li Che correct, but he had made a great contribution to the sect. But so what? No matter what, he was also his own disciple, and it was he who single-handedly brought him up and taught him cultivation. He had just missed the point for a moment and made him suffer a bit, but how could it not be to the point where he had to apologize in person? He is the eldest senior brother of the Lingxu sword sect, so what is wrong with a little aggravation? Wouldn't he lose face if he really went and bowed down to him? How will this patriarch be in the future? Seeing Lu Lingxue's face full of anxiety and still wanting to open her mouth, Si Ruyan let out an angry rebuke. Shut up, my mind is made up. Say no more. There was a loud thud. Before Lu Lingxue could react, she was waved by Si Ruyan and directly driven out of the palace. Lu Lingxue is anxious and angry, unwilling to give up, violently turned back to slap the door again, but this time the door is tightly closed. A trace of luster flowed above. All the movement will be intercepted outside. After a long time, Lu Lingxue finally gave up, her face full of hopelessness. How did it come to this all of a sudden? Obviously everything was fine before I closed down. Looking at the palace with its doors closed, Lu Lingxue smiled miserably. Her eyes swept over the sect that appeared to be a bit lonely after being hit by a great change, and she couldn't help but be in a slight trance before her eyes. It had only been closed for a period of time, and when he came out again, it was as if everything had changed. Eldest brother was expelled from the clan. Many disciples died tragically at the hands of demons. Lingxu sword sect suffers heavy damage. Reputation in tatters. Everyone spurns. Various changes came one after another, causing Lu Lingxue's heart to be in turmoil. Will big senior brother he actually come back? Lu Lingxue's heart clenched. She knew what the sect had done to eldest brother during this period of time, and she could also imagine what kind of disappointment and sadness was in eldest brother's heart at that time. Now, Master and sister are delusional enough to think that one word will bring Big Brother back. Is that really possible? Just as she was rambling, on the other side, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger had already descended the mountain in anger. A few days later, Dao One Sword Sect, Sacred Sword Peak, the huge mountain peak that towered into the clouds and plunged straight into the sky stood proudly, connecting with the sky, and from afar it looked like a divine sword in the sky, shocking the heart and soul, and even more peculiar. This peak not only looks like a divine sword, if you feel carefully, you will find that from the peak above, is not escaping an invisible sword chi, harsh with all sorts of mysterious mysteries. Here, it was a rare treasure of the Daoyi Sword Sect, contained in it all generations of Daoyi Sword Sect heavenly pride of the strong sword Dao enlightenment, long-term in which, on the sword Dao cultivation has a great promotion of auxiliary effect. Now, this place was divided into Li Chei's exclusive cave residence. The moment, clang, 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 a sword sound resounded through the heavens and earth. The wind and clouds stirred in the sky above the holy sword peak. Invisible sword chi intertwined and stirred in the firmament, and a stern and morose aura rose up to the sky, and even the space surfaced with slight ripples. The sword intent tumbled, flashing a strange luster in the sunshine mountain. The sword chi was like a dragon, as thick as a mountain, and the terrifying coldness filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such a vision had long since attracted the attention of countless disciples throughout the Daoyi Sword Sect. This sword chi of the Saint's Son is also too terrifying. It said that the Holy Son had already stepped into the void apparition realm before, so I wonder if he'll be able to make a successful breakthrough this time? Such a young void apparition realm second sky. It's simply going to shock people's jaws off. After 100 years of silence, the Saint's Son is still the same as when he was the undisputed #1 heavenly pride who had overwhelmed the current generation. Look, to want to break through. Countless disciples exclaimed in shock and murmured. Under that gaze of curious anticipation, the sword intent stirring on the sacred sword peak clanked, emitting a terrifying might that made it somewhat difficult for many young disciples to breathe. The might contained therein also became more and more majestic and vast under the passage of time, and it seemed to be slowly metamorphosing. Suddenly at one point, it was accompanied by a seemingly shattering sound. Clang! A clear sword sound suddenly resounded. In a flash, the wind and clouds changed. The voice was clear and bright, but it contained endless mysteries, and in the blink of an eye, countless long swords throughout the Daoyi Sword Sect vibrated crazily, emitting low sword sounds, and then they shot up into the sky, as if birds of prey were throwing themselves into the forest, heading towards the sky above the sacred sword peak. The sword chi was like a tide, and the divine might was like the sea. A flying sword surrounded the holy sword peak, intertwining and chirping, seemingly cheering and worshipping its king. It hadn't been long since Li Chei had joined the Daoyi Sword Sect. The 10,000 sword pilgrimage reappears in the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 10,000 swords in unison. The 10,000 sword pilgrimage has appeared again. Holy, holy son of awesome. Countless Daoyi Sword Sect disciples lost their voices and exclaimed in shock, staring blankly at the terrifying scene on the sacred sword peak, with only endless excitement and shock in their eyes. When one sword comes out, all swords follow. This was the terrifying strength of their Daoyi Sword Sect's chief Saint's Son. At this moment, Holy Sword Peak, on top of the mountain, Li Chei, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes and looked at the scene of 10,000 swords roaring in the sky above, a trace of a satisfied smile appearing in his eyes. Perhaps it was the centuries of repression in the Devil's Cave. Now that he was free from the trap, all of the huge potential that had been suppressed and blocked was released, plus the terrifying increase of the great Dao sword body as well as the full support of the Daoyi Sword Sect. He's taking his strength to another level, voidjacking the second heaven. Starting from the Divine King realm, each great realm was divided into 9 heavens. The gap between each other was so great that it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was one weight a day. At this time, although he had only broken through a small rank, the increase in his overall strength was still extremely obvious, together with the 9 robber's sword that he had obtained earlier, with the addition of various means, not to mention the younger generation of the southern continent. Even if it was some long-established veteran powerhouses, he still had the power to fight. Senior brother, you made a breakthrough? That's great. Surprised cheers came from Su Baiwei and Gu Qingtang. The two of them saw the end of Li Chei's breakthrough and came to congratulate him at the first opportunity. Li Chei smiled faintly, waved his hand to disperse the roiling sword chi, stood up long and smiled. It's just a small step up. Gu Qingtang's eyes were full of marvelous colors as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, the Holy Son is really too modest. At such a young age, he has already reached the second level of the void apparition realm, becoming the highest cultivator of the young generation nowadays, and even attracting 10,000 swords to worship him. May I ask which celestial pride in the entire southern continent can do that? Not to mention that with the Saint's Son's battle prowess, breaking through one small rank is enough to bring about a sea change." He didn't mince his words of amazement and praise, and Su Baiwei also had a face of joyful excitement, desperately nodding her little head at the side to show her approval. 20 years old in the God King realm. The lone suppressor of the Devil's Cave for 100 years. 9th grade Jedi talent. It triggered 2 pilgrimages of 10,000 swords. The highest cultivator of the young generation of the southern continent. Each of these taken out individually would be enough to create a top-tier heavenly pride that would be famous throughout the world. But today, it's all focused on one person. What an anticlimax. Chapter 55, Taichung Holy Land Invitation? Taking away his chance. Senior brother. There's another piece of good news to share with you. Su Baiwei had a surprised smile on her face as she reached out and took out an invitation and handed it to Li Che. This is? Feeling the mysterious aura if any on the invitation, Li Che subconsciously reached out and picked it up. This is an invitation from the Taichung Holy Land, inviting our Dao One Sword Sect to participate in this year's Dao Discourse event. Su Baiwei's little face turned red with excitement. When he mentioned the invitation from the Taichung Holy Land, his eyes were filled with surprise. The Holy Land of Taichung? Li Che was slightly stunned. This realm was called the Tsung Yuan realm, and it was a vast, immense area that was divided into hundreds of continents. Although the southern continent was large, it was only one of them. With the vastness of the Tsung Yuan realm, there were naturally countless powerful people in it, and there were many transcendent forces that suppressed the world. One of them was this Taichung Holy Land. As one of the holy places in the world, the power of the Taichung Holy Land radiated across dozens of continents, with countless experts. Its technique has been spread all over the world, and has been referenced and borrowed by many forces, and even claimed that half of the world's 10,000 laws are out of Taichung. It is not too much to call it the world's ancestral lineage. It was the true Holy Land in the hearts of all cultivators in the southern continent, such as the Great Diffraction Divine Dynasty, the Purple Sun Holy Sect, including the Lingxu Sword Sect as well as the Dawi Sword Sect and so on, although the top forces, but also limited to the southern continent of the land, and that transcendent Taichung Holy Land compared to too much is too much difference. How could such a transcendent power suddenly send an invitation to the Dawi Sword Sect? Seemingly seeing Li Che's doubts, Gu Qingtang explained, every 10 years, the Taichung Holy Land will hold a Dao discussion conference, at which time the Taichung Holy Land will send out invitations to dozens of nearby continents, with the participation of many celestial pride and powerhouses, which can be described as a gathering of heroes. Forces that can receive invitations are equivalent to a kind of recognition from the Taichung Holy Land, as well as a symbol of status and position. If one can rise to prominence on such occasions or be seen by the Taichung Holy Land, it would be of heavenly benefit to both oneself and the forces behind one's back. Speaking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Gu Qingtang's eyes as he said smugly, previously, every time the Taichu Holy Land gathered, only a few forces in the southern continent were invited. As for the sword cultivator lineage, the one invited every time is the Lingxu Sword Sect, but this time it's different. Today, the invitation from the Taichu Holy Land is from our Dawi Sword Sect. Gu Qingtang's face was full of pleasure, and the delight in her eyes couldn't be concealed in the slightest. The fact that the Taichu Holy Land invited the Dawi Sword Sect represented a kind of recognition. How could it not make him excited? The Dawi Sword Sect had been suppressed by the Lingxu Sword Sect for the past 100 years, and now they were finally able to raise their eyebrows. Gu Qingtang's gaze couldn't help but look at Li Che, with marvel and celebration in his eyes as he excitedly said, as I think about it, the sudden shift in the Taichu Holy Land, where the invitation did not invite Lingxu but instead chose Dawi, must be because of the Holy Sun. It's because of you, Saint's Son, that Dawi was able to receive recognition from the Taichung Holy Land. Su Baiwei also nodded her head desperately from the side, her little face red with excitement. This is the Holy Land of Taichu, the supreme transcendent power that oppresses the world. I'm afraid that every time they invited the Lingxu Sword Sect before, it was also because of Senior Brother's existence, and it had nothing to do with the Lingxu Sword Sect at all. Now that Senior Brother has joined the Dao One Sword Sect, that's why they chose to invite Dao One. It wasn't that Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei were being presumptuous. Rather, although the Dawi Sword Sect was considered top-notch in the southern continent, it was really nothing to the transcendent Taichung Holy Land. Therefore this sudden shift can only be explained because of Li Che. Li Che was also slightly surprised. However, he thought carefully and realized that it seemed like in his previous life, the Taichung Holy Land had indeed always invited the Lingxu Sword Sect and never invited Dawi. This life, however, has taken a turn for the worse. I'm afraid it's still really about myself. In his previous life, he hadn't participated in this discourse assembly, but he did know more or less about it. In the Dao Conference, in addition to the sermons delivered by the strongest people of the Taichung Holy Land to impart their experience, there were also various challenges and rings for the young prides to compete and showcase themselves while also making a name for themselves. The outstanding performers among them will be able to obtain great benefits and can greatly enhance the younger generation's heritage, if I remember well. In his last life, it seems that Zhao Yuansen was the one who gained a not-so-small amount of benefits from this Tao conference, so much so that he had smooth sailing in his later life, and his cultivation enhanced at an astonishing rate. Thoughts turned in Li Che's mind, and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes without him realizing it. Now that he was back in his life, since he knew about this matter, he naturally would not let it go. This time, he would plunder all of Zhao Yuansen's chances. The thought flashed through his mind and he spoke. Since the Taichung Holy Land has already sent out invitations, then it's just a matter of us going there to participate at that time. It's just as well to see the pomp and circumstance of the discourse assembly as well. Li Che smiled faintly, but was not as excited as Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei. In his previous life, because of him, the Lingxu sword sect had been invited many times to participate in the Tao Discourse Conference, but Li Che himself had never been there because he had been guarding the demon cave. Even later, because of the slander, was imprisoned in the back of the mountain Black Sin Cliff, suffered a lot of pain and suffering, but also did not have the opportunity to participate. It's a good time to go and see what's going on. Well, just waiting for these words from senior brother. I can also be curious for a long time. This time I can finally get a better understanding. Su Baiwei's eyes lit up with anticipation. However, after Gu Qingtang's surprise, she in turn was suddenly a bit hesitant and suffered from a sense of loss. Saint Sun, we don't need to do anything to prepare this argumentation conference is, after all, the Taichung Holy Land held. Dozens of continents, heavenly pride and strong people gathered. We Dao Yijian Sect before, after all, did not participate in this kind of event, in case where it did not do a good job. And then, worry surfaced on Gu Qingtang's face. This kind of event was different from others, with countless strong and expert participants. Rhoda Sword Clan after all has never been invited before. This is really a big girl on the sedan chair for the first time. The heart is really some bottomless. Hearing him say this, Su Baiwei, who had been cheerful just a moment ago, was instantly also a little drumming in her heart and anxious. Seeing the state of the two, Li Che couldn't help but shake his head and smile, comforting them. Don't worry, I'm here. The voice was not loud, but it gave the impression of confidence. With his natural talent, he had long since crushed the younger generation of the southern continent and was proud of his peers. Not to mention the fact that there was the great Tao sword body as well as the 9-robber sword in his hands now, the terror of which was even vaguely alarming to himself. He had confidence in his heart. Even if this Tao Discourse Assembly gathered the top heavenly prides of dozens of continents, one was still not afraid of any challenges. Yeah, I almost forgot. With the Saint Sun around. So what if it's the Taichung Holy Lands event? With the power of the Saint Sun, even if young celestials from dozens of continents converge, they can still sweep away. At those words, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei suddenly reacted. Although it was the first time that the Daoi Sword Sect had participated in the Tao Discourse Conference. So what? They're sitting on a holy sun. So what if the pride of heaven is gathered? The holy sun is still no weaker than anyone else. Gu Qingtang let out a fierce sigh of relief. Her heart greatly settled. Chapter 56, Daoi Sword Sect. Two senior sisters looking for the door? On the sacred sword peak, Li Che was discussing with Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei about the candidates to participate in the Taichung Holy Lands Tao Discussion Conference. In the meantime, at the Daoi Sword Sect's mountain gate, two figures suddenly appeared at this time as well. Dusty, with his clothes covered in dust, like a refugee fleeing a famine, he looked quite wretched. It was the two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger. Aha! Finally, this damn Li Che. He's such an asshole, making the two of us rush so far in order to find him. Pisses me off. I'm going to make him look good this time. Looking at the Daoi Sword Sect's mountain gate in front of her, the gray-haired Yu Shuanger's eyes were on fire and she gritted her teeth in hatred. The southern continent was a huge area, and she and Lu Lingli had traveled all the way from the Lingxu Sword Sect to this place, consuming several days of time, so windy and dusty that her ankles were about to be worn out. This was a torture ordeal for the always pampered Yu Shuanger. Not only Li Che, but also those damnable cultivators. How dare they treat us like this? Damn it! If it weren't for the master's orders, I would really want to kill them all. Thinking of the encounters in the past few days, Lu Lingli's face was covered in a layer of frost, and her body was haunted by a shocking killing intent. Since her debut, she has always been called Qingling Fairy by outsiders, and in the eyes of outsiders has never been the image of a towering female sword fairy, who is star-studded wherever she goes. It never occurred to me that one day I would become like a street rat. Originally, she didn't want to rush to the Daoi Sword Sect in such a hurry. In Lu Lingli's plan, she was still thinking of taking the opportunity of going down the mountain to take a good stroll outside with Yu Shuanger, and wait until she had had enough fun before coming to look for Li Che. first leaving him out to dry and letting him wait for a good while longer. But she didn't think about it in any way. From the moment they left the clan, everything went wrong for them. Along the way, once the other cultivators they encountered recognized the two of them, or learned that they came from the Lingxu sword sect, they were immediately greeted with a variety of contemptuous and disdainful gazes. And even more so, they would also open their mouths to ridicule and satirize, and do their best to humiliate them. That's just as well. The key was that they had been rushing for a few days, and every time they wanted to stop and take a rest, find a restaurant to have a meal or an inn to stay at, they would be driven out as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they would be driven out unceremoniously. From the female sword fairy that was previously sought after and praised by millions of people to the street rat that everyone is now shouting at, the treatment is simply heaven and earth. It simply made Lu Lingli furious. She had never been so strangely humiliated. After only a few days out, they had deeply felt what it was like to be targeted by 10,000 people and spurned by the world. Even also because of this, the two people all the way to the wind food and shelter, thirsty only from the stream to fight some water. As for eating, good luck can play a share of wild game. Bad luck can only starve. The journey was as wretched as if he had fled. Looking back on the last few days has been a real pain in the butt. At this time, it was hard to finally arrive at the destination. The two who had long held their stomachs immediately exploded. Li Che, get your ass out here. Yu Schwanger let out a shout and ran towards the Dao One Sword Sect's mountain gate in a rage, wanting to teach Li Che a good lesson. This commotion immediately caught the attention of the disciples guarding the mountain. Stop! What are you guys doing? How dare you disrespect our holy son? Looking for death? Several mountain guard disciples with long swords in their hands, between surges of mana, with unfavorable expressions on their faces, directly stopped Lu Lingli and Yu Schwanger. How could they turn a blind eye when being run up to the mountain gate to yell at the chief saint's son? Get thee outta here! Lu Lingli, who was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it, was furious when the two of them were blocked, and without saying a word, they directly struck out, and with a loud bang, they injured a few of the patrolling disciples and blasted them away. We're here to look for Li Che. What business is it of yours? Lu Lingli's face was like frost. Her icy breath seemed to freeze people, and she said sternly, what a bull ******** holy son. He Li Che is nothing more than my Lingxu sword sect's abandoned disciple, at the expense of you guys still accepting him like a treasure. Hurry up and let him come out and go back with us to wait for his punishment. Yu Schwanger even gritted her teeth. My Lingxu sword sect's things, even if I don't want to throw them away myself, no one else deserves to take them. He, Li Che, is a member of my Lingxu sword sect. A single word of disengagement and you want to isolate your relationship with the sect. Think twice. Even if he dies, he'll have to die in the Lingxu sword sect. You guys, the two of them had a brutal and unreasonable stance, instantly causing a few of the mountain guard disciples to gnash their teeth in anger. If they weren't rivals to the two Lu Lingli, they would have pounced on them long ago. However, the abnormality at the mountain gate immediately alarmed the other disciples of the Daoyi sword sect. What's going on? Who is so bold as to dare make trouble in my Daoyi sword sect? A strong aura erupted, and many disciples and elders immediately rushed to the mountain gate to check the situation. When they saw that the mountain guard disciple was injured and was confronting the two women, the others suddenly changed their faces. I am the personal disciple of the Lingxu sword sect patriarch. How dare you touch me? Yu Schwanger's eyes glared and she still wanted to be arrogant based on her status. However, he didn't expect that after hearing their identities, the faces of the many Daoyi sword sect disciples changed, and instead of being afraid, their faces became more and more unkind. The Lingxu sword sect? Daring to run to the mountain gate of Daoyi sword sect to cause trouble and injure the disciples guarding the mountain. Are they crazy? And after learning about what happened from the mouths of the disciples guarding the mountain, a group of people became furious, and a cold light blossomed in their eyes. What insolence! Good you Lingxu sword sect, you still have the face to come? Daring to run here to cause trouble and speak out against the Holy Son. You're simply looking for death. Senior brother Li Che doesn't bother with you guys, but you guys dare to pester you instead. You're really shameless to the extreme. Now that you're here, don't leave. Leave your life behind. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were drinking and cursing angrily. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lingli and Yu Schwanger were surrounded by a group of people, with murderous intent blossoming in their eyes. Looking at the situation at any time, there was a possibility that they might go up in a flurry and dismantle the two people in a big way. Feeling the cold and piercing killing intent that enveloped their bodies, the two men's faces changed drastically and they immediately wimped out. You guys don't mess around. We have come to search for Li Che this time by order of the Patriarch. You'd better not mess with us, or else if you dare to make a move against us, I, Lingxu sword sect, will surely be immortal with you. Daoyi sword sect. Surrounded by a group of Daoyi sword sect disciples, huge pressure came on them, and the awe-inspiring killing machine made their scalps numb and their hearts run cold. Hurry up and color in the threat. On the opposite side, a few leading disciples frowned when they heard that Lu Lingli's two were here to look for Li Che. His eyes looked the two up and down, and for a while, he was not in a hurry to make a move. The crowd was naturally well aware of the grudge between Li Che and the Lingxu sword sect, and for a while, they didn't know how to deal with it. Seeing with this, Yu Shuang'er hurriedly said, "We're here to find Li Che, and we have nothing to do with your Daoi sword sect. If you don't believe me, you can call Li Che out." The head disciple, still frowning, glanced at the two with a cold snort at the words. "Senior brother Li Che is the chief saint son of my Daoi sword sect, so naturally he is related to my Daoi sword sect. You too, wait here. If you dare to do anything different, don't blame us for not being polite." As the words fell, he immediately arranged for someone to go ahead and notify Li Che. Chapter 57. Who dares to touch them? Arrogant and wanton? Li Che on Sacred Sword Peak was still unaware of the commotion at the mountain gate. He was being dragged by Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei, discussing about the candidates to participate in the Dao discussion conference of the Taiching Holy Land. Alas, just which disciples should be chosen to go along? What a fret! Gu Qingtang let out a sigh, her face scrunched together. This conference brought together the pride of dozens of continents. So if the disciples from their own clan who went there performed too poorly, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Daoi sword sect? Not to mention, among other things, if his own disciple could perform well at the conference, it was very likely that he would have great opportunities. Whether it was for the disciple himself or the clan behind him, it would be no small help, so the two can be cautious. But after half a day's discussion and the various candidates put forward, there is still a lack of solidity in the mind. Li Che looked indifferent and didn't feel any pressure. Instead, looking at the two men with a look of tangled hesitation, he could not help but laugh a little and comforted them. "It's just an argumentative conference. There's no need to be so serious, right?" Su Baiwei looked up at him and shook her head. "Senior brother, this is a conference held by the Taichung Holy Land, so of course it can't be sloppy. After all, this is the first time our Daoi sword sect has participated in an event of this scale. How can we not prepare properly?" Gu Qingtang also had a serious face and said, "Sacred son, your natural strength is obvious to everyone, so naturally I won't have any worries. But of the other disciples in the sect, other than Baiwei's good talent, the other disciples still need to be carefully considered." The words fell, and the two opened a new round of tangled and deliberate selection. Li Che shook his head helplessly. Right at this moment, an elder angrily arrived at the Sacred Sword Peak, cursing as he walked, seemingly infuriated. Li Che's few people looked at each other with the same puzzled expression. "Elder Lei, what's going on here? Who pissed you off like this?" Gu Qingtang inquired with a puzzled expression. Elder Lei was furious and vicious. "Patriarch, I just received a report from a disciple that there are two women from the Lingxu sword sect outside the mountain gate. They should be that woman Si Ruyan's personal disciples, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er." After the two arrived, they made a scene at the mountain gate without saying a word, injuring several mountain guard disciples on the spot, and speaking out against the Holy Sun, naming the Holy Sun, with an extremely bad attitude. Swish dash, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei became furious and stood up with a swish. "What? Daring to run to my Daoi sword sect looking for trouble? I think her Lingxu sword sect is looking for death." They slandered the saint's son and put all sorts of charges on his head. "It's good that my Daoi sword sect didn't seek them out to settle the score, and they still dare to come here to sow their wild oats?" Saying that, Gu Qingtang turned his head to look at Li Che and said in a deep voice, "Holy Son, rest well. We'll take care of the people from the Lingxu sword sect, and we definitely won't let them disturb you." With that he was about to get up and leave. "Patriarch, wait." Li Che spoke out and called out to Gu Qingtang. Looking at the other party's puzzled gaze, he let out a light laugh and shook his head. "Patriarch, since you're here for me, let me handle this matter. Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er." When he heard these two names, a light just flashed in Li Che's eyes. 8 or 9 points had already been guessed about the intentions of these two people. "You'll take care of it?" Gu Qingtang hesitated slightly. He knew that Li Che had suffered a lot in the Lingxu sword sect before, and even more so, he had been subjected to a lot of blank stares and slanders, and now that the Lingxu sword sect's people had shown over again, he didn't need to think about it to know that it definitely wasn't a good thing. Moreover, Li Che had once been a disciple of the Lingxu sword sect after all. It might be difficult for him to face his former fellow disciples if he appeared in person. "Elder brother, these guys are so shady that they don't know what nasty things they'll say if you show your face," Su Baiwei also persuaded. She was also 100 times more disgusted with the group of white-eyed wolves from the Lingxu sword sect who were so gracious and hateful. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Li Che had a smile on his face, but a cold light quietly flashed in his eyes. "Lingxu sword sect, meh." Seeing that he insisted on going, Gu Qingtang thought about it and still nodded. In that case, go ahead. Holy Son, he said in a hushed voice. Just remember, no matter what happens, the Dawi Sword Sect will always support you. A trace of warmth surfaced in his heart. Li Che did not say anything. After nodding to the crowd, he took a step towards the mountain gate. Gu Qingtang's voice of suppressed anger sounded faintly behind her. These guys from the Lingxu Sword Sect, Li Che hasn't even looked for them to settle the score yet, and they've even come to pester them. They really deserve to die. Su Baiwei was uneasy and also quickly followed, secretly sizing up Li Che as she walked, her heart bursting with worry. Those two are, after all, elder brother's former senior sisters. What if they make any more excessive demands? Elder brother won't make it difficult, will he? At this time at the mountain gate, a group of disciples looked unkind, long swords in hand, surrounding Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, each with a cold light flashing in their eyes, their stern aura locking the two firmly in place. In the beginning, Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er was surrounded by so many people and directly wimped out. Standing honestly in place, he didn't dare to say much. However, as time passed, when they realized that these elder disciples were only surrounding them, but not really doing anything to themselves, the two immediately became arrogant again. Humph, what are you looking at? Can you still eat us? We are the personal disciples of the Lingxu Sword Sect. If you dare to touch a single hair on our heads, my master will immediately come to settle the score with you, and even the Dawi Sword Sect behind you will have to follow the bad luck. You, Dawi Sword Sect, have been pressed headlong by our Lingxu Sword Sect at every turn for hundreds of years, and you still dare to strut your stuff in front of us. Where did you get the courage? Yu Shuang'er sneered, tilting her chin high with a smug look on her face. She was Si Ruyan's youngest female disciple. She was spoiled on weekdays, and wherever she went, she was star-studded, and had long since developed an arrogant and domineering nature. At this time, seeing that the Dawi Sword Sect disciples did not dare to make a move, they thought that they were afraid of their own identity, and became more and more complacent. Lu Lingli was no better. At first she was stunned by the murderous appearance of the Dawi disciples, and after she slowed down at this moment, she felt a wave of shame. Coupled with the fact that he had suffered a lot of blank stares and taunts over the past few days, his heart had long been holding a belly full of anger. To tell you the truth, we came here today to take away Li Che, nothing more than a renegade who was abandoned by us, and when it comes to you it's some kind of holy son. How ridiculous. Still want to make a move on us. I advise you to think clearly. How is a mere Dawi worthy of being compared to the Lingxu Sword Sect? Lu Lingli's expression was condescending, and her gaze towards the surrounding Dao One disciples was filled with disdain. The surrounding Dawi Sword Sect disciples were gnashing their teeth in anger at her. Their faces were red, even their eyes were about to burst into flames. Damn, those two pussies are hateful. I can't wait to rush up and rip their faces off. If they weren't related to the Holy Son, I'd let them know what it means to regret now. Seeing the two of them being so arrogant and domineering, speaking one more than the other in a snarky manner, the crowd became more and more tumultuous, and the palms of the many disciples who were holding their swords were gradually turning white, trembling with anger. They were simply pissed off at these two women. The reason why they didn't do anything had nothing to do with their status as so-called pro-disciples. It was entirely because they were related to Li Che and were worried that Li Che would not be willing to make a move against them, which was why they endured it. Otherwise, the crowd would have already let Lu Lingli Yu Frosty know why the flower is so red. Chapter 58, Not Spoiled. Smoke straight and suppress hard. The group was excited at the door of the mountain of Dawi. The arrogant and domineering voices of the two of them, Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er, continued to ring out, straightening up the many Dao One disciples around them who were furious. Their faces flushed red, and they stormed out. If it wasn't for the fact that the two were Li Che's former senior sisters, they were too concerned about Li Che's thoughts and didn't dare to go easy on them. The crowd would have rushed up and dismantled the two men long ago. This side of the crowd continued to endure. Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er saw that the crowd did not really do anything to themselves, but instead became more and more complacent, constantly challenging the crowd's limits. Finally, the Holy Son is coming. Holy Son, greetings, Holy Son. There was a commotion in the crowd of Dawi disciples, resounding with the exclamations of shock from the many disciples. Li Che came out? The two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, lit up before their eyes, not bothering to curse anymore. Their gazes immediately looked over. The crowd slowly parted a path, and Li Che, accompanied by Su Baiwei, stepped out of the crowd step by step. The moment they saw Li Che, the two of them, Lu Lingli, instantly blushed and let out a long breath, and immediately, their eyes glared as they directly commanded, Li Che, what's the point of dawdling? Why don't you hurry up and follow us? Yu Shuang'er looked like she deserved it as she barked orders at Li Che. He had suffered all sorts of hardships along the way, and now he was finally going to fulfill his master's mission. She had been impatient for a long time. This damned Li Che. Because of him, he had made himself so wretched along the way. After he followed him back to the Lingxu sword sect, he would definitely have to clean him up. Now that Li Che had revealed himself, he immediately wanted to directly take him and leave quickly. After running for so long, Li Che, you're really something. Now hurry up and come back to the sect with us and wait for Master to be sentenced. And see if we don't punish you properly. Lu Lingli's demeanor was arrogant and commanding. The gaze that looked at Li Che was filled with disgust and disdain. It was all because of him that he had been reduced to a street rat. And even the Lingxu sword sect's heavy losses and ruined reputation were all because of him. Thinking of this, Lu Lingli's face grew colder and colder. The disgust and dissatisfaction in his heart towards Li Che had long since reached its peak. Raising his head and glancing fatally at the two Lu Lingli Yuxuanger who had an arrogant face, Li Che did not pay any attention to them, but instead walked straight to the mountain guard disciple who had just been injured by the two of them. How's it going? Are the injuries serious? In the face of Li Che's inquiry, the mountain guard disciple froze, slightly agitated in his heart, and after reacting, he hurriedly shook his head. Saint's son, it's just a small injury, nothing serious. Li Che smiled faintly and nodded, taking out a few pills and distributing them to a few injured mountain guard disciples. Take the elixir and recuperate. Gently patting that disciple's shoulder, Li Che turned around again and swept his gaze over the many Dao One disciples around him as he inquired, why didn't you make a move just now? The many disciples around them looked at each other in dismay. And eventually, it was a disciple who whispered, Saint's son, after all, the two of them used to be your senior sisters. We are afraid that if we strike and hurt them, you will be unhappy. Like this? Li Che shook his head slightly and finally looked at the two Lu Lingli Frosty with a snort. Sister? The two of them? They could really be their own good senior sisters. The other side. When Lu Lingli Yuxuanger and the two of them saw that after Li Che came out, he even ignored the two of them, they became more and more furious and gritted their teeth. Li Che, didn't you hear what we said? Why don't you hurry back with us and kowtow in front of Master? Lu Lingli's face was full of arrogance, slightly lifting her chin as she exalted herself and said, a mere outcast of the Lingxu sword sect, and you still dare to put up a show in front of us. You're really getting cocky. Yuxuanger's mouth turned away in disdain. Don't think that the holy son of some bull Dawi sword sect is powerful. A mere Dawi is nothing in front of our Lingxu sword sect. This time our master is open to grace. No longer pursue you for the crime of confronting you in front of your face, and give you a chance to go back and repent. Don't you know no better? Hurry up and get back to beg the clan for forgiveness. Her posture was condescending, and when she said that she would let Li Che return to the clan, she even looked like she was giving alms. Before Li Che could say anything, the many disciples of the surrounding Dawi sword sect were about to be unable to hold back, and each of them glared viciously at the two of them, their eyes blazing with fire. I've never seen such a shameless asshole. Su Baiwei, who was following Li Che's side, was infuriated as her little face turned white and she angrily rebuked. It's clearly you Lingxu sword sect who have wronged the saint's son, the white-eyed wolves who are beneficent. Where do you have the face to let the saint's son go back? How can you even say something like that with an air of entitlement? Why are you guys so shameless? The many Dao One disciples around them were also furious and couldn't wait to go up and tear the mouths of the two men apart. Unfortunately, in consideration of Li Che's thoughts, he could only force himself to hold back, subconsciously looking his gaze towards Li Che. I wonder what the Holy Son will actually do. Could really go back with them? The hearts of the many Dao One disciples tightened. Under a gaze, Li Che suddenly smiled, taking a step forward. Lu Lingli Yuxuanger asked with a smile, what did you guys just say? Yuxuanger's face was contemptuous and she opened her mouth. You are deaf. Snap. The powerful slap was like a thunderous explosion. Before Yuxuanger could finish her sentence, Li Che's eyes turned cold and he slapped her heavily across the face. This palm had no reserve. It was powerful and heavy. Smoked her straight out. Skin cracked, teeth fell out, and blood burst out. Bang! Yuxuanger's body slammed hard on the ground, howling miserably. There was a steep silence all around. Li Che looked at Yuxuanger, who was covering her face, teeth falling out, and blood spilling from the corners of her mouth, without the slightest bit of pity in her eyes. He himself had always treated her like a sister, holding her in the palm of his hand, carefully guarding her for fear that she would be wronged in any way. But she really thinks of herself as a princess, dainty and capricious. He even took the lead in slandering himself and acted as the vanguard of the trial against him. Provoked by Zhao Yuansen, she's just 10 times more miserable and 100 times more to blame. Li Che, you're crazy. You even. Lu Lingli let out a scream, and after reacting, she opened her mouth to curse angrily. Oh yeah, and you. A cold light flashed in Li Che's eyes as he once again slapped down hard. Lu Lingli's face changed drastically, and in her haste, she wanted to defend. but in front of Li Che, her strength was nothing more than as if she were an ant, and she could only watch as the palm of her hand zoomed in front of her eyes. Snap! Another thunderous slap sounded. Lu Lingli let out a miserable scream. Skin split open. Blood splattered in all directions. Heavily smashed on the ground, stepping in the footsteps of Yu Shuang'er. Li Che's gaze was icy cold. A cool fairy? A fairy who doesn't eat earth? It's nothing but a white knight. All of her cultivation techniques were taught by herself, and all of her treasures and aptitudes were given to her by herself. Everything she has today is thanks to herself. But in the end, this white-eyed wolf, who was so gracious, was biting back at himself. Even, the hand is more heartfelt than anyone else's. Chapter 59. What do you think? What else are you guys? You, how dare you hit us? Lu Lingli, Yu Shuang'er and the two of them were covered in blood, sitting on the ground with cloaked hair and stupefied expressions. The gaze that looked at Li Che was filled with disbelief. Li Che actually made a move on himself? How dare he? For so many years, Li Che, not to mention hitting them, never even said a heavy word, and never refused the various requests of their several senior sisters, responding to them as they should, so much so that in Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er's heart, she had long ago labeled this eldest senior brother as incompetent and a good old boy, but now he's doing it to two of his own? It's like a dream. But the intense pain that kept coming from their faces ceased to remind them all the time that it was all true. It's you two white wolves who are fighting. Li Che's expression sneered, and endless ice and cold flickered in his eyes. Let me go back? Give me a chance to go back and wait my turn and beg your forgiveness? Where do you two get the face to say such things in front of me? He reached out and with a move, Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er and the two of them were instantly pulled and floated in front of him in the air, unable to break free even with desperate struggles. The biting coldness in her eyes was like an iceberg that would not melt for 10,000 years, sending chills down the spine of Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er. The sound is still echoing. Pop! Snap! Li Che landed two more hard slaps on the other side of the two men's faces. What do you think you are? Daring to be arrogant and high and mighty in front of me? Snap! Do you really think anyone is going to spoil you all the time? Snap! Think you're a cool fairy? Little princess? Snap! The way I see it, it's because I took quite a bit of care of you guys before that you felt like you took everything for granted. So much so that you forgot what you really are. Snap! Without me looking out for you all the time, you wouldn't be. Snap! And now you're even barking at me. Just who gave you the courage? Snap! As his mind recalled a scene from the past, Li Che's face was filled with sarcasm. While saying that, he kept his hands moving. A powerful slap kept falling, hitting the two men's skin and flesh. Their cheeks were deformed, their teeth fell out, and blood kept splashing from their mouths and noses. It's fine if I don't come to you guys. Now you guys have the nerve to lick your faces and run to the Dawi Sword Sect to actively seek me out. It even had the audacity to put up a condescending, patronizing gesture in front of me, telling me to go back and confess my sins and wait for my punishment. Since you can't recognize reality, I'll help you. Let you all carve your bones. Li Che was filled with anger and did not show the slightest bit of mercy in his hands. Each time the slap fell, a thunderous explosion rang out. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er was already in the shape of a pig's head with a blue nose and swollen face, and her mouth let out a pig-killing, terrifying scream. Li Che. Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er was imprisoned in the air, her gaze resentful and her eyes glazed over. Under those slaps, they looked drastically distorted, with their hair scattered, blood flying from their mouths and noses, and their noses were bruised and swollen, just like a madwoman who had lost her mind. The two desperately struggled, but an invisible force firmly bound them. No matter how they could not struggle, only to watch that one slap fell. Boo! Another hard slap fell. The two bodies of Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er flew out backwards and smashed hard on the ground, with shocking screams coming out of their mouths. Pig-killing screams continued to emanate from the two men's mouths, but there was no pity from anyone. Instead, they drew a chorus of shouts of approval and applause. Good! That's the way to go. The Holy Sun is awesome. Clean them up. Asterisk 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 what a ing relief. Stirring up their noses, the Holy Sun taught them a good lesson. There was first a moment of silence around them, and then the many Dawi disciples violently erupted into a shocking cheer. One by one, their faces flushed with excitement, itching to clap their hands. Seeing Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er's appearance as she was being madly slapped by Li Che, she only felt an overwhelming sense of relief. God knows what kind of anger they were actually getting from these two women just now. Painful. The sun is so right. What were the two of them? How dare they come to the Dawi Sword Sect to cause trouble? And how dare they speak out in front of the Holy Sun with an air of superiority? Where did they get the face? Who is the Sun? 20 years old in the God King realm. The lone suppressor of the Devil's Cave for 100 years. 9th grade Jedi talent. It triggered 2 pilgrimages of 10,000 swords. The highest cultivator of the young generation of the southern continent. Each of these taken out individually was an unattainable achievement for countless young generations. The district Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, on what grounds did they dare to be arrogant in front of the Holy Sun? Senior brother is mighty. Su Baiwei was all stunned by Li Chei's overriding tactics, but after reacting, he was suddenly excited with a small red face, tightly clenching his small fists, unimpeded. Lingxu's sword sect. What this group of guys did has long since provoked the wrath of the heavens and the people. Even Su Baiwei has long been holding a bellyful of gas, and now finally took a vicious breath. It's really a relief. Damn! Li Chei, you deserve to die. Lu Lingli Yu Shuang, air-cloaked hair, teeth off, mouth and nose overflowing with blood, a face swollen like a pig's head, eyes can only open a small slit, looks miserable. After recovering some from their dizziness with great difficulty, the two of them braced themselves and stared at Li Chei with a resentful gaze. The cheering and gloating around them were like slaps on the face, one after another, and the boundless anger instantly washed over them, and their faces were filled with madness. When have they ever been so aggravated? The two of them were in a frenzy of rage as they charged towards Li Chei without regard to anything else. Li Chei, I'm going to kill you. With hoarse roars of rage, the two were once again slapped and sent flying, their bodies flying out at a faster speed than they came, smashing hard on the ground, unable to get up for half a day. Li Chei, wait for me. If you dare to make a move against us, Master won't spare you. The Lingxu sword sect will not spare you. When we go back, we will definitely mobilize countless strong men to trample the Dao One sword sect to the ground, kill everyone, and imprison you in the Black Sin Cliff, begging for your life. You can't beg for death. I will not let you off the hook. Spiteful screams came out of the two men's mouths, as if they were insane, cursing desperately, looking for death. Li Chei's eyes were bitterly cold, as if a layer of frost had condensed on his face. Seeing them struggling to get up, there was a cold snort, interspersed with an endless icy cold and biting terrifying aura that descended with a roar, pressing down fiercely towards the two of them. Boo! A terrifyingly huge force like a titanic pressure descended, directly suppressing the two in place. Unable to climb up for half a day, Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger's mouth and nose were bleeding and her body was cackling. Under that great force, the bones were being crushed crazily, an unbearable sound came from them, and the body trembled crazily. Rolling eyes, serious injuries. Even the biting killing chance in that aura was constantly stirring, as if a shocking giant wave that was stirring up a terrifying storm might completely submerge the two of them at any time. If you want to find death, I can fulfill you. Li Chei had a cold smile on his face, and his icy voice carried a shocking might, as if it was a sharp sword stabbing straight into his head. Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger's face turned pale and her heart trembled violently. Boundless fear completely enveloped them, and all the voices of resentment and madness clogged up their throats. Hard to say a word. The two men's gazes were resentful and full of indignation and madness, but under the suppression of that horrible aura, the crisis of death crazily warned in his mind, and he could only lie on the ground as if he were a dead dog. Even though the blood had flowed into his eyes and obscured his vision, he still didn't dare to move. The proud arrogance from before was all gone. Chapter 60, Expelled in Luck. See, Ruyan is still high and mighty? Hey, do you think these two are out of their minds? That's right, just like that. They still dare to show their teeth and claws in front of the Holy Prince. They really have eaten their heart and eaten their guts. TSK, but it's tough to judge, traveling thousands of miles to come to the door and have someone punch you in the face. Why don't you say they're just being cheap? The faces of the surrounding Dao One disciples were flushed with excitement, and each of them was unimpeded. A sentence of mocking and despicable voice drilled into the ears, making Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger both angry and furious. Their faces turned white, while a large mouth of blood sprayed out. Both eyes rolled over. Bam fainted. All right, throw these two out. Our clan is a clean place, and two losers here are just too much of an eyesore. Seeing Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger fainting, Li Chei only lightly skimmed his eyes, and then casually waved his hand as if he was driving away flies. I'll do it. Upon hearing this, a few Dao One disciples immediately jumped out with faces full of excitement. Without saying anything, dragging Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger like a dead dog, he directly threw it out, without the two people who were in the way. Li Chei gazed around at the many Daoi disciples and then said, people don't have to think too much. The current me is just the saint son of the Daoi sword sect, and I don't have any relationship with the Lingxu sword sect. If this happens next time, and you encounter someone from the Lingxu sword sect coming to cause trouble, you can just step in and kill them. Yes, Holy Son, don't worry, Saint Son. The next time the Lingxu sword sect people dare to come, we will definitely make them look good. Ha ha, the Holy Son is mighty. The many Dao One disciples perked up and immediately agreed. The crowd was vaguely worried before, but now it's all in the mind. In the future, there would be no Lingxu sword sect's senior brother. What there was just the Daoi sword sect's chief Saint Son. Su Baiwei on the side was also excited. And by the way, one more piece of good news. Because of senior brother Li Chei's addition, this year's Dao discussion conference held by the Taiqing Holy Land did not invite the Lingxu Sword Sect, but instead invited us. Daoi. We're all in elder brother's good graces. What? The Daoi Sword Sect that was actually invited to the Taiqing Holy Land's Dao discourse conference? Upon hearing this, the many disciples were first shocked, and then steeply erupted into amazing cheers, all of them surprised and happy, filled with excitement. A place in the Dao conference was not only a benefit, but also represented the recognition of the Taiqing Holy Land. Previously, the Daoi Sword Sect had been suppressed by Lingxu for 100 years, and had never obtained this kind of invitation. Now finally raise an eyebrow. Great. The Holy Sun is awesome. Ha ha, my Daoi Sword Sect has the Saint Sun. Let's see what he, Lingxu Sword Sect, can compete with us? Bull asterisk Lingxu. Who made them blind? They deserve it. The Taiqing Holy Land's Discourse Conference. I'm afraid the Lingxu Sword Sect is regretting all of its intestines. At the door of Daoi Mountain, the sound of surprise and cheers lingered for a long time. The other side, the two Lu Lingli Frosty woke up leisurely. At this moment, the two of them were casually thrown on a wasteland by the Dao One disciples, their bodies occupied with mud and rotten leaves, their delicate shapes messy under that slap. Exquisite faces also skinned, full of blood, a face swollen like a pig's head, even the teeth are missing a number of teeth, a speech are a little leaky. I'm afraid that anyone who saw it wouldn't be able to recognize that these were the two famous fairies of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Asshole, Li Chei, sooner or later, I will break you into pieces. Lu Lingli Yushwanger's heart was filled with endless anger and hatred, and amidst the resentment in her gaze, she couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse madly into the air. It was a really bad trip down the mountain, all the way by the southern continent. Countless practitioners' abusive mockery, like a street rat not to mention. When he arrived at this Lingxu Sword Sect, he was beaten again and nearly disfigured. It was a nightmare that both men would never forget in their lives. Although the injuries on his face were easily recovered for the most part by the elixir he carried on his body, it seemed that he could still vaguely see the fingerprints and feel the pain caused by the countless slaps. The two men were gray and in a sorry state, crazily cursing to vent their inner pain. After a long time, the two who were tired of cursing finally slowed down and stopped. Senior sister, Master ordered us to bring Li Chei back. What can we do now? In the middle of the day, Yushwanger's voice rang out. She cried and hung her head. They had come here this time, originally full of confidence, thinking that they could easily complete the task explained by Si Ruyan, but they did not expect the facts to be completely different from what they thought. Not only did Li Chei not fart around and go back with them, he instead beat them up. Thinking of the task that Si Ruyan had explained, Lu Lingli Yushwanger had an immense headache. They knew the situation of the clan today by heart. Since Li Chei's departure, the Lingxu Sword Sect had suffered various blows one after another and suffered heavy losses, including the outbreak of the Demon Cave, which was also in dire need of someone to hold it down. Letting Li Chei go back is the best option at the moment. In the sect, from Si Ruyan, the patriarch, down to all the elder disciples, they were all waiting with bated breath for them to bring the person back. But now, the two have screwed it up. No, we can't just tell the truth when we get back, or the clan will still tear us both apart alive. Lu Lingli was a little weak, and Yushwanger also subconsciously shrunk her neck. Having just arrived at the Daoi Sword Sect, he directly injured the mountain guarding disciple, and also hurled all sorts of insults and taunts at Li Chei. I'm afraid no one else would agree to go back. If the sect knew that because of what they did, they had angered Daoi and Li Chei, which led to the failure of the mission, they definitely wouldn't be able to spare them when the time came. Yeah, can't tell. Yushwanger nodded frantically, thinking about it. Well, let's just say it's none of our business if he doesn't want to come back. Lu Lingli's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded her head. That's right. At that moment, the two of them muttered for a while, putting all the blame on Li Chei. After discussing the matter, the two of them once again glared viciously in the direction of Daoi Sword Sect before leaving with a face full of unwillingness. Of course, don't dare take the main road. Once they dared to enter the city and other crowded places to be recognized, they were immediately beaten by everyone again. With their present wretched and incomparable appearance, they would not be ridiculed to death. At that moment, the two of them took shortcuts all the way, sneakily trekking on various trails, and after hardships, they finally grayed out and rushed towards the Lingxu Sword Sect. A few days later, Patriarch, senior sisters Lu Lingli and Yushwanger have returned. Above the main hall, Si Ruyan as well as all the great elders were full of worry and were discussing how to deal with all the recent difficulties in the Lingxu Sword Sect. Receiving the report, Si Ruyan was instantly energized and inwardly delighted. Ling Li and the girls have returned. In that case, Li Che should have returned with them as well. After reacting, Si Ruyan suppressed her inner elation and immediately slammed her face up, putting up the patriarch's frame with a reserved face. Have them bring Li Che to the Great Hall. As long as Li Che is willing to bow his head and admit his mistake, I will forgive him on behalf of the Lingxu Sword Sect. Chapter 61. Li Che didn't return? The Sword Sect crowd collapsed. There was a clamor in the Great Hall. When the elders present learned that Li Che was about to return to the sect, they were all extremely energized. Ha ha, Li Che is back. Great. The sect has been in disarray for a while now bar unseemliness. Li Che has returned. I think he will be able to sort everything out and stop the trend of my Lingxu Sword Sect's constant weakness. It's finally coming back. I can't wait. Me too. I didn't feel it before. He left for a while, only to realize that it's really not possible without him. The many elders were excited and elated. When he thought about it, when Li Che was around, he took care of the sect in a well-organized manner. Whether it was the exploitation of all kinds of resources or disciple cultivation, everything was in order and steadily improved. The Lingxu Sword Sect's strength continued to grow, which was extremely pleasing, including the Devil's Cave. With Li Che guarding it, there was never any need to expend extra effort. Perhaps it was also because of the habit that most people did not recognize the importance and contribution of Li Che. The idea of I'm on I'm okay even grows in some people's minds. This was the only way to say that the Lingxu Sword Sect did not lack a Li Che. Of course, time has proven with facts. The Lingxu Sword Sect was truly incapable of leaving Li Che. For a while, the crowd was overjoyed. All of them were incredibly uplifted and looked expectant. Lu Lingxue, who had already come out of the gate, also stood in the crowd and did not speak. Only when his gaze looked toward the entrance of the Great Hall, there was a trace of worry in his eyes that could not be dispersed. Is he really coming back? Thinking about her last conversation with Si Ruyan, she always felt in her heart that it wouldn't be so simple. Zhao Yuansen's head was lowered, and his eyes were filled with a color of gloomy indignation. At first, he had gone through a lot of trouble to finally drive Li Che away, and it was only during this period of time that he was able to smoothly carry out his infiltration plan, secretly arranging for many people from the Wuji Demon Sect to infiltrate into the Lingxu Sword Sect. If Li Che returned, his plans would inevitably be interfered with. It's still good to plan for slow progress. If he didn't pay attention and Li Che discovered anything unusual, perhaps all his efforts for such a long time would be wasted, and even he himself would be in danger. For a while, Zhao Yuansen hated it so much that he gritted his teeth, looking up again, though, his face had changed to an expression of surprised relief. It's great that eldest brother is finally coming back. I've missed him all this time. The crowd did not doubt it, and they all smiled and nodded at the words. That's right, back. With Li Che sitting in charge, everything can get back on track. The elders were filled with joy. Each one stretched their necks to look at the entrance of the Great Hall, waiting with anticipation for that one familiar figure. Subsequently, under the gaze of the crowd, the haggard and slightly distressed Lu Lingli Yuxuanger and her duo stepped into the main hall. Then it was just the two of them, and they did not see Li Che's figure. Where's Li Che? Yeah, didn't they say they went to pick up Li Che? How come it's just the two of them who came back? The smiles on the faces of the crowd disappeared and they all froze, their eyes filled with doubt. It was followed by a murmur. Si Ruyan also froze for a split second, and when she reacted, she immediately frowned, and a hint of bad premonition surfaced in her heart. Both of you. Before she could finish her sentence, Yuxuanger snatched her words. Master, you have to decide for us, Master. You don't know. Li Che is just too much. After third senior sister and I received your order, we didn't dare to delay a bit and traveled all the way to Dawi Sword Sect, wanting to ask Li Che to come back, but as it turned out, I didn't expect that not only was he unwilling to come back with us, but instead, he even blurted out that we, the Lingxu Sword Sect, weren't good enough for him, and directly told us to get lost. Yuxuanger looked furious, and those who didn't know would have thought that she had suffered a great deal of aggravation. The moment she opened her mouth, she directly stunned the crowd. Li Che without waiting for the crowd to figure it out, Lu Lingli hurriedly followed suit and opened her mouth, her voice filled with aggression. Master, my senior sister and I were thinking of first finding Li Che to catch up and apologize to him in person, but it turns out that we didn't even enter the mountain gate of the Dawi Sword Sect. We were unwilling to give up and kept insisting, and Li Che was finally willing to see us, but when he came out to meet us, he didn't want to come back with us, but just wanted to humiliate us and humiliate the Lingxu Sword Sect. And he also said something about how he was a hallowed holy son in the Dawi Sword Sect and couldn't even look at the Lingxu Sword Sect or something like that. And even after we begged repeatedly, not only did he not have any softness in his heart, but he also hit us hard. As soon as the two of them entered the main hall, they detected the anticipation on the faces of Si Ruyan and the elders, and their hearts became anxious. That was why this was not waiting for Si Ruyan to ask a question. And he preempted the question. The main one puts all the blame on Li Che and schemes off the relationship between the two of them. At this moment, after hearing their exaggerated accounts, the many elders froze, full of joy and anticipation. It was like being poured by a pot of cold water on the head, disappeared without a trace. The expression stood frozen in place. Brain confusion. Si Ruyan even had a buzzing sound in her head, and her entire body was confused. Reacting, she burst into a rage. Boo! The palm of his hand ruthlessly slapped on the tabletop that was molded from the extremely high-grade starstone, instantly shaking it into pieces, and Si Ruyan's furious roar rang out. Pissed off. Piss me off. ********* ing asshole. Li Che, how dare he? I personally sent someone to fetch him back, and have even planned to forgive him for his disrespectful sins and reincorporate him back into the mountain gate, and he still doesn't even want to come back? Looking down on the Lingxu sword sect, where did he get the courage? Just with that holy son of the Daoi sword sect? Could it be that he really wants to betray the clan? Lu Lingli Shuang'er saw that the crowd did not suspect herself. Her heart was happy, and she hurriedly opened her mouth and then arched the fire. Exactly. How on earth did he dare? Master raised him. It was the Lingxu sword sect that gave him everything. Now he doesn't even listen to his master's words. He doesn't even care about his own clan. How can he be like this? The two gritted their teeth as if they were truly filled with righteous indignation. However, it also managed to inspire Si Ruyan's anger, causing her to gnash her teeth more and more. He's really hardened his wings now. He doesn't even care about me as his master. This is utter betrayal. Si Ruyan's chest bullied violently with anger. The other elders had their own thoughts, but their faces weren't looking too good either. No matter what, Li Che didn't come back. That's a fact. Seeing Lu Lingli Shuang'er constantly arching her fire and saying all sorts of bad things about Li Che, Lu Lingxu couldn't hold back any longer and said sharply to Si Ruyan, Master, eldest brother isn't like that. He was brought up by you. That's why you should be more aware of his character. He has always respected you the most and cared for the Lingxu sword sect the most. Surely it's impossible for him to say something like that. Saying that, she once again addressed Si Ruyan. What's more, the reason why eldest brother left in the first place was originally the Lingxu sword sect's fault in the first place. It's our clan that is ashamed of eldest brother, breaking his heart and letting him down completely. As long as you personally go there, Master, and apologize to eldest brother, I'm sure eldest brother will forgive you and come back with you. As soon as her words fell, she was immediately met with a loud rebuttal from Lu Lingli Shuang'er. Chapter 62. The clan is not short of him. Is the invitation late? Second senior sister, are you out of your mind? Master is an elder. What kind of a thing is he, Li Che, to ask Master to personally apologize to him? Isn't this a joke? Lu Lingli frowned and retorted without hesitation. If they really let Si Ruyan meet Li Che, wouldn't what she and Yu Shuang'er had done be exposed? This is absolutely not allowed. Yu Shuang'er, who was on the side, also hurriedly helped and said angrily, Second senior sister, don't be fooled by Li Che. He's just a villain. The Daoi sword sect gave him a position as a holy son and he immediately betrayed the Lingxu sword sect. He doesn't even put his master in his eyes. This is all what we've seen with our own eyes. This kind of person, simply forgetting his own righteousness at the sight of profit, doesn't deserve to stay in our Lingxu sword sect. You guys? Lu Lingxu looked at the two senior sisters who had sworn and swore, and who were hurling all sorts of insults and taunts at Li Che, and suddenly felt a wave of strangeness, and her entire body froze. A chill rose. Just when did the two senior sisters turn out to be like this? She remembered that clearly in the past, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er were the ones who liked to pester eldest senior brother the most. Every time eldest brother came out of the devil's cave, the two of them would always be the first to run over to greet him, and eldest brother would always bring all kinds of gifts to the several senior sisters, and even if he was busy, he would still find time to teach them cultivation and pass on all kinds of experience. At that time, the siblings were happy with each other, just like family. Why has it suddenly become like immortal enemies? Lu Lingxu couldn't figure it out. Just as she froze, Si Ruyan's angry rebuke sounded similarly. No way. Don't even think about asking me to go over there in a low voice and apologize to him in person. I'm the sect master of the Lingxu sword sect, and I'm his master. How can you possibly apologize to him? Si Ruyan's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and she violently turned her head to scold Lu Lingxu. Don't ever speak for someone like Li Che again. A wolf-hearted thing like him, turning his back on the clan and contradicting his master. This kind of person makes me feel sick. Taking a deep breath, Si Ruyan finally calmed down a little. However, there was still anger in his eyes that was hard to extinguish, and he said in a cold voice, does he really think that just because my Lingxu sword sect has suffered a few blows, he really has to invite him back? Ridiculous. The huge Lingxu sword sect, It's not like we can't live without him. Li Che, we've stood in the southern continent for so many years, we've amassed a hefty reputation, and we have the means to rise again. Speaking as if to prove the power of the Lingxu sword sect, she suddenly opened her mouth. If I remember correctly, the Taiqing Holy Land holds a Dao discussion conference once every 10 years, and this time, it should be held in the near future, right? Thinking like this, the invitation should be about to be delivered to our sect as well. Discourse Assembly. Hearing her suddenly mention this name, the people in the Great Hall subconsciously raised their spirits, and even their attention regarding Li Che was much reduced. After all, it was about the Taichung Holy Land, and it was a big deal for the Lingxu sword sect. That's right, Master. There should be a new round of the Dao Discourse Assembly held right around this time. Lu Lingli's spirit lifted, and the light in her eyes flickered. The Lingxu sword sect had participated in this kind of event a few times before, and although their performance wasn't outstanding among the dozens of continents, they had nonetheless gained a lot of benefits. Another eye-opener and a chance to get a chance. Once you perform well, you can immediately spread your name to dozens of continents and gain great prestige. Many disciples naturally place extraordinarily upward emphasis on such opportunities. Of course, for Siruyan, what she valued more was that having an invitation was equivalent to getting some sort of recognition from the Taiqing Holy Land, enough to increase her fame among the southern continent, boosting her reputation, so that people in the world would not dare to underestimate her. At that moment, Siruyan nodded her head and pointed at the three of them, Lulingli Yu Schwanger Zhaoyuansen, and opened her mouth. For this discourse assembly, the elders will lead the group, and you three will follow. Her voice was icy cold as she commanded. Remember, when the time comes, perform well, try to raise your fame, shine at the party, and show the style and power of the younger generation of my Lingxu sword sect. I want the world to know, without Li Che, I, Lingxu, am still the same powerful and unchallengeable Lingxu. As she said that, her gaze gently glanced at Lu Lingxue, who was still lost in the corner, and she let out a cold snort in the bottom of her heart. Originally, Lu Lingxu's natural talent was even more outstanding, making him even more suitable to participate in the Dao Discourse Assembly than the Lu Lingli few. However, just now, because of Lu Lingxue's words, it made her very dissatisfied and she simply got rid of Lu Lingxue's quota as a punishment. Ha ha, great. Thank you, Master. Hearing that a few of their own had been given the opportunity to participate in the Dao Discourse Conference, Yu Shuanger and the others were both shocked and delighted. Lu Lingli clenched her fists and lifted her chin slightly, with a proud and confident look on her face. Don't worry, Master. We will definitely perform well and let the world see how powerful my Lingxu sword sect is, spreading my Lingxu reputation to dozens of continents. Yu Shuanger hemmed and hawed, gloating. Ha ha, Li Che still thinks that his Daoi Saint's son is some kind of treasure? How can Daoi compare to us? They're nothing but trash. They simply don't even have the qualifications to participate in the Dao Discussion Assembly. That guy Li Che, he can only watch us make a big splash at the Dao Discussion Assembly. Ha ha ha. Lu Lingli also looked sarcastic. Who made Li Che so arrogant, daring to betray the clan? In the future, this kind of heavenly good opportunity will never be possible for him to participate in again. He's not worthy. Listening to the conversation between these few people, the elders present had complex expressions, and their hearts were entangled with various thoughts. There was still resentment towards Li Che. After all this time, the many elders had realized Li Che's important role to the sect, but now that Li Che was unwilling to return, the patriarch was not supportive. There's nothing they can do about it. Coupled with the fact that the Dao Discourse Conference of the Taiqing Holy Land was about to be held now, they could only hope for this. It'll have to do. Let's hope that we can perform better at this year's Dao conference and try to raise Lingxu's prestige and stop the momentum of the clan's recent decline. Having suffered several heavy blows in succession, the Lingxu sword sect was now greatly wounded. The entire sect was showing a clear decline. If we can't stop it in time and quickly find a way to make up for the adjustments, I'm afraid that the Lingxu sword sect will become weaker and weaker, and even lead to a great calamity. Nowadays, let's just hope that the discourse conference will change some of the status quo. The elders kept praying in their hearts. Only, what none of them knew was that the current Siruyan was also a bit puzzled and even confused in her heart. In fact, in her projections, the Dao Discourse Conference was approaching, and according to the usual situation, the Lingxu sword sect should have received an invitation about the Dao Discourse Conference by now. But the truth was that until now she was still late in seeing the invitations. Could it be that the invitation is late this year? Chapter 63. Zhao Yuansen was overjoyed that the demon sect had hollowed out the sword sect. Li Che didn't come back. After leaving from the sect hall, Zhao Yuansen returned to his cave. At this moment, he was not at all the well-behaved and sunny look that he had in front of people. His body was shrouded in a gloomy aura. His gaze was cold, and his narrow eyes were filled with a gloomy color. When the ban rises, we'll be surrounded by movement as much as possible after isolation. Finally can no longer hold back. Let out a loud laugh. Cold voice is full of suppressed surprise complacency. Ha ha, it's really a false alarm. It's great that Li Che guy doesn't want to come back. Zhao Yuanzhen was extremely jealous of Li Che from the bottom of his heart. In the Great Hall today, he wasn't concerned about whether what Lu Lingli Yuxuanger said was true or false, and how things went through. He only cared about what Li Che actually decided. This situation now is undoubtedly the best possible outcome for him. Without Li Che's constraints, this Lingxu sword sect would still be at his mercy? Just as he was rejoicing, a figure whose entire body was shrouded in shadows, as if it had become one with the darkness, shifted and silently drilled into Zhao Yuanzhen's cave and appeared in front of him. Greetings, Holy Son. The silhouette knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully to Zhao Yuanzhen. The shadow shrouding his body dispersed, revealing the face of a newly joined elder of the Lingxu sword sect. Since some time ago, the Lingxu sword sect had suffered several strikes in succession and had suffered a great loss of strength. It had no choice but to go on a rampage to recruit disciples, as well as strong cultivators, to replenish its strength. This elder, it was during this process that he joined the Lingxu sword sect, and because he was quite strong and calm, it didn't take long for him to be appointed to a rather important position. However, his actual identity was an undercover agent of the Wuji demon sect who had taken the opportunity to be placed in the Lingxu sword sect. Well, how's the plan coming along these days? Zhao Yuanzhen glanced faintly at the elder and sat down on the wide chair, his eyes narrowing slightly. Thinking about the results of this period of time, that elder looked fervent and reported excitedly. Holy Son, the plan is going very well. Since the beginning of the plan, my Wuji demon sect has already planted many disciples into the Lingxu sword sect to lurk under the coordination of the Saint Sun, secretly and continuously pulling in and corrupting those elder disciples, transforming them into our demon sect's people, and silently launching a devouring of the Lingxu sword sect, utilizing the sword sect's resources to feed my demon sect. It wasn't supposed to be too fast, but the death of tens of thousands of disciples of the Lingxu sword sect last time gave us a heavenly good opportunity. Under our operation, nowadays, my Wuji demon sect has been heavily installed into the sword sect, and nowadays there are our manpower in every important location of the Lingxu sword sect. It has even been able to influence the direction of the Lingxu sword sect's decision-making to a certain extent. Even this elder was a bit disbelieving when he thought about how far the plan had advanced recently. It was simply too smooth. Since Li Che's departure, the Lingxu sword sect had suffered many blows one after another, so much so that it gave the Wuji demon sect the opportunity to take advantage of the situation, and its latent forces continued to grow and expand. Otherwise, if the Wuji demon sect wanted to arrange for so many people to sneak in, there was no telling how long it would take. Ha ha, what a godsend. If you put it that way, this fellow, Li Che, has really helped me a lot. Hearing that the plan was going so well, Zhao Yuanzhen was overjoyed, constantly infiltrating the disciples of the Wuji demon sect and controlling substantial power, converting and drawing in Lingxu disciples and elders, secretly devouring Lingxu resources, until the time is ripe. Devour the entire Lingxu sword sect in one fell swoop, and the plum is replaced by the peach. This was the plan that Zhao Yuanzhen had formulated at the beginning. Everything was carried out secretly and steadily, and once it succeeded, it was enough to replace the Lingxu sword sect without God realizing it, devouring it completely, thus leading the rise of the Wuji demon sect. A moment later, Zhao Yuanzhen's gloomy voice mixed with excitement rang out. Since it's a heaven-sent opportunity, let's continue to step up our efforts, so that my Wuji demon sect can populate the Lingxu sword sect as quickly as possible, and speed up the completion of the devouring transformation of Lingxu. At that time, from the inside out, the Lingxu sword sect will be completely replaced and devoured. I will make the Lingxu sword sect head for a new sky. Ha 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 ha. Rampant and smug laughter echoed continuously as Zhao Yuanzhen's eyes blossomed with an ambitious light and a cruel smile. As long as one's plan is successfully completed. At that time, what lofty master, what overbearing elder sister, all to be ravaged by themselves. In the Tsan Yuan realm, there were 9 heavens. Even the first heaven where the southern continent was located was already vast, majestic and vast, stretching for an unknown number of thousands of miles. The entire continent, roughly divided into hundreds of continents, and among them, in the south of the continent, among the dozens of continents, the southern continent is the first deservedly, the big brother general existence, both in terms of area and the number of strong people. As for the other dozens of continents, most of them were overseas immortal mountains or special secret realms, as well as some scattered enclaves, and their areas were far from being comparable to the southern continent. Although it was also called as a continent, it was more like a little brother of the southern continent in general. In that huge region of the southern continent, there were many powerful people, with each top power standing proudly in the world, stirring up the wind and clouds, such as the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty, such as the Ziyang Sacred Sect, such as the Lingxu Dao or two great sword sects. But above them, there were even more terrifying behemoths that existed and pressed across the world. For example, the Holy Land of Taiching, as a behemoth that pressed across the world. The power and transcendence of the Taiching Holy Land had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and even top forces such as the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty or Lingxu Dao never dared to ignore it. The Holy Land of Taiching was usually quite low-key and less involved in earthly matters. However, every time there was news involving the Taiching Holy Land, it would immediately draw everyone's attention. Take, for example, a recent story. The Taiching Holy Land Discourse Conference was about to be held. As time passed, the news about the Tao Discourse Conference quickly became the hot topic of discussion in the southern continent these days. Countless cultivators were attracted to this great event and were talking about it. There were even more discussions about who would be able to obtain the invitation to the Taiching Holy Land. When the Holy Land of Taiching invites a power, it will take into account the power's strength, reputation, potential, and acting style, among other things, to form a final decision. It could be said that if one could obtain an invitation from the Taiching Holy Land, it would be equivalent to being recognized by it to some extent, which would be a huge boost to the fame and prestige of a power. Even the Great Diffusion God Dynasty and many other top powers also attached great importance to it. Several days passed in a flash. Right in the midst of the boiling clamor, a sound of a great bell resounded through heaven and earth. When dash, accompanied by this amazing voice, the void steeply produced inexplicable fluctuations, and a ripple visible to the naked eye swept away, covering an endless area. The clear spiritual chi that covered the sky surged out from the void. The green light was glittering and volatile for 100,000 miles. Like the Milky Way dropping down from the 9 heavens, the divine haze shot out in all directions, and the immortal sound in the sky rose up, and a hidden palace appeared as if it had crossed the long river of time and manifested itself. In an instant, the sky changed. Brilliant golden light tore through the mist and shone through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The great Tao Luan sound resounded. The heavenly flower fell. The earth surged the golden lotus. There was a fairy king in the 9 heavens. The chaos planted the green lotus and other world-shattering phenomena appeared. The Holy Land of Taiching. It's the Taiching Holy Land surfacing. In an instant, all the cultivators in the world felt something in their hearts and subconsciously looked up at the sky with shocked gazes. Under countless gazes, the faint shadow of the heavenly palace gradually solidified. Surrounded by infinite arcane Tao rhythms, the 7-colored light flickered, just like the legendary 9 heavenly K. Wind and clouds converged, and endless clouds coalesced into white jade steps in front of the heavenly palace. Starting from the void and connecting to the sky, a low, thick voice resounded in everyone's ears. Taiching appears, and the discourse begins. We invite those with invitations to enter and join the Great Tao. Chapter 64, Taiching Holy Land present. Lingxu has no invitation? The Holy Land of Taiching is now available. In an instant, the southern continent shook and countless cultivators boiled with clamor. All the great powers of the great unification in heaven and earth were all gazing intently. After that voice that seemed like a god king's voice sent out an invitation, above the earth, one strong figure after another rose up into the sky. Old Taoist Violet Sun Sacred Sect Elder, Taoist Qing Shao, with his disciples. Meet all of you Taiching fellow Taoists. The Xuanji lineage. Invited. Ha ha, the Taiching Holy Land invited us. How can my Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty lag behind? Spiritual Yao Prefecture Baikang Sect. It's an honor to attend and discuss the Tao with all of your fellow disciples. Accompanying these voices, countless figures with strong auras, like gods and devils, were heading towards the 9 heavenly palace like Taichung Holy Land. Tao One Sword Sect. Holy Sword Peak. Holy Sun, come on. The Taichung Holy Land is now in the world, and has already sent out invitations to the forces in the world that have received invitations. This is the first time we've attended this kind of event, so we mustn't be late and leave a bad impression. When he saw the endless and varied visions on the celestial dome, Gu Qingtang was so agitated that he jumped up with a swish and pulled the Grand Elder and then rushed to the sacred sword peak with all the wind and fire to look for Li Che. Seeing his silhouette rushing up into the sky, he immediately couldn't sit still and hurriedly kept urging. The Grand Elder also looked eager. Beside the two of them, Su Baiwei's little face was also red with excitement, and there were shocking colors stirring in her gaze towards that heavenly palace. Every time the Taiching Holy Land appeared in the world, it would cause the world to boil. Especially that horrifying aura that pressed across the 9 heavens and was transcendent. It made an unknown number of people yearn for it. It was a pity that in the past, the Daoi Sword Sect could only look up. And now, thanks to Li Che's blessing, they, the Daoi Sword Sect, could also participate and be a part of it. The Dao Discourse Conference. Ah, our Daoi Sword Sect is also getting better. Ha ha ha. Looking at the invitation in her hand, which was haunted by immortal light, Gu Qingtang was nervous and couldn't help but feel a little smug. With regards to the Dao Discourse Conference, he was of course extremely eager and didn't know how envious he was. As a result, after really getting the opportunity, but suddenly feel a little bit in the heart, thinking about things, afraid of where there is a mistake. I say, Master, why are you so nervous? Seeing that her master was surprisingly rare to be so nervous, the trace of nervousness in Su Baiwei's heart dissipated quite a bit, and instead she joked to Gu Qingtang. What do you know? You little kid. Gu Qingtang blushed and felt embarrassed. After reacting, he hurriedly flushed his face, put on his master's majesty, and feigned anger. Don't you get all playful with me. If you don't perform well at the Dao conference this time and disgrace our Dao 1, see how I'll punish you when I come back. After all the previous deliberations, Gu Qingtang finally made her decision. For this Dao conference, the Grand Elder led the team, and as for the disciples, it was the two of them, Li Che and Su Baiwei, who participated. It's more expensive to be precise than to be numerous. The Grand Elder also cautioned seriously. This is an event held by the Taichung Holy Land. It can't be taken seriously. Su Baiwei made a face and said in an old-fashioned manner, Humph, Master, Great Elder, just rest assured, even if I don't play well, then isn't there still senior brother Li Che? Saying that, she hemmed and hawed and raised her little pink fists, saying with a haughty look on her face, with senior brother Li Che's terrifying talent, even if dozens of continents converge, he'll still be the most dazzling existence. No matter what heavenly pride demons he has, they'll all be eclipsed in front of senior brother and be reduced to a foil. You guys, just wait for the Taoist name to spread throughout the world and become famous. Su Baiwei's admiration for Li Che was on the verge of reaching the point of blindness. Anyway, no matter what, in her heart, Li Che would always be the most powerful and excellent existence. Aha, that's true. Gu Qingtang and the Grand Elder glanced at each other and also looked deeply impressed. Thinking of Li Che's demonic and terrifying talent and strength, his heart was greatly determined. As he spoke, Li Che, who had just finished his cultivation, also walked out of the cave. He was dressed in a light blue long shirt. His body was slender and strong, handsome, his deep eyes seemed to contain endless stars, and his expression was calm, but he had his own overpowering might, making people subconsciously feel awe. Watching Li Che walk over, Gu Qingtang and Su Baiwei were in a trance for a while, and it was as if they saw in front of their eyes a heavenly divine sword stabbing straight up into the sky, and it was as if it was going to break the heavens and the earth between the agitation of thousands of sword intent. Although Li Che's expression was calm, both of them vaguely had a feeling. In just a few short days, Li Che's strength seemed to have refined again, and his entire aura became more and more stern and terrifying. I'm sorry for keeping the Patriarch and the Grand Elder waiting. There's no harm. There's no harm. It's a big deal for a holy son to cultivate. Not to mention it's not too late. Noticing the change in Li Che's aura, Gu Qingtang's eyes lit up. The Grand Elder also nodded his head repeatedly, unable to be any more satisfied with Li Che. Seeing that the atmosphere above the sky dome was stirring, and there were already numerous figures rushing to the Taichung Holy Land, several people did not delay any longer. After bidding farewell to Gu Qingtang, the Grand Elder led Li Che, Su Baiwei and the two of them to similarly charge up into the sky, heading towards the 9 Heavenly Palace. Lingxu Sword Sect. Taichung appears, and the discourse begins. We invite those with invitations to enter and join the Great Tao. When that thunderous voice fell, it instantly set off an uproar in the Lingxu Sword Sect, and countless disciples were in an uproar, including Si Ruyan as well as Lu Lingli and the others. They all looked at the dome of the sky with shocked expressions. It's starting? How is it possible? The Dao Discourse Conference was even convened like this? Si Ruyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared dead on at the Taichung Holy Land above the 9 heavens. Honestly, the moment the vision surged and saw the Taichung Holy Land descending, Si Ruyan's entire body was confused. It's not. I haven't even seen the invitation yet. And your convention is about to start? What does that mean? She knew that the discourse conference should be held in just a few days' time, but since he had never received an invitation, he guessed that it was possible that the Taichung Holy Land had postponed the start of the conference towards the back this year. The invitations should come in with a delay, but she didn't expect that now that the pageant had begun, she hadn't even seen a single hair. Not only her, but the elders present were also all confused, dumbfounded. He watched as a figure rushed into the void, heading to the Taichung Holy Land, unable to figure out what was going on. Lingxu Sword Sect this is. Ignored? What's going on in the Taichung Holy Land? Now that the event is about to start, they haven't even sent the invitations over yet. How is this doing things? Whoever sent the invitations is too unreliable? Or is it that the Tai Ching Holy Land looks down on my Lingxu sword sect? They are simply too much. After Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er reacted, they were immediately unhappy. A face of grumbling discontent and an instant rush of eyes. Every time the discourse conference was held at this time, it was the time for them to pretend to reflect their status. That kind of invitation, under the gaze of countless people, to enter the Tai Ching Holy Land was simply one of the most gratifying things for them. The envious and eager gazes of countless cultivators were enough to maximize their vanity. But this time, surprisingly, they didn't receive invitations and were reduced to looking up at others on the floor. This made the two men rather furious and angry. Chapter 65, The Terror of Li Che's Breath. As the Dao discussion conference begins. The Tai Ching Holy Land didn't even invite us? They are just too much. Our Lingxu sword sect is the top power in the southern continent. The sword Dao executive. What qualifications does the Tai Ching Holy Land have to look down on? Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er watched as a figure shot up into the sky and flew towards that heavenly palace divine K high in the sky. The entire person's eyes were red and full of resentment. There was even more chatter and all sorts of complaints under his breath. Si Ruyan was dazed by their noise and couldn't help but let out a stern cry. Shut up! No one will take you for mute if you don't speak. Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er stagnated. Seeing Si Ruyan get angry, she didn't dare to make a sound in the moment. However, the gaze towards the dome of the sky was still filled with exasperation and unwillingness. Receive invitations every time in a row, and the one time they don't, they think someone else owes them. Human nature is nothing more than that. After stopping the two disciples, Si Ruyan's gaze looked towards the Tai Ching Holy Land as his brain reworked. After thinking for a moment, Si Ruyan spoke. Logically speaking, our Lingxu sword sect is, after all, a top-tier power, and has also participated in so many Dao discussion conferences. It's unlikely that the Tai Ching sacred ground would not invite us this time. The way things are now, one should have been accidentally left out or forgotten. The elders subconsciously nodded their heads. Although the Tai Ching Holy Land is a transcendent power, but people will inevitably make mistakes. After all, the Dao conference involves dozens of continents, complicated and incomparable. A moment of inattention to forget one or two invitations. It is also very likely. Yu Shuang'er's eyes instantly lit up and she busied herself. Yes, it must be. Our Lingxu sword sect is a top sword Dao sect. If even we are not qualified to participate, no one else in the world is even more qualified. The corner of Lu Lingli's mouth turned away as she proudly said, "Forgive them for not daring to not invite the Lingxu sword sect. Without the participation of the Lingxu sword sect, the so-called Dao discourse conference is nothing but a joke." Seeing this, Si Ruyan nodded. Since that's the case, then it's fine for our Lingxu sword sect to go over there directly. There will be no problem. After all, the lack of invitations is their fault for missing it, not ours. Will we still not be allowed in? Yu Shuang'er nodded her head repeatedly. That's it. Let's hurry up and get going. Watching a figure already walking down those white jade steps to the entrance of the heavenly palace, she had long been impatient. Si Ruyan also no longer hesitated and nodded. Seeing the situation, a respected elder led the group. Under Yu Shuang'er's repeated urging, a few people rushed straight up into the sky. Seeing several people leave, Si Ruyan remained standing in the same place, silent. Just now, although she said in words that it was the Tai Ching Holy Land that had forgotten and omitted to send out the invitations, but the actual mountain, she was just forcing herself to be calm. After all, in all these years, the Tai Ching Holy Land had never made a mistake. But what the hell for? Si Ruyan's face changed, her heart full of incomprehension. In the void, the grand palace complex was shrouded in endless clouds, mysterious and transcendent. Golden light erupted, countless visions followed, and a grandiose aura spread across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. White jade pillars plunged straight into the sky. Gold inlays, carved beams, every trace of curvature was handled in a natural way, just like the most perfect creation. In front of the tightly closed gate at this time, with the arrival of various forces one after another, a figure that was rare to see on a normal day surfaced one after another, lingering with a strong aura, like a god or a devil. All of them are highly respected existences among the top powers. Ha ha, realist Ching Shao. In the blink of an eye we haven't seen each other for a few decades, haven't we? Dao Master's cultivation is getting more and more refined. Sect Master Jiang is overpraising. The Baixang Sect's development has flourished over the years, and that's what's truly to be congratulated. Wherever, I still have to learn more from the fellow Southern Continentaires. I didn't expect that the State Master would personally be present this time. Xuanjizi is courteous, but it's just a matter of taking a break from my busy schedule. The Dao Discourse Conference was held, and taking advantage of the stable situation in the Great Diffusion, I came out to get some fresh air, and in the meantime, I got to meet many of the current Heaven's Pride. Ha ha, The people present were all powerful giants and were quite familiar with each other. When we meet at this time, we can't avoid greeting and exchanging ideas. Except for them. Those young people who followed behind these strong men also formed a group, and some of those who knew each other were chatting in low voices from the sidelines. These young people, some with divine light lingering on their bodies, some with a powerful breath, and some as ethereal as an immortal, were all the renowned heavenly pride saints of their respective regions, with lofty and outstanding auras. As the many powerful giants talked and laughed, they could not help but discuss these heavenly prides with each other. That one is the holy Sun Honyao of the Baitsang sect? I heard that a while ago. He was so thick that he broke through to the Divine King's third sky in one fell swoop. He is truly amazingly talented. That General Pang Tianda of the Great Diffusion God Dynasty is also outstanding. It is said that he created his own sword Dao aptitude, the Broken Army Slash, which has decimated countless demons and evils and is extremely extraordinary. Is this little girl the Qingheng Holy Maiden of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect? She's so young, but her hands and feet are shrouded in auspicious light and her violet aura is so vast that she was born to fit the great Tao. A heavenly pride worthy of the name. The gazes of the many bigwigs were satisfied as they surveyed a young man with outstanding natural talent. It's really a heavenly pride. Some have lamented this. It's not time yet. Let's wait here for a while now. Just as the crowd was talking and laughing, a few more people stepped onto the white jade steps and arrived in front of the heavenly palace gate. The leader was an old man with white hair, with a stout figure, not angry, and a pair of eyes that were not the slightest bit cloudy, but instead were stern and incomparable. One was a young girl of 2 or 8, with a delicate face and slanting, heroic sword brows. A green and white power suit was extremely appropriate, setting her off more and more valiantly. The last one, on the other hand, was an upright youth with a posture like a sword. It was the Daoi Sword Sect's Grand Elder who had arrived with Li Che and Su Baiwei. Seeing that the gate had not yet opened, the three were in no hurry. Standing directly next to each other, he quietly waited for the discourse to open. The crowd subconsciously looked over, followed by a steep silence and the surrounding murmurs, and then a suppressed gasp sounded. The Daoi Sword Sect was even invited to this conference? Could it be because of Li Che? Some people looked puzzled. Previously, every time the Dao conference was held, it was the Lingxu Sword Sect that was invited by the Taiching Holy Land, but this year, it was Dao Yi who participated, causing the crowd to be very confused. Thinking about it, the biggest change in the recent Doichi is the addition of Li Chiol. Read with this. Whether it was those top powerhouses or the various heavens pride holy maidens, all of them subconsciously looked towards Li Che. He had handsome features and a calm demeanor, and he stood there quietly, not exuding any overpowering aura. However, when others looked over, it was as if they could see a path of sword intent intertwining and stirring around him. Sword chi was like the sea, and morose like the abyss, and between the sword chi surroundings, a sharp and pale intent came to the surface. It's like the supreme master of the sword Dao. The crowd even vaguely sensed that at this moment, with Li Che's arrival, the rich Taoist rhythm around him was tumbling and stirring, as if it was being pulled by him. For a while, everyone was shocked. Chapter 66 Lingxu Sword Sect explodes. Why is Li Che here too? Li Che is truly getting more and more terrifying. That's right, the moment I saw him just now, I felt like I was gazing at an incomparably sharp divine sword, to the extent that both my eyes stunned a little. Alas, just now I felt that all those heavenly prides were quite good, but now when compared to Li Che, they are instantly dimmed. It can't be helped. It's not that those heavenly prides aren't good enough, it's really just that Li Che is too heaven-defying. Some people were shocked, while others shook their heads and sighed for those heavenly prides. Logically speaking, people such as that holy son of the Baitsang sect and the young general of the Great Diffraction God Dynasty, Pang Tianda, were all amazingly gifted and deservedly proud sons of heaven. However, when together with Li Che, it was instantly dull, reduced to a companion-like existence. It's as if the stars can't compete with the blazing sun. Ever since he came out of nowhere 100 years ago and achieved the Divine King realm at the age of 20, Li Che had long since spread his fame throughout the world, pressuring countless of his peers into not being able to raise their heads, but for being dragged down by the demon cave for hundreds of years. In the opinion of many, today's Li Che might still have outstanding natural talent, but perhaps his foundation has long been affected, and should be pulled into the gap by many heavenly prides, no longer able to do so by overwhelming his generation. Those outstanding saints, sons of heaven and the like would at least be able to have a battle with them, but now it seemed that they had still underestimated Li Che. Even after being dragged down by the demon cave for 100 years, he was still the supreme demon that caused the hearts of countless celestials to despair. It's not just young people. Even when they saw Li Che, some of the long-established powerhouses present vaguely sensed a seemingly dangerous feeling. This is unbelievable. No matter how amazing the talent was, after all, he was still a young man and needed time to grow. Surprisingly, it would make them, the old-timers who had long ago crossed the world for an unknown number of years, feel threatened? I heard before that Li Che had joined the Dawi Sword Sect, and now it seems to be true. How is this luck of the Dawi Sword Sect so good? There were big brothers with sour tones, and their faces were full of envy that they couldn't hide. Hey, before I said the Lingxu Sword Sect, that group of guys' head was kicked by a donkey, is really not bad at all. Such a demonic heavenly pride. If in our clan, have to be an ancestor to give up, for fear that he has a little bit of dissatisfaction. The results of the Lingxu Sword Sect even took the initiative to expel it out of the clan. In addition to madness, I cannot think of any other reason. That's true. If I dared to do that, our old ancestors could crawl out of their coffins and rip my head off and kick it as a ball. Alas, how can you say that the Lingxu Sword Sect is so thoughtless? A bunch of contraptions. Still think they are high and mighty. This time the loss is heavy. Really deserve it. When it came to Li Che, the Lingxu Sword Sect was naturally a topic that could not be avoided. Many people were gloating, full of contempt and mockery towards the Lingxu Sword Sect. Hey, just saying, the main man is here. Just then, someone sensed something, gazed to the side, and suddenly opened his mouth. The crowd's eyes subconsciously looked over. A group of people from the Lingxu Sword Sect were then seen appearing at the gate of the Heavenly Palace. The Lingxu Sword Sect is here too? They and the Dawi Sword Sect had always been at odds, so it would be interesting for the two groups to meet. The people were all energized and puzzled. Lu Lingli and the others didn't know what was going on in these people's heads. Led by the elders, the girls rushed to catch up and finally did not delay the start of the discourse assembly, and their hearts were relieved. Before he had time to survey his surroundings, he saw the gazes of all the people present looking over. Humph, these guys are quite aggressive. What's the use of coming early? You still have to wait here. Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger sneered disdainfully. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, he subconsciously straightened his waist, slightly raised his chin, and his face also put up a cool and proud color, just like a big rooster with its head held high. Walking past the crowd with a haughty face, the heart was even more extremely pleased. In their opinion, they represented the Lingxu Sword Sect, the personal disciples of the top sect, so naturally, they had to take out their Duro and aura, and had to maintain the majesty of the Lingxu Sword Sect. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, seeing them with a condescending face, not putting anyone in their eyes, the people present were extremely contemptuous. I'll be damned. Look at the way these guys from the Lingxu Sword Sect look. It's disgusting. A bunch of, tugging like 2.5 million, but pouting to the sky. I really want to rush up and ruthlessly give them 2 mouths. Many people secretly spat with disdain, mostly because the contrast is just too strong. When Li Che came just now, the whole person was very calm, and he responded politely in the face of someone greeting him, without any stance, and did not rely on his amazing talent and strength to be a bully. On the contrary, Lu Lingli and the others, each one of them had a sneer on their face. Their strength was average, but their stance was not small. A look of condescension that looked down on the world. Naturally, it's easy to be disgusted. Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger naturally didn't know what the crowd was thinking. Led by the elders, with their heads held high, like a large rooster patrolling its territory, they kept approaching towards the gate. There was even a smug look in his eyes as he swept his gaze towards the crowd. The Lingxu Sword Sect, even among the many top forces, was the strongest group of existences, especially these small sects that could be compared. However, right at this moment, Lu Lingli's gaze swept over and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the corner. Her eyes fluttered and she lost her voice. Li Che? Yu Shuanger and Zhao Yuansen subconsciously followed her gaze and then froze in place as well. There was a look of consternation on his face. How did he get here? Lu Lingli and the others did not expect to see Li Che here. Zhao Yuansen was dumbfounded and subconsciously said, "Didn't you say that he doesn't deserve to participate in the discourse assembly?" He couldn't figure out how. Li Che had already left the Lingxu Sword Sect, so there was no way he could have obtained a place to participate in the discourse conference. After reacting, Yu Shuanger's face quickly surged with anger as she quickly stepped forward and questioned in a stern voice. Li Che, this is the discourse assembly. What are you doing over here? You, a traitor of the Lingxu Sword Sect. What qualifications do you have to come to the Dao Discourse Conference? When she saw Li Che's face, Yu Shuanger's heart first tightened, and her face seemed to feel a sharp and incomparable pain again. Thinking of that one big slap from Li Che last time, she was instantly overwhelmed by anger and stared viciously at Li Che, itching to eat him alive. Lu Lingli's face was similarly gloomy. However, at this moment, countless pairs of eyes were watching, and she forced down her heart's anger in order to scruple about her image. Glancing at Su Baiwei beside Li Che, her eyes mocking, sneering at Li Che. What? Li Che, did you think that by joining the Dawi Sword Sect, you would be able to participate in the grand event held by the Taichung Holy Land? You're thinking big. So many of this discourse assembly, the ones invited by the Holy Land of Tai Ching, are all from our Lingxu sword sect. What kind of thing is the Dawi sword sect? And is it worthy of appearing here? You guys aren't here to spam, are you? Chapter 67. Don't want to push more. Just go ahead and kill it. Coming. When they saw Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er rushing towards Li Che with unfriendly expressions, the many forces present all had their spirits lifted and immediately became interested, their eyes blinking as they looked at both sides. Li Che's feud with the Lingxu sword sect had long been known to the world. When they heard Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er's unceremonious questioning, the crowd burst into contempt. Yu Lingxu sword sect has expelled people from the sect, and there is no longer any relationship between the two sides, so where they go is none of your business? What's more, with Li Che's natural talent and strength, he had left behind Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er for who knows how many streets, and if he wasn't even worthy of participating in the Dao discussion assembly, then I'm afraid that there was no one else in the world who was qualified to participate as well. As for open mouth and closed mouth look down on the Dao Yijian sect, they horrors didn't even know how many people were now envious and jealous of the Dao One Sword sect's good fortune, but after all, it was a former sister. I also wonder what Li Che will actually do with it? With this in mind, the crowd was filled with curiosity. How can I see annoying flies everywhere I go? Li Che lightly glanced at the two. Seeing Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er and the girls with their high and mighty attitudes, he felt a wave of nausea in his heart. He didn't even bother to take care of these two women and casually waved his hand, turning to the Grand Elder beside him with a look of disgust. Disgusting. Why don't you just kill it? His words had just fallen. The lanky Grand Elder nodded, and without saying a word, he blatantly struck out. Clang! The sound of a berserk sword chime rang out. Terrifying air waves suddenly burst out from the Grand Elder's body, and a crimson long sword crossed the sky, blooming out endless cold and biting killing machines, instantly enveloping Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er. A bit of cold light flashed immediately afterward. The sword chi condensed to the extreme point of killing intent rushed to the sky, flashing glittering white light, like a shooting star falling, straight toward Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er. Two people shooting. For a moment, the entire room was shocked. Everyone was stunned in place by this sudden change. Subconsciously their mouths were wide open and their eyes were full of bewilderment. No! What's with this sudden move? You're going to someone to death without even saying a word? So Li Che is so dry and decisive? Everything happened so suddenly that everyone was confused. The two people who were the target of the Grand Elder's decapitation, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er, had even been stunned. The moment they were enveloped by the killing opportunity, the two were shocked. Their sweaty hairs exploded, and a needle-like stabbing pain came from their brains, frantically reminding them of the deadly crisis coming. And when the sound of the sword sounded, the moment the sword chi erupted, their minds and souls were completely shrouded in boundless fear. The whole person was like falling into an ice cave, frantically wanting to escape, but their bodies could only not listen to the call of duty at all, as if they were nailed to the original spot, and they could only look on as the terrifying sword chi that was flashing with crimson light got closer and closer. Before the sword chi was even close to their bodies, it made their skin tingle unbearably, and it was as if the whole person was going to be torn apart. The shadow of death completely enveloped them. The two men's eyes shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and their faces were already pale without the slightest trace of blood. Stop! Right at this moment, that elder of the Lingxu sword sect finally reacted. Seeing the sword chi shooting towards Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er, he couldn't think in time and instantly blossomed his entire cultivation, striking out with all his might. The green misty spirit sword was summoned out by him, instantly dividing into countless sword shadows, forming a fine net that firmly guarded the two of them. Lu Lingli. He had just finished doing that when the Grand Elder's attack had already arrived. Boom dash! Shocking roars rang out, and berserk air waves suddenly erupted, spreading out in all directions. The clouds in the sky rumbled and rolled back, and the faces of the people watching the battle around them changed, and they let out a loud cry, their mana surging out wildly to protect their respective young disciples behind them. In the meantime, in front of Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er's two persons, a green and a red two divine swords each flew out upside down and fell into the hands of their respective masters. Old man Chen, are you crazy? Could it be that you really want to be immortal with my Lingxu sword sect? The Lingxu sword sect elder's eyes widened in anger as he questioned in a stern voice. With just one strike, he fell into a disadvantage. Although he stopped the attack of the Grand Elder, he was shocked by the backlash of the attack, and at this time, his body's breath fluctuated violently, and his face appeared a little pale as his chi and blood churned. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Previously, the Dawi sword sect had been suppressed by the Lingxu sword sect for 100 years, and was dwarfed in every way. When did it turn out to be so hard-headed? If the two Lu Lingli were killed, they were afraid that it would really cause an immortal war between the two clans. Dawi sword sect Grand Elder Chen Tianyan let out a cold laugh. I only listen to the orders of my clan's holy son. Those two flies buzzing around here, affecting the mood of the Holy Sun, deserve to die. Saying that, his gaze glanced at the two Lingxu Shuang'er whose faces were pale and sneered disdainfully. This time, let this be a lesson to you. If you dare to speak out of turn and disrespect the Holy Sun again, no one will be able to save you too. At the end of his words, his eyes glared as an icy killing chant surged out. Just circled around the ghost gate to return to the two Lingxu Shuang'er already had palpitations. At this time by the shocking killing intent shrouded. Suddenly the skin a burst of tingling, as if by the flood beast staring at the general, the tide of horror surging. The body cannot stop the crazy trembling. You almost got killed in front of everyone. The two men were first fearful afterward, followed closely by boundless anger. Damn! Li Che! Dawi Sword Sect! Just you wait, we will never let you go. Noticing the gazes of the other people around that contained sneers and gloating, the two of them, Lingxu Shuang'er, were simply furious. However, when they saw that the Grand Elder's face was icy cold, and his eyes flashed with killing intent once again, their hearts immediately tightened, and fear surfaced in their eyes, so they could only put down a vicious sentence, and turned around with hatred and unwillingness. As for Zhao Yuansen, he was similarly scared half to death, although the attack just now wasn't aimed at him. Just by feeling the terror of that icy killing intent, he was already scared to death and his liver split. At this time how dare to say anything else? Hurriedly gray and follow up. The elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect also had an unsightly expression on his face, and with a cold snort, he directly left. This time, the Lingxu Sword Sect had lost a lot of face. I just came here, and I haven't done anything yet, and I was given a hard time first, which is like being slapped hard in the face. Moreover, it was still on this occasion where countless forces from dozens of continents had gathered. By the time things spread out, the Lingxu Sword Sect would no longer be the laughingstock of the southern continent. It's literally the laughingstock of dozens of continents. These two damn women are just plain crazy. Why do you think you have nothing to mess with Li Che? Isn't this giving yourself a hard time? Looking at Lingxu Shuang'er's scared pale and angry face, this elder did not have the slightest bit of pity. Instead, he could not wait to go up and slap him twice more. It didn't matter that they were punched in the face for pretending. The key was that they were also involved. If it wasn't his duty, he wouldn't bother saving these two. After clashing hard with the Grand Elder, his breath hadn't even calmed down yet. For a while, this elder's face grew more and more gloomy, not bothering with these two people. Chapter 68, Li Che's indiscriminate use of water to fish in troubled waters? A big joke? Lingxu Shuang'er's face was unsightly. The heart is not willing, but in the end, not willing to be arrogant again, can only be full of unwillingness and indignation. And the gray turned away. The tension finally eased a few moments. However, the chatter of the people present did not stop, but instead grew higher and higher. When they looked at Li Che, all of their gazes were in awe, and those young celestial pride couldn't help but raise a lot of awe. This person, Li Che, can only be befriended, and must not be easily messed with until it's absolutely necessary. My goodness. Previously, many people only knew that Li Che's natural talent was astonishing and his battle prowess was heaven-defying. I really don't know how to act even so dry and decisive. Raise your eyes and sweep. See you are not happy. Say get you. Not with discounts at all. More to the point. People have that capital. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. If you dare to return to me, I will kill you. If I can't kill you now, I will kill you when I have a higher level of cultivation. Absolute talent is the greatest. Bottom line. Anyone would have to tremble in their heart if they were really targeted by him. The Dawi Sword Sect is also really decisive. Say it and do it. Li Che had only joined not long ago, and Shen Tianyang was willing to take action against the Lingxu Sword Sect's personal disciples because of Li Che's words. The crowd had seen the strike just now. If not for the Lingxu Sword Sect elders blocking with all their might, that could really be running to take Lingxu Shuang'er's little life. No wonder the other Dawi Sword Sect was able to take a supreme genius like Li Che under their tutelage. The vigor. I'm convinced anyway. There are strong hearts and minds. Before, he only envied the good fortune of the Dawi Sword Sect, but only now did he realize that people that really had great courage. As for the gang from the Lingxu Sword Sect, the eyes of the crowd looked towards Lingxu Shuang'er, who was quietly standing in the corner at an unknown time with an ugly face. All of them looked mocking. It made you act like you're the boss of the sky just now, and you don't put anyone in your place. Now that's a slap in the face, isn't it? Ugh. Serves you right. Noticing the undisguised contemptuous gazes of the crowd, Lingxu Shuang'er was so angry that the top of her head was smoking, her eyes were spitting fire, and a mouthful of her teeth was about to be crushed. I just don't believe that Li Che and the others really have invitations. Let them be arrogant now. When the conference starts later and they are stopped from getting in, I'd like to see how much they will lose face. The elder on the side glanced at the two people who did not know how to reflect, and his face darkened a few points. How did you get yourself out with these two contraptions? It's simply sinful. This elder was fidgety by the crowd, hating this conference to hurry up and end, and he swore that he never wanted to stick with these two contraptions again. Even Zhao Yuansen subconsciously moved away from Lulingli Yuxuanger. Dang dash! A thick and distant bell chime interrupted the crowd's thoughts. The voice was accompanied by this. Endless clouds churned and seven-colored divine light blazed forth. The two heavy white jade gates that were originally closed tightly slowly opened in front of everyone's eyes. The discourse conference officially begins. Everyone immediately fell silent and waited with sullen faces. Not long after, a middle-aged figure covered in lingering green immortal light appeared at the gate. His face was square, not angry, and the strong aura that lingered on his body was like an abyss or a prison, making people subconsciously feel a sense of awe and not dare to underestimate him. Gentlemen, I am the Tai Ching Holy Land's receiving ambassador. The Tao Discourse Assembly is officially open. Those of you who have received invitations, please hand them over to me and you can enter. As his voice fell, all of the forces nodded their heads, and one by one, they stepped forward. Messenger, we are from the southern continent's Xiang Sacred Sect, and this is an invitation. The Xiang Sacred Sect's Qingshao realist handed over the invitation. The middle-aged man looked indifferent, and after receiving and checking it out, he sidestepped and let it go. Many thanks to the messenger. Although the middle-aged man's expression was cold, even the powerful Xiang Sacred Sect, which was the top power in the southern continent, was still polite to him. After all, the other party was a person from the Tai Ching Holy Land, and there was absolutely no need to flatter and curry favor even in the face of these top-tier forces. Only after saluting did realist Qin Shao lead the disciples into the gate. Messenger, we are the spiritual Yao Prefecture Baikang Sect, and this is the invitation. Another power stepped forward and after handing over the invitation, they entered the Tai Ching Holy Land without any problems. We are. One by one, the forces came forward to hand in their invitations and entered, and that middle-aged man was indifferent throughout. No matter which power he faced, he was all businesslike, at most only nodding his head faintly, looking very high and cold. At most, when they saw familiar forces, they nodded as a greeting. Senior, what should I do? I suddenly feel so nervous. Seeing that she was about to arrive at Daoi's sword sect, Su Baiwei's small face also unconsciously surfaced a tense color, and a pair of small hands subconsciously pinched the corner of Li Chei's coat. After all, it was the first time for the Daoi sword sect to participate in this Dao discussion conference, and it was even more so as they personally entered the transcendent Tai Ching Holy Land. Even the Grand Elder couldn't help but be flooded with a hint of nervousness. Looking at the two people's unconcealed nervousness, Li Chei was dumbfounded. He smiled and patted Su Baiwei on the shoulder, comforting him. Relax. It's not like the Tai Ching Holy Land will eat anyone. Just be normal. Behind them, a few people from the Lingxu sword sect were also lining up, and seeing Li Chei's bland demeanor, the corner of Yu Shuanger's mouth lifted up in a sneer as she sneered. Humph. Still pretending here even now? Do you think the messenger is blind? Do you really think this is a place where you can just blend in? Lu Lingli's expression was gloomy as she gazed at Li Chei's several figures with a cold snort. This is the Tai Ching Holy Land's Dao discussion conference. What qualifications does the District Dao One Sword Sect have to participate? Let's see how they look when they get blasted out later. At the thought, the two of them burst into a sneer and came to life once again. Zhao Yuansen also had a mocking face. If Li Chei was still in the Lingxu sword sect, perhaps he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in this kind of event. But now, this fellow Li Chei had abandoned the Lingxu sword sect and had lost his qualifications to participate in this kind of event, waiting for himself to get all kinds of chances at the fest and rise quickly. We must make Li Chei beg for his life and die. Under their gazes, it was soon the turn of the Daoi sword sect. Emissary, we are the Southern Continent Dao One Sword Sect, invited to participate in the Dao Discourse Conference. Li Chei handed the invitation to the middle-aged man. The Daoi sword sect? Which is to say that when he heard this name, the middle-aged man who was expressionless and even a little absent-minded just now was suddenly energized and instantly raised his head. When he saw Li Chei's face, his eyes even lit up. Instead of rushing to accept the invitation, he opened his mouth and asked, Daoi sword sect, could it be that you are Li Chei? Chapter 69, Inverted Big Dipper. The one without an invitation is the Lingxu sword sect? Could it be that you are Li Chei? Hearing the messenger's voice, the many people from the forces who had just entered the gate turned around, somewhat surprised. Just now, so many people had walked past the messenger, and he had been all lovey-dovey. Now that it's Li Chei's, it's immediately different? Late generation is none other than Li Chei. I don't know the messenger. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed through Li Chei's eyes. He didn't recognize the person in front of him. The messenger's eyes lit up at his words, looking him up and down for a few moments, and a smile appeared on that raw, cold face. Slightly marveling, worthy of being a supreme celestial pride that has suppressed his generation. It is truly extraordinary. Seeing that Li Che was puzzled, he laughed. A 20-year-old god king, the youngest void tribulation realm. Such an achievement. I don't know how many people have been shocked. Not only do you have outstanding talent, what's even more rare is that you have also guarded the Devil's Cave alone for hundreds of years, making a great contribution to guarding the world and fighting against demons. The Tai Ching Holy Land has long noticed your existence, although I have been in the Holy Land for a long time, but for your great name has also long been like a thunderclap. Today and finally got to see the real face. Ha ha. Saying that, the middle-aged man patted Li Che on the shoulder and encouraged him. Very fine young man indeed. Li Che, I'm very good looking at you, and I'm looking forward to how far you'll go in the future. His eyes were delighted. That's the love and anticipation of being a senior and seeing brilliant young people. Li Che smiled faintly, remaining unassuming. Thank you for your love, senior. The messenger smiled and took the invitation without even looking at it, and simply waved his hand. Hurry up and get in. In the surroundings, when the people of the many sects and forces saw that the middle-aged man actually took the initiative to communicate with Li Che with a smile on his face, and also looked optimistic and encouraging, they looked at each other and all laughed a little bitterly. Is this how top geniuses are treated? When so many of their forces came in, that messenger had a slack-jawed, lazy look on his face, but as a result, when he arrived at Li Che's place, it was immediately different. He, a young man, actually had more face than many of the top powers of the tens of continents. The crowd looked in awe. Senior brother, I didn't expect your reputation to have spread all the way to the holy land of Tai Ching. It's really too powerful. After entering through the gate, Su Baiwei's pair of watery eyes sparkled as she looked up at Li Che with a face full of marvel. The Grand Elder also couldn't stop smiling, with a look of honor. Ha ha, how else would I say it's my Dao One Chief Saint's son? Originally, we are after all the first time to participate. I am more or less still a little heartless, but now it seems that with the Holy Sun around, there's nothing to worry about. The Grand Elder laughed out loud. His heart was very happy, and at the same time, when Lu Lingli's few people saw that Li Che had actually taken out his invitation and entered the Tai Ching Holy Land without any problems, the entire group was dumbfounded. That's not at all what they thought it would be. No way. How did this guy Li Che get an invitation? For so many years, the ones invited by the Tai Ching Holy Land were all from our Lingxu sword sect. What kind of thing is he? Dao Yi, worthy of receiving an invitation? Lu Lingli was first shocked, then her anger rose and she was furious. She was still waiting for the Dao One sword sect to fail to get an invitation and be blown out, so she could properly fall on her sword and mock them, but it turned out that they actually went in? And the messenger seemed to be looking at Li Che in a very different way. Yu Shuanger gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger. Li Che, what right does he have? He's not even a member of our Lingxu sword sect now. A traitor who eats his way out. How can he be qualified to participate in the Dao Discourse Conference? What an abomination! Especially when she saw that the messenger had an approachable appearance in front of Li Che and took the initiative to greet and talk. Yu Shuanger's eyes were even more red, anger tinged with overwhelming envy. That's a messenger from the holy land of Tai Ching. Which young man? If he could obtain the other party's favor, I'm afraid that he would immediately be able to make a name for himself in tens of continents and become famous. What makes Li Che capable of having this kind of treatment? Zhao Yuanzhen also had a very unpleasant face, and had long been roaring madly inside. The depths of his eyes were even mad with jealousy, but the facts were in front of them, and it was useless even if they were angry and furious. Okay, it's our turn. Let's go in first. Hearing the elder's urging, Lu Lingli took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner anger, and quickly followed to the gate. But unexpectedly, just as they were about to enter, the messenger suddenly stretched out his arm and directly stopped them. Invitation. The messenger held out his hand and looked at the few people in front of him. Where did they get the invitation? Lu Lingli was stunned, then walked forward and explained. Messenger, we are from the Lingxu sword sect. This time the invitation has not yet been received. The master said that it may be that you missed it. Seeing that the several people from the Lingxu sword sect did not have the slightest intention of taking out their invitations, the messenger's face immediately turned cold, not willing to listen to Lu Lingli's nonsense at all. His eyes narrowed and he directly waved his hand to interrupt her and said icily, no one may enter without an invitation. A few of you, please return. Lu Lingli's expression was stagnant and her face was ugly. Obviously when I came, the master said I could enter without an invitation. The change in the doorway also attracted the attention of other forces, who turned around and looked over curiously. Getting to the door only to be stopped seems to be the first of its kind. When they saw that it was someone from the Lingxu sword sect who had been stopped, the crowd raised their eyebrows and looked interested. Talking. The Lingxu sword sect didn't even receive an invitation this year? What's so rare about this? The Lingxu sword sect has a whole lot of various brain-dead operations. They have been hit one after another and their strength has been greatly damaged. How normal it is not to invite them. What do you say, these guys? What are you doing here without an invitation? Hey, yes, no invitation to come to the rub. Their own fine shame this is not. Seeing that Lu Lingli and the others couldn't enter, the crowd was gloating. Murmurs were heard in all directions. This could make Lu Lingli Yushuang Air furious. In front of so many people from all over the world, they were stopped and couldn't even enter the door. It was simply a great shame. Lu Lingli's face was red with anger and her eyes were on fire. Not caring about any messenger or not, his eyes glared and he said angrily, "We are the disciples of the Lingxu sword sect. In the past, we had invitations to each of the Dao discussion conferences. We have already participated so many times. Don't you recognize us? We are the Lingxu sword sect. What need is there for an invitation to attend a Dao discussion conference?" The messenger had a greasy look on his face and just shook his head. "I'm sorry, no matter who you are, those who participate in the discourse assembly must have an invitation. No one is allowed to enter without an invitation." Yu Shuanger's anger surged and she stepped forward and said angrily, "We've been invited to every discourse assembly, and we didn't receive an invitation this time. So it must be because you guys missed it. Why don't you let us in if you don't take things seriously?" The messenger remained unperturbed and said lightly, "Sorry, no entry without an invitation. Please return." Chapter 70. The entire audience mocked. The sword sect has also become like beggars? The Lingxu sword sect just couldn't enter the gate after all the good talk. The messenger's arm reached out and stopped them directly outside the door, and for a moment they could not enter or leave. Lu Lingli anxiously stomped her feet, and as she saw that more and more people were noticing this scene and coming over onlookers, she was gritting her teeth, feeling incomparably humiliated. Her eyes were red with anger and she stepped forward to break with the messenger. The elders at the side were afraid that things would get out of hand and hurriedly stopped her, their faces piled with smiles as they explained to the messenger, "Emissary, I'm really sorry. The disciple is slightly agitated. Please don't mind. The Lingxu sword sect has participated in the conference so many times, so naturally we know the rules, but we really didn't lie. The reason why we didn't receive an invitation this time should be that the Holy Land was busy with business and forgot to give us the invitation in advance. Can you see if we can be accommodating?" The messenger looked up at him, still shaking his head in a businesslike manner. "Sorry, rules are rules. Those who do not have invitations cannot enter, so please go back." The elder stuttered, his face going green and white for a while, his entire body embarrassed. On the side, Lu Lingli Yushuanger was even more instantly furious and jumped to her feet. This scene fell into the eyes, immediately causing the many forces around to snicker. What a load of mist. These guys are really good at making excuses. Ha ha, this is too funny. You don't have an invitation and have to come to join in the fun. Can people from the Tai Ching Holy Land spoil you? To really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Lingxu sword sect? Ridiculous. TSK. I had heard that the people of the Lingxu sword sect are not quite right in the head, but now it seems that they are true to their name. The crowd was murmuring, all bloating and looking like they were watching a good show. Li Che turned around to see this scene and was also a bit surprised. He hadn't really expected that to happen. In his memory, at this time in his previous life, it was the Lingxu sword sect that received the invitation, while the Daoi sword sect was not invited. I didn't realize it was the other way around now. Is it because of me that this has changed? Li Che's thoughts turned inwardly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the furious appearance of Lu Lingli's few people. This is just the beginning. Lu Lingli Yushuanger was originally a little in and out, and at this time, when she noticed the taunting and mocking gazes, the whole person was about to go crazy with anger. The two men were trembling with anger and inwardly cursing. Asshole! God damn it! God damn it! Lu Lingli had just wanted to see the Daoi sword sect laugh, waiting to see Li Che and the others in a sorry state when they were stopped from entering. But he didn't expect that the Daoi sword sect went in, and as a result, he himself was stopped instead. Countless forces from dozens of continents had converged, and all of them had successfully entered the Tai Ching Holy Land. Only they, the Lingxu sword sect, as the top power in the southern continent, were stopped and couldn't even enter a gate, simply disgracing all their faces. Damn the Tai Ching Holy Land! Damn Li Che! Zhao Yuanzhen likewise had an extremely ugly face. He had painstakingly planned and obtained the qualification to attend this event through the Lingxu sword sect with great difficulty, and he had come here for the great opportunity in the Tai Ching Holy Land. With his natural talent, he was confident that he would be able to obtain heavenly benefits in this Tao Discourse Assembly and soar to the heavens. But now you can't even get in the door. It's all talk. Even if there was a great chance, it had nothing to do with him at all. Full of confidence to come, the result is about to come to the duck is about to fly. But also in the way of the identity of the devil clan dare not cause the attention of the Holy Land of Tai Ching. Zhao Yuansen is stifled and angry. In the heart of the crazy roar, just feel a mouthful of old blood blocked in the chest, simply about to explode with anger. What a bunch of losers. If you can't even get an invitation, you simply deserve to be devoured by me. Zhao Yuansen couldn't stop complaining about Si Ruyan, Lu Lingli and the others in his heart. The top power cannot even get an invitation. What face to survive in the world? Simply go to death. The elders on the side were also filled with embarrassment. He was at least a long famous and powerful figure. As a result, now in front of so many old friends, he was stopped here and couldn't enter the gate. It's just so humiliating and embarrassing. Go! The Lingxu sword sect elder's face turned red, and seeing that the messenger would not release him, he shook his head and turned around, intending to lead his people away. But Lu Lingli Yushuang lost such a big person. No matter what, she was not willing to just leave in disgrace. Staring viciously at the messenger, threatening in an angry voice, the hallowed Tai Ching Holy Land turns out to be nothing more than people with no eyes. I, Lingxu Sword Sect, came to participate in the Dao discussion conference to give you face. You even stopped people at the door and didn't let them in. Aren't you afraid of being mocked by the people of the world if this is spread out? Or is the so-called Holy Land nothing more than a bully? Lu Lingli hadn't finished her harsh words. An old voice with a sense of displeasure came out from the depths of the Holy Land. All right, the assembly is approaching. What's the point of making noise here? As the words fell, an old figure emerged from the depths of the Holy Land. Although he looks old, but the lingering breath is extremely terrifying. Eyes open and close between the essence of the light bloom. Just as soon as he appeared, there is a spreading horror of the pressure shrouded the whole field, so that people breathe for a stagnation. Elder. The middle-aged messenger immediately bowed in a respectful manner. The elder lightly glanced at the several people from the Lingxu sword sect, his face full of displeasure as he commanded. The convention is about to begin. There's no time to dwell here. Let them in. The messenger nodded his head and his body directly retreated to the side, no longer blocking the way. Can you get in? Hearing that this elder had agreed to allow himself and the others to enter, Lu Lingli Yushwanger's several people's eyes lit up with joyful expressions, and they hurriedly bowed to thank him. Thank you, elder. That elder's face wore a displeased look as he let out a cold snort and warned. This is the first and only time. If you don't have an invitation, don't put it together hard, like a beggar. It's a disgrace. His eyes glared, the light in his pale eyes flickered, and the terrifying aura that covered the sky set him off as if he were a lord. His majesty was supreme. Don't let there be a next time, or else I won't blame me for being impolite to your Lingxu sword sect. It's elder. We know. Being threatened in front of their faces, Lu Lingli's several people immediately had ugly faces and their teeth were clenched, but under that stern gaze, several people could only force themselves to endure it and honestly nod their heads. They are arrogant, but they are not cuties after all. This old man was ridiculously strong, and at first glance, he was an existence that could not be messed with. Even if the other party pointed his nose at him and scolded him, he had to listen honestly and didn't even dare to let out a fart. Put. Ha ha ha, is this a face-changing stunt? It's so funny. That's right. Where is that arrogant and cocky energy just now? In the front, many forces saw this scene and immediately erupted into uncontrollable snickers. Li Che similarly shook his head and sneered. When Lu Lingli Yushwanger heard the crowd snorting and laughing, her face suddenly turned green and white with anger and embarrassment. Zhou Wansen raised his head just in time to see the crowd's reaction. That gaze of contemptuous sneer, which included him along with it, made him practically explode with anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn! All of you deserve to die. Zhao Yuansen swore that he had never been so humiliated as he was today. He was the holy son of the hallowed Wuji demon sect, high above the world, controlling the life and death of countless people. How had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? At this moment, hatred set off shocking waves in the bottom of his heart, and even more so, it bred a crazy killing intent. He hated Si Ruyan, he hated Lu Lingli Yushwanger, he hated these guys who laughed at him, and he hated everyone under the sun. When I, the peerless devil sect, rise to power, I will make sure that all of you are begging for life and death. I'm going to make you all pay. Zhao Yuansen roared madly in his heart. Chapter 71, Star-Crossed Li Che, Lingxu Sword Sect Jealousy, the Holy Land of Tai Ching. As the storm at the gate ended, all the forces stopped waiting and fishtailed into the eyes of a cave-like and beautiful scene. The aura was so thick that it seemed to be turning into mist, and there was even a sense of wetness on the face. Immortal mist is hazy and pavilions are dotted among them. Green grass crystal, ancient trees in the sky, exotic flowers and grasses compete for color. There are spiritual birds flying, rare beasts running away. There is even a divine spring milieu flow, releasing a huge life essence. Everything I saw was magnificent and mysterious, like another world. Wow, it's so beautiful here too. isn't it? As they traveled along, Su Baiwei's eyes glowed, a small head constantly turning, her eyes dazzled. What a rich heaven and earth aura! Grand Elder Chen Tianyang was also in awe. Not only them, including the many people from the forces that came in together, all of them were in awe and amazement. Obviously, as the Taiching Holy Land was a giant that pressed across the world, the abundance of its resources was far from comparable even to the many top-tier forces. Even the previously wild and arrogant Lu Lingli, several people were quite honest at this time. It was really astonished by the depths of the Taiching Holy Land. Only Zhao Yuansen, whose gaze grew hotter and hotter, the greed in the depths of his eyes could barely be suppressed. There are so many good things in the Taiching Holy Land. This time, we must seize the opportunity to obtain more great chances. He looked around greedily, itching to devour the entirety of the Taiching Holy Land. Of course, just think about it. Under the guidance of the Taichung Holy Land, he headed to stop at a misty Immortal Mountain. The Immortal Mountain is towering and majestic, with waterfalls flowing down the mountainside, stirring up water mist that shines with 7 colors in the sunlight, looking beautiful. Coming before the cliff, the receiver stopped and smiled. The Holy Land has prepared spiritual fruits and fragrant tea for all of you, so please take your seats. With that, a Taiching Holy Land disciple appeared and led the crowd to the arranged location. Fellow Taoists of the Dawi Sword Sect, please follow me. Li Che and the others followed the guidance of this Taiching disciple all the way to the location of the Dawi Sword Sect, only to realize that this place was surprisingly very forward, almost considered the most important center area. At the same time, it was also a status symbol among the countless forces in these tens of continents. Next to them were either behemoths like the Great Diffusion God Dynasty and the Violet Sun Sacred Sect, or powerful forces like the Baikang Sect that monopolized a small continent. This showed the importance that the Taiching Holy Land placed on the Dawi Sword Sect. Had, Saint's son, we've been in your good graces today. Grand Elder Chen Tianyang was old enough to understand in an instant that the reason they were able to sit so far forward was entirely because of Li Che. Su Baiwei was also agitated. On the contrary, Li Che was unperturbed and his expression remained calm. With just a faint smile, he greeted the two of them and sat down, quietly waiting for the discourse conference to begin. In the back where they could barely see, the two of them, Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger, had a stifled look on their faces and were close to jumping out of breath. Damn it, the Taiching Holy Land is also looking down on people too much, even arranging us in this kind of nooks and crannies of Gara. This is simply an insult to our Lingxu sword sect. I really want to go up there and fight them. Yu Shuanger shrieked in shock, with a look of being greatly insulted, her eyes blazing. Compared to the Dawi sword sect, at this moment, a few people from the Lingxu sword sect were placed in a small corner located almost at the very back. Don't even talk about showing your face in front of people. You almost can't even see the view of the convention in front of you. The only way to see a little bit of the back of the head of several people from the Dao One sword sect was to vaguely and vigorously look. This, on the contrary, made Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger more and more suffocated. A breath of air clogged in his chest could not come up and go down, simply to die of anger. That's right, are those disciples blind? To lead us here? No, I'm going to get them properly. Lu Lingli's pretty face was gloomy, her beautiful eyes flooded with suppressed anger, and with that, she wanted to go and find the disciples of the Taichung Holy Land to argue. Come on, all of you, cut it out. The elder leading the group frowned and glanced at the chattering duo, reaching out to stop them, his tone light. We don't have an invitation after all. It's good enough to let us in, and you want to give up someone else's spot. Is that possible? He said this on his lips, but this elder also had a hard time in his heart. When he looked at the scene in front of him where many forces were exchanging with each other and the atmosphere was hot, his heart was lost for a while. I thought that at the beginning, their Lingxu sword sect was also a well-known top strength in the southern continent, and wherever they went, they were admired by millions of people, all of them admiring them, and all of them courting the stars. But how long has it been now? The Lingxu sword sect suffered blows one after another, with many disciples killed in battle, a great loss of strength, and their prestige was completely trampled underfoot, falling to the ground, wherever you go, not to mention the stars, and even everyone is avoided. Fear of contamination. It was as if they were some kind of calamity, like avoiding snakes and scorpions. How did it come to this? Thinking of this, his gaze subconsciously looked toward the figure at the very front, sitting cross-legged, Li Che. It seemed that all the recent changes and the decline of the Lingxu sword sect, it all started when this eldest brother was expelled from the clan. Alas, the elder couldn't help but sigh, and then looked at Lu Lingli and the others around him who were still complaining incessantly, suddenly feeling a bit disheartened. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger were unaware of the elder's thoughts. After being stopped by the elder, the two of them were still full of grievances and sat in their seats with cold faces, still chattering and complaining. Just then, dang, Dang! A dull sound suddenly rang out, like the beating of a war drum, as if it were a heartbeat. The wind and clouds in the sky and the earth suddenly changed. The original 10,000 miles of clear sky suddenly converged, the clouds tumbling between. The divine light blossomed. The rolling murderous gas filled the sky and the earth, which contains the biting killing machine simply to make people's skin crack. The heart and soul cannot help but trembling. What's going on? The voices of some of the weaker younger generations present trembled and were filled with fear. Even those powerhouses with high cultivation levels subconsciously stood up and looked ahead with a grave gaze. The eyes of the crowd were watching. Endless clouds rolled over, and a figure with an endless ironic and murderous aura descended, sitting on top of the mountain. He looked middle-aged, with a square and ancient face, black hair like a waterfall, an athletic torso, and a pair of essence-flashing eyes that opened and closed, transmitting a heart-stopping majestic aura. It's Xianlai King. He actually appeared in person. King Xianlai was already a sacred realm existence a long time ago, and now that 100 years have passed, his cultivation has become more and more unfathomable. Wasn't he on the front lines of the southern continent resisting the demons? Why has he suddenly returned? Many of the older generation figures recognized the identity of the visitor, and their faces immediately flushed. Grand Elder. This king, what's his name? Is he very powerful? Subaiwei's small face was slightly white, but she subconsciously inquired. Li Che, who was on the side, was hardly affected by it, but he also looked over curiously. The moment this Xianlai King had just appeared, he instantly sensed the endless killing intent stirring, and the horrifying scene of endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, with demons falling like rain, vaguely appeared before his eyes. Lingering, regal, and then, vaguely affectionate. That was the induction of seeing his kind after he had guarded the demon cave for 100 years and fought against countless demons. Chapter 72, Southern State Battlefield. Levy Crusade imminent? You all know about the demon raging in the beginning, and then being suppressed in the demon cave by the combined efforts of many forces. However, when the foreign demons wreaked havoc, it wasn't just the southern continent, but the entire world. Except that the southern continent took the lead in completing the suppression of the demons, which allowed it to gain 100 years of peace and stability. And the rest of the world, there are still demons constantly wreaking havoc. That's why the three great holy lands, including the Taiching Holy Land, have been working on resisting the extermination of demons all these years. And Shui Xianlai is a great figure sitting on the battlefield. The Grand Elder's voice was low, patiently explaining to Su Baiwei. Choi Hyun Yeol, a top Saint Realm powerhouse, one of the elders of the Taiching Sacred Land, and at the same time, one of the great figures sitting on the frontline battlefield of the southern continent, known as the Xianlai King, under the long-term battle with demons. I don't know how much blood has been stained. At this moment, when he just showed up, he immediately subdued everyone present, especially that pair of sharp as a sword eyes. It was even more regal to the extreme. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help but feel a stinging pain in their eyes, only to feel the infinite killing intent coming to the surface. For a time, many of the younger generation were trembling with fear, their bodies chilling all over in front of that terrifying aura. Li Che felt something in his heart and subconsciously looked over, right into the Xianlai King's sharp and regal eyes. I wonder if it's an illusion. Li Che seemed to see that the ice-cold-looking Xianlai Wang seemed to smile at himself. Without waiting for him to think about it, the people who had returned to their senses were already saluting. Greetings to King Xianlai. Whether it was the younger generation or those old generation powerhouses, all of them looked respectful. Xianlai Wang is not only strong in his own cultivation, but at the same time, he has been suppressing demons for a long time and maintaining the stability of the world. So it can be said that he deserves the respect of all the people in the world. There's no need to be polite, fellow Taoists. Xianlai Wang acted crisply, reached out his hand and pressed it, letting the crowd sit down. And then he didn't talk nonsense and opened his mouth directly. A loud and thick voice resounded in everyone's ears. First of all, on behalf of the Taichung Holy Land, I would like to welcome all of you. The Discourse Assembly is held once every 10 years, mainly to invite all of you to sit and discuss the Tao and exchange your cultivation experiences with each other, but also to take this opportunity to explain to all of you in the world about the status of the frontline fight against the demons, in order to put the world's mind at ease. Speaking of this, his gaze sank down, and the aura that had just calmed down once again boiled harshly. But now, the situation has changed, so perhaps the situation of the discourse will have to be put aside for now, and I'm going to tell you all about something else first. Could it be? Seeing him look solemn, except for some of the young people who were still a bit bewildered. The many old generation powerhouses present had already reacted, and some bad guesses surged up in their hearts, all of them changing their faces. King Xianlai, could it be that something has gone wrong on the frontline battlefield? A strong man rose to inquire. Looking astonished, King Xianlai nodded and said in a deep voice. Nice. Gentlemen, nowadays the demons are once again showing signs of resurgence after a great battle 100 years ago. Even though we have fought to strangle and suppress them over the years, the demons have instead become more and more rampant as time passes. And even now, Fengya Prefecture, which is next door to the southern continent, has already been occupied by the ancient demons and has completely fallen. When these words came out, many people completely changed their faces. Demons still exist. They all know. But these years the Holy Land suppression strangulation remnants of demons, while the southern continent of the major top forces are suppressing the Devil's Cave. To prevent it to take advantage of the opportunity to rebel, the two cooperate with each other. Originally thought that the demon can be gradually completely eliminated. But now, there was an accident. Even the Fengya Prefecture had completely fallen and was completely occupied by demons. Although Fengya Zhou was only a small state, completely incomparable to the vast and boundless southern continent, it was at least a complete region with countless living beings and many experts. And now it's still no match for the demon? In an instant, murmurs arose, and countless people's faces were flooded with astonishment and shock. Gentlemen, King Xianlai let out a shocking shout, suppressing the somewhat tumultuous crowd. His gaze was heavy as he scanned the crowd and slowly said, the situation is grim today. The demons are attacking the southern continent after taking over Fengya Prefecture and using it as their home base, intending to collaborate with the demons in the Devil's Cave to wreak havoc on the world. Nowadays, on the frontline battlefield of the southern continent, the three holy lands, including my Taiching Holy Land, are no longer enough to resist the increasingly powerful demons. We need all the great Dao unions in the world to send their manpower to defend against the demons together. When these words came out, there was a commotion. Everyone was in an uproar. One was shocked at the gravity of the situation, while on the other hand, it was a matter of luck and reluctance to send men to the battlefield. After all, there were countless demons in the battlefield, all of which were ferocious and tyrannical and strong. If we send people out on a journey, it will definitely be 9 deaths, and the strength of the sect will definitely be greatly affected at that time. King Xianlai, it's not that we are unwilling to join in the fight against the demons. It's really because our clan has spent countless efforts in suppressing the demon cave nowadays, and we really can't do anything about it. Someone's face flushed with embarrassment. As his words fell, others responded. That's right, it's everyone's responsibility to fight against the demons. But if our internal emptiness leads to a riot in the Devil's Cave and gives the demons a chance to take advantage of it, we will become the world's sinners. I don't think the state of affairs may be as serious as all that, but shall we discuss it again sometime later? We are but small clans. We don't have the strength to join if we want to. The crowd spoke up. To put it bluntly, the meaning is that the heart is lucky, not wanting to deplete its own power, wanting to let a few holy places rush to the forefront, and then hold on. Humph. A cold humming sound like thunder rang out, instantly causing the crowd's hearts and minds to tremble. The whole room was silent. Cui Xianlai's sharp gaze swept across the entire field. His aura was intriguing, and his huge, horrifying and terrifying aura was undisguisedly displayed, filling the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Gentlemen, I want you to be clear. I am, now, not asking for your opinion, but an order. The conquest is imminent. Otherwise, if we allow the demons to break through the defense line and release the demon cave demons, and with both sides working together inside and outside, the world will surely be in for another catastrophe. Cui Xuanlia's voice was like thunder. The voice was full of dominance and unquestioning. For a while, everyone was silent, and all of them had shifting faces as they kept thinking. Occasionally, someone whispers a discussion with the person next to them, in the direction of the Lingxu sword sect. When they heard this news, everyone's faces changed wildly, and a few young people, Lu Lingli, even nearly jumped up in shock. Are you kidding me? Demons attacked the southern continent. Let a few holy lands top it. What are we being conscripted for? They are a holy place. Isn't it their responsibility to guard the world? Lu Lingli looked anxious, not willing to respond to the draft at all. Just kidding. They were the personal disciples of the Lingxu sword sect's patriarch, with a brilliant and incomparable future. How could they possibly go up to the front line to fight with the demons? What if you get hurt? Yu Shuang'er pouted her lips, not hiding her dissatisfaction. Demons attacking the southern continent. Isn't that a long way from hitting in? And the conscription should be for those who are old enough to go first. I'm not going to fight those demons. Those demons are disgusting one by one. And when the time comes to fight with the demons, dirty as beggars, it also affects the image too much. Demons have terrorized the living world. So let the living world fight against the demons. Why should our Lingxu sword sect go? Zhou Wanson was also resistant. He was the holy son of the Wuji demon sect, and he was asked to fight against the demons and guard the living world? It's simply a slip of the tongue. The elder was emboldened and furious when he heard a few people venting their grievances without a care in the world. Keep your voices down. Really think the one up there is deaf? Saying that, he cautiously looked towards the front, and he happened to meet Cui Xuanli's icy gaze, and he was suddenly jolted and hurriedly lowered his head. Humph. Cui Xianlai let out a cold snort and looked at the Lingxu sword sect's faces full of resistance and reluctance. His eyes filled with coldness. Chapter 73 Xianlai Wang personally invited? What a treatment! At the cliffs, the divine spring waterfalls flowed in dense mist enveloped the area. The faces of the many forces below were all shifting and talking. Cui Xianlai knew that the crowd needed some time to digest this information, so he didn't rush them and let them ponder and deliberate. For himself, he turned his gaze to a young figure in the crowd. A faintly unrecognizable smile surfaced on the raw face. It's not looking good. At the Daoi sword sect, the atmosphere was also grave. The Grand Elder's brows tightened, his eyes constantly shifting as he couldn't help but let out a sigh. From Xianlai Wang's unquestionable attitude just now, Chen Tianyang could already tell a lot. He knew that if the situation hadn't already been a crisis to a certain point, the Taiqing Holy Land wouldn't have issued such a mandatory conscription order. After all, such a large-scale conscription, once the news spreads, it will inevitably cause the world to shake, and countless people will be on edge, which is extremely unfavorable to the stability of the world. But the Holy Land of Taiqing still did so. One could only say that perhaps the frontline demonic attack was more severe than the people present had imagined. It's an eventful time. A storm is coming. Chen Tianyang let out a sigh. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Li Che and inquired, Saint's son, what do you think about the conscription order from the Taiqing Holy Land? Su Baiwei's pair of beautiful eyes also looked over. Li Che's eyes were as bright as stars, with raging battle intent flickering in them. The conscription order has been issued, so answer the call and head to the battlefield to fight the demons. As Southern Continent cultivators, we can't avoid it. He smiled proudly, and his voice took on a hint of killing intent. Since the demons are unsettled, let's give them a headache and thoroughly beat them up or even eliminate them, and the crisis will naturally be solved. Hearing this, Su Baiwei also nodded her head, clearly supporting Li Che's decision. Demons are attacking the Southern Continent, and if we Southern Continent cultivators can't actively resist and suppress and destroy the demons, then when the demons break through the defenses and rush into the Southern Continent, we'll still inevitably have to confront the demons head-on. Even at that time, the losses in Southern Continent will be even heavier. The Grand Elder was slightly surprised. The many young people who were sitting there just now, when they heard that they had to go to the front line to fight with the demons, all of them subconsciously showed scorn and even fear in their eyes. But Li Che was so calm, not afraid or panicked in the slightest. It even looked vaguely like a leap of faith. Yes, worthy of being the holy son of my Daoi sword sect, he has a lot of guts and courage. But it's the old man who is a bit intimidated. The Grand Elder was very unrestrained, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Originally, according to his idea, even if the Daoi sword sect wanted to send someone to participate in the war, they could not allow a disciple with an unparalleled talent like Li Che to go to the battlefield, but instead stayed behind in the sect and cultivated intensely. But now it seemed that a mere demon was not enough to make him cower. Perhaps it was this kind of unrelenting vigor that could create a supreme heavenly pride like Li Che. But he didn't know that. Li Che had been reborn once and had already known that there would be such a thing, having experienced it in his previous life. Even he knew that although the demon was ferocious and incomparable, using Feng Yazhou as its home base and frantically attacking the Southern Continent, the end result was still a failure, and the Southern Continent still won, successfully suppressing the demon. So he didn't panic at all, even vaguely somewhat eager to want to use this as an opportunity to properly sharpen their cultivation aptitude after the metamorphosis. Take the demon as a whetstone. With this in mind, Li Che immediately got up and looked towards Cui Xianlai, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain cliff, and said aloud, King Xianlai, my Daoi sword sect would like to send people to the front lines to fight against the demons. The crowd's murmurs stalled, and everyone looked up at Li Che. After a few moments of silence, one person after another rose to their feet, anon voices ringing out, ha ha, if a young man has such vigor, what does it look like for these old men like us to still cower? I, the great diffusion god dynasty, am willing to go on a conquest. That's right, fighting against demons is our duty. The Violet Sun Sacred Sect is willing to participate in the war. No egg is left intact when the nest is overturned. I, Baixong Sect, would like to cut down the demons and remove the devils. The Xuanji lineage is willing to contribute to the world. With the Dao One Sword Sect taking the lead, one power after another nodded in agreement. They've also figured it out. In today's situation, with the demons rampant and the Taiqing Holy Land issuing a mandatory conscription order, there was nothing they could do even if they didn't want to agree. In that case, let's do it right. For a while, the crowd responded. Even the Lingxu sword sect, even if they were reluctant, could not defy the general trend and could only agree helplessly. Yes, since this is the case, this king will once again thank you all for your colleagues' willingness to stand up for the people of the world. With our concerted efforts, we will be able to eliminate the demons and return peace to heaven and earth. Qianlai Wang's thick voice resounded, and a strong killing aura enveloped the entire field, instantly stirring up the fighting spirit of the crowd, and for a time, the scorn towards the demons was weakened by a lot. The atmosphere in the meeting room was not as gloomy as it had been at the beginning. Then King Qianlai's gaze looked towards Li Che, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes, and much softness was seen in his cold and hard voice. I heard that you left the Lingxu sword sect, how's it going? King Qianlai is talking to Li Che? Upon seeing this scene, the many forces were astonished and subconsciously looked at Li Che. Not only was King Qianlai's cultivation strong, but he was also an elder of the Tai Ching Holy Land, a top-notch big shot who sat on the front lines and killed countless demons. But he would even pay attention to a young man? As if he could see the doubts of the crowd, King Qianlai smiled faintly and said, although I didn't know Li Che before, I was nevertheless paying attention to him for a long time. To enter the demon cave alone at the age of 20 and fight against countless demons for 100 years. Such a feat, even many of the older generation powerhouses may not be able to do it. This boldness of heart alone is worthy of my attention. Speaking of which, the two of us are still considered comrades in arms for the same reason of fighting demons. At the end of his words, King Qianlai laughed out loud. Only then did the crowd understand. And for a moment, they were envious of Li Che. Being able to get the personal attention of a great person like King Qianlai was a supreme honor for any young man. Li Che drifted off, and finally understood why a trace of strange sensation had risen in his heart when he saw King Qianlai just now. Only because in a sense, the two are of the same kind. On their bodies, they were all stained with the blood of countless demons. He smiled. Indeed, he left the Lingxu sword sect. As for how not to have to guard the devil's cave, that is certainly a lot easier. It feels like unloading a heavy burden. The whole person is permeable. King Qianlai's gaze glanced in the direction of the Lingxu sword sect and opened his mouth. Well, it's good to be gone. To you, the Lingxu sword sect is a quagmire that can only confine you, nothing more than a quagmire. And instead of helping you cultivate better, it will slow down your progress and bury your talent. If you're interested, you can come to my Tai Ching Holy Land if you want. I welcome you on behalf of the Tai Ching Holy Land. The crowd was in an uproar when these words came out. Although he could tell that King Qianlai valued Li Che, he didn't expect him to value him so much. And these words were practically the equivalent of a bright and open invitation to poach someone. That's the Holy Land of Tai Ching. I don't know how many young people broke their heads trying to worship in it without a chance. Li Che was good, and the king of Qianlai personally invited him. On the other hand, Lu Lingli's few people were gloomy and their faces were unsightly. King Qianlai's words were spoken without any ceremony, simply slapping the Lingxu sword sect's face in front of everyone. Snapping, not leaving them any face. This made several people extremely angry in their hearts. But when King Qianlai's careless glance swept over, Lu Lingli's several people immediately turned pale and scared. Not to mention angry and furious, they even subconsciously shrunk their bodies, fearing that Qianlai Wang would find them in trouble. Chapter 74, Stunned. Shocking sword intent is actually Li Che? The crowd was filled with envy as King Qianlai personally invited them. Grand Elders Chen Tianyang and Su Baiwei were even tighter in their hearts as they subconsciously looked towards Li Che, their faces filled with nervousness. That's the Holy Land of Tai Ching. Although the Dawi sword sect was powerful, it was far from being able to compare to the Holy Land. Looking at the two of them with a nervous look on their faces, Li Che smiled and rubbed Su Baiwei's little head before speaking to King Qianlai. I appreciate King Qianlai's kindness, but I'm fine in the Dawi sword sect now, and I have no other plans for the time being. As for the matter of fighting against the demons, we will also join the Dawi sword sect in stepping into the front lines to fight against the demons. Hearing his answer, the two of them, Chen Tianyang and Su Baiwei's faces were instantly relieved and filled with smiles. King Qianlai didn't take his rejection seriously, but instead nodded, growing more and more satisfied. Then laughed. Speaking of the fight against the demons, I do have you to thank for that. The people in the room were stunned at what that meant. Qianlai Wan was the one who sat on the frontline battlefields of the southern continent for years, fighting against countless ancient demons. Could it be that Li Che could still be of any help to him? It's hard for these two to cross paths, either should they. For a moment, the crowd pricked up their ears and listened quietly. Li Che was also a bit puzzled. He himself hadn't crossed paths with the Qianlai king before, so why was he thanking him? King Qianlai laughed. Just a short while ago, the demons on the front line of the southern continent attacked ferociously, and it was extremely difficult for our three holy lands to resist. The situation is critical and somewhat tricky. But right then, there was suddenly a heaven-shaking terrifying sword intent erupting from the direction of the southern continent, so vast that it pressed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the terrifying sword intent contained within it was so overwhelming that it shocked us all at the time, instantly deterring countless demons and causing them to disrupt their formations, giving us the chance to counterattack, giving the demons a heavy defeat and winning a great victory. The light in his eyes flickered and he smiled. If I'm not mistaken, that terrifying sword intent, it should have come from you, right? It was doubtful, but in his heart he was sure of it. The aura on that sword intent was exactly the same as Li Che. What? That terrifying sword intent that swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands before was actually emitted by Li Che? Could King Xianlai be mistaken? When I was facing that sword intent, even I felt chills running through my body, as if I was facing the might of the heavens. This is something a young man can do? That sword intent I always thought was the work of an unknown powerhouse, but it turned out to be Li Che? The whole room exploded and everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by this news with their jaws dropping, their eyes wide open, and a sense of disbelief in their eyes. When that sword intent was first created, countless people in the world had felt it. The strength and terror of it was so strong that even many long-established powerhouses were shocked by it. At that time, there were still many people making various speculations about the identity of the owner of that sword intent, but no matter how one guessed, no one would have thought it would be the work of a young man. This is simply refreshing their 3 views, so much so that many people wondered if King Xianlai had made a mistake. Indeed I did. Li Che also didn't expect that a sword intent inspired during the original 10,000 Swords Purgatory trial would affect the victory or defeat on the frontline battlefield, and was slightly stunned. Reacting, he nodded his head graciously. Seeing him admit it, the crowd was even more completely seething. Countless pairs of gazes looked over, their eyes filled with endless shock. It's really Li Che. My goodness, this is unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have even dreamed it could be like this. Such a terrifying sword intent was actually made by Li Che. Then just how powerful his talent should be. The crowd was all in an uproar, shocked beyond words. Even the Grand Diffusion Divine Dynasty's State Master and powerful people like the Violet Sun Sacred Sect's Taoist Qingxiao were stupefied and filled with shock. At such a young age, Li Che was already able to inspire such terrifying sword intent. Then when he continues to grow again, what heights will he reach? No matter what, in the future, there will definitely be a place for Li Che among the topmost powerhouses in the world. It's like I'm seeing a blazing sun rising. Li Che's achievements are no longer something we can speculate on. Even those long-famous powerhouses, at this time, their gazes towards Li Che had completely changed, not daring to look down on the juniors as seniors like before, but rather the supreme celestial pride seeds that would be enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in the future, or even surpass them. Ha ha, those of the Lingxu sword sect, these must be dumbfounded. How can you say that? I'm afraid I'm regretting it all. If anyone's clan can have Li Che, when he grows up, it will be enough to shelter the clan for countless years, standing proudly in the world, standing firm and enjoying endless glory. But I didn't expect that those guys from the Lingxu sword sect would be blind to such an extent. They really deserve their retribution. You'll have to stay away from them in the future, so you don't get influenced by them and become stupid yourself. After regaining their senses from the shock, the crowd subconsciously looked in the direction of the Lingxu sword sect. One gloated, unabashedly mocking and ridiculing, and at this moment, Lu Lingli's few people had all frozen. This news thrown out by the Xianlai king landed in the ears of Lu Lingli, Yuxuanger, Zhao Yuan's and several people and was tantamount to a shocking thunderbolt, causing them to be completely dumbfounded. That sword intent, it was actually done by Li Che? How is this possible? Lu Lingli's face was pale, muttering under her breath, and her entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken. Thinking about that sword intent at the beginning, letting Si Ruyan, who was the Lingxu sword sect patriarch, was like a great enemy, waiting in a strict line, shocked inwardly, and even when it was time to specially arrange for a few of them, they mustn't offend that mysterious strong man. Lu Lingli had also secretly pondered in her heart who that person would be, and was extremely envious and worshipful of him. The results are now known. That so-called mysterious strong man was actually Li Che? It was like the heavens had played a big joke on her. She was frozen, and inside she simply didn't want to believe this. But no matter how much she deceived herself, she knew very well in her heart that it was all true. Xianlai Wang. It was impossible to make such a joke in front of so many people. Yu Shuanger had also long been dumbfounded. Li Che is actually this powerful? She subconsciously looked at the figure in front of her that was laughing and joking with King Xianlai, and was dumbfounded. In her eyes, Li Che was that good old man who was obedient to herself and would fulfill any request she had. And even after getting used to it, she had long since treated Li Che as a subordinate who was at her beck and call. Until this point, it turned out that Li Che was actually so dazzling and radiant. Chapter 75. Zhao Yuansen is badly jealous. Taishuang Divine Dynasty's mockery? Li Che really is a sinister villain. He definitely did it on purpose. He definitely hid his cultivation before. Zhao Yuansen was practically crazy with jealousy. Why could Li Che have such a terrifying natural talent? He, Zhao Yuansen, was the holy son of the peerless devil sect, and should have been worshipped by millions of people. So why was the person with the boundless scenery Li Che? While gritting his teeth, there was even a deep sense of scorn in his eyes. Previously, he was still wondering that he had sent an expert like the protector of the no-limit demon sect to go after Li Che, but as a result of the surefire arrangement, he ended up failing in his mission, and the protector was also killed back by Li Che. Now, it seemed that Li Che was far more powerful than he had imagined. Li Che, you deserve to die. Why do you exist in this world? Zhao Yuansen's insides roared madly, his boundless jealousy practically bursting through his sanity. For a while, the faces of several people from the Lingxu sword sect were unsightly, and each of them had a look of disbelief. Even that elder, even though he had always known that Li Che was excellent, he had never expected it. One still underestimated Li Che. Li Che was surprisingly excellent to this extent. King Xianlai's gaze faintly swept over the Lingxu sword sect, and when he saw that Lu Lingli and the others were all disoriented, a cold smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Humph, there's nothing more to it than having eyes. After a cold snort, King Xianlai no longer stayed. He got up and looked at the crowd and spoke. Gentlemen, I am almost done with what I have to convey, so I will not be entertained. The next discourse assembly will continue, and the chances under the Black Cliff will all depend on each of you to fight for them. So I hope everyone will return satisfied. All the people present at once rose and bowed, saying, greetings to King Xianlai. When the figure on the cliff left, a clamor rose around them. Fengye fell, and an army of demons attacked the southern continent. The three holy places resisted with difficulty and had to enlist the forces of the world in the war. The identity of the owner of that earth-shattering sword intent was revealed, and it turned out to be this one young man, Li Che. This is enough to shake the heart and soul. Not to mention back-to-back appearances in a short period of time. If it wasn't for King Xianlai's pressure, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to hold back from blowing up the pot. And at this moment, once King Xianlai left, the crowd couldn't hold back any longer, and there was a great deal of discussion. The draft has come down. What's next? That's right, our clan is still suppressing a demonic cave. It's already extremely strenuous. This if we pull out another strong person to go to the battlefield, the pressure on the clan will be even more enormous. Ugh, it can't be helped. The demons are ferocious. Every power can't do it alone. Each of them should think of a way. At the mention of demons and conscription orders, all the people looked grave and frowned. There was constant chatter amongst each other. As for the Daoi sword sect side, Su Baiwei was asking Li Che about it with a curious expression on her face. Senior brother, what exactly is this Black Cliff chance that King Xianlai was talking about just now? Black Cliff chance. Li Che subconsciously looked towards the arcane cliffs in front of him and introduced himself with a smile. The greatest benefit of this so-called discourse assembly is where this mountain cliff is located in front of us. It's said that the Black Cliff hides the same godless soldier from the Tai Ching Holy Land, which can wash the divine soul, cause people to fall into a state of epiphany, and enhance their cultivation base. The longer one persists in this state, the more benefits one can obtain. It can be called the same supreme chance. With a slight smile, he reached out and pointed at the many forces around him, explaining, the fundamental reason why the people of the world will rush to the discourse conference lies with this. As he said that, he gazed towards the Black Cliff, a slight trance before his eyes. In his previous life, because of him, the Lingxu sword sect would receive invitations to every discourse assembly, where they would obtain all sorts of opportunities. But it never had anything to do with him. He could only be alone in the Devil's Cave, fighting bloody battles with endless demons. Even though he later came out from the Devil's Cave, he himself was locked into the forbidden place in the back of the mountain by Si Ruyan, enduring endless pain and suffering, while the Lingxu sword sect reaped numerous benefits and continued to grow stronger because of him, including Zhao Yuansen, who had also gained great opportunities in this Tao Discourse Conference, thus soaring to the heavens. Now that I think about it, it's all simply ironic. This time, everything will be different. What belongs to me, no one will take away. Thinking of this, Li Che's gaze looked toward where the Lingxu sword sect was, and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Su Baiwei didn't notice his abnormality and was still marveling over Black Cliff. The legendary godless soldier? This is too powerful. I'd like to see it later. She had a look of curious anticipation on her face, right in the middle of their conversation. The surrounding crowd's discussion also shifted from the demons and the conscription order to Li Che. The gazes looking in the direction of the Daoi sword sect were all in awe. That said, that sword chi was actually made by Li Che. I was really stunned when I heard the news just now. Yeah, well, who would have thought of that? You guys, was that sword chi really inspired by Li Che? King Xianlai himself said it, and Li Che also admitted it. How can this be false? It's also true that Li Che is, after all, a supreme genius who has been suppressing his generation in the world for millions of years, and having this deed is shocking, but it's quite acceptable. The crowd's words were filled with praise and admiration for Li Che. However, just at this moment, a somewhat untimely voice suddenly rang out in the field. Humph, that's ridiculous. Just a lost dog who betrayed his master, and deserves to be bragged about by you guys like that? What kind of absolute heavenly pride is this? But just a small person who eats out of his own house. When these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent. Everyone was in a daze, filled with confusion. No, who's got such a big mouth? You don't even put Li Che in your eyes. So brave? Dao First Elder Chen Tianyang's face turned cold. His eyes flashed with a sharp and cold light as he instantly looked over in the direction the voice came from. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes with an arrogant demeanor slowly walked in. Who is this guy? Looking at the attire on him, he seems to be from the Taiwanshuang Divine Dynasty? The Tai Wasteland Divine Dynasty? I think I've heard of it. It should be a dynasty of a small, remote state. It's the Eastern Yu Prefecture. There aren't many experts and it's far from being able to compare to the southern continent. But the Tai Wasteland Divine Dynasty is exclusive to one state and is more or less a top-tier power. Was this the little Yakuza who just mouthed off? The people present were all people with exceptional eyesight, and someone soon recognized the young man's origin. But that's what made each face look even more strange. But a guy from a small place. How dare he look down on Li Che, and make a big deal out of it on an occasion like this where a group of heroes are gathered? I really don't know whether to call him courageous or just brain-dead. For a while, the crowd all showed a look of watching the show. He was unaware of the crowd's thoughts. Seeing that the gazes of the crowd were all gathered on himself, a hint of complacency flashed in He's eyes, subconsciously straightening his waist and lifting his chin up in a haughty manner. He was the crown prince of the Tai Wasteland Divine Dynasty. The status of this is honored, coupled with their own outstanding talent. Since childhood by all the favor, he was arrogant and domineering in East Yuzhou, lawless and used to being arrogant and reckless. Doesn't give a damn about Nanzhou. It's okay to be late for the discourse conference. Only as soon as he arrived at the venue, he heard the crowd lavishly praising Li Che, and then remembered that Father Emperor was very concerned about Li Che, and also liked to whisper in his own ears about how excellent Li Che of Southern Continent was, and wanted to let himself learn from him. He then became furious, and immediately couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Chapter 76, Direct Seconds. Griffin is also worthy of opening his mouth? As he appeared, the crowd paid attention. He was even more pleased with himself for a moment. With his chin slightly raised, his gaze swept over the people present until his eyes swept over where the Lingxu sword Sect was, and when he saw the cool and dusty Lu Lingli as well as the dainty and cute Yu Shuanger, his eyes lit up, and his gaze flashed with a hint of greed. Subconsciously, he straightened his back a bit more. The expression was recklessly arrogant and sneered. It said that the southern continent is vast and prosperous with experts, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. A villain who betrays his master's school and eats out of his own house can also make you guys tout so much. This so-called southern continent is really a big disappointment. He opened his mouth with a cold snort, not placing the crowd present in his eyes in the slightest, extremely open-minded. This kind of behavior instantly caused a commotion in the crowd. Who is this so arrogant? Which nook or cranny did this kid come out of? He doesn't want to live, does he? Many of the older powerhouses hadn't spoken, but those young people from the top powers couldn't help themselves first. All of them looked surprised with anger. The people from the Lingxu sword sect also subconsciously looked over. Upon seeing his gorgeous clothes and a dignified and arrogant appearance everywhere, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger's eyes lit up at the same time, and a smile couldn't help but appear on their faces. They couldn't wait to have a young man who looked uncomplicated to kill Li Che's might. Perhaps it was the two pairs of glittering gazes that gave him the impetus to make he swell up more and more by the hour, and he couldn't help but want to show off in front of the beauty. Immediately, he let out a dry cough and swept his gaze over Li Che, provoking him. You're Li Che, aren't you? One by one, these guys in the southern continent don't have much of an eye, and they're holding you up to the sky. There's no tiger in the mountain. Monkeys call themselves kings. And what kind of supreme heavenly pride is this? It's simply a laughing stock. His tone was grim, but what made him furious was that Li Che only glanced at him lightly, and then turned his head to continue explaining the matters of the Dao discussion conference to Su Baiwei, not bothering to pay attention to him at all. Being ignored in such a naked manner, he became furious. As the crown prince of the Tai Wasteland Divine Dynasty, he was accustomed to being a bully in Eastern Yuzhou. When had he ever been subjected to this kind of anger? At that moment, his face turned ugly as he glared viciously at Li Che and scolded him sternly. Good guts. As long as I've grown up, no one has ever dared to ignore my existence. What kind of thing are you? Do you really think that if someone compliments you twice, you're the so-called bull asterisk 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 heavenly pride? Piss me off. Have to. I am not sure he has finished his sentence. Noisy. Li Che frowned, accompanied by the fall of an icy voice. Suddenly, several morose sword chi surfaced and instantly shot out towards Qin He. You. Qin He was alarmed. He completely did not expect Li Che to strike so decisively and dryly, hitting when he said he would. Seeing the sword chi shoot out, he was startled. His body violently blossomed with a strong aura, and his cultivation of the fifth sky of the divine king realm exploded, laying down a solid defense around his body. Just got done with these. Boom dash. The sword chi shot out, and in Qin He's horrified gaze, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. The defense that he had laid down with all his might was like tofu that was easily chopped apart by the sword chi, which did not stop and directly chopped down heavily. At the critical moment, a jade pendant hanging on his body at his waist instantly blossomed with a glistening luster, transforming into a guardian light screen that enveloped him. But even so, he was still hit by that strong force to fly. Mouth violently, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, fell heavily on the ground. A gorgeous robe stained with dust, cloak and hair looked woefully incomparable. The whole room was silent. Only then did Li Che finally speak, his expression indifferent. A mere mole cricket. How dare you bark and rave? Get off! Qin He rose up from the ground in a sorry state, his eyes almost spitting fire as he stared viciously at Li Che with his eyes glazed over, roaring in mad rage. Bastard! You seek death. With that, he mobilized his mana with all his might, and between the blooming light in his hands, he was about to strike back. Noisy! Li Che frowned, and between the cold light blooming in his eyes, he chopped out another sword. The majestic and awe-inspiring sword light flashed, and in the next moment, it appeared directly in front of Qin He and chopped down angrily. Boo! This time, even with the jade pendant protecting his body, he was unable to guard him. The protection formed by the jade pendant was only supported for a split second under that overpowering sword light before it shattered with a bang, and the remaining sword chi still ruthlessly chopped at Qin He's body. Qin He shrieked miserably. Under the endless envelopment of morose sharpness, his muscles were on the verge of cracking, a trail of wounds surfaced on his body, blood gushing out, his breath plummeting. In the blink of an eye, Qin He, who had looked like a fluttering nobleman just a moment ago, turned into a bloodied man who suffered heavy injuries. Li Che, wait for me. This isn't over today. I will make you regret this. Qin He suffered a heavy blow and his breath plummeted. He no longer dared to stay and hurriedly fled in a sorry state. When he left, his gaze was still dead set on Li Che, his gaze filled with resentment and jealousy. Seeing him leave in disgrace, Grand Elder Chen Tianyan let out a cold laugh. Humph, something that doesn't know how to die. A guy from a small, remote place that dares to come to the southern continent to spread his wildness and wants to provoke Li Che. How ridiculous. Su Baiwei snorted. Maybe they're used to being arrogant in their acreage and think the world is nothing more than that. It's like sitting in a well. The crowd around them also laughed, full of gloating. To be honest, when Qin He had just appeared just now, he had a sightless appearance, not placing the southern continent crowd in his eyes and speaking loudly, causing many people to be extremely angry. Especially those heavenly prides of the major powers were even more furious. Now that Li Che had made a move to teach him a hard lesson, it instantly refreshed the crowd and made them feel free. Had. What a first for sending someone to the door to get punched in the face. This guy is really ungrateful. Does he really think that the southern continent is their fart-sized place where he can be allowed to reign supreme? TSK, Li Che is also something he can touch and provoke? You're so blind. The crowd was laughing, full of mockery. When he then looked in the direction of the Dawi sword sect, there were a few more compliments in his words. Although Qin He was arrogant and detestable, his strength had already reached the fifth sky of the divine king, and even if he was placed among the southern continent's heavenly pride, he was still outstanding. But even so, it was still as if they were ants in front of Li Che. This even made the crowd have a visual perception of Li Che's strength talent. Elder Chen, your Dawi sword sect has fiercely taken out a mouthful of bad anger for our southern continent this time. That's right. For the Dawi sword sect to have a disciple like Li Che is truly enviable to us. With Li Che here, the future splendor of the Dawi sword sect is within reach. So I'll congratulate Elder Chen here in advance. Li Che was greatly praised by the crowd, and his expression remained bland and unperturbed. On the contrary, it was the Grand Elder and Su Baiwei, who were extremely excited, grinning non-stop, with a look of honor. Chapter 77, Fighting Against the King Realm. Li Che will enter the list of potential dragons. While this side was hot and lively, the Lingxu sword sect was silent. Seeing Qin He slinking away in ashes with a wretched face, Lu Lingli's face was ugly and she couldn't help but open her mouth to scold. What the hell? Came out with a bullseye. Thought he was some kind of powerful character. But he turned out to be a limp-wrist shrimp. What a waste. Yu Shuang'er viciously poo-pooed a mouthful towards the ground and despised it. Bah! Something. Also do not look in the mirror. Just this trash look. Also dare to pick a fight here. A small place is a small place. So blind. Saying that, the two of them subconsciously looked in Li Che's direction, with strange colors in their eyes. Big brother is still so amazing. He's really strong. When they saw the crowd surrounding Li Che in the center, all the stars were holding the moon, and all kinds of praises and compliments were being given. Lu Lingli and Yu Shuang'er couldn't help but be slightly in a trance in front of their eyes. In the past, whenever this kind of scene took place, they were all sitting beside Li Che and could share the glory with him with honor. But now, the people around Li Che became the Dawi sword sect. Even the expression of excitement and thrill on Su Baiwei's face was incomparably similar to what they had at first. Everything seems to be the same as before. Only the person standing beside Li Che now was different. They, on the other hand, could only stand in the corner, looking at the distant bustle, as if they were outsiders, cold and unattended. For a moment, a wave of envy unexpectedly surged in the hearts of the two Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er. When I first had it, it was unusual and I never appreciated it. It's only now that I realize how much I crave it. A moment later, the two finally came back to their senses, and the envy in their hearts gradually turned into endless indignation. Li Che was their eldest senior brother, but now he had abandoned them. All of his current glory and radiance no longer had anything to do with the Lingxu sword sect. Eating, ungrateful villain. The two of them, Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er, were envious and resentful. The remorse in the heart of the elder leading the group was on the verge of reaching its peak at this point. The more excellent Li Che is, the more it sets off how blind the Lingxu sword sect's decision was in the beginning. Even he thought so himself. Such an excellent disciple. Others are treated like a treasure to provide, when he grows up, enough to shelter the clan for thousands of years, enjoy endless splendor and glory. But the Lingxu sword sect just pushed him out so hard. It's too late for anything else. The elder let out a sigh in his heart, then shook his head, no longer considering the matter. Turning his head towards Lu Lingli's few people, he arranged it. The Black Cliff discourse opportunity is about to begin. Next, I hope you guys can perform well. Make sure to work hard and acquire more chances so that you don't come to this trip in vain. Don't worry, elder. We will definitely fight with all our might. Lu Lingli's few people all nodded their heads. Saint's son, is your strength really the second sky of the void apparition realm? On Dao One's side, the Grand Elder was also in awe of Li Che's performance, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. He had just clearly sensed the aura of the fifth level of the God King realm from Qinhe. This kind of strength, even in the southern continent, a supercontinent with many heavenly prides, was also considered outstanding, not weaker than the many top forces' holy sons and daughters. However, in front of Li Che, it was as if he was a small chicken, unable to carry even the sword chi that he casually exuded. This was definitely not something that an ordinary void apparition realm second sky could do. Su Baiwei on the side also had her eyes lit up and was filled with curiosity. Yes, senior, an ordinary void appraisal realm second sky. Although he could defeat that fellow just now, he definitely wouldn't be able to make even a casual sword chi leave him without a single ounce of resistance like he did just now. Right? Su Baiwei's eyes gleamed. As the holy daughter of the Dawi sword sect, she was naturally clear about the true strength of the major top-tier heavenly prides. Generally speaking, to this kind of major forces from the top of the pride, are mastered all kinds of strong aptitude, carrying heavy treasure, its real strength far beyond the surface cultivation. Even if they were to face each other across several small classes, they would not necessarily lose. It was too much of an exaggeration for such a character to not be able to block a few random sword chi from Li Che. My current strength. Li Che pondered slightly, then laughed. The cultivation level is indeed the second sky of the void tribulation realm, but with the many means exploding at full force, it should be able to contend with an existence that has just entered the king realm. Li Che wasn't being arrogant, and was even being a bit conservative in what he said. He already had outstanding talent, and he had fought with the demons of the demon cave for 100 years, so he was experienced to the extreme, and his true battle power far exceeded his apparent cultivation. Later on, after being transformed and obtaining the great Dao sword body, which was the supreme physique of the Dao of the sword, it had a horrifyingly extreme increase for sword cultivators, and any gongfu aptitude that came into his hands was able to exert a power that far exceeded that of the next person. Not to mention the fact that he also possessed the terrifying divine ability silence as well as that 9 robber sword of unknown origin but astounding power. Many means are added. Li Che thought to himself, even if he faced a king realm existence, he was still certain that he would be able to cut them down by the sword. And at this point, saying that he could contend with an existence that had first entered the king realm was still a conservative statement. but even so, it had already stunned the Grand Elder and Su Baiwei. Fighting against the king. King realm? Su Baiwei's rosy little mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were staring round, which was very cute. She looked so shocked that she wondered if she had heard wrong. No. A cultivator who stepped into the king realm was completely already stepping into a different world, and had already been called a true powerhouse, which even the major top powers did not dare to ignore. Which of these existences hadn't cultivated for countless years before finally reaching such a point? All of them were famous existences in the southern continent, and many of them were high-powered figures from major powers. But Li Che was only how old and had already reached such a high level. Senior, are you really human? Su Baiwei was lost in thought for a while and couldn't help but murmur. Li Che was surprised and lost his smile, rubbing her little head hard and fainting. I'm not human. Am I a demon? The Grand Elder also finally came back to his senses from the shock, looking at Li Che with a color of awe in his gaze, and then as if he had thought of something, he said in surprise, then in that case, wouldn't you, Saint's son, be enough to make it to the list of potential dragons, and possibly even at the top, subterranean list? Li Che was slightly stunned, and then it dawned on him, he'd almost forgotten about that. The so-called latent dragon list was said to originate from above the 9 heavens, which included young celestial prides under the age of 200 with outstanding performance, and only those who had stepped into the void tribulation realm were qualified to ascend this list. The list brought together the entire first heaven, all the heavenly prides under the king realm. Once on the potential dragon ranking, one will be able to obtain the heavenly Tao's blessing, and there are even a variety of treasured rewards as well as rare encounters, which are the object of pursuit for countless young prides. If your cultivation strength is exposed, it's definitely enough to make it onto the subterranean dragon ranking. The Grand Elder was overwhelmed with excitement. The Daoi Sword Sect had never had anyone on this list before, and with Li Che's battle power that was enough to resist the King Realm, there might even be a chance that he would be able to rush to the top position of the list and obtain various benefits. Maybe. In response to the Grand Elder's astonishment, Li Che was calm and did not show any excitement. To him, wasn't it a normal thing to be able to ascend the subterranean dragon ranking? Senior brother, you're too calm. The subterranean dragon ranking? That's the subterranean dragon ranking. Li Che's calm demeanor even caused Su Baiwei to gasp in amazement, and that appearance was even more excited and thrilled than her own ascension to the subterranean dragon ranking. When just a few people talking and laughing, the thick and distant bell sounded again, instantly silencing the entire room. Chapter 78. The discourse bell begins. Who has been immersed longer? The discourse bell is ringing. It's starting. The discourse is going to officially begin. With the ringing of the discourse bell, the Black Cliff chants will be officially opened. What an anticipation! Accompanied by the sound of the bell, there was first a clamor at the scene, followed by immediate silence, and everyone was in high spirits, looking forward with unblinking eyes, with a look of anticipation in their eyes. Black Cliff chants, that's the main reason they're here. The young people, in particular, were agitated. For them, if they were able to obtain a great chance at the discourse assembly, it would be enough to make their foundation more solid and deep, and take them farther down the road in the future. At the beginning of the Great Tao, muddled hearts are not yet adjusted. Yuan Chi Red Dragon. In the midst of the crowd's expectant gaze, the cliff in front of them suddenly flickered with a blinding light, and the sound of the Great Tao gradually began to resonate in the void. Ancient Immortals' deconversion and deification is due to the extreme of emptiness and stillness, and the absence of self. At first, the sound was relatively small, and as time passed, it gradually turned into a loud bell that resounded in everyone's ears and shook their ears. In front of the cliff, it was also gradually enveloped by an arcane and incomparable power. There are a total of 2 major opportunities in the discourse assembly. One of them is the Tao of Enlightenment that is about to begin now, which is said to have originated from the godless warrior of the old ancestors of the Holy Land, which sympathizes with heaven and earth and expounds on the great Tao of heaven and earth, and can help one enter the realm of enlightenment, as if one were facing the origin of heaven and earth directly. The longer you hold on, the more benefits you can gain. Now close your eyes, sit on your knees and collect your minds, and it's up to you to determine how much enlightenment you can gain. The moment the voice rang out, the elders of all the major sect forces made arrangements for their disciples. In an instant, everyone was in a state of shock. Not daring to delay, he immediately sat down on his knees, fully sensing the sound of that great Tao and falling into a deep level of cultivation. For a while, the square was silent, with only the sound of the great Tao continuously resounding. A moment later, those elder patriarchs of the major powers were the first to open their eyes, their faces filled with bitter smiles. Alas, it's true that I've gotten older, and now that I'm listening to this sound of the great Tao, I can't sense it at all. This is not what everyone has known for a long time. We are in a high realm. Everyone has their own path. It has long been set in stone, and there is not much use in listening to the sermon again. After all, it's the youngsters who are getting older. This chance is mainly reserved for the young, so us old guys shouldn't join in the fun. The powerhouses of the major powers shook their heads and laughed bitterly, then set his eyes on the many young people in the room. At this moment, as the sound of the great Tao continued to resound, these young celestial pride had long since fallen into the realm of deep enlightenment, and their mana cultivation unconsciously began to operate. For a while, the pouring light was rampant, with all sorts of visions. State Master, your great diffusion divine dynasty crown prince's talent can be truly astonishing. The golden light shines when he cultivates and the dragon chi protects his body. He is worthy of being a supreme heavenly pride. Elder Chen is overrated. Your Sect Saint Sun Li Che is the true supreme heavenly pride. That hidden sword intent is a bit frightening even to me, but congratulations to your sect for obtaining such a heavenly pride. Ha ha, ditto 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 ditto. This little fellow is the contemporary Saint Sun of the Bai Tsung sect, right? A rooted breath is really extremely solid. The holy maiden Xingheng of the Violet Sun Sacred Sect is also extremely extraordinary. With her purple chi and auspiciousness enveloping her, her future is unlimited. With nothing else to do, the many old generation powerhouses escorted the young man while commenting and praising each other. The atmosphere was extremely cordial. Only the Lingxu sword sect was out of place in it. Like an alien, there were so many forces present, but none of them had a single glance towards them. They were simply too lazy to take care of them, completely treating the Lingxu sword sect as air. This caused the lead elder to be extremely embarrassed. In the past, whenever there was an occasion like this, the Lingxu sword sect was the center of attention. But now, it is being ignored in the cold. Alas, let's hope you guys shine. The elder let out a helpless sigh. His eyes looked towards the Lu Lingli several people who were caught up in enlightenment, and in his heart, he could only pray that these several people would behave in a more competitive manner and win back some face for the Lingxu sword sect. After all, the few of them were already the hopes of the Lingxu sword sect. Under the sound of the great Tao, the longer one falls into enlightenment, the more benefits one can obtain. And for a while, the crowd was silenced. No one disturbed them, and they all waited quietly. The only people who were immersed in enlightenment were the various heavenly prides, with their eyes tightly closed and sitting on their knees. The breath in the body was unconsciously induced by the sound of the great Tao, spreading out, the purple gas covering the body, the golden light shining, the dragon and the phoenix and the sword rushing to the sky. Between the various visions, the square is reflected like a dream. Time passes slowly. After more than half an hour, a disciple from a medium-sized sect in the southern continent exited the realm of enlightenment. The moment he opened his eyes, a look of elation flashed across his face, obviously happy with the haul. However, when he noticed that the crowd in the square was still immersed in enlightenment, he couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, hoping that he would be the first to quit Gnosis. But he's like a start. It wasn't long before one after another young men began to open their eyes and withdraw from their enlightenment. More than an hour later, the eyes of the holy son of the Bai Tsung sect trembled as he woke up. He turned his head and looked around at the other celestials who were still immersed in enlightenment, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, although he was helpless, he didn't dare to think wildly. He still collected his mind and continued to consolidate and absorb the gained insights just now. During this time, one after another, young people continued to awaken. This also included the two of them, Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger, worthy of being a godless soldier. This enlightenment is more effective than my decades of bitter cultivation. Many of the things I didn't understand in my cultivation before were solved. After absorbing and digesting all the epiphanies, I will definitely be able to increase my strength greatly. After awakening from the enlightenment, Lu Lingli Yu Frosty's two faces were full of joy, self-conscious that they had gained a lot, and their confidence increased greatly for a while. But when they turned their heads and saw that Li Che and Su Baiwei were actually still immersed in enlightenment, without the slightest intention of waking up, their faces suddenly stagnated, and colors of jealousy and resentment flashed in their eyes. What a stroke of luck, to be able to be enlightened for such a long time. The two cursed and envied and were jealous. Luckily, when they saw their junior brother Zhao Yuansen beside them with his eyes similarly closed, still immersed in the state of enlightenment, the two of them were finally comforted, and their spirits were immediately lifted. I don't believe Li Che can hold out much longer. Junior senior brother is gifted. He will definitely be able to surpass Li Che and become the one who gains the most. The elders on the side saw that there were fewer and fewer young men still in enlightenment, so they couldn't help but clench their fists and secretly cheered for Zhao Yuansen. On the contrary, it was the people of the various forces on the side that burst into cold laughter, not giving the slightest bit of face. A guy you've never even heard of, and he still wants to compete with Li Che? What a brain fart! Didn't they see that their own heavenly pride was so outstanding that they didn't even dare to compare themselves to Li Che? Chapter 79, Zhao Yuansen, I'm actually just a green leaf liner? The sound of the great Tao was still resounding, but more and more people had begun to awaken. At the end of the day, only 3 people remained in the field still immersed in enlightenment. Li Che, Su Baiwei, Zhao Yuansen. It's been almost 3 hours, and they're still in enlightenment. That was awesome. This should be the longest time for enlightenment ever. It's unbelievable. People from all the major powers exclaimed, shocked by these few people. On the side, the 2 elders from the Daoi Sword Sect as well as the Lingxu Sword Sect were also filled with nervousness, and their hearts had long been in their throats. The longer the time of enlightenment, the more benefits one can obtain. Also the more it proves a person's potential. There was no doubt that the 3 people in the arena right now were all top-notch existences. Now, it's up to you to see who can hold out until the end. Soon, just as it was nearing the 3-hour mark, Zhao Yuansen's body, who had been sitting cross-legged in meditation, shook slightly, and then his eyelids fluttered as his consciousness began to return. Worthy of being the Tai Ching Holy Land, this enlightenment effect is simply amazing. No wonder the invitations to each discourse assembly are so hard to come by. At this time, Zhao Yuansen only felt some enlightenment. The whole person is like experiencing a metamorphosis. The Yuanshin is more and more transparent. The sense of cultivation is even more. Inspirations continue to emerge. It was only after personally feeling the strength of enlightenment that he finally realized how rare this kind of chance was. Thinking that he had lasted for such a long time, Zhao Yuansen was as excited as he could be, and his heart was proud. Humph, this time I gained such a great benefit as if I were transformed. I'm definitely the one who lasted the longest. I should be the first one deservedly. Zhao Yuansen is confident. He made all kinds of preparations in advance for this hard-won opportunity. Whether it was heavenly treasures that could enhance natural enlightenment or treasures to help stabilize the mind. There were all kinds of treasures, which was why they managed to hold on for such a long time. What do the others compare him to? Ha ha, everyone should have been stunned and dumbfounded by me by now. Zhao Yuansen thought triumphantly in his heart. He had even begun to fantasize that when he opened his eyes, he would be greeted by all sorts of shock and cheers, as well as the adoring congratulations of his 2 senior sisters. When he thought that he had finally surpassed Li Che, Zhao Yuansen could no longer suppress his inner excitement. The corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably and his eyes widened. But, ha ha, woke up. This guy is really the first one to wake up. I won. Ha ha, old man Ouyang, you lost. Hurry up and give me the treasure. Just after opening his eyes, and before he had the chance to survey his surroundings, Zhao Yuansen immediately heard a loud shout that contained a sense of delight suddenly ringing in his ears. What wins and loses? What's the mess? Zhao Yuansen was flabbergasted. As he was wondering, he heard another voice with anger and contempt in his ears. That fellow from the Lingxu Sword Sect. You're really a waste. Thanks to Lao Zi so optimistic about you. Can't you hold out for a while longer? Why do you think you woke up so early? What a load of crap. Zhao Yuansen was dumbfounded. Is this someone calling themselves out? What the hell? Shouldn't you be greeted with flowers and applause when you wake up? Where's the shock? Where's the cheering? And what's with the constant roar of laughter and sarcasm coming from above your ears? Anger surged in Zhao Yuansen's heart. After completely opening his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he realized that the people from all the major powers were actually staring at him with gloating smiles on their faces. Even the 2 senior sisters, Lu Lingli Yu Xuanger, as well as Zhang Lai, who was leading the team, were all glaring at themselves with an angry face at this time, with a look of disappointment and disgrace. What the hell is going on in this treadmill? Zhao Yuansen was completely confused. What are you looking at? It's embarrassing. And you're still here. What's wrong with you? Not even taking first place. Not even second place. Why are you still sitting there? Hearing Lu Lingli's cold and contemptuous voice, Zhao Yuansen subconsciously swept his surroundings, with the startling realization. Above the square, Li Che and Su Baiwei both still had their eyes tightly closed, their bodies haunted by a dense light, still immersed in enlightenment. Surprised they both haven't woken up yet? Zhao Yuansen was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, he realized what was really going on, and at the same time was even more unable to accept it. Did he insist for half a day just to come and be a green leaf to set off how great Li Che and Su Baiwei were? After preparing for so long, I was originally confident that I could take first place and surpass Li Che. As a result, not only are they not number 1 now, they're not even number 2? There is simply no justice in this treadmill. After reacting, Zhao Yuansen's eyes reddened with anger and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Come on, don't just sit there. Fortunately, seeing that he looked lost in thought, the 2 of them, Lu Lingli Yu Xuanger, still knew how to comfort and console him and opened their mouths. You weren't expected to surpass Li Che anyway. Third is third. Li Che is a pervert. It's normal that you can't compare to him. Although it was comforting, it made Zhao Yuansen's heart even more stifled. His teeth clenched and squeaked, and he almost didn't pass out from anger. Is that a comfort? You guys are clearly stabbing yourselves in the heart. Damn it, Li Che, you deserve to die. Zhao Yuansen was so angry that he was madly cursing in his heart, and at the same time, he was also gnashing his teeth in hatred towards the two Lulingli Yuxuanger who were still chattering about how it was normal to be unable to compare to Li Che. You two stinking ES. In what way am I not better than Li Che? Sooner or later, I'm going to take care of you guys. Zhao Yuansen's eyes were red with anger, but no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's attention was on both Su Baiwei and Li Che. Another few moments passed. Su Baiwei's eyelids fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes as well. This enlightenment effect is too powerful. It's truly worthy of being a godless soldier. It's almost as if there's a supreme powerhouse teaching cultivation experience hand in hand. Su Baiwei's pair of watery eyes were filled with a color of delight and amazement. At this time, her Yuan Shin was enlightened. Her body's mana flowed in a rounded manner, and her breath was much stronger. It was clear that he had gained great benefits from this enlightenment. It won't take long before I should be able to make another breakthrough. After checking her own situation, Su Baiwei was filled with joy, noticing that Li Che on the side was actually still engrossed in enlightenment. Su Baiwei marveled. Worthy of being a senior brother. It's just too strong. Elder brother already had an amazing talent, and this time he's held out for such a long time. I'm afraid that he's gained benefits beyond anyone's imagination. Only Li Che is still holding out. It's already been more than 3 hours. It's too much. It's really worthy of being Li Che. I'm afraid that the chance he obtained this time is astonishingly incomparable. The crowd was in awe. Eyes gleaming, he stared at Li Che, waiting for him to wake up. Chapter 80 Black Enchants begins. Li Che's target Imperial Soldier. Another quarter of an hour passed. Li Che, who had been immersed in the state of enlightenment, gradually cleared his mind. Inwardly, I am overwhelmed with emotion. This enlightenment, he has thoroughly combed his own learning. At the same time in the Devil's Grotto in the battle experience accumulated over 100 years of skills, but also all the integration. The whole person as if in the fire was quenched. A body of learning rounded as if, like an arm to command. While it may not be obvious for a while, it is a thorough grounding for the road ahead. In the future, cultivation will be unimpeded all the way. Surprisingly, it's about to break through? Just as he was about to exit the state of enlightenment, Li Che suddenly moved his mind, keenly aware that the mana in his body was gradually coming alive, and between the flow of mana, he actually touched an invisible barrier that was not visible to the naked eye, and launched an impact. One must know that he had already accumulated a strong accumulation, and if it wasn't for the demon cave dragging him down, I'm afraid that his cultivation would have been unstoppable all the way. Now that the state of enlightenment had been quenched, there were actually signs of a breakthrough once again. In that case, let's go for it. Without hesitation, Li Che directly mobilized the mana in his body and impacted towards that invisible barrier. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking wave-like fluctuation within his body, a chain reaction ensued in the outside world. How come Li Che's aura is suddenly high and low, constantly fluctuating? He's actually going to break through? Li Che's unusual appearance was first noticed by those powerhouses, and then they immediately saw the reason for it. Immediately, the crowd all exclaimed. Li Che was already powerful enough originally, but he didn't expect that he would have to make another breakthrough now. Is he really human? This natural enlightenment is also too scary, right? No matter how much the crowd exclaimed in shock, Li Che's breakthrough had already begun. As he continued to launch his attack towards the barrier, the light that enveloped his surroundings also blossomed, and at the same time, a low sword sound rang out, and with him as the center, countless sword chi gradually surfaced, encircling him in the center, and at a glance, he looked like a sword Dao monarch. Sword chi was like the sea, and it was as morose as the abyss. Li Che was sitting in the middle of the waves of sword chi, and his body's aura was constantly rising and shrinking around him. Finally, click, accompanied by a faintly unnoticeable cracking sound. The mana in his body felt like it had broken some sort of confinement, madly flowing recklessly through his meridians, vaguely resounding like the sound of a river rushing by. At the same time, Li Che also opened his eyes with it, waking up quietly. At this time, his surrounding breath was several times stronger than before, and when he raised his hands and threw his feet, an incomparably sharp breath rushed up to the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky, which was extremely horrifying. A real breakthrough. The people from the many forces instantly sucked in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. That sword intent emanating from Li Che's body was so harsh and cold that even they didn't dare to ignore it. After reacting, all of them greeted Chen Tianyang, Grand Elder. Congratulations! the Daoi Sword Sect Saint's son is so outstanding. He's really envious of us. With this holy son, how can Daoi not prosper? Ha ha, ditto 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 ditto. The corners of the Grand Elder's mouth were grinning to the heels of his ears as he laughed out loud, extremely elated inwardly. With his ears automatically filtering out the surrounding clamor, Li Che meditated and stared at himself. After the breakthrough, the total amount of his mana skyrocketed, like a river rushing through his meridians, and the massive power contained therein continuously quenched his flesh, blood, and bones, subconsciously upgrading his physique. Although he had only broken through a small rank, his overall strength had increased by more than one level. This enlightenment is really strong. No wonder it can make so many people desire it. Feeling the changes in himself, Li Che also smiled faintly as a color of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. But then a hint of fire surfaced in his eyes and he muttered, "But although enlightenment is rare, it's just an appetizer compared to the next opportunity." Next, the real show. There are two major opportunities in the discourse conference. One of them was this realm of enlightenment created by the godless soldier. And the second one, even more amazing. It is the legendary Black Cliff chance. In his memory, in his previous life, Zhao Yuansen had obtained a heaven-defying chance precisely during this Tao Discourse Conference, a dusty magic sword. Its grade was that of a legendary peerless imperial weapon. It was under the magic sword's enchantment that Zhao Yuansen was able to soar to the heavens this way. Thinking about this, Li Che's gaze was on fire. In this life, the chance that the Zhao Yuansen had taken great pains to conjure up should be his. Gentlemen, after the hustle and bustle of the square had fallen a little, an elder from the Taiqing Holy Land appeared in front of the crowd. As he appeared, the square gradually fell silent. That elder stood on top of the cliff and smiled at the crowd. Enlightenment has ended. First of all, I congratulate you all for being able to gain all sorts of insights and enlightenment, compared to being able to help you all in your future cultivation a little bit smoother in your cultivation. Now, the Black Cliff mountain range has been completely opened. Next, please take one step to the edge of the cliff and invoke the breath to summon the treasure out. Each person only has one chance. As for what chance you can obtain, it depends on yourselves. When these words came out, the people present were in an uproar. Each and every one of them had a fiery gaze. For most people, this Black Cliff chance was the thing that made their eyes water the most. At that moment, the crowd did not hesitate and moved to where the cliff was. Black Cliff chance. Grand Elder Chen Tianyang was also excited, and while leading Li Che and Su Baiwei to the cliff, he carefully explained the rules to the two of them. Although it was also his first time attending, he specifically did his homework before coming. It is also clearer. The opportunity for enlightenment just now was rare, but in comparison, this Black Cliff chance was even more precious. It was even enough to truly transform a person and create a supreme powerhouse. Beneath the Black Cliff, there are all sorts of cherished treasures hidden, and later on, after the very opening, they will rush up from the bottom of the cliff to the sky uninterruptedly and irregularly. All you need to do is to let go of your mind and breath. Invoke the treasure that has a destiny with you, pull it out from the bottom of the cliff, and then cross the void to get the treasure in your hands. Su Baiwei asked curiously, "Is it that simple?" Chen Tianyan waved his hand and said, "Of course it's more than that. In the process of Lingdu Void, obtaining treasures, in addition to the treasures spewing out, but also there will be a variety of divine weapons, residual sword chi, blade intent, all contain powerful attacks, and inadvertent serious injury or even death are possible. In addition to these, there is also the possibility of powerful demonic beasts attacking in the depths of the cliff bottom, which is extremely dangerous. Hauling the treasure out is one test, and whether or not you can get it successfully is another. This is a chance reserved for the young. Everyone, only one chance. As for what exactly you can get, it all depends on your own strength and luck." Chapter 81. This time, the Imperial soldier was going to belong to him. Li Che. Under the detailed explanation of the Grand Elder, Su Baiwei finally had a concrete understanding of the Black Cliff rules. However, she turned her head to look at the crowd around her, each with a fiery look in their eyes, and remained somewhat curious. "Grand Elder, what kind of treasure is in the Black Cliff, that it can make so many top forces rush to it, each one so impatient to know, such as the Great Diffusion God Dynasty and the Violet Sun Sacred Sect, which were already superpowers that stood at the apex of the southern continent? What treasures did they not have within their sects?" However, Su Baiwei swept her gaze across, but found that no matter how big or small the forces were, they were all very excited. At those words, the Grand Elder's gaze was also fiery. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he opened his mouth. Back then, there was a disciple of a clan in the southern continent named Su Qiu, who was just an ordinary heavenly pride, but obtained a top-notch technique from the Black Cliff, cultivated by leaps and bounds, and finally became the supreme powerhouse Extreme Yang King. There's also one called Yang Fei Hong, who lost a battle with a great enemy in the past and was seriously injured and reduced to a cripple. But later on, in the middle of the Black Cliff, he obtained a top-grade divine medicine to shed his bones, succeeding his previous path, and once again soared to the heavens, dominating the world. And, the Grand Elder, as if counting his family's treasures, will be the past many again to obtain the opportunity to change the fate of the existence of the heaven one by one. Straight to Subaiwei, listening to the rosy little mouth slightly open, two eyes flooded with light. Is this Black Cliff chance even this powerful? For a while, Subaiwei's small hands clenched her fists tightly, itching to hurry and rush to the edge of the Black Cliff to look for treasures. The Grand Elder commanded, "Remember, although there are many treasures in the Black Cliff, there are also many useless wastes. Don't be in a hurry. Be careful and pick well the treasures that resonate with you and fit you." Subaiwei nodded her head straight as she listened, already impatient. After arranging Subaiwei, the Grand Elder turned his head to look at Li Che, originally wanting to remind him of a few words as well, but then he shook his head. Li Che was calm and collected in nature, so he shouldn't need to make any special arrangements for himself. As if he had noticed the Grand Elder's gaze, Li Che smiled faintly. "Don't worry, Grand Elder, I know what to do." Although it was also his first time here, he had long been extremely familiar with these rules in the Lingxu sword sect before. Even every time Lu Lingli and the others seized the opportunity, it was him who made arrangements for the people in advance and instructed them on how to act, and only then could Lu Lingli and the others successfully obtain many treasures. Now that he's on the field himself, he certainly knows what to do in his heart. Even this time, he was aiming for Zhao Yuansen's chance. That Emperor's soldier. He'll take it. Thinking of this, Li Che couldn't help but turn his head and glanced at Zhao Yuansen, who still knew nothing about it and was just rushing towards the cliff with a face full of excitement. With a slight sneer, a strong anticipation surfaced in his heart. Just as Chen Tianyang was explaining the Black Cliff chance to Subaiwei, the Grand Elder of the Lingxu sword sect was similarly grave, relentlessly explaining the precautions to Lu Lingli's few people and constantly explaining the arrangements. "Remember, everyone only gets one chance. Be sure not to be in a hurry. Let go of your mind's breath. Feel it well. Try to haul in treasures that resonate with you, or treasures with a strong breath, and wait until the treasures are present. And the strike must be crisp and clear. You only get one chance. Don't waste it." In the face of the elder's repeated instructions, Lu Lingli Yuxuanger was filled with impatience. Okay, Elder, why are you so nagging? It's not like it's the first time the two of us have come to this Black Cliff to obtain treasures. Can we not know what you're talking about?" Yuxuanger didn't take the elder's words to heart at all. She only felt that he was like a fly, buzzing and distracting. Lu Lingli also had her mouth set in an arrogant manner. "Several times before, my senior sister and I have obtained precious treasures, so what's so difficult about this? I'm sure I'll be able to get a big chance this time too." The elder was infuriated in his heart as he looked at the two with an indifferent attitude. "You were all successful in obtaining treasures before. Nice. But how do you get it without having any pussy in your heart? If it wasn't for the fact that Li Che had done all sorts of planning for you guys in advance every time, and had even utilized all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures to enhance your aura before the start of the Tao Discourse Assembly, with your bear-like behavior, can you get all kinds of treasures so smoothly? To put it bluntly, it's the other guy, Li Che, who is great, and it has nothing to do with you guys." The elder cursed in his mind. Well, looking at Zhao Yuansen's combative appearance on the side, he finally had some comfort in his heart. "Don't worry, Elder. This time, I will definitely obtain a heavenly chance and shock everyone." Zhao Yuansen is confident. He was fully prepared in order to be able to participate in the discourse conference, waiting for this moment right now. That Emperor's soldier grade demon sword was the greatest chance in the Black Cliff. Ever since the Wuji demon sect had accidentally learned that there was a dusty Emperor's soldier demon sword at the bottom of the Black Cliff in the Taiqing Holy Land, they had immediately made all sorts of preparations. This included allowing him to infiltrate the Lingxu sword sect and qualify to participate in the Tao discussion conference. It was only that the magic sword had a spirit, and ordinary people could not even pull it out at all, not to mention getting it into their hands. In order to succeed in obtaining the magic sword, Zhao Yuansen had long since begun to utilize the various precious beginning devil chi within the infinite devil sect to imbue his body, enduring incomparable pain and suffering to finally bring his own aura to a level where he could resonate with the devil sword and pull it out. The greatest opportunity at the bottom of the Black Cliff will only be yours. So what if Li Che lasted the longest in enlightenment? As long as he could obtain that treasure at the bottom of the Black Cliff, he would soar to the heavens, and the district Li Che would be nothing more than a mere handful to destroy. The more Zhao Yuansen thought about it, the more excited he became, his eyes glowing. His mouth was about to grin to the heel of his head. A few moments later, the crowd arrived at the cliffs of the mountain range one after another, only to see that the front of the cliff was pitch black, with all the light engulfed. as if it was an endless abyss that would swallow one up at any time. Black mist churned in the void, and there was a huge chaotic aura constantly stirring at the bottom. Sword chi stirring, knife intent, pills fragrant, also book-like ancient books flickering shimmering. The dark bottom of the cliff seemed to be another world, containing endless mysteries. Black cliff. It's about to start. The crowd looked ahead with fiery gazes, but none of them were in a hurry. They can all feel it. At this moment, below the black cliff, there was an earth-shattering and terrifying force brewing, as if it was a volcano that could erupt at any time. All of them held their breath and waited in silence. A pair of fiery gazes stared straight ahead, like they were trying to see through the darkness. Finally, boom dash, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the black cliff that was silent just a moment ago abruptly rioted. Majestic and vast power exploded into the sky as if it was a volcanic eruption, and this power exploded at the same time. One item was also impacted up, shimmering with a shimmering light. For a time, sword chi and blade intent intertwined. 5 colors flashed, and all sorts of magic treasures sank in the darkness. Between the blooms of light, everyone's breathing was instantly heavy. Chapter 82 Sacred Soldier emerges. Su Baiwei summoned, the black cliff rioted, and its berserk aura rose to the sky. Countless items flowing with a strong aura were rushed up from the bottom of the black cliff, sinking in the void. It was like breathing between flashes of light. A superb elixir. Is that the legendary holy weapon? Am I reading this right? That technique seems to be a heaven-rank technique that has been lost for nearly 10,000 years. There's even a superb weapon refining material like immortal trace Tao gold. Along with the eruption of the black cliff, countless people's cries of alarm rang out one after another. In an instant, everyone was breathing heavily and their eyes were about to shift. Many of these things, many of which flowed with a strong and mysterious aura, were extreme treasures that could be encountered but not sought in the cultivation world. Accompanied by the continuous eruption of the raging breath, countless items rose up into the sky, followed by a rapid sinking, before being shocked up by the air currents and sinking again. One kind of treasure just like this sinks and floats in the virtual space. Dazzling people, the chance has begun. I don't know who shouted at the top of his voice, and in an instant, the crowd instantly stirred. The treasure is present, so what are you waiting for? Everyone, the chance has appeared. Now it's time for everyone to do what they can. Along with this voice, all the people no longer hesitated. In an instant, an overwhelming divine sense blossomed and probed towards the black cliff. Although there were many treasures, most of them were hidden in the endless darkness under the cliff, and the dots of light flowed so that it was impossible to see their true appearance. The only way to successfully pull it out was to sense it with divine sense and pull it. It's the next thing you can take into your hands. As for what exactly can be pulled out, it depends on the luck of individual chance. It may be amazing and there is no shortage of scrap metal. Ha ha, a treasure has answered my call. Watch me haul it up. I've found the resonance thing too. It's coming out. I'll haul something out in a minute. Soon. One after another. People laughed and shouted, their faces full of excitement and euphoria, while their divine sense was tugging, their eyes gleaming as they stared into the dark abyss in front of them. Sure enough, with the full power of those men's maneuvering, in the darkness of the abyss-like darkness ahead, several items were gradually pulled out and gradually floated towards the void above. In an instant, the crowd couldn't wait any longer. I'll do it. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Ha ha, my chance has appeared. Watch me cross the void. An excited roar rang out. Immediately afterward, several figures in the crowd rose up in the air, their breath blossoming as they rushed out with all their might towards that endless dark void. A figure covered in ice blue light, as if an ice god had descended to the world, stepped into the void, constantly flickering, rapidly moving forward in the dark void, rushing towards an elixir that emitted a glistening fragrance. Just then, boom dash, the void was violently turbulent, and in the endless darkness, an astonishing sword chi abruptly burst out. The sword energy was invisible, but it emitted a sharp aura. The moment the crisis struck, the icy blue figure suddenly erupted, his figure pulling out several residual shadows, narrowly avoiding the sword intent, and grasping the elixir in his hand. Barrier-breaking pill. A barrier-breaking pill that can dwell a cultivator to break through the bottleneck of a high rank. Ha 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 ha. Great! With this elixir, I'm bound to be able to go to the next level. A loud laugh containing endless surprises rang out. A female celestial pride with a soft face and a phoenix shadow shrouded around her body let out a dainty cry as her figure traveled rapidly through the void. The phoenix shadow shrouded around her body, looking mysterious and majestic. In front of her, a burning flame, book-like item glowed up and down, seemingly resonating with her. It looked like the woman was about to get close. In the dark void, a pitch-black crack suddenly surfaced and stretched out in front of her. Void rift. The woman let out a gasp. At the moment of emergency, the phoenix shadow enveloping her body shone brightly. With a shocking phoenix sound, it was as if her body instantly turned into nothingness, and she directly shuttled through the spatial cracks. Performing this kind of secret technique, the woman didn't look like she had consumed much, and her face was slightly pale at this time. However, when he saw the book in front of him that was haunted by flames, he still couldn't help but laugh freely, and his crisp laughter was full of surprises. The Art of Phoenix Nirvana. The legendary fire extreme divine power. It's perfectly adapted to me. Great. Seeing this, more and more people couldn't hold back and began to strike. A strong divine sense blossomed, exploring the darkness of nothingness, while at the same time, from time to time, there was also a figure rising up in the air, traversing through the void. Although they encountered crises on the way, they were all resolved without any danger and succeeded in getting the treasures in their hands. For a while, a voice of delight rang out one after another. Most of the people looked at the treasures they got in their hands and nodded in satisfaction. This trip wasn't in vain. Ha ha, with this treasure in my hand, I can at least double my battle power. This treasure of mine isn't particularly heaven-defying, but I'm satisfied. If this was in the outside world, I wouldn't necessarily be able to get something like this even if I broke my head. The people who had successfully acquired the opportunity were filled with joy, discussing with each other and looking at the treasures in their hands lovingly. The only few who did were, I don't know if they were unlucky or didn't do their homework ahead of time. Despite going out and getting something, it was a disappointment. Obviously not too good a treasure. I seemed to sense a call. Right at this moment, Su Baiwei, who had also unfolded her divine sense, murmured something and suddenly her expression moved as if she had sensed something. Essence blossomed in her eyes, and without hesitation, she increased the strength of her divine sense and began to pull on the treasure that resonated with her. So heavy, but with the tugging, there was a slight look of strain on her face. It was as if items like that in the darkness were extremely heavy. Let go of your mind. Don't use brute force to pull, but follow that trace of resonance to communicate with the treasure and guide it to appear of its own accord. Li Che immediately spoke in a deep voice, guiding from the sidelines. He knew that Su Baiwei had definitely found something good. The only items that could impart this heavy feeling were those that were very powerful, because the energy was too dense. Yes, senior. Under Li Che's guidance, Su Baiwei completely let go of her mind. No longer pulling and pulling, but gazing and sensing that trace of resonance. Sure enough, as the resonance intensified, the feeling of heaviness immediately lessened a lot. That treasure in the darkness was rapidly surfacing towards the top. It's coming out. Su Baiwei was surprised. The words just fell. Boom dash. The black cliff suddenly trembled slightly, and the endless darkness in the void in front of them was like boiling, tumbling violently, and immediately afterward, without waiting for the crowd to react, the void suddenly glowed brightly. What's that? Everyone was shocked and subconsciously gazed at it. A beautifully shaped piece of close-fitting armor was seen rushing out of the bottom of the cliff and sinking in the void. The armor lingered with a 7-colored light, like a bright star in the endless night, sacred and dreamy. At the same time, there was even a vast, irresistible holy might that swept out from the sky. Holy soldier? Someone lost their voice and exclaimed. Chapter 83, Lu Lingli Yuxuanger is envious and jealous with red eyes. It's really a holy weapon. It's too much to believe that someone can pull out the ancient sage's holy weapon. Isn't this too much? There's even a legendary saint soldier in the Black Cliff. The moment the sky-covering saint might surfaced, many people lost their voices and exclaimed in shock, their jaws dropping, their faces filled with disbelief. Seeing the armor that was floating in the void with a strong aura, his eyes went red. This was a saint soldier created by the sages of the ancients, a terrifying existence second only to the godless soldier. And it's still a defense class. This value was even far beyond that of an ordinary saint soldier. Generally speaking, for the same grade of weapon, the value of defensive magic treasures was much higher than offensive magic treasures. After all, if you can't even protect your life, then other treasures are useless. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and get the treasure. Seeing that everyone was still in a daze, Li Che let out a soft yell, immediately waking up Su Baiwei, who was in a daze. She also didn't expect the one that resonated with her to be a legendary saint soldier. At this moment, when he heard Li Che's reminder, he immediately came back to his senses. Although the Black Cliff is pulled by each according to chance, but it is not guaranteed that there will be people who will make trips in the dark, resulting in the misplaced treasures. At that moment, she didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly rose up in the air, stepping into the void, out of the blue. As she flew forward, the armor looked like it sensed something and suddenly trembled slightly, then similarly took the initiative to move closer towards Su Baiwei. Almost without spending any effort, Su Baiwei managed to get the armor into her hands. Senior brother, Grand Elder, look! Su Baiwei's excited little face turned red as if she was offering a treasure. displaying the armor in front of the eyes of both Li Che and the Grand Elder. It's really a saint-grade armor. Great. Indeed. The heavens have blessed my Dawi sword sect. After the Grand Elder felt the holy might on the armor, he was overjoyed, and an old face smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. Su Baiwei's eyes were surprised and happy. Li Che nodded with a smile and said, "The holy soldier has a spirit, and the fact that you managed to get your hands on it proves that you have a destiny with it. Don't delay. Take advantage of the fact that it's resonating with you now and quickly seize the opportunity to initially refine it first." Su Baiwei immediately nodded her head and immediately began to carry out the refining and recognition. With the saint soldier being taken by Su Baiwei, the void once again regained its calmness, and a single point of light sank and floated in the shroud of darkness, like a starry night. However, the crowd had clearly not yet regained their senses from the emergence of the sacred soldier, and were still talking about it. That's a holy weapon. It was even obtained by the little girl from the Dawi sword sect. How come we don't have that fate? This little girl is the Dawi holy maiden, isn't she? With the help of a holy weapon, she will definitely soar to the heavens afterward. Alas, this good fortune is enviable. The crowd looked in the direction of the Dawi sword sect with excitement, envy written all over their faces. No way. From the beginning of the Black Cliff chants until now, although many had managed to obtain treasures and were also extremely valuable, but in all things there is fear of comparison. The things they got were all very precious, but if they were compared to the holy soldier, they were nothing. Even in the midst of so many scrambles for the Black Cliff chants, this saint soldier, too, was definitely a great chance that could be ranked at the top of the list. For a while, many forces were shaking their heads and sighing with extreme envy. As for the Lingxu sword sect side, Lu Lingli's few people even looked red in the eyes a long time ago, and the sourness in their hearts couldn't be blocked. A holy soldier, that's a sacred soldier. Damn Dawi sword sect, how did they get so lucky? Why would the holy soldier choose them? Bloody hell. What kind of bull ***** holy soldier is clearly blind? Lu Lingli Shuang'er's two eyes glowed red and they cursed in anger. At this time, the two of them had also long since grabbed their own chance. Lu Lingli was holding a pill in her hand, and there was a faint medicinal fragrance faintly emanating from it. It looked like it sold well, but it was just the most common spirit-drawing pill in the cultivation world, which could be used to help cultivators who had just stepped into cultivation to draw in spiritual chi smoothly. This kind of elixir, any random clan could take out a large handful of them, and Yu Shuang'er is slightly better. A long sword in his hand, beautifully modeled, lingering with a sharp icy cold breath, looks good quality. In the outside world is also a treasure that can make people fight for it. However, at this time, this long sword did not know what had happened to it. There was an extremely obvious crack on the sword body, and it seemed that a little bit of force might break it, and it was obviously not far from being scrapped. Obviously, the chances for both are gone. And the takeaway is that these are the two things that are almost considered waste-like. This could make the lead elder half angry. Everyone only has one chance. Just now there were 1,000 instructions for you guys to be serious and cautious and not to take it easy. But as a result, you guys got me 2 pieces of garbage out of it? The elder's face was unsightly as he angrily rebuked. My Lingxu sword sect had this opportunity this time with great difficulty, and you two just wasted it for nothing. With just 2 pieces of trash like this, how will you explain to the patriarch when you go back? Looking at the chance in the hands of Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er and the two of them, this elder was furious. Just now, he had repeatedly instructed himself, but these two did not listen in the slightest and were bent on having their own way. It's even casual to the point of not being a concern at all. It's okay now. The other Dawi sword sect had directly obtained a saint soldier as soon as they made their move. Even for the various other forces, most of them had obtained extremely treasured treasures and returned home fully loaded. As it turned out, he had just 2 pieces of broken brass, and it really wasn't humiliating enough to take them back. Yu Shuang'er's face was full of defiance, and with her neck sticking out, she retorted, "Then it's not our fault. Come, who do not want to get good things then who knows those damn treasures even simply do not take care of us. Haul up are some waste Lu Lingli's face was ugly as she let out a cold snort. Elder, you speak well. Do you think all these treasures are cabbages? Letting us go up and pick them at random. Besides, it's not like we haven't obtained treasures before. It's just that this time there were some accidents." The elder looked at the 2 men's 7 disobedient and 8 indignant looks, and simply wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damn! I should have known that I should not have brought these 2 out. Can't do except make all kinds of excuses. And you've even obtained treasures before? Wasn't it all because of Li Che that you were able to obtain the treasure before? It has nothing to do with you guys. Now without Li Che's help, he could only be a waste of time who could not make things happen. After glancing at the saint soldier in Su Baiwei's hand, and then glancing at the waist in Lu Lingli Yu Shuang'er's hand, this elder only felt a pang of heart fatigue, and didn't even want to speak. It's really ing human to human. Chapter 84, Zhao Yuansen dumbfounded. Where's my stuff? The elder was incomparably angry. And Lu Lingli Yu Xuaner was filled with indignation. The atmosphere was a little stiff for a moment. Well, just then, Zhao Yuansen spoke up. Don't be angry, elder. The two senior sisters just had a momentary lapse. It's not a big deal. Although the two senior sisters no longer have a chance. I haven't made a move yet. Then, with a confident face, he said proudly, you guys just relax. With me here, there will be absolutely no accidents. Just watch me next. This time I will make sure that the Lingxu sword sect returns with a full load. Zhao Yuansen's eyes flashed with incomparable confidence. He had prepared for this day, regardless of what kind of bull treasures or holy weapons he had. After he had hauled the devil sword up, everything would be garbage. After all, it was the godless soldier. Okay, well, go for it then. The elder waved his hand, breathless. He no longer dared to expect Zhao Yuansen to come up with any amazing treasures. He only hoped that he could be a little more competitive and get something that wasn't too bad. Something that would allow him to deliver. And something that would allow the Lingxu sword sect to not be so humiliated. Humph. The old thing doesn't believe me. Zhao Yuansen's eyes saw with this, a cold smile in his heart. More and more came to the spirit. Wait for me. Later on, when this saint's son gets his hands on the emperor's soldier, he'll make sure to drop all of your jaws. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yuansen's eyes looked into the void in front of him. And while his gaze was fiery, his huge divine sense was surging out, quickly probing and sensing in the darkness. At the same time, the origin demonic chi that he had previously absorbed into his body began to be triggered, emitting inexplicable fluctuations that ordinary people could not detect. It goes on and on. Just as the divine sense probed out, Zhao Yuansen suddenly reached into his pocket and grabbed a purple gold talisman in his palm, quietly activating it. All of a sudden, there was a faintly undetectable purple luster flickering in the depths of his eyes, which was bizarre and extraordinary. This was a mysterious token that the peerless devil sect had gone to great lengths to find, and it was said to be inextricably linked to the dusty devil sword. The devil sword was dust-sealed in the deepest part of the cliff bottom, and ordinary people couldn't even sense its existence, not to mention getting it. But Zhao Yuansen was confident that with the origin devil chi invocation and the scent of the purple gold talisman, he would definitely be able to cause the devil sword to resonate and attract it out. Dao One Sword Sect. After Su Baiwei obtained the sacred soldier armor, she immediately began to sink her heart and gaze at her mind, attempting to communicate and refine it, with the Grand Elder standing at the side to protect her. However, seeing that Li Che was still standing at the same spot, all calm and steady, without the slightest intention to make a move, the Grand Elder was also a bit curious. Saint's son, aren't you going to make a move yet? At this point, as time passed, there were already more and more people hauling out all sorts of treasures and harvesting a lot. From time to time, voices of delight resounded around the room. All the attendees had entered a carnival-like state. The cliffside was crowded with people, all of whom were emanating their divine sense, going all out to sense the treasure's aura in the nothingness. Li Che was about to shake his head when he suddenly noticed that Zhao Yuansen, whom he had been paying attention to, had finally made a move, and his spirits immediately lifted as a hint of a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Strike now! Li Che glanced at Zhao Yuansen as if he didn't care, and the corner of his mouth lifted up as he immediately stepped out. In the next moment, divine sense surged out. Imperial soldier. When he thought of the terrifying chances that Zhao Yuansen had obtained in his last life, even Li Che couldn't help but feel a fire within his heart. An existence such as an emperor soldier, even among the transcendent Holy Land level forces, was still a topmost heavy treasure that was sufficient to suppress the chi of a Dao system, and its might was incomparably strong. How could he possibly stand by and watch Zhao Yuansen take it away? At this time, he and Zhao Yuansen were not the only two people on the edge of the cliff. Many cultivators were releasing their divine sense and were trying to haul in treasures. And in this situation, even if there was really a treasure that surfaced, it would be difficult to tell who was actually being hauled out. And at this moment, Li Che was preparing to utilize this. Keeping a lookout, he searched around like a headless fly, and it was hard to find the dusty magic sword without any problems. But there's still Zhao Yuansen. As long as Zhao Yuansen could find the magic sword, it would be equivalent to him finding it. Li Che released his divine sense and probed straight into the bottom of the black cliff. Then the divine sense probed around, paying no attention to the various flickering treasures, just concentrating on Zhao Yuansen's divine sense. Found it. A few moments later, Li Che's eyes lit up and he had already perceived where Zhao Yuansen's divine sense was. Immediately afterward, a sharp and cold aura appeared in his senses. Could this be the magic sword? The bottom of the black cliff was shrouded in endless darkness, and even divine sense couldn't see the treasure's true appearance when it wasn't hauled out. However, In Li Che's senses, that aura was extremely extraordinary, and coupled with the fact that Zhao Yuansen was selling his traction at this moment, there should be no mistake. Li Che's mind was spinning with thoughts, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Seeing that Zhao Yuansen had managed to find the treasure and his divine sense was wrapped around it and was trying to pull it upwards, a cold light flashed in his eyes and the power of his divine sense suddenly skyrocketed. The tough and sharp power of divine sense instantly transformed into a sharp longsword and chopped down heavily, forcibly severing Zhao Yuansen's connection with the treasure and transferring the right to control it into his own hands. Found it! The moment he managed to find the demon sword according to the connection in the underworld, Zhao Yuansen was instantly filled with a sense of surprise, his eyes blazing with flames. Not daring to have any hesitation, his divine sense whistled out, instantly condensing into a strand of rope, wrapping it around in a ball, and then desperately hauling it toward the top. Ha ha, Imperial Soldier. This is the most precious and heaven-defying real treasure in the Black Cliff. Those guys one by one have eyes but no pearls. That way some broken copper is smug there. What bull asterisk treasures. What bull asterisk holy soldiers. All are trash. Only this demonic sword is truly supreme. Zhao Yuansen's heart thumped, his chest filled with endless elation and ambition. As long as he could obtain this emperor's soldier, he would surely soar to the heavens. At that time, what Lingxu sword sect, what Li Che, and even the sacred ground would all be trampled under one's feet. Zhao Yuansen's spirit was greatly shaken, and his divine sense poured out crazily. The emperor's soldier was heavy, but he relished in it, desperately pulling it upwards. But just then, his divine sense that was deep into the bottom of the Black Cliff suddenly suffered a heavy blow. Zhao Yuansen's body trembled and a mouthful of blood protruded violently, his face suddenly turning white. Immediately afterward, the rope pulling the treasure shattered with a loud bang, and the connection between him and the treasure was instantly severed. What's going on? How did my divine sense suddenly disconnect from the treasure? Did I run into sword energy or a spatial rift? Am I that unlucky? Zhao Yuansen was flabbergasted. With great alarm in his heart, he could not check his injuries and with a furious cry, he once again released his divine sense into the bottom of the Black Cliff, desperately extending towards the direction where his divine sense was broken. But in the next moment, his body suddenly shook, as if he had been struck by lightning, only to see that just where the divine sense had suffered an attack just now, it was already empty. The treasure that he had gone through so much trouble to haul out was gone. Where's my stuff? Where are my treasures? Zhao Yuansen man was dumbfounded, both eyes staring round, his face pale without a trace of blood. Chapter 85. Something happened to the sword box, and terrifying sword intent swept in. Li Che didn't care what Zhao Yuansen's reaction actually was. At this moment, after he managed to sever Zhao Yuansen's divine sense and take control of the treasure, he was instantly overjoyed. Even though he couldn't see the treasure's true appearance in the darkness, he could vaguely feel the boundless sharpness and moroseness contained in that aura, and the energy contained within it made him tremble. Sure is good baby, but it's mine now. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Che immediately exploded with all his might the moment the treasure arrived. An overwhelming amount of divine sense surged out, and with all of it added on, it directly began to violently pull. In an instant, the treasure that had been heavy and slow to move upward just a moment ago shook, and under the pull of the terrifying force, it flew up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it floated into the void. Boom dash! The moment the treasure was officially released, Li Che finally saw its true appearance. It was a box with a solid black body and an ancient shape. Not a magic sword? Li Che was shocked in his heart and subconsciously wondered if he was looking for the wrong target. But before he could think further, the Black Cliff trembled enormously. The overwhelmingly morose sword chi exploded out of the black box, and a stern and icy aura rose up to the sky, shattering the clouds in the sky. Sword chi was like a sea, boiling like a tide. The cold and stern sword chi wrapped in horrible killing intent, making everyone's heart and soul tremble, as if a great disaster was approaching. The endless void trembled madly under that sword energy, and the darkness was like boiling. The endless sword chi even turned into dense gas, spreading and floating, as if to destroy everything in the world. What's wrong? What's the situation? How could such a terrifying sword chi suddenly appear? The box. The sword aura is coming from that box. What is that thing? Why does it make me feel numb and fearful? In front of the Black Cliff, the crowd was first silent for a moment, followed by a shocking clamor. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them, subconsciously shrinking his neck. He then looked into the void with both eyes wide and horrified. When they saw that the being that bloomed with endless terrifying sword chi was the black box that was floating in the void, everyone was horrified and dumbstruck. So much movement? Li Che was also startled. Even he, the originator, had not expected that the black box appearing in the world would cause such a big commotion. Could it be that this is the sword box? And the devil sword is sealed in this black box? It's really worthy of being a godless soldier. It hasn't even been unsealed yet, and it's already displaying such terrifying might. After reacting, Li Che was not surprised, but rather pleased. The more powerful the magic sword was, the more he would like it. At that moment, before anyone could react, he moved his body and had already stepped into the void, rushing towards the black box, about to take it down. Roar dash! Just then, an earth-shattering roar rang out. At the bottom of the black cliff, a terrifying demonic beast clad in scale armor with red eyes was suddenly awakened and roared as it rushed up to stop Li Che. Seek death. Facing the demonic beasts blocking the road, Li Che did not have any trepidation. His eyes went cold and he slammed his fist down without saying a word. Boo! The berserk and unparalleled power poured out crazily. The demonic beast let out a miserable cry. Its scaly armor shattered, and its body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, subduing the demonic beasts. Li Che's footsteps did not pause in the slightest. The body rushed through, directly grabbing the black box in his hands and returning to the top of the cliff. Immediately afterward, he didn't pause. With a thought, the black box in his hand instantly disappeared into thin air, and was directly put away into his angling space. With the black box gone, the sea of sword chi that was raging madly between heaven and earth lost its subsequent support, and its power gradually weakened until a few moments later, when it finally dissipated completely. It was only when the awe-inspiring killing intent enveloping their bodies disappeared that all of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, many people still have palpitations. There were even people who subconsciously wiped their sweat, obviously frightened by the terrifying sword intent just now. After returning to their senses, the crowd immediately turned their gazes towards Li Che. At this time, no one was already surprised by Li Che's easy suppression of that powerful demonic beast. Their attention was on that mysterious black box. They all saw it clearly. It was Li Che who had put away the black box just now. What on earth was that just now that would be so terrifying? Looking at the appearance, it's just an ordinary box. Why does it have such a terrifying power? Just now, the moment the sword chi erupted, I even had my sweaty hairs stand up all over my body. As if I was being stared at by a supreme being, I didn't even dare to move. Li Che, do you know what that thing is? The crowd spoke up and asked questions. The gaze towards Li Che was vaguely filled with fire and greed. Holy Sun, what was that all about just now? Including the Dawi Sword Sect's Grand Elder and Su Baiwei. They were all dumbfounded as they looked at Li Che, shocked and speechless. Anyone present who was not blind knew that that black box was definitely a supreme treasure. After all, even the Saint Soldier armor that Su Baiwei had pulled out earlier hadn't moved so much. For a while, many people's eyes were on fire, and various thoughts turned in their minds. I don't know what that is either. In the face of the crowd's inquiries, of course Li Che would not say it directly. Just kidding. This is the legendary godless soldier. If the news got out and was known, I'm afraid that it would cause dozens of continents to go crazy, and neither he nor the Dawi Sword Sect would be at peace next. He smiled slightly, a bit of surprise on his face, and said, just now I just sensed something that resonated with me and tried to pull it out. I didn't realize it would cause so much commotion. I'm afraid I'll have to wait to do some research on this later if I want to know what it is. He wasn't worried about anyone guessing where the black box came from. After all, from the looks of it, the black boxes don't have anything to do with swords anyway. Without figuring out the origin of the black box, the crowd was naturally unwilling and continued to ask questions, but with Li Che biting his tongue that he didn't know, that he wasn't sure, and with the Dawi Sword Sect's Grand Elder poised next to him, guarding earnestly, the crowd could only shake their heads in helplessness and no longer pursue the matter. Only the envy in his eyes was practically overflowing. Even if you don't know where the black box came from, but it was clear to everyone at least that it had to be good. Just that terrifying sword chi and might alone just now. There was absolutely no way it would be simple. This time, I'm afraid that Li Che has obtained the greatest chance in the room. That's right, just now I thought the harvest was good, but compared to Li Che, it seems like nothing. Not only Li Che, don't you forget that Dao Yi's holy daughter has obtained a holy weapon. The crowd murmured and looked at the few people from the Dawi Sword Sect with envy in their gazes. Someone congratulated the Grand Elder. Elder Chen, your Dawi Sword Sect has really had a bumper harvest and become the biggest winner. It's really enviable beyond belief. The Dawi Sword Sect is loaded this time. That being said, ever since Li Che joined the Dawi Sword Sect, I feel as if you Dawi have suddenly shed your bones. Whether it's strength, fame or luck, it's all risen with the naked eye. Facing the congratulations from the crowd, Chen Tianyan laughed out loud in agreement. It wasn't until he heard the last sentence that he also froze, and a strange color flashed in his gaze towards Li Che. Seems to be true. Could it be that Li Che is the legendary lucky star? Or someone who was blessed with great fortune? Chen Tianyang muttered. Chapter 86 Zhao Yuansen collapses. Li Che robbed him? Fortuna? The great airbender? Thinking about what had happened over this period of time, the more Chen Tianyang thought about it, the more likely it was. It was indeed plausible that when a lucky star or someone with great fortune joined the sect, even the entire Daoyi sword sect would follow and benefit from it. Su Baiwei on the side also had her eyes light up, her little head nodding frantically. That's right. I think so too. For a moment, both of them were surprised, and their hot gazes made Li Che feel uncomfortable. I say, Grand Elder, Baiwei, can you guys restrain your eyes a little? I'm going to get goosebumps if this continues. Li Che had a helpless look on his face. Ahem. Upon hearing this, both the Grand Elder and Su Baiwei were a bit embarrassed. Subconsciously touching their noses, the two hurriedly withdrew their gazes and turned to communicate with the major powers around them who were saying congratulations. And the other side, just as Daichi was surrounded by everyone and chatting away, the few people from the Lingxu sword sect watched the scene with bated breath and envy on their faces, but they didn't come any closer. Kidding aside, Lingxu and Daoyi were mortal enemies. Their nemesis got the benefit of the doubt and asked them to congratulate and say goodbye. What a joke. I shucks. It's not just a broken box. What's the big deal? One is as excited as the other. It's a disgrace. Let's see my junior brother invoke an even more powerful treasure to show you later. Yu Schwanger's face was full of envy and her mouth was about to water, but she still kept her mouth shut, viciously puking. He turned his eyes to stare at Zhao Yuansen without blinking, a heart on the verge of lifting. After all, now that both she and Lu Lingli had used that only chance and only obtained 2 pieces of trash, it was already humiliating. So now they could only hope for Zhao Yuansen. Lu Lingli could no longer remain calm as she watched Daoyi harvest heavy treasures one after another. Seeing that Zhao Yuansen's face was white and he was still standing at the edge of the cliff, not even moving, he couldn't help himself. I say, senior brother, are you good or not? It's been such a long time. So many people have almost gotten their treasures. Why haven't you moved yet? Has the treasure been hauled out or not? Not only the two of them, the elders were also filled with nervousness and were fully focused. The same to participate in the General Assembly, people more or less have gained the opportunity to treasure. Lingxu sword sect has nothing to gain. I'm afraid to be laughed at. Even when he went back, he didn't know how he was going to explain to the sect. One can only hope that Zhou Wansen will fight for more. Under their gaze, Zhao Yuansen finally slowly opened his eyes and withdrew his divine sense. However, it remained motionless, and in the face of several people's inquiries, it did not respond in any way, but just stood there dumbfounded. Its face pale and its eyes lifeless, a look of disorientation. In his mouth, he kept muttering something like impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Lingli's few people looked at each other and were confused. What is this about Zhou Wansen? In the end, it was Yu Schwanger who couldn't hold back and let out a furious cry. Senior brother, we asked you, where are the things you haul? Where is the treasure? At this time, several people saw that Zhao Yuansen had already withdrawn his divine sense, but there was no movement in the void, and their hearts were already filled with a vague sense of foreboding. Lu Lingli's face was gloomy as she questioned. You just swore to us that you were going to haul an absolute treasure, and as a result, we don't even see any trash now? Are you kidding us? Lu Lingli's expression was gloomy and she looked furious. Yu Schwanger and the elder too were about the same, just about to come up with a sentence of waste thrown in Zhao Yuansen's face. No, just now I did invoke a supreme treasure. A moment later, Zhao Yuansen finally came back to his senses, clenching his teeth and shouting angrily. His eyes red and almost crazed appearance even startled Yu Schwanger's several people. The elder was first stunned, then he immediately asked, where's that thing? Yeah, where's the stuff? Lu Lingli and Yu Schwanger also returned to their senses and inquired. Could it be that Zhao Yuansen didn't get anything and was afraid of a few people questioning him so he made an excuse? Zhou Wansen was silent. Yeah, where's the stuff? I'd like to know where the stuff went, too. Zhou Wansen was about to go crazy. He dared to swear to the heavens that he had indeed caused the resonance of the magic sword just now, and was also really close to hauling it out. But I don't know what happened. But the divine sense was suddenly attacked, causing the connection to be broken. And then the magic sword stepped off. Nope, it's really gone. He had painstakingly prepared for so long, bent on soaring to the heavens through this heaven-defying opportunity, and pinned all his hopes on it. But now he didn't even know what was going on. Things snapped. It's just gone. Seeing Zhao Yuansen's face change wildly in a burst of green and white, but he just didn't say anything. How could the elder not understand what was going on? And for a moment, he was suffocating and practically about to vomit blood. What are you talking to me about when the stuff is gone? What's the use? Bringing 3 disciples to the discourse conference, softening up and even being mocked by people to their faces to get the opportunity. As a result, Lu Lingli Yu Schwanger got 2 pieces of waste. Zhao Yuansen simply didn't even see a hair. This was not only humiliating, but there was even no way to deliver to the sect when they returned. Zhao Yuansen was equally uncomfortable and wanted to spit out blood. He was completely unable to accept this result. His eyes were red, and his entire body was about to be overwhelmed by anger. Just then, when he saw the Daoi Sword Sect on the side surrounded by the crowd congratulating and saying goodbye, his body suddenly shook, and a shocking roar resounded in his head. He just lost his magic sword, and in the blink of an eye Li Che got something good. He looked frantic and gritted his teeth. Elder, I know, it must be Li Che's doing. Without waiting for a few people to inquire, Zhao Yuansen spoke quickly. I just now, however, found something good at the bottom of the cliff. Definitely an extraordinary treasure, and it's already being hauled towards the top. He didn't dare to say that he knew it was a magic sword, but it didn't prevent him from saying that it was cherished. He said angrily, but before I could completely haul the treasure up, my divine sense was suddenly attacked and was cut off from the connection with that treasure. And by the time I went to look for it again, the treasure was already gone. I suspect that attack. It was Li Che who did it. The treasure that I invoked just now is definitely the black box that Li Che just obtained. He's the one who snatched my treasure. By the end of his words, Zhao Yuansen was already red in the eyes, itching to gnash his teeth. He finally figured it all out. The sudden attack just now was definitely Li Che deliberately tripping himself up as he snatched away his treasures. Hearing his words, the elder was startled and stared. You can't talk about such things. You said it was Li Che who snatched your treasures. Do you have any proof? Zhao Yuansen's gaze flickered with intense hatred, his expression bordering on madness as he gritted his teeth. I have no proof. But how under the heavens can there be such a coincidence that my divine sense was just attacked and disconnected from the treasure? And then right after that, Li Che hauled out the supreme treasure? Is that reasonable? Chapter 87 9 swords inside the sword box. All of them are Emperor soldiers? I actually think it's quite reasonable. The elder's mouth moved, but he still didn't say anything. In his heart, he was unimpressed with Zhao Yuansen's statement. That's too unconvincing. After all, at that time, there were numerous people who had released their divine sense to try and haul in the treasure at the edge of the cliff. Plus the black cliff was so big that no one knew who had actually found what. And there was no way to be sure that the mysterious black box was something that Zhao Yuansen had found. Could it be that because of this one far-fetched reason, one would go to confront the Daoi Sword Sect? This is too. The elder was hesitating, but the two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, had their eyes light up. Although Zhao Yuansen's reasoning wasn't particularly reasonable, it wasn't completely impossible. Just now that black box's strong terror they all saw in the eyes, have long been greedy cannot lie, and now heard Zhao Yuansen said so, immediately opened his mouth to support. Maybe that's it. Li Che was originally a small, ungrateful man who ate his way out of the world, and was especially greedy. If it's him who finds out that junior brother has found an extremely valuable treasure and wants to keep it for himself, it's very likely that he'll make a move to snatch it. Yu Shuanger's face was filled with a furious look as she criticized Li Che. Lu Lingli's face was like frost as she said in a cold voice, this is indeed something that Li Che can do. Daring to rob our Lingxu sword sect, this matter can't just be left alone. We must get the treasure back. The elder glanced at the two, and for a moment, he was also a bit moved. After all, the black box that Li Che had obtained just now, anyone could tell that it was an extremely valuable treasure. And the Lingxu Sword Sect certainly wanted to obtain it as well. This time, the Lingxu Sword Sect returned empty-handed, and as the leading elder, he would not be able to account for it no matter what when he returned, and he might even be punished. But if we can get that mysterious black box from earlier, thinking about it, the elder had been somewhat moved. What's more, he could also tell that Zhao Yuansen didn't look like he was lying when he looked like he was on the verge of going crazy from holding his tongue. If things are really like what Zhao Yuansen said, then, as an elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect, he was bound to ask the Daoi Sword Sect for a statement. Follow me. Immediately, a hint of sharpness flashed in the elder's eyes, and he aggressively led a few people towards where the Daoi Sword Sect was. The Daoi Sword Sect didn't know what the Lingxu Sword Sect's few people were thinking. At this moment, the two of them, the Grand Elder and Su Baiwei, were being surrounded by the crowd, responding to the crowd's compliments and congratulations with a smile on their faces. Li Che, on the other hand, stood still and quietly used his divine sense to probe the sword box he had just acquired. Then came the shocking realization. Surprisingly, there was not just one sword in the sword box, but a full 9. That magic sword. It's just one of them. Hiss dash. This Zhao Yuansen fellow's chances in his previous life are also just too exaggerated. Li Che's mind was shocked and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Now he finally understood how Zhao Yuansen in his previous life was able to transform himself as if he was a different person and rise strongly at an astonishingly extreme speed. With the help of these 9 terrifying divine weapons, Even a pig would be able to fly into the sky and achieve a supreme giant. But that was all in a previous life. Now these 9 divine swords, they belong to me. With regards to robbing Zhao Yuansen's chance, Li Che didn't have an ounce of burden at all. Zhao Yuansen was originally the holy son of the Wuji demon sect, and his hands were stained with countless amounts of blood, and he had even set off a terrifying catastrophe in his previous life, causing the world to be filled with blood and corpses. On top of the feud between the two, Zhao Yuansen, he would kill him personally sooner or later, and now was merely collecting some interest first. Just as Li Che was contemplating, a group of people from the Lingxu sword sect also aggressively walked straight towards Li Che. The elder who led the way looked solemn, and without any nonsense, he straightened up. Li Che, the sword case you obtained just now, can you take it out for us to see? What do these guys mean? Seeing the several people from the Lingxu sword sect looking like they were coming from a bad place, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked over with a surprised look on their faces. Grand Elders Chen Tianyang and Su Baiwei were even more pale, taking large strides to Li Che's side and protecting him behind him. Chen Tianyang went toe-to-toe with the Lingxu sword sect elder and said in a chilling voice, Lu Hua, what do you mean? What? You Lingxu sword sect got 3 melons and 2 dates, and you're not happy in your heart, so you want to come to us to pick a fight? He spoke nonchalantly, and opened his mouth to poke the pain, which immediately led to laughter from the people of the major powers around him. Lu Lingli Yuxuanger's face even changed and she became furious. Elder Chen. Lingxu sword sect elder Lu Hua shook his head, reaching out to stop the furious Lu Lingli. Several people, looking straight at Chen Tianyang and said in a deep voice, we do have some doubts that we want to ask Li Che to answer. Just now, my clan's disciple Zhao Yuansen invoked a treasure under the Black Cliff, but he was suddenly attacked and his divine sense was cut off, disconnecting him from the treasure, and by the time he went to look for it again, the treasure was no longer there. And it just so happens that right at this time, Li Che just happens to be coming down the Black Cliff. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he was saying. To put it bluntly, they suspected that it was Li Che who had forced their stuff. I can't believe these guys reacted quite quickly. Not bad, their senses are quite sharp. The corner of Li Che's mouth was slightly raised. He didn't expect that the people from the Lingxu sword sect's blind cat had actually guessed the situation. But, so what? Not to mention that Zhao Yuansen was just guessing. He was 100% sure and couldn't produce any evidence. After all, so many people were present at that time, intertwining their divine senses with each other, and the treasures kept sinking and floating. You say it's yours and it's yours? Then I'd say all the treasures are mine. If you really want to confront them, it's simply a muddled book, with no evidence for anyone. In that case, what's to be afraid of? I think you guys are sincerely trying to pick a fight. Chen Tianyang's eyes glared as his anger surged, and his breath blossomed as he spoke. Wanting a big fight, but Li Che gently shook his head and stopped him. He then took a step forward and confronted the several people from the Lingxu sword sect without avoiding them, and a hint of a smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth as he sneered. Zhou Wansen means what he says is his. Why don't you have Zhou Wansen shout up and see if that black box will oblige? His voice was full of naked mockery, which instantly drew laughter from the crowd. The gazes that looked at the Lingxu sword sect were all contemptuous and gloating as well. See people get the treasure and then red eyes. You behind the back of jealousy is also on the line, but also directly shine over to say it is your things. How come you Lingxu sword sect has such a big face? Being ridiculed in public. Lu Hua's face gradually became ugly. However, at this time he was riding a tiger. He could only continue with a hard head, otherwise he would only be more humiliated if he left in the dust. Seeing Li Che's resolute attitude, he tried to play the emotional card. Li Che, after all, you were once a disciple of the Lingxu sword sect as well. And they are all your senior brothers and sisters as well. There is no need to make things too embarrassing for each other. And we're just trying to see if that black box is Zhou Wansen stuff or not. Chapter 88, Did I give you a face? Who spoils you? Lu Hua tries to play the emotional card, but he doesn't expect Li Che to eat it at all. It was fine if he didn't say it, but once he did, it in turn stirred up Li Che's anger even more, making him unable to resist ringing back to all the slurs and cold stares he had received in the Lingxu sword sect. Immediately, he let out a cold laugh, his voice cutting through. Don't give me that. I told you long ago, I have no relationship with the Lingxu sword sect, nor do I have any relationship with you or these few losers behind you, so don't come and get close. And the Black Cliff rules say clearly, if you don't have the ability to induce the treasure yourself, you should honestly admit it. Don't move to think of some crooked ideas, you'll only be eyeing other people, and that'll only make people disrespectful. His words were unceremonious. Account. Lu Hua instantly blushed. However, this kind of response from Li Che was what completely made Zhao Yuansen break his great defense. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was so stifled in his heart that he was practically spitting blood. Obviously, it was Li Che who had robbed his own chance, but as a result, it now turned out to be that he was eyeing his things and was also a shameless person, which caused him to burst into a rage, and he couldn't hold back from jumping out any longer. Li Che, don't you dare turn black and white upside down here. Don't you dare show that black box for all to see. It's clearly you who cut off. Boom dash. Before he could even finish his sentence, he was blown away by a morose sword chi. Seeing him jumping about, Li Che would not be merciful. With a chill in his eyes, a sword chi directly chopped down, directly suppressing him. But Zhao Yuansen was already far from being Li Che's opponent. Plus at this moment, when he was caught off guard, he almost took the blow intact. With a miserable cry, he flew straight backwards and slammed hard on the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out violently. When the sword chi dispersed, Zhao Yuansen was cloaked and disheveled. His clothes were broken, and a scar surfaced on his body that was deep enough to be seen on his bones. Looking hideous, blood gushed out like it was no money, and he became a bloody man almost instantly. You dash! Zhao Yuansen's body trembled violently, his breath suddenly weak. A face is because of the loss of blood and became white. Lying on the ground for a moment was not even the strength to get up. Li Che looked down on him from above, his expression cold. Who do you think you are? Do you really think everyone in the world will give in to you? A mole-like thing. How dare you clamor in front of me? Who gave you the courage? Get out of here. Li Che, you deserve to die. Zhou Wansen was almost mad. Compared to the pain in the body, the pain in the heart is 10,000 times more intense. The opportunity was taken. Being vilified in front of everyone, he was even swatted away like a fly being chased away. Looking down on him condescendingly, this was more difficult for the high-minded Zhao Yuansen than killing him. I'm going to kill you. Zhao Yuansen looked as if he was crazy, and with a roar, he climbed up and was about to fight with Li Che, but as soon as he moved his body, wow! Another mouthful of blood sprayed out. His breath fell low again and he commiserated. I don't know if I was too hurt or too pissed off afterward. Surprisingly, his eyes rolled back in his head and bam, he passed out. Li Che, it happened too suddenly, and from the time Li Che made a move to suppress Zhao Yuansen to the time Zhao Yuansen fainted over, it was only a short moment. It was only at this point that many people had just come back to their senses. The two of them, Lu Lingli and Yu Shuanger, were furious when they saw Zhao Yuansen fainting from serious injuries. Eyes glaring, he was about to bellow angrily, but only opened his mouth when he saw Li Che sweep over the ice-cold gaze. The two were like a pot of ice water poured over their heads, and subconsciously shivered, full of anger instantly extinguished, and subconsciously thought of the last time they were Li Che's scene of a burst of whiplash. Fear flashed in her eyes. Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger's body trembled as she subconsciously retreated towards the back. He didn't even dare to help Zhao Yuansen, who had fainted on the ground. Li Che, you've gone too far. They didn't dare to say anything, but Lu Hua couldn't sit still. To beat up a disciple of his own clan in front of him, an elder of the Lingxu sword sect, was simply not putting himself in his eyes at all. His eyes widened angrily, and his strong pressure was released with a roar, as if he might make a move at any time. Li Che, however, was pleasantly unafraid. A cold smile lifted up on his face, and not only did he not retreat, but instead took another step forward, confronting Lu Hua head-on. Excessive? I've beaten him as much as I can today. What can you do about it? This old man had just played the emotional card for himself, looking like a man of great affection, but when he was first expelled, everyone in the entire clan could have seen it with their own eyes, and not a single person dared to come forward and say even a single word. The Lingxu sword sect has a count of one and can't find any innocents. Well. Li Che, it seems like you've really hardened your wings, thanks to the fact that you used to be a disciple of the Lingxu sword sect, but you're still so arrogant in front of me. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson today. Lu Hua was furious, and after his words fell, his mighty pressure blossomed and went straight at Li Che. Just as he struck out, the berserk aura belonging to the king realm instantly spread out in all directions. Old man, what do you think you are? And you're lecturing me? Do you deserve it? Fight if you want to. Think I'm not afraid of you? Li Che laughed coldly. Unafraid. Seeing Lu Hua rushing in, he immediately let out an explosive shout, and between the flood of mana rushing in his body, he straightly met him. Boom dash. Both sides did not use weapons, and the pure cultivation competition still caused violent fluctuations. The berserk shockwave spread wildly in all directions. The sound was amazing. Just as soon as they exchanged hands, Lu Hua sensed that something was wrong. How did you get so strong? Lu Hua was a veteran powerhouse who had long since stepped into the king realm, and in his thoughts, even if Li Che's talent was high, he was after all a young man, and it would be easy for him to take him down. But at this time, after really touching with Li Che, He was horrified to find that the power coming from Li Chei's fist was terrifyingly incomparable, as if it were a monstrous wave, one after another, vaguely actually suppressing himself. Moreover, along with the power impact, there was even a majestic sword intent mixed in with it, severe and ferocious, and under the crazy strangulation, he couldn't help but feel a sharp pain all over his body. How come? Lu Hua looked shocked and opened his mouth to say something. However, Li Chei only smiled coldly, and between the flashes of sarcasm in his eyes, the second strike was already immediately following. Old man, in terms of killing, you're the junior. When I was in a bloody battle with countless demons in the Devil's Cave, you were still sleeping in the sect. Accompanied by the sound of the words, the terrifying attacks were as continuous as a torrential rain. Every punch and every kick carried the terrifying killing intent that he had refined over 100 years of killing in the Devil's Cave. Lu Hua's face changed greatly as Li Chei's attack brought him a strong and incomparable oppression, making him look horrified. He didn't dare to have the slightest bit of retention. His King Realm cultivation exploded with all his might, resisting the raging storm-like attack. But even so, he was still driven red in the face. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in the blink of an eye, and even though Lu Hua roared angrily, he could not be restrained from falling into a disadvantage. Boo! A moment later, it was accompanied by a muffled sound. Li Chei's fist broke through all of Lu Hua's defenses and heavily smashed into his chest. Lu Hua was greatly shocked, and a mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out. His body was smashed by that terrifying force and flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing onto the ground. The whole room was silent. Chapter 89 Lingxu Sword Sect disgraced and Elder defeated. Great Elder, make your move. That old man is bullying the small with the big and personally dealing with senior brother. He's afraid he'll suffer a loss. When the battle between Lu Hua and Li Chei had just begun, Su Baiwei's face was filled with worry and she couldn't help but urge Chen Tianyang, who was at the side, to intervene. Chen Tianyang's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the situation in the arena, but did not worry too much. Although he didn't know exactly what the outcome of the battle between the two was, he knew that Li Chei's strength was definitely not as simple as it appeared to be. And even if he was facing the King Realm's Lu Hua, he didn't necessarily have no power of resistance. He believed that Li Chei's strength would not let him down. First look, if Li Chei really isn't an opponent, I will naturally step in. As soon as his words fell, he then saw a sudden change in the situation in the field. Just a moment ago, the mighty Lu Hua, the titular Lingxu Sword Sect Elder, after facing Li Chei, he was unexpectedly suppressed the entire time and fell into a disadvantageous position, and could only grit his teeth and support himself painstakingly. Li Chei his strength. It's even more lying than I thought. Chen Tianyang was thrilled for a moment, his gaze filled with relief, but he didn't wait for him to finish turning his thoughts around. Lu Hua was seen spitting out blood as he was hit and flew out backwards. Chen Tianyang's eyes instantly rounded, and his entire body was dumbfounded. In his thoughts, Lu Hua was, after all, a long-established veteran powerhouse with a proper King Realm cultivation. The fact that Li Chei could manage to suppress him was already shocking enough, but that should be the limit. But who knew that Li Chei would be so tough that he would directly defeat Lu Hua head-on in just a few moments? It had been completely beyond his imagination. At this moment, Lu Hua climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, his face pale, his breath fluctuating violently, and his gaze toward Li Chei was as if he had seen a ghost, full of disbelief. This can't be right. How can you be so strong? Looking at Li Chei, who stood proudly in place without blushing or gasping, the shock in Lu Hua's heart was simply indescribable. No matter how outstanding Li Chei was, he was still only a young generation after all. As for himself, he was a genuine Lingxu elder, a long-established veteran powerhouse, facing off against an enemy head-on. Surprisingly, he was not Li Chei's opponent? How demonic should he really be? Zhao Yuansen, who had woken up at an unknown time on the side, had similarly witnessed this scene, and when he saw that even the elders were unable to do anything to help Li Chei, he was so angry that his body trembled, and he was practically going crazy with jealousy. Why is Li Chei so powerful? What makes him so great? Why couldn't he himself surpass Li Chei no matter what? Zhao Yuansen's teeth were on the verge of crunching, his insides roared madly, and there was even an uncontrollable sense of frustration. He was the holy son of the peerless devil sect, clearly he should be the one in the limelight, but in front of Li Chei, he always felt that he was inferior, and that figure was like a huge mountain that pressed down on him. He's not happy about it. The two of them, Lu Ling Liu Xuaner, were already dumbfounded at this point. The strength displayed by Li Chei just now completely stunned the two of them, both eyes staring straight at him, their brains confused. Obviously, even the elders had lost to Li Chei, giving them a great shock. Li Chei, we don't have any malicious intentions. We really just want to take a look at that black box you got. You, Lu Hua's face was unsightly and he wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Li Che waving his hand. Li Che let out a cold laugh, his expression sneering. No offense? Want to see my treasures? Who am I to show you guys? Do you really think anyone is going to spoil you? A look of disgust flashed across his face, and he waved his hand as if to repel a fly. Get as far away from me as you can. Disgusting. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the Daoyi Sword Sect's location, not bothering to take care of the Lingxu Sword Sect's group of people. Ha ha, you rest well. Holy son, the old man will go and come. Seeing Li Che ruthlessly thwarting the arrogance of the Lingxu Sword Sect, Chen Tianyan's heart ached to the extreme, but he did not intend for things to end just like that. Seeing that Li Che had returned, a great joy flashed across his face. After the voice of explanation, he directly stepped out and stopped in front of Lu Hua and the others who were preparing to leave. Chen, old pitbull, what do you want? Seeing Chen Tianyan's face full of gloating, Lu Hua immediately turned dark. What do you want? Then of course I want to do it. Chen Tianyan let out a cold laugh and looked at Lu Hua, then swept over the Lu Lingli several people behind him, an unkind look in his eyes. It's not that easy to just walk away, bullying my Deutsches people and asking me what I want. You tell me. Chen Tianyang let out an explosive shout and rushed up without saying a word, catching Lu Hua, Zhao Yuansen and the others in a flurry of beatings. He punched and kicked and showed no mercy. Straight away, several people screamed and wailed. The furious and angry curses sounded even more crazily, but it only made Chen Tianyan laugh out loud in pain, adding a few more points of strength to his hands for a while. Li Che sat in the Daoyi Sword Sect's position and did not pay any attention to the chaos in the outside world. Instead, he kept probing out his mind, checking and studying the mysterious black box that he had just acquired. He always felt that the black box was not simple. After a long time, Chen Tianyang returned with a smooth smile on his face. Refreshed. Holy son, this is a good time for me to take it out on you. But you don't know. Just now those guys from the Lingxu Sword Sect were screaming like they were killing pigs. It was really humiliating. With that, he shook his head, and said rather unenthusiastically, but those guys didn't know if they were too ashamed of topping a pig's head, and had already run away in disgrace just now. Li Che nodded at his words, but did not care. On the contrary, the other forces on the side snorted with laughter when they heard Chen Tianyang's words. He, the Lingxu Sword Sect is really declining more and more. That's not true. At least at first it was considered a famous top-level existence. Prestige and power are not lacking. Now it is more and more like a gutless rat. Still a top-tier power. Now their reputation has long been ugly as hell. It's just a joke. Forget about them. It's not easy to get together once. We should eat and drink. That's right. Come and drink. At this moment, the many forces were all seated, focusing their attention on the fruits and spiritual food on the table in front of them. After all, the discourse conference only comes once in 10 years, and the opportunity is rare. Plus the Taiching Holy Land is rich in resources. And the many spirit fruits and spiritual food prepared are also good things that are hard to come by in the outside world, which are quite beneficial to cultivation. They're not going to leave in such a hurry. The crowd either chatted, exchanged cultivation experiences, or said something strange about the cultivation world. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Naturally, there was no shortage of envy for Doichi and bragging about Li Che during this time. However, as the center of the conversation, Li Che appeared calm. He sat quietly in his seat, his eyes slightly closed. His mind all focused on the angling space. After all, it was the legendary godless soldier, and probably even more than that. He certainly wanted to get it in his hands sooner rather than later. Once he had thoroughly studied it and mastered it, his strength was bound to skyrocket. Chapter 90 Lingxu Sword Sect ousted. Zhao Yuansen spits blood. Outside the Taichung Holy Land. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. There was a violent fluctuation of space at the gate of the Holy Land, followed by several figures that looked like they were fleeing for their lives emerging from the space. It was the Lingxu Sword Sect's group that had been forced to leave in disgrace from the Taiching Holy Land. Lu Lingli Yu Schwinger's face was more ugly than one another. The two elders, Lu Hua and Zhao Yuansen, were even more pale and depressed. Not only were their breaths low, even the corners of their mouths still had traces of blood, as if they had just escaped from some dragon's den. Be as woeful as you want. Looking at the crowd fleeing in a sorry state, Yu Schwanger gritted her teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it. Our hallowed Lingxu Sword Sect was forced to leave early. It's simply a strange shame. A strange shame. Yu Schwanger was suffocating in her heart and was practically spitting blood. Before coming to participate in the discourse assembly, she was full of confidence, full of anticipation for this trip, proud beyond measure, and constantly fantasizing about performing various feats that would surely draw the attention of millions and make a good appearance for once. As it turned out, all saints did do it. However, It was mocked by all and completely reduced to a laughingstock. Lu Lingli was also gloomy, a face covered in frost. Looking at the wretched appearance of several of his people, the anger in his eyes burned crazily, practically turning into substance. I blame Li Che. If it weren't for him, how could we be in such a mess? Making a fool out of our Lingxu sword sect in front of everyone in the world. Li Che. He simply did it on purpose. He's just trying to get back at us. Enlightenment was suppressed by Li Che, and the Black Cliff chance was snatched by Li Che. Even the two of them, Zhao Yuansen and Elder Lu Hua, were severely injured by Li Che, to the point that the group was reduced to the laughingstock of the Dao Discussion Conference. The Dao Discourse Conference had only just begun on the first day, and they had been forced to leave early. It was simply humiliating to the extreme. The two of them roared and cursed in all kinds of ways, frantically venting the pent-up frustration and anger in their hearts. Zhao Yuansen stood with a shriveled expression and a silent face. The only thing that showed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared was the resentment and madness that flickered in his eyes. Li Che, wait for me. We're not done with each other. Sooner or later, one day, I will personally take back everything that belongs to me. I will make sure you beg for your life, and beg for your death. Zhao Yuansen's inner resentment was incomparable. This time, among the several people from the Lingxu sword sect, he was going to be the most miserable. Originally, he thought that he would be able to make a splash in the Enlightenment, but as a result, he was completely suppressed by Li Che, and was completely reduced to a green leaf that set off Li Che, and was even laughed at by the crowd. That's just as well. The point was that the Emperor's soldier that he had put his heart and soul into and made countless preparations before he managed to lure out, and when he was about to succeed in getting his hands on it, he was interfered with and snatched away by someone. That was the main reason that drove Zhou Wansen crazy. That's the legendary godless soldier. A supreme treasure that was enough to allow him to soar to the heavens and suppress the world. A supreme treasure that was enough to suppress the Tao even in a transcendent power like the Holy Land of Taiching. It's just gone. The cooked duck has flown. Zhao Yuansen had simply lost money on this trip, and when he thought of that devilish sword, he was so sad that he wanted to vomit blood. Alas! This time, it is indeed a big loss. Lu Hua was also pale and couldn't help but let out a sigh. His heart was unbearable. It was only with great difficulty that he was able to obtain a place in the Dao conference, but as a result, he did not gain anything, not to mention that he was ridiculed by the people of the world. And even more so, he completely tore his face off with Li Che, and stood completely on the opposite side of the fence. It's simply a blood loss. Lu Hua's face was ugly, but there was nothing he could do after thinking about it. In the end, he could only let out a sigh and waved his hand feebly. Alright, go back first, wait until we return to the clan. When he thought of the sect chastisement he would face when he returned, Lu Hua had a headache. This trip was a total bust, compared to the drooping heads of the Lingxu sword sect's few people. Inside the Holy Land of Taiching, the people attending the event were all in high spirits and in a frenzy. All the great sects and forces gathered together, talking to each other, exchanging cultivation experience with each other. At the same time there is a variety of spiritual fruits and spiritual food continuously supplied by the Holy Land of Taiching. It is simply a godlike enjoyment. The people were all happy and excited. Time passed and a full week passed before the party finally came to an end. Along with the Holy Land Elder announcing the end of this Dao discussion conference, the satisfied major powers also rose to take their leave. Please don't worry about the Holy Land of Taiching. After we go back this time, we'll start preparing for the conquest of the demons afterward. That's right. Suppressing demons is the responsibility of all the cultivators in the world such as us. We will go all out and won't let the demons wreak havoc. Our clan too. We will definitely take it seriously. Before leaving, the people of the major powers all made promises before bidding farewell to the Taiching Holy Land. After all, as much fun as the party was, the crowd hadn't forgotten the other big event of the gathering. Demons, a sword hanging over everyone's head. I'm afraid this will be the last quiet before the storm begins. Next, the southern continent, and even the world, will open up a great battle with the demons. A bloody storm is coming. The people understood this in their hearts. At that moment, there was no hesitation, and after saying goodbye, they all left, and began to make relevant preparations for the great battle afterward. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, let's go too. The Daoi Sword Sect's Grand Elder Chen Tianyang cheerfully opened his mouth. This gathering, the Daoi Sword Sect could be said to be full of fame and fortune, becoming the biggest winner. For a full week, he didn't stop grinning at the corners of his mouth, as the major powers attending the event left one after another. The Taichung Holy Land, which had been noisy for a week, once again returned to its previous calm. Deep in the Holy Land, inside a palace with a gorgeous shape, shrouded by endless clouds and mist, like a fairy palace, two people were playing chess against each other. One of them, with a strong body and a square, majestic face, had a regal aura. It was none other than the Xianlai king who had previously shown his face before the start of the conference. Sitting across from him was a dignified and feminine woman. The woman's skin is snow white. Her face is soft and beautiful, and she is dignified and beautiful between her hands and feet. And although her expression is gentle, she vaguely carries a trace of high majesty, which makes people subconsciously fearful and not dare to blaspheme. Elder Xianlai, the people from all the major forces have left? The woman held the chess piece in her hand and spoke softly inquiring. The strong and domineering Xianlai king in the outside world, but in front of the woman, he appeared to be very respectful, sniffing and opening his mouth. Yes, Holy Lord. This woman was none other than the true helmsman of the Taiqing Holy Land, Holy Lord Jiang Qinglan. Receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Qinglan's face suddenly revealed a hint of a smile as she softly said, "The sword case has finally been taken. This is going to be a hoot back there." Seeing the meaning revealed in her words, the Taiqing Holy Land was very clear about the existence of that mysterious sword box and had been focusing on it. Even the fact that it was taken this time was expected. Chapter 91, Southern Continent boiling over. Lu Lingxu couldn't catch up with her. Although Jiang Qinglan hadn't shown up for the Dao conference, he had obviously been paying attention. For Li Che, who had taken the sword box, he was even more of a stranger in the slightest. Li Che, I'm curious about this young man who was able to take away the sword box. What exactly will his future hold? Jiang Qinglan murmured, his voice filled with curiosity. The Xianlai king was shocked in his heart and moved. Even you, Holy Lord, can't see through Li Che's future? This was clearly a bit beyond King Xianlai's imagination. Jiang Changlan was the Holy Lord of the Taiqing Holy Land. Don't think that just because she was a woman that she was soft and weak. In fact, how could an existence that could control a holy land be just as simple? Jiang Qinglan was far more powerful than the world could imagine. Most of the people in the world had no secrets to speak of in the eyes of this Holy Lord, even those old and powerful people who had been famous for a long time. Jiang Qinglan was able to see through them with a single glance. But even this kind of existence couldn't see through Li Che. A young man? Jiang Qinglan shook his head. A hint of inexplicability flashed in his eyes, and his voice took on a hint of mystery. He who has the destiny of heaven is not to be glimpsed. People with great fortune are favored by the heavenly Tao. The heavenly chances are covered and shrouded as much as possible. The future is uncertain and no one can see it. And in the southern continent, the only existence with a heavenly destiny is one Li Che. What? Shock flashed in the eyes of the Xianlai king. Li Che was actually a heavenly fate? Although he had already looked at Li Che very seriously, he still hadn't thought of this. The future is elusive for the heavenly fate, and no one knows how far he can go. However, as far as King Xianlai knew, all the recorded heaven's destiny people had different paths, but in the end, they all grew into powerful and unimaginable existences. Li Che, how far can he go in the future? The Xianlai king's heart shook and he couldn't help but murmur. When Jiang Qinglan heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with curious anticipation as well. In the meantime, with the end of the Dao Discourse Conference and the return of the major powers that participated, there were rumors about what happened at the gathering. Many powerful news circulated, directly setting the atmosphere of the southern continent off instantly. For a time, the southern continent shook as countless people exclaimed in shock. I didn't expect that terrifying sword intent that crossed the heavens and earth earlier was actually triggered by Li Che? This is too unbelievable. That's right, I always thought it was that hidden powerhouse before, but I didn't expect it to be a young man. It's simply exaggerated. Have you guys heard? This Dao discussion conference, the biggest winner is actually Dao E-Sword Sect. Instead Lingxu Sword Sect's group of guys one by one have been reduced to the laughingstock of the world. Really? Li Che defeated the Lingxu Sword Sect's elders and his strength is comparable to a king realm existence? I can only say that Li Che is worthy of being Li Che. I'm afraid that the group of people from the Lingxu Sword Sect are going to be dumbfounded this time. You said that you had to expel Li Che for a good reason. Isn't that your own crime? A group of trash with no eyes and no pearls. It's said that the demons are on the rise again. And even Fengya Prefecture has fallen. Damn demons, we must kill them all. Just wait, maybe it won't be long before an earth-shattering battle breaks out. A great war? Over at the Lingxu Sword Sect. Didn't it already break out once? I heard that tens of thousands of people died. Old tragedy. That's right. The Lingxu Sword Sect is also considered to be a vanguard of resistance against demonic rush. As the news continued to ferment and spread, the entire southern continent was abuzz. Countless news flew all over the sky, causing people in the world to discuss it frantically, with all sorts of murmurs. Dao Sword Sect, Li Che, Lingxu Sword Sect, and Demon. Countless news spread rapidly as if they had wings. And even more than just the southern continent. Dozens of small states around them were likewise completely abuzz. outside the mountain gate of the Lingxu sword sect, Lu Lingxu sat in an open space, silently looking into the distance with a confused expression. Ever since Li Che left the Lingxu sword sect, Lu Lingxu, the second senior sister, was the only one who didn't give up on him. She had always disagreed with what the Lingxu sword sect had done in the beginning, believing that it was the Lingxu sword sect that had apologized to Li Che, and had tried to invite Li Che back 3 times, but several times to dissuade, but were Si Ruyan and others to stop. But instead, thus attracted Si Ruyan dissatisfaction. Was Si Ruyan cold, suffered from ostracism, deliberately arranged for her to complete a variety of clan tasks, the whole day to run out, to a blindfolded heart. Today, she was leading a group of disciples who had just finished a mission for the sect and were resting near the mountain gate, intending to return to the sect after recuperating. It's not good, it's not good. Something big is wrong. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out not far away, and immediately afterward, a disciple was seen stumbling towards the mountain gate, his face full of panic. What? What happened so panic? Lu Lingxu was startled in her heart, and immediately her figure flashed, directly stopping that disciple and inquiring in a deep voice. Senior sister Lu? The disciple who was supposed to enter the sect to report the news saw that it was Lu Lingxu and hesitated slightly before informing the outside world of what had happened. All of them were things that happened at the discourse conference, as well as how the outside world was now boiling over with all kinds of mockery and gloating towards the Lingxu sword sect after the news had spread. Boom! After Lu Lingxu heard the news, her mind was immediately thunderstruck and flooded with shocking waves, and her 2 eyes were filled with shock and complexity. Li Che's astonishing talent caused the Taiqing Holy Land to place extreme importance on him, even personally inviting him. Persist the longest in enlightenment and break through the realm in enlightenment. The Black Cliff chance to obtain a heaven-defying treasure. Being eyed by Zhao Yuansen, he made a strong move to suppress Zhao Yuansen and even defeated the King Realm Elder of the Lingxu sword sect. At this gathering, Li Che could be described as radiant. In contrast, the Lingxu sword sect was more like a villainous character that had been punched in the face. The deadbeat rubbed into the Dao conference, overbearing but tragically hit in the face, without any gain not to mention, but also completely fell into the world of cultivators. The laughingstock completely became the perfect green leaf to set off the light of Li Che. Even on the first day of the discourse conference, he ran away in dust with his tail between his legs, then recalling that Li Che had been expelled from the Lingxu sword sect before. This sense of contrast becomes more and more apparent. It's safe to say, the more Li Che shone brightly, the more it appeared that the Lingxu sword sect was as ridiculous as a clown. Now under all kinds of turmoil, Lingxu sword sect's reputation has completely fallen into the bottom of the valley. Casually a cultivator mentioned Lingxu sword sect, are full of spit disdain. Why? Why? Lu Lingxu clenched her teeth in death. Her heart was full of mixed feelings, and she only felt breathless as if her heart was pressed with large stones. Why did it come to this? Eldest senior brother was originally supposed to be the greatest pride of the Lingxu sword sect. His light would likewise shine above the Lingxu sword sect, allowing the Lingxu sword sect to enjoy glory together. But now, the 2 sides, however, were as if they were immortal enemies. The Lingxu sword sect, moreover, had completely tasted the bitter fruits brought about by their capriciousness in the first place. Chapter 92, Si Ruyan completely blew up. Everything is not going well. I knew it would be. I said in the beginning that I should properly apologize to eldest brother and sincerely request for eldest brother's return. If you would have listened to me, how did things get to this point? Lu Lingxu yelled, her face like frost, the anger in her heart practically turning into substance. At first she repeatedly persuaded, but those people in the sect just pretended not to hear. And even her master Si Ruyan, even if she knew that she had misunderstood her eldest brother, but she was still there with the patriarch's lofty frame, such as how the theory is not willing to bow down. Isn't it right to apologize when you're the one who made a mistake? Now they are satisfied, as they wish, finally succeeded in completely forcing Li Che into a confrontation, and the price is that the Lingxu sword sect has suffered blow after blow, means of strength, and its face has been trampled underfoot. Lu Lingxu's eyes turned red and she couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, he didn't care about the other disciples behind him, and his figure shot up into the sky, directly rushing towards the sect's main hall. She was going to see what was going on. With Lu Lingxu's departure, only a group of disciples who were still immersed in shock remained behind them. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up with a hoarse voice. You guys, do you think we really did the wrong thing by expelling eldest brother in the first place? Big brother, is he never coming back? They had all similarly listened to the news just now, and were first shocked by Li Che's various performances at the Dao discussion assembly. But what immediately followed was a sudden realization. It seemed that Li Che was supposed to be this good. Only, in this incident, their Lingxu sword sect was on the opposite side, and the more excellent Li Che was, the more it set off the Lingxu sword sect's lack of vision in the first place. And, at this point, the crowd also realized something. It seems to start now. Li Che, truly, was completely divided from the Lingxu sword sect and was even in hostility. Hearing his words, everyone present was silent. The crowd's color changed. And finally someone sighed softly and shook his head. Is it any use talking about this now? When eldest senior brother was expelled from the sect, no matter what the others thought, the end result was that not a single person stood up to speak for eldest senior brother. Regardless of who's right and who's wrong, things aren't up to us. For a while, everyone was silent. But in their hearts, one or two of them, for some reason, suddenly developed an emotion called regret. At the very beginning when Li Che was forced to leave, everyone was confident that the Lingxu sword sect, as a top power that was suppressing the world, would not be affected by leaving anyone, not to mention that Li Che was a mere disciple. Even if his talent was strong, he was only a young man after all. Could it be that the Lingxu sword sect could really affect a huge sect? Everyone doesn't believe it. But now one thing after another is in front of us. It took the crowd a moment to realize. Ever since Li Che left, their Lingxu sword sect, it seemed, hadn't fared well. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of frantic smashing resounded in the sect hall, accompanied by Si Ruyan's hysterical and crazy roar, causing everyone present to be silenced, not daring to make the slightest sound. Ever since Lu Hua returned with Yu Shuanger's few people and reported on what had happened at the discourse assembly, Si Ruyan was then in a constant state of rage. Her face was pale, her breathing was incomparably ragged, and a pair of crimson eyes surged with boundless rage, frantically smashing everything she could see in front of her. When she thought of the Lingxu sword sect being rubbed on the ground in the Dao discussion conference, she was so infuriated that she almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Wastes, it's all a bunch of crap. How did my Lingxu sword sect produce a bunch of you wasteful things? Si Ruyan gritted her teeth and pointed at Lu Lingli's several people. Her body trembled violently and she couldn't help but break out in curses. Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger, and you Zhao Yuan Sen. You, as disciples of my Lingxu sword sect, Si Ruyan, I'm sending you out so that you can fight for my Lingxu sword sect's glory, obtain opportunities, and prove the might of my Lingxu sword sect. But how do you repay me? When she thought of how a few people had behaved, Si Ruyan was furious, panting violently. He couldn't wait to slap these few renegades into meat paste. You are walking on behalf of the Lingxu sword sect, and as a result, the face of the sect is about to be disgraced by you. Treasure no. Scramble didn't make it. He was even given a beating in front of the people of the world, and was directly driven out of the discourse assembly. Waste. All a bunch of losers. Si Ruyan was simply about to explode with anger, and a frantic roar resounded through the great hall. The people were all frightened by her appearance, each trembling with fear and bowing their heads, not daring to say anything. Patriarch, we are. This time, Lu Hua was just about to open his mouth, but he caught Si Ruyan's attention and chopped his head off. This time? What happened this time? As the leading elder, you are at least a long-established powerhouse, but as a result, you can't even defeat a Li Che. What face do you have to come back? Lu Lingli and the others are trash, and you're even more of a trash of trash. Lu Hua was cursed and his face was ugly to the core, but he knew that he was in the wrong and could only forcefully endure the anger in his heart, bowing his head and also daring to say anything. Only in her heart, she couldn't help but despise Si Ruyan. Now you're embarrassed? In the end, you didn't cause this? If it wasn't for your several good disciples slandering Li Che in the beginning, and you indiscriminately had to force Li Che away, would I have been in such a mess this time around? Lu Hua was also holding his fire. Inside the great hall, Si Ruyan's roar continued, his crimson eyes sweeping over the people present as he sternly questioned. When did my Lingxu sword sect fall to such a state? You guys tell me. In a short time, the Lingxu sword sect then fell from being one of the top forces of the southern continent hegemony to an ungrateful sect that everyone mocked and the world spat on, with its face being pressed to the ground and rubbed madly. How could this be acceptable to Si Ruyan? In the face of her angry scolding, the two of them, Lu Lingli Yu Shuanger, were also full of grievances. Master, we can't be blamed entirely this time. We didn't have an invitation at all. This gathering, the Taicheng Holy Land didn't intend to invite us in the first place. Zhao Yuansen was even more aggrieved as he spat out blood. Originally, I could have gotten the supreme treasure and brought glory to our clan, but I didn't realize that I was being backstabbed. The piece of treasure I hauled out was definitely snatched by Li Che. In fact, up until now, Zhao Yuansen wasn't 100% sure that the treasure he had hauled out was definitely the black box that Li Che had obtained. After all sorts of treasures were sinking in the Black Cliff, and countless people's divine thoughts were intertwined. He also didn't know who it was that attacked him. What exactly did the magic sword that he had drawn out himself look like? But that didn't stop him from targeting Li Che and putting all the blame on Li Che. Chapter 93, Li Che is nothing but a lost dog. Why does he make them so afraid? Si Ruyan was about to explode with anger. The Taichung Holy Land couldn't look at them. And Li Che, the traitor, treated them like this. How could she accept this? Waste. All a bunch of wastes. Si Ruyan didn't understand why everything had turned out like this. The only thing that was left was a heart full of anger burning madly. Incompetent and furious, he could only vent his anger by ranting madly in the Great Hall. Sovereign, right at this moment, as if Lu Hua, who had been frowning and contemplating since a moment ago, had suddenly made up his mind about something. He raised his head violently and suddenly opened his mouth with a grave expression. Si Ruyan was currently in a fit of anger and didn't even look at him when she sniffed. But the next moment, the words that came out of Lu Hua's mouth, however, were like a stone breaking through the sky, causing the entire hall to fall suddenly silent. Patriarch, Li Che cannot stay. I also asked the Patriarch to consider for the sake of the clan and personally take action to kill Li Che. What? Let's see Ruyan make a move to kill Li Che? When Lu Hua said this, instantly everyone froze. The crowd raised their heads openly and stared at Lu Hua, their faces full of disbelief, and their hearts were instantly surging with shocking waves. He actually wanted to kill Li Che? Although many people had great opinions about Li Che, the thought of killing Li Che, Yua is still the first, including Si Ruyan, who had been furiously roaring with anger just a moment ago. She was also abruptly startled. Killed Li Che? Is this to be so ruthless? Si Ruyan's face changed color, obviously hesitating. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lu Hua's eyes and he said in a deep voice, Patriarch, Li Che is simply too terrifying. Although he's just a young man, he has shown terrifying to the extreme potential. If he's allowed to grow up, no one knows what kind of ground he'll be able to reach in the future. Speaking of this, Lu Hua's face gradually turned cold, and his voice took on a biting killing intent. Since Li Che is already an enemy of the Lingxu sword sect, then we must cut off his roots as soon as possible, and kill him before he grows up completely, without giving him a chance to grow. Otherwise, in case he is allowed to rise successfully, I'm afraid that my Lingxu sword sect will welcome his most terrifying retaliation. The crowd was stunned and shocked as they looked at the murderous Lu Hua. All of them were stunned by Lu Hua's ruthlessness. At the same time, he couldn't help but be flooded with doubts in his heart. Was Lu Hua's sudden mention of this suggestion for the consideration of the Lingxu sword sect? Or was it because he had been defeated by Li Che and had lost face? So he wanted to retaliate back? No one knows. But there is no doubt that the crowd was stunned by the proposal, and couldn't help but even begin to ponder the feasibility and necessity of it at this point. No! Just then, an angry voice snapped out. Lu Lingxu, who had gotten the news, had just arrived at the entrance of the Great Hall when she heard Lu Hua's proposal. She didn't even think about it and immediately refused sternly. Elder Lu, I can understand that you were defeated by elder brother and lost face, thus harboring a grudge against him, but I hope you won't be blinded by hatred and drag the clan down. The more outstanding eldest senior brother is, only then should we bring him back to Lingxu again, instead of being immortal with him. Only if eldest senior brother is willing to come back can we truly change the situation of the Lingxu sword sect, which is now in shambles, and reverse the world's chopping and flipping of us. Moreover, with eldest senior brother sitting in the town, my Lingxu's rise to power will be just around the corner. And this is the true consideration for my Lingxu sword sect. Lu Lingxu's voice was stern and she looked at Lu Hua angrily. Lu Hua's face changed at her words, and he didn't know if he was being poked at or if he truly disapproved. Immediately, his face chilled and he retorted with a cold snort. Pulling back to Linghu? Will he come back if you say he should? Li Che won't agree. If you fail to pull the strings, and in the end both sides are enemies, you'll still have to kill him? Lu Lingxu did not show any weakness in confronting him and said angrily, Master himself will go and apologize for his mistake. Go and invite him back, and he will surely agree. On the contrary, it's you, Elder Lu, who claimed to have killed eldest brother. Do you think eldest brother is so easy to kill? Or do you think that the people of Dawi sword sect are all little cuties, watching Lingxu make a move on eldest brother without doing anything about it? Sincerely admitting your mistake and finding a way to invite eldest brother back is the more appropriate course of action. And no matter what, at least you can't go toe-to-toe with elder brother against the enemy like you did. Elder Lu, you're not thinking about the clan, but you're setting up a terrifying enemy for the clan. Lu Hua was shivering with anger, blowing his beard and eyes as he argued with Lu Lingxu. Both insisted on their respective points of view, and neither refused to budge. The entire hall was filled with the sounds of two people arguing loudly. Enough! Si Ruyan was bickered by the two men, only feeling her head buzzing and upset, and the anger in her heart couldn't even be suppressed. She couldn't help but let out aloud. exasperated cry, interrupting the two with an angry voice. Do you still have me in your sights? It's unseemly to argue like this in the sect hall. Si Ruyan's voice in angry, stern gaze swept over the two of them, Lu Hua and Lu Lingxu, instantly causing their hearts to flinch and subconsciously shutting up. Si Ruyan said in exasperation, Li Che is nothing more than a bereaved dog. Why would he make you all panic to this extent? My Lingxu sword sect is such a large sect, with forces all over the world and many experts. How would I be afraid of a milquetoast brat named Li Che in the district? Saying that, Si Ruyan let out a cold laugh. Li Che, it's not true that he has high talent and high potential, but you must remember that talent is ultimately just talent, and potential is ultimately just potential, not strength. Genius does not equal true power. As soon as she said this, silence followed in the great hall. All of them had a thoughtful look in their eyes. It was also true that recently, things had not been going well for the Lingxu sword sect, and they all seemed to be a bit winded. So much so that they were on the verge of developing a psychological shadow towards Li Che. Come to think of it, Li Che was only the younger generation after all. Before he grew up completely, the Lingxu sword sect would still be that behemoth that was one of the southern continent's overlords. With this in mind, the crowd was relieved. In the meantime, just as the Lingxu sword sect's crowd was pondering, there was a sudden shocking change in the outside world. Rumble dash. The sun was shining brightly, and in the middle of the cloudless sky, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook tremendously, and the wind and clouds changed. Endless bright golden light suddenly blossomed from the firmament, and endless visions suddenly surfaced within the divine radiance. The heavenly flowers were falling, the earth was gushing with golden lotus, the dragon and phoenix were singing in harmony, and the lunar sound of the great Tao resounded. There is even a mysterious and lofty atmosphere spread out, instantly covering the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The world shook. Countless people looked shocked and subconsciously looked up. Countless shocked gazes. Above the dome of the sky, a huge list suddenly emerged, and in the golden light, it slowly opened up as if it were a picture scroll. Chapter 94, Potential Dragon List. Li Che actually killed his way in? Endless golden light shone brightly, and the visions were all over the place. An immense and incomparable scroll slowly spread out in the void, and no matter where in the world everyone looked up, they could clearly see that huge and sacred scroll. The aura of the ancient world spread across the sky. Vaguely, another name surfaced in the list. At this moment, the world lost its voice. Countless people stared at this scene in a daze, shock written all over their eyes, without waiting for the crowd to come back to their senses. Along with the unrolling of the scroll, a voice with a cool and heavy meaning then resounded between heaven and earth. 9 worlds, heavenly pride. Enter the submerged dragon list and become a dragon once. There are many prides in the cultivation world, so today there is the potential dragon list, which collects all the young prides within 500 years of age under the Saint Realm in the first heaven and announces them to the world. The list of potential dragons, according to Cultivation Realm, is divided into 3 lists: the Void Tribulation list, the King Realm list, and the Emperor Realm list. The 3 lists are united into one. It's the general list of subterranean dragons. Whoa! Along with the voice falling, 3 more slightly smaller lists surfaced in the void. The subterranean dragon ranking has been announced. Hiss! The submerged dragons list are all less than 500 years old, and their cultivation has already reached the Void Tribulation Realm. The King Realm or even the Emperor Realm? Simply one is more exaggerated than the other. No wonder they can be called heaven's remarkable subterranean dragons. Look! 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 I wonder who all will actually make the list. The existences that can ascend to the subterranean dragon list are all the most supreme heavenly pride demons in the world, with an unlimited future. I wonder who will make a splash this time. Subterranean dragon ranking. The existences whose names make it onto this list are basically future giant powerhouses. They must be watched at all times. I also wonder if our clan's heavenly pride can make the list. The list spread across the sky, and countless people could see it when they looked up. For a moment, everyone's boiled over. Throughout the 1 heavens, whether it was the southern continent or other continents, everyone raised their heads to the sky, their eyes staring deathly at the several lists in the void. Fully concentrating, countless people looked on in shocked anticipation. Several list scrolls slowly opened, and numerous names emanating bright light leapt out. #1 on the potential dragon list, Ji Chengdao, Ancient Imperial Clan, Peak of the Imperial Realm. 2nd place on the potential dragon ranking, Song Mingyuan, 10 Crown King, Peak of the Imperial Realm. 3rd in the list of potential dragons. The 4th in the list of potential dragons. The list was announced, and for a time, the world shook, and all the major powers were the first to investigate. The same is true for the southern continent. Whether it was a large power like the Great Diffusion God Dynasty and the Lingxu Sword Sect, or some small sects, all of them paid attention at the first opportunity. The crowd instantly boiled as the names of the incomparably bright heavenly pride demons surfaced. There were endless exclamations mixed with shock and disbelief. My God! Less than 500 years old and at the peak of the imperial realm. Is this really something a person can achieve? It's simply too terrifying. Peak of the imperial realm. I wouldn't even dare to think about it in my life. And people have reached it at such a young age. This is more than a heavenly pride. This is simply all demons. This cultivation. It's already more powerful than even our patriarch. Okay? The names on the list, which were unfamiliar to many people, suddenly appeared in such a way that it immediately shook everyone. As per the list, many of the heavenly pride demons among them were from among some ancient imperial clans or hidden forces, and were usually mysterious and incomparable. However, with the announcement of this subterranean dragon ranking, each and every demon also surfaced. Its terrifying realm and origin deeply shocked everyone. As the list continued to unfold, more and more names and rankings began to surface in front of everyone's eyes, and at the same time, it truly triggered everyone's discussion and boiling. After all, those at the very top of the list, those heavenly prides, were too far away from ordinary cultivators, but the ones slightly towards the back are accessible to many. I see my name. I'm actually on the list too? Great. Let me see where I'm ranked. Some young celestial pride was thrilled beyond words when they saw that they had entered the subliminal ranking and shouted in excitement. Immediately afterward, he saw his ranking. First from the bottom? Surprisingly, last place? It doesn't matter. Last place is last place. I'm already satisfied to be on the subterranean dragon ranking. That young heavenly pride was first stunned. Then without the slightest hint of disappointment, he was overjoyed. After all, even if it's just last place. However, being able to ascend to the subterranean dragon list was already a symbol of his talent and potential that no one dared to despise, and it would be of great help to his position in the sect. Other than this young celestial pride, cries of astonishment continued to resound from all over the world. Shui Shan? He's even only ranked in the top 100? This is a supreme heavenly pride of the imperial realm. This list is too exaggerated, isn't it? Crazy. The holy son of the nine heavens sacred land, the peak of the king realm, is only in the top 500 or so? A Dao son of a top power can only be ranked at the bottom? A supreme heavenly pride that can easily sweep the younger generation of a continent is ranked so far back. Are there even so many demons in this world? Countless people were shocked and lost their voices, clearly taken aback by this list. Before the list was released, no one expected the youngsters in this class to be so exaggerated. Many young people were deservedly the supreme prides in their localities, the leaders of the younger generation, but at this time, they could not be ranked at all on the potential dragon ranking. This completely refreshes many people's perspective. At the same time, it is also enough to show that the gold content of this submerged dragon list is simply appalling. Just then, someone suddenly noticed a special presence. Li Che, 10th place on the Void Tribulation ranking, and the overall ranking has actually entered within 1,000 places? Is this a mistake? Of all the heavenly prides in the general ranking, he's the only one who's only at the Void Apparition realm. So many King Realm existences can't even squeeze into the 1,000. What makes him a Void Apparition realm able to be ranked within the 1,000? When Li Che's name surfaced, many people first froze, then lost their voices in shock. One was extremely unbelievable. After all, the general ranking was a true hidden dragon and crouching tiger, and it was unknown how many reputable young celestial pride could not be ranked and appeared to be obliterated. But it is in this case. Li Che unexpectedly used his cultivation at the Void Tribulation realm to powerfully kill his way into the thousands, even surpassing many King Realm existences, which instantly caused many people to feel incredulous and shocked. The subterranean dragon ranking is not going to be a problem. That means that this Li Che is truly a supreme demon, with a cultivation of the Void Apparition realm, to rigidly surpass countless King Realm heavenly pride and be amongst the 1,000. This is truly heaven-defying. Li Che. I've heard that name before. It's a young heavenly pride from the southern continent side. What a stretch. Those who can make it to the subterranean dragon list are all dragons and phoenixes among men. No one is much worse than anyone else, and at most, there is only a slight difference in cultivation. Heaven's pride is competing, and Li Che was even able to defeat the strong with the weak. Doesn't that mean he's the demon of all demons? For a while, countless people clamored. On the overall list of potential dragons, among the crowd of existences at the Emperor realm as well as the King realm, the name of a Void Tribulation realm suddenly appeared, as well as the only Void Tribulation realm. This anomaly instantly caught everyone's attention. Countless people were shocked at the thought of the meaning behind it. Beyond the common man is the heavenly pride. The one who surpasses the heavenly pride is a demon. What about the one that is more than a demon? What does that count for? Chapter 95, he's only at the Void Apparition realm. How did he do it? The potential dragon ranking. Rumored to come from a mysterious place above the 9 heavens. No one can question its authority, and it is the most fair and equitable list. Li Che had risen out of nowhere this time, directly relying on his cultivation at the void apparition realm to forcefully break into the 1000th place on the overall list, shocking countless people to the point of incredulity. It was important to know that the subterranean dragon list was divided into 3 lists, divided according to realm. Most of those who could rank at the top of the general list were existences of the Emperor realm, and at least they were strong in the King realm. On the King realm list, it was also especially for those existences at the top of the rankings to be able to enter the general list. A slightly more ordinary King realm couldn't even be ranked, not to mention the ones in the Voidjack realm. As for Li Che, with his Void Tribulation realm cultivation, he had unexpectedly surpassed many of the heavenly prides on the King realm list. Suffice it to say that it is anticlimactic. Surpassing the King realm heavenly pride with a Void Tribulation realm cultivation. Doesn't this mean that he can hang the others if he is at the same cultivation level as those King realm existences? Is that scary? More heavenly pride than heavenly pride. Once this kind of person grows up, I'm afraid that he can suppress the world and claim to be a lord. Although Li Che's ranking on the overall list isn't too high nowadays, that's because he's only been cultivating for just over 100 years so far, and naturally he can't be compared to those heavenly prides who are nearly 500 years old in terms of realm. But as long as he's given the time to raise his realm up, I'm afraid that he'll definitely not be worse than those heavenly prides and devils at the top of the rankings. Countless people were talking and marveling. Subconsciously, he took the name Li Che and firmly memorized it in his heart. What's going on? The Great Diffusion God Dynasty. The movement of the potential dragon list appearing in the world was so great that the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty was also startled. Human Emperor Jiang Huizhi led his ministers to the outside of the Great Hall to check out the situation, and when they saw the huge list that stretched across the sky, all of them had their eyes widened in shock. The subterranean dragon ranking has been announced? Quick, let's see if any of our Great Diffusion God Dynasty's heavenly pride is on the list. For a time, everyone in the Great Diffusion God Dynasty, from the human emperor down to the civil and military officials, was abuzz. Accompanied by Jiang Huizhi's hushed command, the crowd immediately widened their eyes and began to check the names on the list. Soon, there were excited chants. Your Majesty, I saw the Crown Prince's name. The Crown Prince made it to the subterranean dragon ranking. When these words came out, many officials were both surprised and delighted. Generally speaking, every power extremely emphasizes on the cultivation of the younger generation. If there can be outstanding young people in their own power, it means that the power has successors and does not need to worry about the subsequent decline. And at the same time, in a certain situation, it can also reflect the comprehensive heritage of a power. As the top power in the southern continent, the fact that the Great Diffusion Divine Dynasty's Crown Prince heir was able to make it onto the potential dragon ranking was already enough to prove his excellence. However, when the crowd saw the Crown Prince's ranking, they were dumbfounded. The Crown Prince? To think that he's only ranked at over 1/300 on the overall list? Are you kidding me? Is this subterranean dragon ranking a mistake? His Highness the Crown Prince is the highest cultivator of the younger generation of my Great Diffusion God Dynasty. Even if it's placed in the vast and boundless southern continent, it's likewise called one of the strongest heavenly prides, and it turns out that the ranking is so far behind? Many ministers were incredulous, with angry faces, completely unable to accept this ranking. To know, the Great Diffusion Crown Prince has now reached the early stage of the King realm cultivation, compared to some of the older generation of powerhouses, but it is such a strong heavenly pride that is so backward in the ranking on the potential dragon list? Many officials were extremely shocked. The world is vast and boundless, with heavenly pride and demons as numerous as the rivers. One is stronger than the other. Human Emperor Jiang Huizhi's eyes flashed a somber color as his heart sank. He looked up at the list spread out in the sky for a long time before he couldn't help but sigh softly. Originally, I thought that the Crown Prince was already extremely outstanding and not weaker than others. Unexpectedly, now that the potential dragon ranking was announced, it was a great blow to the crowd. Of course, this is not to say that the prince is not good enough. One could only say that those heavenly prides at the top of the rankings were simply too demonic. Less than 500 years old, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the imperial realm, even more powerful than many of the helmsmen of the great powers. Such an achievement, when looking at the entire world, was enough to shock people. Even in the past countless years, it was an existence of terror to the extreme. By the way, what is Li Che's ranking? Just then, Jiang Huizhi suddenly thought of Li Che and opened his mouth to inquire. He was certain that with Li Che's natural talent, there was absolutely no problem in ascending the subterranean dragon ranking, and thus what he directly inquired about was his ranking. Jiang Huizhi was also curious. What kind of performance would Li Che, a heavenly pride who had overwhelmed the younger generation 100 years ago, have? As soon as his words fell, someone else immediately replied, clearly sharing the same extreme concern for Li Che. Back to your majesty. Li Che, ranked 10th in the Void Tribulation realm, is located at the 839th place in the overall list of potential dragons. What? Ranking 839? Hearing this answer, the civil and military officials were shocked. Both eyes instantly widened with an unbelievable look. Just kidding. Li Che's ranking is even higher than His Highness the Crown Prince? What gives him the right? His Highness the Crown Prince is at the early stage of the King Realm, and he's only ranked over 1,300. Li Che is only at the Void Apparition Realm, and even though he's ranked at the front of the Void Apparition Realm, on what basis can he be ranked over 800 on the overall list? Many people lost their voices and exclaimed, thinking they had heard wrong. Some people didn't believe the results, and both eyes scrutinized the list, but the result remains the same. Li Che, ranked 839th on the overall list, Void Tribulation Realm. How? Impossible. It must be that the subterranean dragon ranking got it wrong. Many heavenly prides with King Realm cultivation are only over 1,000. Li Che only has Void Apparition Realm cultivation. On what basis can he be ranked so high? Cheating? This must be cheating. The ministers were all filled with righteous indignation, and they all blamed the impartiality of the subterranean dragon list. After all, within the 1,000 names, among the many Peak King Realm and even Emperor Realm existences, a Void Tribulation Realm existence suddenly appeared, and was also ranked before the many King Realm heavenly pride, which anyone would feel that there was something fishy in it. Quiet. Jiang Huaiji silenced the ministers with an angry rebuke. He looked up at Li Che's name on the list, his brows slightly furrowed as his thoughts continued to turn in his mind. After a moment, he said slowly, even though Li Che is at the Void Apparition Realm, and his realm isn't too high amongst the crowd of heavenly prides, his actual battle power is far beyond the cultivation on the surface, and he's at least an existence that surpasses the ordinary King Realm. Only this can explain how he was able to surpass the same Voidjack Realm's heavenly pride, and even surpass the King Realm's heavenly pride behind him. Jiang Huaiji swept his gaze over the ministers who were still full of defiance and slowly said, have you all forgotten that just in the past Taiching Holy Land Dao Discussion Assembly, Li Che easily defeated the King Realm Elder of the Lingxu Sword Sect, and according to what the State Master came back with, at that time, Li Che defeated that Elder without even expending much effort. This kind of existence, do you guys still look at it as the Voidjack Realm? Chapter 96, Fountainhead Mountain Shakes. Was he actually behind Li Che? With his cultivation at the Void Tribulation Realm, he easily suppressed the Lingxu Sword Sect Elder. After hearing Jiang Huaiji's words, the ministers were silent. Of course they knew about it. It was just that even so, Li Che's ranking was still beyond their imagination. Jiang Huaiji sighed softly and spoke. Now that the rankings are in front of us, if you guys feel that Li Che's ranking is unbelievable, it only means that he's actually stronger than we thought. After all, ordinary heavenly prides can't unleash the terrifying sword intent that traversed the world and suppressed the southern continent in the first place. Remember, when you face Li Che in the future, you must treat him respectfully. This kind of existence is destined to step onto the supreme way in the future and become a super giant perched above the clouds. My great diffusion divine dynasty must not be messed with, and try to befriend them as much as possible. Upon hearing this, the many ministers all looked aghast and nodded their heads. Raising his head to look at the list again, there was already a lot more awe in his eyes. Previously, they knew that there were many demons in the world, but at this moment, when that one name really surfaced in front of their eyes, it still gave them a great shock. Jiang Huaiji's face was calm, but he couldn't help but sigh softly as various thoughts turned in his mind. Heaven's pride is rising. The Golden Age. He didn't know why, but when he saw the incomparably bright celestial pride on the submerged dragon ranking, a feeling that a storm was coming suddenly surfaced in his heart. The heavenly pride and demons are rampant, and the world, I'm afraid, will be plunged into a world of great strife. All kinds of fights and confrontations will become more and more intense and cruel. These times are not destined to be peaceful. Southern Continent, Fountainhead. As a top-tier Taoist lineage that had been passed down since ancient times, the Fountain of Youth seldom came out into the world, and its disciples rarely walked the earth. So many people didn't know much about this mysterious force, but that doesn't mean the fountain isn't strong enough. On the contrary, the Fountainhead Mountain was far beyond the world's imagination in terms of both the number of powerful people and the depth of the Tao. It was an extremely terrifying Tao. Even some of the top forces in the outside world today would be dwarfed in comparison. Since the ancient times has been passed down to the present era, relying on its powerful strength and deep to horrible heritage, so that people dare not provoke, which can be passed down smoothly. And now, the heavenly pride has come forth, and the golden age is upon us. The great controversy has arrived. The Fountain of Youth, an extremely mysterious Taoist system, had also finally decided to come out. At this moment, With the appearance of the subterranean dragon ranking, the crowd of Fountainhead Mountain was also looking at the sky above. But it was different from many of the outside world's forces that were filled with a sense of nervous anticipation. The people of Fountainhead Mountain were all smiling with confidence at the corners of their mouths. What do you guys say? How many places can our Daozi rank on this subterranean dragon ranking? As someone brought up the subject, there was a flurry of speculation. Is there any need to ask? Daozi is now at the Void Tribulation realm, so he's bound to be number 1 on the Void Tribulation ranking, and coupled with Daozi's terrifying battle prowess that far exceeds that of his peers, he'll be able to at least outperform many King Realm existences and rank within the top 500. I think so. Those bull ***** heavenly prides think that a King Realm cultivation is something great. Daozi will still be able to suppress it. Although Daozi is only at the Voidjack realm, he will definitely be unrivaled in the future. What a bull ***** list of potential dragons. Compared to Daozi, they're all just dregs. That's right, with Daozi's celestial splendor, a mere southern continent is nothing. In the future, he'll be able to overwhelm the world and suppress an era, with all the heroes bowing down. The people of Fountainhead were all spirited, and in their words, they held their own Dao Sun Miaoxiu in the highest esteem. While talking and laughing, they waited confidently for the list to open. With a brilliant golden light, the huge list that stretched across the sky gradually opened. The names of one heavenly pride after another began to surface, and the rankings continued to extend towards the back. The crowd of Fountainhead Mountain were all energized and immediately began to look for their Daozi's name on the list. 320 places on the latent dragon list. No. 436th place on the subterranean dragon ranking. No. Subterranean dragon ranking 800. No. Subterranean dragon ranking 1000. No. The subterranean list. The people's eyes were wide open, and they froze, not finding their Daozi's name in the front, so they could only keep checking toward the back. The further toward the back, the more ugly the faces of the crowd became. The mind couldn't help but conjure up an overwhelming possibility. Could it be that Daozi is ranked extremely low? But how is that possible? The leaderboards were gradually shown from front to back, and as time passed, the faces of the crowd became more and more ugly, and the spiritedness of a moment ago gradually disappeared. The voices were speaking less and less, and there wasn't even a thought of conversation anymore. All of them were filled with anxiety as they searched for the name of the Holy Sun, and when they finally found Dao Zi Miaoxiu's name and saw the ranking, everyone was dumbfounded. Miaoxiu, 11th on the Void Heist ranking. More than 1500 on the overall ranking? For a while, the crowd of Fountainhead Mountain was stupefied, all confused. 11th place on the Voidjack list, ranked over 1,000 on the overall list. This result was just too big a gap from what they had expected before. After reacting, the Fountainhead crowd instantly exploded with anger. Are you kidding me? Daozi is gifted and unrivaled in the ancient world, with the supreme elegance of suppressing the great world, but his ranking would be so low? Simply outrageous. What makes those contraptions that don't even know what they are rank ahead of Dawson? That's right, with Daozi's natural talent, he can definitely be invincible in the same rank, and fighting across ranks is also idle, but as a result, he only ranked 11 in the Void Apparition realm. How ridiculous! The crowd that was full of confidence just a moment ago instantly exploded in their minds. Countless angry roars resounded through the sky for a time. The Fountainhead sect leader gritted his teeth, his heart filled with incomparable anger. He had placed many hopes on Daozi, originally thinking to take advantage of the announcement of the potential dragon list this time. Daozi had spread the world, just so that he could make a name for the Fountainhead and regain his former glory. Turns out reality slapped him hard in the face. The supreme heavenly pride that was invincible in their eyes and could suppress the great world was so ordinary, and was not even the slightest bit conspicuous amongst that many heavenly prides, let alone striking across many king realms. It couldn't even claim to be at the top of the Voidjack ranking corresponding to its own cultivation level. The sect leader was practically exploding with anger. His breathing was ragged, his crimson eyes staring at the list. The anger within him was hard to express. Just then, his eyes noticed a name in front of Daozi's in line, and he froze. Li Che? That name seems a bit familiar. Who is this, that he can be ranked ahead of Daozi? The others sniffed with furrowed brows and eyes. The crowd was furious that someone they had never even heard of had suppressed their saint son. Sect leader. This Li Che is a young heavenly pride from the southern continent. He originally came from the Lingxu sword sect, and had guarded the Devil's Cave for hundreds of years, and then broke with the Lingxu sword sect and turned around and joined the Dao sword sect, becoming the Dao chief sacred son. And an elder sniffed and immediately recounted the many pieces of information about Li Che. He had come out ahead of the Fountainhead crowd, just to walk the world and gather information. At this time, the various deeds about Li Che were also introduced in considerable detail. Chapter 97, The Only Way to Challenge Li Che? Can someone from Lingxu be on the list? It's quite a young heavenly pride. Hearing that twist and turn in Li Che's body, the Fountainhead sect leader was also slightly stunned, but it was immediately followed by a sneer. 20-year-old God King, guarding the demon cave for 100 years, and defeating the king realm. Sounds pretty good, but it's just an ordinary heavenly pride. Many young people can do it. If that's all there is to it, it's far from comparable to our Daozi. What makes this kind of person rank ahead of Daozi? As soon as his words fell, many of the elders around him also opened their mouths, with a look of indignation on their faces. That's right, there's definitely something wrong with this list. For Daozi to be such a supreme heavenly pride to be ranked behind that what's his name Li Che is simply nonsense. This subterranean dragon ranking is also too unjust. All of them were 7 displeased and 8 indignant, and they were furious beyond measure. However, this submerged dragon list was passed down from above the 9 heavens, and even though they were no longer convinced, they were incapable of changing it. For a while, the crowd hated Itchy Teeth and held a bellyful of fire in their hearts. The Fountainhead sect leader pondered slightly, then pacified the crowd. There's no rush. Since the list rankings are unfair, let's solve it in our own way and speak from our strength. He let out a cold laugh, a cold light flashing in his eyes. First stop, take this Li Che. Isn't he ranked ahead of Daozi? When Daozi comes out of the gate, let him challenge this Li Che, defeat him in public, and Daozi's ranking will naturally replace him. After that, all those in front of Daozi all hit them one by one. Use your strength to get the honor you deserve. The others' eyes lit up at once. An elder said excitedly, "This is a wonderful plan. Sect leader, Daozi personally strikes out one by one to beat them over, so that he can use the other heavenly prides as whetstones to raise his own cultivation, while at the same time continue to raise his own ranking and show his strength, and to raise the name of my Fountainhead. It's like a 1-2 punch." The crowd was also excited and delighted, nodding their heads. When they thought of the scene afterward when Daozi came out to kill the 4 directions, they were all looking forward to it immensely. After the announcement of the potential dragon ranking, the entire one world was all abuzz. At the same time, the names of countless heavenly prides and demons were all known to the world, causing countless people to talk and marvel. And at the same time, all the major powers have also acted, with all kinds of big moves. In short, there are probably a few, for the heavenly pride on the list of one's own power. Increase the cultivation efforts to make them grow up quickly. When they found a heavenly pride that did not have a power to belong to, they invited it at the first opportunity and tried to find a way to make it join them. And if it was a heavenly pride belonging to a hostile force, they would try to do everything they could to stop their cultivation and growth, and even go so far as to kill them, cutting off the future of the hostile force, and stifling the danger in the cradle in advance. In the midst of a clamoring and boiling, the whole of the one heavens, in succession, acted, and in the same way, the southern continent was also shaken because of this list, and all the major forces were alarmed. Some of these sharp-sensed existences had already vaguely foreseen the coming of the great world, starting to make all kinds of preparations and layouts in advance. For a time, the entire one world was like the quiet before the dawn. Everyone had a pent-up energy in their hearts, waiting for a certain moment to completely explode. Lingxu Sword Sect. Just as the two of them, Lu Lingxu and Elder Lu Hua, were bickering over Li Che's handling of the situation in the main hall, the outside world suddenly changed drastically, with wind and clouds converging, and a multitude of visions. Everyone was first stunned, then immediately rushed out of the great hall. When they learned from the outside disciples that the subterranean dragon ranking was announced, everyone instantly became excited. Si Ruyan looked up at the huge list on the dome while asking the disciple beside him, "My Lingxu Sword Sect, can any of my disciples make it onto the subterranean dragon ranking?" In answer to her, there was silence. Lu Lingli Shuanger and the others looked at each other, subconsciously shrinking their necks as their hearts were in a frenzy. A few people looked at me. I looked at you. No one dared to speak. They bowed their heads. The voice from heaven says it all. There were 2 conditions for wanting to be on the subterranean dragon list. One is under 500 years old. The other was a cultivation level of at least the Voidjack realm. Their age was fine, but their cultivation was still quite a bit short of this requirement, and there was no possibility of them being on the list at all. Or some special existences, whose cultivation realm was less than that, but whose actual battle power was strong and far beyond the ordinary realm, also had a chance to be able to make the list. For example, Li Che, by virtue of the Void Tribulation realm, was even ranked ahead of many king realms, but it's clear, Lu Lingli's few people, also didn't seem like that kind of heavenly pride. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Si Ruyan instantly darkened her face, her heart burning with nameless fire. To Lu Lingli Shuanger and Zhao Yuansen, the 3 personal disciples, he angrily rebuked. "What are you all doing? There are so many spots on this list. You guys enjoy the best treatment from the sect. You usually have your eyes on the top, but as a result, you can't even find a single one that can make it on the list for all three of you put together. What do you all do for a living? What a waste of time. Si Ruyan, who was already angry in her heart, was once again tickled with anger and cursed at several people. There was even a pang of hatred in his heart. Lu Lingli's few people looked at the golden list on the dome of the sky. They were embarrassed and ashamed. They opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. They didn't even have a reason to argue. In the end, they could only bow their heads in silence. Each one wilted like a frosted eggplant. When Si Ruyan saw several people with their heads bowed one by one, hanging their heads as if they had lost a battle, she was even more furious in her heart. Turning his head, he cursed angrily at the surrounding elders again. You're all losers too. So many elders, who usually rely on their status and superiority, enjoying the respectful offerings of the sect's disciples, and spending countless resources of the sect, but as a result, they fail to cultivate outstanding disciples, are simply the wastes of the wastes. The elders who suffered from the waves of Si Ruyan's fire breath were dumbfounded, and several were dumbfounded when they were cursed by a flurry of curses without any warning. After reacting, a few people wanted to cry, not to mention how angry they were in their hearts. This pro-disciples are all worshipping you as a teacher, and you personally teach them, and it has nothing to do with us elders. The disciples you taught yourself are useless. Can you blame us for that? Is there any justice? Why don't you say you're too much of a loser to teach only a few pieces of trash? The elders bellyached. Only Zhao Yuansen, for a moment to look at Si Ruyan's furious anger, and for a moment to look at Lu Lingli Yushwanger's drooping appearance. Suddenly his eyes turned and his mind turned sharply. He had taken advantage of the Lingxu sword sect's internal chaos and no one was paying attention during this period of time, and took the opportunity to kill Lingxu sword sect's disciples on a large scale, secretly sucking in their essence blood to cultivate his demonic skills, so much so that his strength had skyrocketed crazily. Now that he saw that everyone was angry and disappointed over the list, he knew that this was a good opportunity for him to perform, and at that moment, he no longer hid his cultivation. He's going to show a wave. Chapter 98, Zhao Yuansen fell from the list, but Li Che hung high on the list. Master, I'm now at the peak of the Divine King realm, so maybe I can try to impact the Void Tribulation list. If we can make it onto the list, it'll be considered glory for the clan. When he said this, the crowd was shocked. The peak of the God King realm. Zhao Yuansen had been secretly hiding his cultivation before, showing that although his talent was strong, his actual cultivation wasn't too exaggerated. And now that he was at the peak of the Divine King realm, he had already surpassed Lu Lingli and a few other senior sisters. It was even considered tough amongst the younger generation in the entire southern continent. Is he practicing that fast? Many people are a little confused. However, Si Ruyan didn't think so much about it, and after reacting she was overjoyed. And the moment she learned that Zhao Yuansen had hopes of making it to the top of the list, she instantly smiled and complimented him. Not bad, not bad, Jensen, you did well. Your strength is progressing so fast. You must have worked hard and suffered a lot recently, right? Don't worry, when you make it to the top of the list, Master will definitely reward you properly. Si Ruyan was inwardly incomparably looking forward to Zhao Yuansen ascending the potential dragon ranking, even if it was a sublist like the Void Heist ranking. It doesn't matter if it's just the last few places. Being able to ascend the subterranean dragon ranking was already a supreme honor in itself. Moreover, if Zhao Yuansen made it to the list, one was able to win glory for the Lingxu sword sect, and more crucially, she, Si Ruyan, was Zhao Yuansen's master, and for her disciple to make it to the list also showed that she had taught him well, and that she had more confidence in her words afterward. At that moment Si Ruyan said to the crowd, "See, whether you have practiced with all your heart or not, strength will give the most obvious answer. I hope that all of you will learn from Yuansen in the future, cultivate hard, and win glory for the clan." Zhao Yuansen stood beside Si Ruyan in a well-behaved manner with a humble face. No matter what the people thought in their hearts, but on the surface at least they all nodded their heads and praised each other in various ways, while at the same time they were always relieved in their hearts. At least this time when the potential dragon ranking was announced, their Lingxu sword sect would not have a single one on the list, and would be disgraced by the world in vain. Only Lu Lingxu couldn't help but look at Zhao Yuansen with a puzzled look full of suspicion. She didn't know why, but she always felt that her little senior brother seemed to be very wrong. How long had it been? Suddenly rushing to the peak of Divine King, such an exaggerated cultivation speed was no longer something that could be explained by the so-called natural talent enlightenment. It was simply against common sense. However, seeing that Si Ruyan was on a roll, Lu Lingxu could only suppress her doubts. In the midst of the crowd's eager anticipation, the storm clouds changed in the firmament. Several lists unfolded one after another, and one bright and colorful name gradually emerged. While expressing shocked amazement at those heavenly prides, the crowd stared with wide eyes as they searched for the names of the disciples of the Lingxu sword sect on the list, but they looked and stared until their eyes ached. Read the list from beginning to end, carefully, over and over again, and yet, there was still no sign of Zhou Wanson's name. Zhao Yuansen didn't even make it onto the list, but instead, he unexpectedly saw Lu Lingxue's name. With her cultivation at the peak of the Divine King realm, she had actually shocked her way to the last few spots on the Void Tribulation realm list. Ha ha, up. Lingxue made it onto the list. I see Lingxue's name. A God King realm cultivation hardened to kill in the Voidjack ranking. My Lingxu sword sect has also produced a true heavenly pride. Not finding Zhao Yuansen's name, the crowd was extremely disappointed. In this situation, the sudden sight of Lu Lingxue's name was like the darkness of a willow, and this turn of events instantly made everyone boil. Lu Lingxue had surpassed everyone's expectations and managed to enter the Void Tribulation ranking, and she had also ascended it with her Divine King realm cultivation, which was already enough to illustrate her excellence. It's only the last few places, but it's pretty good. At least they had someone from the Lingxu sword sect on the list, so it wasn't like they couldn't even hold a young generation. For a while, everyone present was overjoyed, congratulating Lu Lingxue and at the same time congratulating Si Ruyan. Zhao Yuansen was originally confident, thinking that he could take advantage of this opportunity to make a splash. I didn't realize I didn't make the list. What kind of bull crappy list is this? Are your eyes blind? Zhao Yuansen cursed in his heart and was extremely upset. However, in front of so many people, he could only hold back hard, forcing a smile on his face as he congratulated Lu Lingxue. However, at this moment, the crowd was shocked to find that Lu Lingxue had ascended to the Void Robbery list, which was supposed to be a very happy thing, but Si Ruyan, Lu Lingxue's master, was not at all happy at this moment, but instead, her face was very somber. Patriarch, what are you? Someone, full of confusion, cautiously inquired. Si Ruyan's face was unsightly and her eyes were filled with a gloomy color as she looked up at the list and gritted her teeth as she shouted out a name. Li Che. Hearing Si Ruyan suddenly mention Li Che, many people were stunned. Then, as if they had thought of something, they all subconsciously raised their heads to look at the huge list in the sky. Everyone's eyes then narrowed. Li Che also made the list. Moreover, it was on both the Void Heist ranking and the Subterranean Dragon General ranking at the same time, and the rankings on both lists were extremely excellent. Ranked 10th on the Void Heist list, the overall list of potential dragons was even the only existence to enter the top 1000 with a Void Apparition realm cultivation. The crowd all looked shocked and couldn't help but lose their voices in astonishment. What? Li Che, how could he be ranked so high? Are you kidding me? How could this be possible? It's even if Li Che ascended the Void Tribulation ranking, how could he be ranked so high on the overall ranking as well? Are all those King Realm guys just eating their food? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. It was even if Li Che could make it onto the list, the key was that he was still ranked so high. Compared to Li Che, the last few places on the Void Heist ranking were nothing, thanks to them being smug just now. If it was before, if Li Che, the eldest senior brother, could be so outstanding, the crowd would have already cheered. But here's the thing, right now, Li Che wasn't a member of the Lingxu sword sect. He now belonged to the Dawi sword sect. All the honors belonged to Dawi and had nothing to do with Lingxu. No, it's not okay. After this period of fermentation, everyone in the world knew about the feud between Li Che and the Lingxu sword sect. The more Li Che shines, the better he is. The more the people of the world would snicker and mock the Lingxu sword sect. On the contrary, it was the Dawi sword sect, which had made a name for itself with Li Che this time, and had properly made a big appearance in front of the world. For a while, the crowd's eyes were red with envy. There were incredulous cries of disbelief and shouts of impossibility. But, that's the truth. No matter how much they denigrate and refute and don't want to accept it, they can't change that. Zhao Yuansen's face had long since twisted with jealousy, and his insides were roaring madly. Looking at Li Che's name on the list shining brightly and glittering, Zhao Yuansen was practically going crazy. On what grounds? Li Che, what right does he have? Zhou Wansen couldn't figure it out. He himself was practicing the top techniques of the Devil's Way, and he was even secretly killing countless Lingxu sword sect disciples on a large scale, absorbing their essence blood to help him rapidly raise his realm of strength, which allowed him to progress rapidly and reach the peak of the Divine King. What makes him Li Che so fast? And even if the Void Tribulation realm was not enough, he was even able to surpass many king realms and kill within the top 1000 of the overall list. There's no justice in this. Zhao Yuansen's teeth were on the verge of crunching, and he only felt like spitting out blood as he suffocated.